which is Steph Curry Day, apparently, in international basketball circles. I'm declaring today Steph Curry Day on the Murph and Marcus show because, man, oh, man, it wasn't just as fun last night. It was more fun this morning, pouring over all the stats and quotes and highlights and reliving it. So, good morning, and may you have a day as good as Steph Curry, brother.
I'm just hoping to have my day start off with a bang like Steph Curry. We were just talking about the double bang against OKC and celebrating that yesterday. Murph, now we're talking about the dozen bang. A dozen three-pointers yesterday, 56 points. Steph Curry, we're not worthy. We're not worthy.
She makes it look Staffordless. And Orlando Magic, and Orlando, Florida is now Steph Curry town. What a reaction from that crowd out there, which, I don't know, might have been just Warriors fans to begin with. I was reading John Hollinger in The Athletic saying when he was walking from his hotel, he was covering the game, and he said walking from his hotel to Kia Arena, which, by the way, is apparently low-key one of Steph's favorite buildings.
Kia Arena.
That was revealed last night.
It should be renamed Curry Arena.
Yeah, well, apparently Draymond, there was a fun little anecdote. Draymond said that they were sitting around the other day talking about arenas that are low-key boring, but you can go off in, and Steph listed Kia Arena as one of them.
It was hilarious. They threw up a graphic last night that Steph Curry, I believe, tied Tracy McGrady for the most 50-point games in Orlando. The difference is Tracy McGrady actually played his career in Orlando. Steph is visiting on the road.
Are you denigrating McGrady, dude?
No.
Please don't.
T-Mac, dude.
One of the greats, dude. Dude, so Hollinger said he was walking from his hotel to Kia Arena, and he said the bars outside of Kia Arena, shall we say the splashes outside of Kia Arena, like the Warriors have, were dotted with 30 jerseys. So I don't know of those fans that were in there chanting MVP. And by the way, that was loud through the TV. That Orlando crowd was loud for Curry through the TV. A lot of them went there as Warriors fans because people were like, oh, he won over the Magic fans. I was like, well, I don't know. They might have gone as Warriors fans. That's Jimmy Butler commented after the game that he's noticed that since he's joined the Warriors, when they go on the road, there's 30 fans.
Yeah, this has kind of been happening now for a while. I mean, we talk so much about the Warriors dynasty, but the impact that it's had on kids, on future generations. Like, we're going back celebrating the 10-year anniversary of that 2014-2015 team. Think about how many kids grew up as Steph Curry as the face of the league.
Yeah.
And it's gotten to the point where it's almost like the Heatles when LeBron and D-Wade and Chris Bosh would travel around the country and visit other arenas. There was nothing but Heat fans in the building. It's kind of the same way with Steph Curry. We just saw this a couple weeks ago out in Houston where he stayed on the court after the game and the whole entire lower bowl were Warriors fans. Warriors fans not only travel, but Warriors fans are now worldwide because of Steph Curry.
That's a great point. That Houston thing, remember, he took it in, too. Like, it was almost like somebody compared it to when Buster Posey went out after the Giants clinched 162 in 2021, and Buster was gazing around, and everybody's like, oh, now we know. And Steph was gazing around at that Houston crowd, and we're like, dude, don't even think about retiring, dude. You're not going anywhere. But by the way, your point about the Heat, well, it's a good point, but I do want to come in and just absolutely just start with a negative take on the Heat. That was only 4 years. That was 2011 to 2015, 2014.
But that team was box office. Like, they literally called them the Heatles because they sold out arenas because people wanted to go see them. It's the same kind of concept. People wanted to go see Steph Curry.
But I want to praise Curry because of the longevity.
Yes, like, that's key.
If we go all the way back to February 27th, so February 27 is Steph Curry Day because he scored 50. And by the way, if you just tuned in and you have no idea what the hell we're talking about, Steph Curry scored 56 freaking points last night and hit a 49-foot half-court shot to trim a 17-point lead to 14. Before he made 12 three-pointers. There's any number of records I could give you. He made 12 three-pointers, which is his third game with 12 or more, tying Klay Thompson for the most all-time. It was his ninth 50-plus point game since turning 30. It was his third 50-point game since turning 35, which has never been happened. It was his 14th 50-point game, tying Rick Barry for second most all-time. It was his 10th game. It was his 26th game with 10 or more threes, which is 12 ahead of the next guy, Dame Lillard. I mean, all those stats all happened last night, which is why we're bringing up what we were. And February 27th was the night, last night. We, as you pointed out, we ended yesterday's show with the 2016 highlight from February 27, the bang bang from Mike Breen when he scored 46 at OKC. And going back even farther to your point about how long this has been going on, February 27, 2013 was the game at Madison Square Garden when he scored 54 points.
How about that? All 3 games on the road, all 3 legendary moments, and that's why people show up on the road, because you never know when you're going to get a Steph Curry performance like we saw last night.
I'm almost kind of jealous of those road people who get those magic nights, because we almost, and let's be honest now, and this will be a big theme today, we take it for granted. Or do we? I don't know, 808 KNBR, do you take it for granted? I kind of feel like he's still knocking people's socks off, even here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, and that's why I was so adamant about making a move to win now with Steph Curry. The performance he gave you last night at age 36 with a dozen three-pointers made, 56 points. That's why you go out and trade for Jimmy Butler. That's why the only timeline that matters is the Steph Curry timeline, and you have to do absolutely everything you can to still win with Steph Curry, because he will still give you a performance like he did last night.
Well, it's funny you say that's why you trade for Jimmy Butler. You mean that's why you trade for Jimmy Butler when none of us wanted Jimmy Butler?
But like that's why you go out and make a move instead of standing pat at the trade deadline.
And here's the deal. And remember, I suggested a couple weeks ago, I was like, guys, his numbers are going the wrong way. And you and others said, is that because he's getting older, or is that because he's in a situation where he is suffocating?
A lot of attention.
Freaking suffocating out there with 3 and 4 guys running at him, right? So listen to this. Since the Jimmy Butler trade, guess what? Numbers, arrow up.
Numbers.
Green arrow up. Here it is. Since the Jimmy Butler trade, 51% from the field. And here's the big one. 42.7 from three-point land. He was trending down when he was getting absolutely body slammed by all those defenses. And offensively, 30.6 per game. He was scoring 22 prior to that. All because of the trade. So thank you, Jim Butler. Thank you, Mike Dunleavy Jr. Thank you, Kevin Durant, for not wanting to come here.
Yeah, thanks for not having that desire.
And thank you, Bruce Frazier, for calling in. Yet another win as the Warriors improved to 7-1 with Jimmy Butler. On the flight from Orlando to Philadelphia, where they play the Sixers tomorrow night, Frazier called from. Do you remember those phones? Did you guys live through the thing where the phone was on the back of the seat in front of you? Did you guys ever have that in like the 90s on an airplane?
No, never. I've never seen a phone on an airplane.
Really?
Ever.
So there was a stretch there where, like, in the 90s and the 00s, they were like, you can make a call from the plane, and there was a phone on the seat in front of you. It never worked, and it was like $100 a minute. For the low price of $100 a minute, you can make this call.
Wait a second.
Yes.
There was a phone on the plane, but now they're telling me I have to put my cell phone in airplane mode.
Yeah.
Seems a little counterintuitive.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, well,
that's back when they were smoking cigarettes on planes and stuff too, right?
Yeah, and giving you one movie and one movie only.
And you're going to like it.
And nobody would put their windows down so you couldn't see it. So, but anyway, Bruce Frazier took that phone off the chair, called Adam Silver, who said, wait a minute, you keep calling me, and you keep calling me. He said, that's because we keep winning, skinny boy. Put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 121, Orlando Magic 115.
Woo!
Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry.
I only want to be with you.
Golden vibes.
I think maybe we need to really, in today's package, highlight the grandma. Oh, Steph Curry.
Oh, Steph Curry. Who
was
knows? Maybe the grandma was in the arena last night.
But she's like New York based, so they're playing the Knicks and the Nets.
Yeah.
She could in fact,
Oh my God.
Steph invited her to the Brooklyn game.
Here comes Steph Curry.
So this was if you guys missed it, there was a story about this grandma in suburban New York or even rural New York who was, I don't know, she might be like 78 years old, 80 years old. And she scrapbooks Steph Curry like it's a 1950 with clipping out the newspaper and putting it on rubber, cementing it to the old binder and writing all this. And then somehow that they did a TikTok on it and Raymond Ritter saw it and showed it to Steph. And Steph, of course, being Steph, went on video and said, hey, Grandma, he's like, that scrapbook's really cool. Why don't you come to the game and see me? And she's like, that's when they showed that to her. they said Steph Curry's mom or grandma, there's a message for you, and it was Steph Curry, and she goes, "Oh, Steph Curry."
And now she's in the win package.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. All right, guys. Well, listen, man. It's a vibe on a Friday. Thank you, Steph, for giving us a Friday vibe.
Golden vibes.
And it's appropriate that today's a 2010s Friday because Steph dominated the 2010s. Mm-hmm. So there you go.
And is still doing it in 2025.
Dominating the 2020s. And he turns 37 in a couple weeks. Wow. Yeah. But
amazing.
Who cares?
Yeah.
He's playing like he's 21.
Would have never known.
That's the thing. Conditioning is a part of this, too.
Oh, huge. And he's one of the best conditioned athletes in the league.
Yeah, like you and me.
Yeah, look, the two of us.
Yeah. Maybe he's doing the abundant life.
Yeah, the most conditioned show at the sports leader.
Or as people like to say in this building, the most conditioned show in America.
Oh, yeah, in America, We got to make sure people know we're international. Not just America, worldwide, best shape in the country.
I got 510 says that scream is hilarious. That scream is Steph. Screaming when his brother-in-law, remember Seidel's husband, is it Damian Lee?
Yeah, Damian Lee.
He hit a game winner for the Mavericks like a few years ago, and Steph was watching
Phoenix or somebody?
Was it Phoenix?
Might have
been Phoenix. Yeah. Steph was watching in his kitchen, and Aisha was filming him, and he screamed when his bro-in-law hit the shot. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah, actually, that win package has a lot going on in there.
There's a lot going on in that package.
Including Lindy Waters, including that poor guy. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yes. Yeah, that's Steph in his kitchen.
That is Steph Curry. That's the man who dropped 56 last night.
The man who frequently goes into other people's kitchen to score, screaming for his bro-in-law.
Let Steph cook.
That was years ago. All right, guys. Well, here's the deal, man. It's a Steph Friday, period, full stop. Okay, let's continue to talk about it, go through the historical ramifications, hear what they had to say about it, and listen from you guys, too, what you guys have to say about it, too, on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 415-808-5627, or call us at 808 KNBR on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry. I can't believe it.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Good morning. Yes, indeed. So, Warriors fans, be honest. Do you take Steph Curry's greatness for granted? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now. I will also tell you a little quick tease. Moses Moody going to join the show at 9:30 this morning, so stay tuned.
We regret to inform you that the KNBR Morning Show did not run the Tuesday 225-25 Neil Young giveaway, but listen today between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. for another chance to win.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Steph from three-quarter court. Curry hits a three from beyond midcourt to end the half. And he shot that from beyond the Magic logo. Cole Anthony dropping it off. Warriors take it away. Curry again. Buddy Hield back to Steph. Another three. Got it! This has got that record-setting feel. He's 9 of 12, and we got a long way to go. Back out to Bajemski, slicing through the lane, lost the handle. Curry to beat the buzzer for three. Good! Steph's got 12 threes.
Listen to Fitz. It's so fun to hear Fitz doing his thing and Steph doing his thing. It's going to be a Steph Friday, man. First of all, it's Friday. We're in a great freaking move. Second of all, it's a 2010s Friday. And look at us start with the vibes. Sunday best. How about Thursday best for Steph Curry? Surfaces, Marcus, 2019 Sunday best. A nice vibe for you on a Friday. You down?
I'm absolutely down. Now, I was not aware of the group that actually sings the song. You're saying they're called Surfaces.
Yeah, it's like a couple of DJs, I think.
See, that's funny because I've heard this song 1,000 times, but I never knew who were behind the scenes.
There you go,
and
buddy.
Here we are unveiling it on a 2010s Friday.
And it's a vibe Friday, too. We got March starts tomorrow. The song sounds good. Steph sounds good. Young Tony endorses, huh? Yeah?
Oh, absolutely. This is a banger right here.
This was a staple of the 2019 11-year-old All-Stars playlist because it was just a good vibe when you're taking ground balls.
Yeah, this is good vibes right here.
Good ground ball music. A good warm-up music.
It doesn't scream baseball music to me, to be honest with you, but I get the vibes you're looking for.
We're just warming up.
Yeah.
Is it practices? We're warming up, we're stretching, we're jogging, we're doing high knees.
And everybody's feeling good.
And Steph is feeling unbelievable. It's going to be Steph all day, every day. 56 points last night, and the Warriors get that 7-1 record with Jimmy Butler. So many things to write down about this. We talked about 7-1 since Jimmy. We talked about his numbers since being with Jimmy. And let's talk about that for just a second, because 3 weeks ago, when this poor guy, and thank you, 2010's Friday, 3 weeks ago when those press conferences were sad, and he was like, we're trying, I'm trying. He was beleaguered, like the hat was pulled down low over the eyes, and God bless him for being such a pro. He went and did his best at every press conference, even when they were I saw it was a stretch of 13 and 23 basketball.
Oh, man.
13 and 23. And I looked at the numbers on the stat sheet, and all of his numbers were trending downward. And I wonder, I was like, and I will confess, I'm going to flat out confess. I'm not going to try to hide it. I was like, is he starting to slow down? I'm asking myself that. Is he starting to slow down? Because he's 36, he's going to be 37, and I'm just looking at the numbers. To your credit, Marcus, you said, well, have you considered the fact that he's under major duress?
Yeah.
And that's what you were seeing.
Yeah, because you were not only asking yourself those questions, you asked the audience, and you asked me, and my answer was, look, Steph Curry at age 36, dealing with his hand injury right now, should also throw that caveat in there, is getting more attention than damn near any other player in the league because he's the one superstar on his team. He doesn't have any other gravitational pull, even of a Klay Thompson sitting in the corner. He did not have any floor spacing, didn't really have a true second option. Jonathan Kuminga was always talked about, but still, even with Kuminga healthy on the floor, you saw all the attention in the world going to Steph Curry. The half-court traps, the double teams, the triple teams, forcing a few more turnovers from Steph, which you don't like also, but that's the difference you're seeing now. Even in a game like last night when Jimmy Butler only scores 5 points, it's the floor spacing, it's the basketball IQ, it's the ball movement. It creates more opportunities for Steph Curry, and that's why you're seeing his numbers bounce back up.
Man, oh man. Well, and so we were killing Mike Dunleavy. Everybody was killing Steve Kerr. Everybody was killing the Warriors. And now I'm driving in. I'm always listening to the national shows, and they're going. They got Joe Fortenbaugh, the ESPN guy. He used to be here in the town. He used to be across the street competing with us.
Joe Curley's guy.
Yeah. But he's their ESPN bet guy. He's their gambling guy. And he said right now the bettors are saying there are 4 teams in the West that can win the NBA title. And they're saying, of course, the Oklahoma City Thunder who have the best record. The Denver Nuggets who have the best player. Yeah. Well, at least not last night they didn't have the best player. And the frickin' LA Lakers, who are they won again last night. LeBron is like doing his Steph thing. And the 4th team, the Golden State Warriors.
Damn.
And bro, 1 month ago, where were we?
Oh, bro.
You weren't on that list a month ago, bro.
You
weren't on that list a month ago.
We were sniffing the playing bracket, like on the outside looking in as like the 11 or 12 seed. Now we're talking about the real possibility that we show up on Monday and the Warriors are a hum baby as the 6th seed in the West.
Yeah. They are currently the 7th.
They're currently the 7th. But I'm saying if they take care of business this weekend, we could show up Monday morning, and they're avoiding the play-in bracket right now.
Clippers play the Lakers tonight, so somebody's going to lose. And as they said all along, they just got to keep winning and keep doing their thing and look up at the end. And so, listen, multiple texters have said this. Who was it? I forget the area code. They said, this is a game. Here it is. 530 is one of them. There's a couple others. Last night was a classic example of a game they lose a month ago. Right? A month ago, they lose that game. Because, first of all, they're down 17 in the first half. And then, second of all, by the way, Orlando cut it to 2 in the fourth quarter.
They did.
And that, by the way, we were sleeping on the fact the Warriors got a couple of huge offensive rebounds after some misses in the final minute. Jimmy got one. And last night was not Jimmy's night.
No.
He did not play well. But you know what he did? He was on the court and took a body off of Steph down the stretch. Excuse me.
And you're looking at Jimmy and that ball movement. How about him dishing it out to our guy Quinton Post, who was knocking down threes left and right? And like that's another huge addition too. Ever since he got called up and got that NBA contract, that's just more floor space, and it's another shooter on the court. And my guy San Quinton Post was shooting out the lights last night.
Yeah, San Quinton Post.
You like that?
Post is most, San Quinton most. All right, I like it. You know, somebody actually wrote in and said 707, what's the Warriors' record in the Quinton Post era?
I mean, he dropped 18 last night.
All right. Let's say officially good morning to young Tony on Friday, February 28, 2025, a 2010s Friday, buddy. Well, how were you, kid, with the Steph Curry performance?
Dude, it was awesome.
Yes.
I love Steph Curry.
Yes.
It's not a hot take.
Yeah.
But I honestly, I don't know, maybe this is a hot take. I think he's a little bit better than LeBron James.
Wow.
I've kind of stood on that for a while. I also hate LeBron James. I'll say that too, because I hate what he did to the Warriors in 2016. But, hey, man, Steph Curry, he's obviously the greatest shooter of all time. Could he be the greatest scorer of all time, shooting threes? Mm-hmm. LeBron, obviously, unguardable in the paint, but I don't know. I just think he's better than LeBron. I've stood on that for a long time. They both have, 4 titles?
Yes, correct.
So technically, it's kind of an even 50-50. But yeah, I just think he's the best, man. Steph Curry's the GOAT.
Now, let me ask you this question, because we don't have to break down their defensive abilities and get into the X's and O's. Who do you think is the bigger box office star still currently right now, Steph Curry or LeBron James?
Well, we have a Steve Kerr quote. He talked about he's one of the greatest performers of all time. So talk about box office.
So you're saying, your question is, if let's just create a hypothetical here. 2 NBA games are being played in the same town on the same day. two NBA arenas. One arena features a Steph Curry Warriors team. The other arena features a LeBron Lakers team. Which one gets more fans?
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Who do people show up to see?
Unfortunately, my instinct is to say LeBron because he's been around since 2003, whereas Steph really burst on the scene. Well, he got drafted in 2009, but he didn't really burst on the scene until the Madison Square Garden game in 2013. Unfortunately, and LeBron is, by the way, the leading scorer in NBA history. Yeah. By the way, top 4 assists guy in NBA history. Or is it top 2 or 3? Anyway, unfortunately, I think LeBron, but prove me wrong. Am I wrong?
Well, I would say now with the younger generation of fans, they might side with Steph over LeBron James because of how he changed the game. Because everybody now wants to be Steph Curry. To your point, when I was in middle school, watching LeBron James take over the NBA, everybody wanted to be LeBron. But Steph has changed that narrative. Now you can be like Steph. You don't have to be the biggest guy on the team. You don't have to be the strongest guy on the court. But if you can pull up and shoot a 3 from half court, you can play and you can hang on the court. And so that's why I feel like Steph has maybe influenced this generation maybe a little bit more than LeBron James.
Well, I mean, there's no question. We can talk about this, too, as we're getting up against the guest list here about, Steph. Games like last night cause you to pause and reflect on Steph's historical career and what it means. I mean, of course, we could talk about that any day, but last night's the kind of night that spurs you towards it. So we can get into that, like what he's done for the game of the NBA and what you think about what he's done for the game of the NBA. But here's one from 510 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Said, well, as a fan, which player would you rather have on your team? And I think the answer is easy on that one.
Steph.
The answer is easy on that one.
I had LeBron on my Mount Rushmore of a-holes the other day.
Yeah.
Like LeBron has done it so differently where he's ran away to go chase rings with other teams. Steph has stuck with one squad, and I hope he retires with one squad. Steph Curry is more of an impact, face of a franchise type of guy than LeBron James.
707 says, if it was for Steph, USA and LeBron wouldn't have a gold medal.
Nah, that's it. Night,
all right.
LeBron,
Guest list here on a Friday, February 28, 2025, 2010s Friday. Always so interesting because it's such recent history, but it is history. When you hear a song like Sunday Best by Services, you're like, where was I in 2019? Where were you in 2019, Tony? 2019.
I was still in college. Yeah.
That makes me laugh. What do we got today, buddy?
All right, coming up at why is that funny? I don't know.
You're so young.
You're so young.
We don't call you old, Tony.
I appreciate it.
Let's go. Yeah.
David Lombardi at 6:50. We'll talk a little Niners with him. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. We're going to do cooler content at 8:30 because we have Scott Ostler at 9:15. And then, oh, by the way, Moses Moody at 9:30 this morning.
Moody.
We'll see if we can pronounce his name unlike Kendrick Perkins, right?
By the way, 11-0 with Moses Moody as a starter.
We're undefeated in the Moses Moody era.
Maybe that's the stat we should be talking about.
Maybe that's the key.
All right, we'll get into more. What did Steph have to say? What did Draymond have to say? What did Kerr have to say? What did Quinton Post his most have to say? All next on the Sports Leader.
When you look at Moses Moody.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Curry. Okay. Steph is 5 of 6. 3 threes. Steph Curry. He's got that look in his eye tonight, I'm telling you. Get him more shots. Curry 3. Got it! Steph with 8 made threes. Curry 3. Good! 11-3. Curry to beat the buzzer for 3. Good! Steph's got 12 threes. He's got 52.
Oh, man. Bob Fitzgerald. I love a happy Fitz. He's not saying, and the Warriors have cut it to 13. Timeout Timberwolves, like we used to say in 2004.
Well, technically, I think he did last night when Steph Curry hit that 3/4 of the court, half-court shot before halftime. Bob Fitzgerald goes, they've cut the lead to 14.
Timeout Magic. Yes. 2010s Fridays continues with a less maybe famous song. I don't know. I was just kind of cruising through my 2010s catalog, and I need to hear from the 2010s kids themselves where they're at with a Childish Gambino Redbone.
Bro, Gambino is underrated as a rapper, also a great actor. Like, he's just a great personality, and this is, once again, smooth vibes to start off a 6 a.m. 2010s
Friday. Let it roll here for Tony as I get your take. Where are you down with a Redbone by Childish Gambino?
I'm in the same boat. By the way, I agree with you, Marcus. One of the most underrated rappers of all time. Rappers, really singers. He doesn't do it anymore. He's more of an actor. Yeah. And then shout out Because the Internet, that 2013 album with Chance the Rapper as well. Song called Telegraph Ave, Oakland. A lot of good stuff from Childish Gambino, man. Big fan.
I'm embarrassed. He's not Bay, is he?
Gambino, no.
No, it's just a sample referencing Oakland in the song. I can play it for you maybe later on. 2013, it works.
They're just paying tribute to Telegraph Ave. Why not? There's some good stuff on Telegraph Ave. There is. Shout out Lane Splitter Pizza. Shout out Bake Sale Betty. All the goodness of a Telegraph Ave in the Temescal district. All right, well, there you go. 2010s Friday continues as a 2010s decade that belonged to Steph Curry. Oh, wait, a 2020s decade that belongs to Steph Curry. So as we get going, by the way, far, far away from Childish Gambino is Neil Young, and we're still giving away those tickets in the 8 a.m. hour today. 8 a.m. hour? Okay. We're getting creative here on the 8 a.m. hour. All right, what they have to say about it last night. Oh, by the way, we're going to do a brief 49er talk at 7 a.m. with David Lombardi. Just because, as much as today is all Steph and it's a Friday vibe, Niners are still at the Combine. We got Papa and Silver at the darn Combine, right? So we got to do that. But, guys, yesterday was February 27th, and it's weird. Steph Curry owns February 27th. You go all the way back to February 27th, 2013. Jeez, where were you, bro?
2013?
Were you still at Sonoma State?
Dude, I was recovering from Tommy John surgery.
Man.
Yeah, 2013.
Right. Did you throw a pitch after that, by the way, or no?
That's a little dark, isn't it?
Yeah. Did you ever throw a ball after that or no?
Yeah, all throughout, like spring ball, fall ball and stuff, and then I had the labrum issues and shut it down after.
Damn.
So, yeah, got back on the bump, but never really returned to full form.
Quick digression on arm trouble here before we get back to Steph. Do you just blame the mere unnatural act of throwing a baseball, or did you not have proper mechanics, or what? How do you look at it?
Probably wear and tear. We were talking about this the other day. Like, I started throwing curveballs super young in Little League, and I had a nasty hook, and I was one of those guys that would just rub a crap ton of Bengay and, like, Tiger Balm all over my elbow to kind of just, like, pitch through pain all the time. Like, I was a football player also, so I kind of had a linebacker's mentality on the mound. So, dude, I pitched through pain all the time. I mean, I can't tell you how many games I threw in that 28-0 World Series run we went on when I was 16. So I think it was just more wear and tear, throwing a split changeup, throwing a cutter. Pitchers that are just put too much tension on
only so many bullets in one arm.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look around the league and the percentage of pitchers that end up having Tommy John surgery. So who are these
freaks like Nolan Ryan? Who never have Tommy John.
That's a great question.
And are throwing no-nos at age 45 or whatever.
Dude.
He's just an alien.
Yeah, those are aliens.
He's from another planet.
Freak of nature,
exactly.
Just wear and tear.
Anyway, February 27th, 2013, Steph scored 54 points at Madison Square Garden. I don't want to say that was the birth of Curry, because at Davidson, he was a name, and he was a big name at Davidson. He made a run with them, and he was a big draft pick, big controversy. Should you take him 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever? I mean, so he's obviously a known quantity. But those Warriors teams he went on were bad and boring. 09, 10, 11, 12. And so he's toiling in obscurity. But that 2013 team made the playoffs. The Mark Jackson Warriors. I still say, and I know it's an unpopular take in the building, I guess Mark Jackson made a lot of enemies in the building, did some stuff that people won't talk about. I still say, as a fan and what I saw on the court, Mark Jackson, and Steve Kerr, to his credit, will still say this. He says, Mark Jackson changed the culture defensively around here. Kerr said that, like, within the last week or two, he said that. He honestly was still talking about that. And when they made that run in 2015, I was like, honestly, I think Mark Jackson should get a ring. Boy, Fitz did not want to hear that. Fitz was not a fan. Fitz was like, worst take of all time. And so, I guess he made some enemies. I guess he stepped on some toes.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about that. It's like I worry, I'm just looking at the product.
I mean, it's kind of not apples to apples, but we talk about moving on from regimes to regimes. And as much as we kind of poked fun at Farhan Zaidi, if Bryce Eldridge turns into a dude, we're going to be praising Farhan for his last draft pick, kind of like how Mark Jackson set the Warriors up for success with the way he implemented that defense-first mentality.
Yeah, totally. So anyway, that was 2013 when Steph scored 54 in New York. And I think that's when people started to maybe take the Warriors a little seriously. 3 years later, Oklahoma City, the 46-point game with the double bang, and the Warriors have a huge comeback at Oklahoma City, who was their prime rival back then, of course, with Kevin Durant and the crew. And so that one, and then last night. So that is odd. February 27th, 3 different times, all on the road. Somebody asked Curry about it last night.
Just confidence. I guess I do like this calendar day. Raymond, that night, I think New York, you said, it's 2013. 54 or 50, my first 50-point game in the Garden. So I have to channel February 27th energy, all the time. I don't know what it is, but yeah, like tonight was different just because we needed all of them to kind of stay afloat and give ourselves a chance. And then, a lot of guys contributed down the stretch to help us win, but it's nice to have a flurry like that and have fun with it.
Yeah, have fun with it. Indeed. That's the other part, is the joy. It's funny, though. I was listening to Rudy Gay on ESPN, and he was saying, as he was watching the highlights, he was groaning. He was like, and like Greeny's like, what's going on over there? He goes, it's just so deflating. He said, when you guard him, it's deflating. He goes, and when he does those little celebrations, it's insult to injury. So those celebrations, and that led to Rudy Gay's comment I thought was really interesting. He said, people don't realize how intensely competitive this guy is. And I mean, I know they're all competitive. You make the NBA, you have an incredible competitive drive. But even by NBA standards, this guy is probably one of the most intense competitors in the league.
Yeah, and that's the thing. To defenders and opposing fans, it is deflating. But to Steph Curry and to Warriors fans,
it's orgasmic.
It's orgasmic.
Or
it's as simple as that. Like, we're making different noises over here when Steph's hitting these threes.
Well, if you're going to the board, multiple people have already asked, and dare I ever call for one of my own contraptions? I didn't make this one. I just said something, and you guys, Shannon and the whole crew, Tony and them, they turned it into one. Last night? From last night? Yeah, here we go. Wait, Steph hits a 3. 2010's Friday. Wait, Steph hits a 3. Wait, Steph hits a 3. Wait, Steph hits a 3. Steph hits a 3. Steph hits a 3. Steph hits a 3. Wait, Steph hits a 3. Wait, Steph hits a 3. Wait, wait, Steph hits a 3. Wait, Steph hits a 3. Steph hits a 3. Wait, Steph hits a 3. There you go. For your house Friday.
And he's still hitting them, Murph.
Your house
He's
DJ.
still hitting them. And that's the thing. Like, even circling back to Rudy Gay's comments, like, this guy's the ultimate showman. And, like, to your point, he's the nicest guy in the world, but he's also the king of petty. He's also the guy that's going to hit you with the night-night celebration. He's not afraid to talk a little S and to also celebrate. And I think that's why so many people also love going to go watch him on the road, because you can show up and watch Steph Curry hit a no-look turnaround three-pointer and smile about it down the road. Like, that's the kind of guy he is. That's why he's box office. That's why I'm kind of worried about the future of the NBA. If they're having problems right now with the ratings when they still have Steph Curry and LeBron James in the league, what are the ratings going to look like when they're gone?
Man, oh man, Anthony Edwards, come on down, right? But don't forget, we're we're less than a year removed away from some French guy yelling, "Steph Curry is the devil! He's the devil! Nuit." So, but to your point about the showman, Steve Kerr, and I bet Kerr's given some form of this quote 100 times in the last 10 years, but he's still willing to do it here.
Yeah, I mean, Raymond just said it was his 26th game with 10 or more threes. So we're spoiled around here. We're used to it, but it never gets old watching. I can tell you that. I think the fans here tonight even the Magic fans, they know they're witnessing greatest shooter ever and one of the greatest performers ever. It's not just the shots going in, it's just the fluidity, the beauty of his movement and motion and his audacity, the shots that he's willing to take. He's an incredible performer, and he put on quite a show tonight.
Damn, Curry, you going fluidity and audacity.
Dude, the audacity of a Steph
Shouting
Curry.
out the Steve Kerr thesaurus last night, dude. He's going deep into his bag. But he's right. I mean, you were just saying it. If God bless, when this guy leaves the league, who are you going to tune in to watch?
Yeah, I don't think people are traveling around the league like this to go see a Chet Holmgren.
They were just showing, and I tell you, I have some sort of bizarre, I don't want to say this is going to sound stupid, but a lot of things I say are stupid, so it doesn't matter. I sort of was like a bizarre envy of those road fans because it's such an occasion to go see Steph. Like, it's such like you go get your kids and you go. Whereas for us, like you're like, I go to you, hey, did you go to the game last night? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
Charlotte Hornets, no big deal.
Whereas like in Orlando, they're going to remember that. They're gonna, honestly, as if they're sports fans for the rest of their lives, that's going to be on the short list of their best sports moments.
Yeah, and also think about how important that is for the kids who show up to the arena and how important it is for Steph Curry to actually play on the road. In this day and age of load management where superstars don't want to show up and play, think about how heartbroken those kids are going to their one opportunity to go see a guy like a Steph Curry or a LeBron James, and they're not in the lineup. Last night, Steph Curry gave a treat to
those fans. If we're being honest, the Warriors have had that problem a couple times.
Yeah.
I remember specifically a game in Denver, and some kid came from like Wyoming.
Yeah, with the sign.
And then, but Raymond and Steph made sure that they did something for the kid.
Yeah, they took care of him. I think they flew him out and like brought him to a game
They
out
did
here
something.
or something.
I know they didn't try not to. Steph, Raymond says, people know this, but every city, Steph tries to meet some fan who has a tough circumstance or something going on in their lives that's not the best. And he said it happens at every city. And sometimes Raymond posts them on his Twitter account, his social media account, Facebook or something like that. But he says, you guys don't understand what this kid, the demands on this guy and what he does when he does spend time with these people. He continues to be the best human being any of us have ever seen. And oh, by the way, we'll take the 56. Yeah. Thank you for the 56, Steph. There is one funny note, though, about 50-point games in Warriors history. That's his 14th. You're like, whoa, 14 50-point games. Man, ties him for second all-time with Rick Barry. Wow, Rick Barry. Then you're like, wow, we slipped on Rick Barry. He scored 50 points 14 times. Well, they're tied for second. Because the guy who's first, I said Steph and Rick have 14. The guy who's first, Wilt Chamberlain, 105.
Oh.
105 50-point
105 50-point games?
And then, 14. So, hey now.
Yeah.
Shout out Wilt.
Yeah,
still.
Steph doesn't have any 100-point performances.
Or 20,000 performances, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Hey, yo.
All right.
Hey, yo. I understand.
It's a spicy Friday.
I understand, Murph.
Spicy Friday. All right, more sounds from the night last night. A little chat with David Lombardi and a Steffortless Friday. A 2010s Friday. Off to a good vibe, too. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Magic has scored the last two times. Curry for three. Yes, sir! Curry! He's got 46.
They didn't really double team him, so he ran his give and go Steph relocate like only he can.
Curry 3. Good! 11 threes. 49 for the game. Back out to Bajemski, slicing through the lane, lost the handle. Curry to beat the buzzer for 3. Good! Steph's got 12 threes. He's got 52.
Oh, look at that. The Bob Fitzgerald, Billie Eilish duet you never knew you needed, right? There you go. 2010's Friday is what we're doing here. We're having some fun until we get to Reggae Friday in the summertime. Billie Eilish, yeah, duh. Steph Curry, bad guy. Get it? Get it? Get it? Really good. By the way, she deserves her spot in the 2010's Friday. She made her mark, man. She made her mark.
Black T-shirt, Billie Eilish.
So even though Phineas, I think, maybe writes all this stuff, but I like her, though. I'm down with her. I can ride with it. Dodger fan, though.
Oh,
no,
I did not
Dodger
know that.
fan.
Yeah, I believe she was at the World Series.
I'll give her credit for going. Anytime a celebrity goes to a baseball game, I don't care. I'll support it because it's like, oh my God, somebody from the current pop culture actually went to a baseball game. Yes, go,
Actually,
Billy, go.
Now that I'm thinking about it, the Dodgers should probably just embrace this song as like their team song because they are the bad guys of Major League Baseball.
Yeah. Young Tung, where are you with the Billie Eilish bad guy?
I like it. It's a good song. It's got a good beat, like a little spooky intro here, I guess, sample.
That little.
By the way, she's different. She's not like the Taylor Swift, Sabrina Carpenter prototype. She's very different. I like it.
Yeah, all right. We're on a hot start here. We got Sunday Best by Surfaces. That put everybody in a good mood, by the way. Redbone by Childish Gambino. The boys really like Childish Gambino. And a little pop with bad guy Billie Eilish here. And the bad guy last night was Steph Curry. Man, oh man, we've been talking about it all morning long. Good morning, 56 points. We already called it in. Oh, by the way, it's like we're not even talking about the team implication of this. 7-1 now with Jimmy Butler, and now have ascended officially to the 7 seed, which is, constantly shifting based on who plays and who doesn't, based on who you have the tiebreaker of and who you don't. But right now, if the playoffs started, they would be the 7 seed, which you don't want because they're going north, but they're right there knocking on the door of the 6 seed. The Clippers do play the Lakers tonight. I hate to root for the Lakers in that game. I mean, really, honestly, are you trying to go, can I even say this, higher than the 6 seed? You trying to go higher than the 6 seed?
See, that's a little bit more of a gap because you look up at that 5 seed right now, and the Houston Rockets have 22 losses. 2 teams in front of them, Lakers and Nuggets, both have 21 losses apiece. So they would have to make up some ground, and you would need the Lakers to start losing some games and also the Houston Rockets. But if this weekend plays out with the Lakers beating the Clippers and the Warriors beating Philly on Saturday, that would swap up the Warriors to that 6 spot that we've been talking about.
Again, I want to keep saying the 6 spot's great and all. You avoid the play-in. You get the best of 7 series. You also might get the Denver Nuggets in the first round.
Yeah,
so
that's a tough matchup.
Go Denver, go. I'd rather them get to the 2 seed.
Yeah.
I'd rather them get to the 2 seed.
I think best case scenario is Denver keeps on climbing up the ranks, and then you set yourself up with a matchup with one of these younger, inexperienced teams, whether we're talking Memphis, whether we're talking OKC, whether we're talking Houston. That's a lot of inexperience in the postseason.
I'll just say right now, the best Final Four for our buddy Adam Silver and the TV bean counters, the best Final Four in the West is OKC, Denver, Lakers, Warriors.
Yeah.
That's the best.
That's the best box office scenario.
Banger. Leave Memphis out. Leave Houston out. Leave the Clippers out. No. We want Warriors, Lakers, Nuggets, Thunder, and then just have at it. May the best man win.
Mm-hmm.
Go at it, man. And speaking of the best man last night was Steph Curry scoring 56 freaking points. There's all sorts of stats we can give you guys. His 16 to 25 from the field, 9 of 12 from 3, 12 of 12 from the foul line. We'll take that.
I mean,
Don't
the
sleep
fact
on
that he got to the line 12 times also was just amazing.
The fact that the fans in Orlando were chanting MVP, and I'm not even sure they were Orlando Magic fans. They might have been Warrior fans to begin with.
They might just be Steph Curry fans.
That's what Hollinger wrote in that piece I read this morning, that he said he was there covering it for The Athletic, and he said he walked from his hotel to the arena, and he said he saw a lot of Steph Curry jerseys in the bars near the arena.
Yeah, like even if you're not a Warriors fan, it's almost turned into like the Michael Jordan type of hype. Like, not saying that Steph Curry is Michael Jordan, even though some people will have him in that conversation, but like for me growing up, my dad would buy us Michael Jordan jerseys. He wasn't a Bulls fan, but that's the kind of impact that Michael Jordan had on an entire generation where everybody wanted to be like Mike. And we're seeing it now at every CYO game you go to. Everybody wants to be like Steph pulling up from 3.
Until their cranky coach says, no. I'd rather you shoot closer to the basket.
Yeah,
Draymond talked about the trade. And this is, to me, is the big one. When I was driving in this morning, it really hit me. I was like, I was the guy who was saying 3 weeks ago, is Steph slowing down? Because the numbers were trending downward. And Marcus, to his credit, and others were like, you thought about the fact that he has 5 guys guarding him on every play? And so look, since the trade, Steph's back, baby. 51% from the field, 42.7 from three-point land. That's a significant uptick. And 30.6 points per game. It was averaging 22 prior. Dude, this all just like the stock market when it goes, what do they call it, a bull market or a bear? I forget which one's the bull or the bear. Bull market.
Okay.
Here's Draymond Green. I always confuse the animals. Shows what kind of finance guy I am. Draymond Green on Steph since the trade.
100%. Since the trade, he's been so dialed in. You know, he told you guys, like, all you want to do is play with expectations, have some expectations. And meant that. And I think, you know, you look at the body of work over the course of the years, obviously we know that's true, but, you know, you start looking at these performances that's been coming since the trade, and it makes complete sense, you know. So I think, you know, there's definitely more of a sense of urgency for sure.
Man, oh man, this trade, unbelievable. Again, we were joking because it was Valentine's Day about the heart, be mine, turn it over, backup plan. Yeah. But this, what Steph has said is it's given the Warriors meaningful they were using this phrase a lot last night, meaningful basketball. And Steph now is energized. Yeah. Because now they got something to play for.
And think about all those numbers you just listed just for Steph Curry. Look how much of an impact Jimmy Butler has already had on a Brandon Pajemski, on a Moses Moody, on a Quinton Post, all these youngsters, and we're looking for him to have that same type of impact on a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, who could rejoin the rotation maybe even sometime this weekend. And so that's the benefit that Jimmy gives you. That's the kind of intangibles that you don't see in the box scores, but that's the kind of things and that's what makes Jimmy Butler so valuable is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so we plan to talk to David Lombardi of The Athletic, of San Francisco Standard.
Ooh.
Hey, get my facts right here.
Hey, yo.
David Lombardi of the San Francisco Standard, because the Combine remains a very big deal, and what's going on with the Niners and what's going on with Brock Purdy and all that. So we're going to talk to him for just a few minutes here, get back to Steph Curry. Certainly today the big hit's pretty easy. It's Steph Curry coming your way. And really, maybe the highlight, Moses Moody at 9:30 from Philly. And by the way, that's not an easy travel day, man. Raymond Ritter texted last night. It was around midnight Orlando time, and he was arranging the interview. Then he sent a follow-up. I went to sleep. I woke up. I got a follow-up text from him at 3:14 in the morning, which means 12:14 in the morning, which meant 3:14 Philly time. Dudes, these guys. It ain't glamorous, but Moses Moody's going to wake up at 11:30 Philly time, talk to us, or pardon me, is it 9:30 our time? Anyway, we'll sort it out. Yeah. Anyway, Moses Moody's coming on the show.
9:30 our time.
Don't worry about it,
And we can talk to Moses Moody about being in an undefeated lineup this year. Warriors 11-0 with Moses Moody.
And Moses is an interesting dude. Yes. He's a good interview. So I definitely tune in for that at 9:30 for sure. All right, but the 49ers are important. So as you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, we get a chance to pick the brain of David Lombardi, one of the best beat writers out there at the San Francisco Standard in this important week. So, David, we are turning away from Steph's 56 to the 49ers. Maybe Steph could join the Warriors or join the Niners in the free agency.
I'll take Steph in the slot.
Take him in the slot. Good morning, David. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, David?
Good. Did he score 56 yesterday?
He did.
Wow. I know. I saw that he had been at 40, and then they were ahead, and I had to go somewhere, so I didn't see the end of it. That's amazing. I also saw that he has the second most 40-plus games after age 30, and he's not that far from Jordan.
It's so many records, David. Like he has the most 40 points games after the age of 30, most 50-point games since the age of 35, on and on and on. We can give you a million stats.
Man, it would be cool to see him win another one with him. Then you could have some real debates, right, about legacy and all that. That's fun. That's good stuff. But, yeah, I'm doing well. I was at the NFL Combine, and John Lynch spoke, and the offseason is in full swing now. Next time we'll probably talk to him is at the owners' meetings in West Palm Beach, unless there's big news in the next month, right? If something happens on the Brock Purdy front sooner than people expect, then I'm sure the 49ers will have a press conference then. But this was kind of the end of the desert after the end of the season. It's longer than we had anticipated. Last year was only 2 weeks between the Super Bowl and the Combine. This year, because the 49ers didn't make the playoffs, there was this longer gap, and we started to fill in some of the blanks.
Okay, you're very good at, knowing where the Niners are, what's realistic, what's not, and you're good at knowing personalities. So all that said, how did you read John Lynch's comments about Brock Purdy? In other words, did you get anything from what he had to say?
I think the 49ers are bracing themselves for what's going to be a really tough negotiation. I don't think that's surprising. I think we've been reading the tea leaves for a while. Brock Purdy's obviously been really good over his first 3 years. The quarterback market has exploded, so he has every right to ask for a lot of money, and the 49ers have paid more A-list stars than any other team since John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan took over in 2017. There also was big-time cash spend, especially this past offseason, with not the desired ROI, right? They extended Trent Williams, extended Christian McCaffrey, and signed Brandon Ayuk to the deal worth $30 million annually, and then they went 6-11 for a multitude of reasons, probably injuries at the top of the list, but still, when you pour those kind of resources into your veterans, you do want a better finish than the 49ers manage. So I think there's just a big big push on financial efficiency from the 49ers, and to some extent, it actually already got started last year in a successful fashion because they did hit on that 2024 draft class. At least the first-year returns do indicate that. But it's going to take longer for that 2024 rookie class to really take an impactful hold on the won-loss record. I just think that they really feel the need to deliver an encore in 2025 with this draft class as part of that whole push for financial efficiency so that this team is salary cap sustainable for the long run, given all that they've spent. So the entirety of the Brock Purdy negotiation and discussion has to happen within that framework, which is why the 49ers are going to push for the best deal on their end. Purdy's going to push for the best deal on his end. And I think all signs indicate that both sides are digging in for what's going to be some tough negotiating.
Oof, I don't know about. I don't know if we have the stomach for this. Can it get done in time for OTAs?
Well, just because it's a tough negotiation doesn't mean that it might take all that long. So sometimes you hit the sweet spot a little bit earlier. I know generally a tough negotiation is probably going to be correlated with more time. But right now, they're in the infancy is what John Lynch said. So we don't have any indication of what Brock Purdy's plans would be for the offseason program if the deal isn't done yet. There's also middle ground, right? There's some gray area. If good progress is being made, good faith can be showed by both sides. So maybe Brock Purdy would be around for OTAs. Maybe he wouldn't take the field, but he'd be in the meeting room. I don't know. I'm spitballing here, but I do know that it's not necessarily a black and white proposition. I think that if both sides are working together toward a common goal, you could find a rhythm in the offseason that makes sense.
John also talked about the future of Debo Samuel and his desire for a fresh start. So, David, what can you tell us about the Debo Samuel trade market, and do you think it's more likely that Debo will be traded or cut by the 49ers?
Well, the divorce makes sense. John Lynch literally said that. He didn't say divorce, but he said make the splitting apart from Debo Samuel makes sense. And it makes sense because the 49ers are building their team around Brock Purdy. Purdy's a different type of quarterback than they've had in the past. There's a lot more off schedule. He's pushing the ball further downfield after he's running around a little bit. So the 49ers are looking for more of a separator than a bulldozer at that Debo Samuel spot. And Debo obviously qualifies more as a bulldozer. They ranked dead last in 2024 in average yards of separation at the time of catch or incompletion. And that was because Brandon Ayuk wasn't available, Christian McCaffrey wasn't available, and Debo Samuel was much higher up in the pecking order. And obviously it just wasn't a good fit with what the 49ers were doing offensively. It was his worst season. There also were injury questions, the pneumonia question. And long story short, the 49ers have decided that they don't want to give Debo Samuel a big lucrative extension at this age. And anytime a player of his stature enters a lame duck year on his contract, he's going to want an extension. If the existing team doesn't give him one, he's going to want to try to find it elsewhere. So in that way, this is standard operating procedure. And because the 49ers recognize that Debo isn't really the foundational fit with Brock Purdy that he might have been in the past with Jimmy Garoppolo. They've decided that they're going to be okay with obliging that trade request. Now, as far as what the market for him is going to be, that's what this week at the NFL Combine is for. We'll see what comes out of this week. I would expect, some firmer speculation, rumors, whatever you want to call it, to really emerge after the 49ers get done meeting with a lot of these teams. But John Lynch did indicate that there has been significant interest. Now, whether or not that interest matches the level of interest of the 49ers will require, because you're going to take a bigger dead cap hit now to trade him than if you cut him with a post-June 1st designation. So you're going to want to command, I think, at least a 5th-round pick to make the bigger dead cap absorption now worth it if you're the 49ers.
David, just squeeze in the last one here before I let you go, and that is the Combine. Like, what do you think they're looking at? Well, I mean, the easy answer, O-line, D-line, trenches. Is it that simple?
Well, I think they're looking at everything, to be honest. I think they're going to go best player available, but it may just be that the best player available is a defensive lineman, or maybe even they see a tackle like that guy out of Missouri, Armand Membu, and they're at 11 and he's available, and they say this matches our very stringent requirements for an offensive tackle, because they're very, very picky at that offensive tackle position. But one position that I think they do have to address at some point, and probably this offseason, is tackle, because Colton McKivitz is entering a lame duck year on his contract, and Trent Williams only has two years left. He's 36 years old. So it's tough to find a tackle. This is the highest the 49ers are scheduled to pick since 2020. And, generally when you have one of those higher picks, more of those tackles are going to be available. But I will say that we saw the defensive lineman test yesterday. First off, there are 41 defensive tackles at the Combine. Only 25 were invited last year, so it gives you an idea of how deep the class is there. But then we just saw some insane stuff athletically. Yesterday, Shamar Stewart with a perfect 10 relative athletic score. And then James Pierce Jr., who's the edge rusher out of Tennessee. His 40 at 4.47 is faster than a lot of the 40s that we're going to see from wide receivers coming up here at the end of the week. So that's just the setup. And, maybe that means 49ers also will be able to find somebody really worthwhile for the defensive line with their second pick, just because there's so many of these guys and the scores have been so awesome. There might be an advantage for the 49ers in terms of, when it comes to supply and demand. The supply might be very, very high in this draft for defensive linemen.
And then, David, one last question about the wide receiver room. If the 49ers do end up moving on from Debo Samuel, do you think they already have a replacement in building, someone like Isaac Guerrero? Do you think maybe they would invest some draft capital in a wide receiver, or do you think maybe they would take that free agent route? I
think they still feel the need to do some work at wide receiver, just because last year was such a cautionary tale of that position. If a couple guys get hurt, and all of a sudden you drop from, they were number 11 in 2023 in the average separation stat, and obviously they did it fine against man coverage in general in 2023, but it plummeted down to the dead last, number 32, and they were still fine against zone, but they couldn't beat man last year. The man coverage efficiency splits for the 49ers offense were terrible, so it was just a cautionary tale of you better have that receiving room stacked, because there's going to be attrition throughout the course of the season. And if that attrition causes you to fall to the bottom of the league rankings in efficiency against man coverage, well, you have this crazy big weakness that other teams are just going to exploit by playing man against you all the time. So I do think that whether it be through the draft or through free agency, the 49ers are going to be looking to make a move at receiver. It might not be a huge move. Somebody like Darius Slayton is scheduled to be a free agent. So, mid-tier receiver could be the answer in free agency, or yet another draft pick.
Man, all right. No shortage of topics, David. We will read you in the San Francisco Standard with your new colleague, John Shea. We had him on earlier this week talking about the Giants, too. So good stuff over at the Standard. Everybody check it out at sfstandard.com. Thank you, David.
Yeah, thanks, David.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Yeah, good day, good day. And so 49er football, check. We can get back into that, obviously, probably more next week. I think probably the rest of the day might be dedicated to my man, number 30.
It's a Steph day.
Steph Curry. Might even call in the win again. We'll hear what they had to say last night. We'll put it all in historical perspective. I hope you're not taking it for granted, y'all. It's a 2010s Friday. It's a Steph Curry world on the Sports Leader.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Steph from three-quarter court. Curry hits a three from beyond midcourt to end the half. And he shot that from beyond the Magic logo. Cole Anthony dropping it off. Warriors take it away. Curry again. Buddy Hield back to Steph. Another three. Got it! This has got that record-setting feel. He's 9 of 12, and we got a long way to go. Back out to Bajemski, slicing through the lane, lost the handle. Curry to beat the buzzer for three. Good! Steph's got 12 threes.
There it is, man. It seems like every 2010s rejoin somehow fits Steph Curry. Like we had Bad Guy, Billie Eilish. Yeah, he was a bad man. Or Sunday Best by the Surfaces. Yeah, Thursday Best with Steph Curry. But one more time? Yeah, buddy. Daft Punk, One More Time. Iconic 2010 song. And Steph did it one more time. Guess what? The way this is looking, he's got a lot more times in him in the coming months here. We got March, we got April, we got May. Do we have June in front of us here as the Warriors do their thing? Good morning, everybody. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Tony Farias, John Joe Curley. We're all here on a 2010s Friday. This one, I think I can see by your smile, Tony. This one hits for you, buddy, huh?
Dude, this might be my favorite song we've ever played on the show. And listen, I love this whole idea, Murph, but as you called me out, I do believe this song came out in 2001.
Oh my God. I'm about to do 20, 40, 50, 60 push-ups then, dude. That's entirely on me.
I love this song, though. This is an all-time banger.
Damn, Murph.
That's entirely on me.
Wow.
I think that I'm going to, in my meager defense, I'm going to say I think that's my first slip-up in the entire run.
Well, young Tony.
Maybe did I dyslexia the 1 and the O? Is that what I did? I went from 2001 to 2010? Is that what I did?
Did you go full John Joe Curley on us? You're seeing numbers backwards now?
Well, you know what? My hand to the scorer's table, buddy.
Well, Murph.
It's a 2000s and 2010 Friday.
Well, Murph, I'll do this because I do have a history of being the best board op in the building. So I'll do a little live producing for you. I'll have young Tony fade this down, and I'll give you a different club banger from the 2010s.
Wait, Steph, it's a 3. 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 Steph, it's a 3. Steph, it's a 3. Steph, it's a 3. Wait, Steph, it's a 3. Wait, Steph, it's a 3. Wait, Steph, it's a 3.
It never ends.
Wait, how long does the song go?
It's a club banger, Murph.
I guess it's one of those. Wait, Steph, it's a 3. One of those ones that's like 25 minutes long on the club dance floor. You don't even know when it starts or ends.
It's a timeless classic. It's a time warp.
That was beautifully saved by you, by the way. So that's a 2010s Friday. There you go, man. Anyway, my bad. We'll fix that in the next rejoin. Don't worry about that. But anyway, it was good to hear. It's good to hear. So here we go, guys. We're all buzzing about Steph Curry's 56 last night. And it's funny, you know, I always think like when we turn on the microphones, we assume everybody knows what we know because they've all show prepped like we show prepped. And David Lombardi, who's one of the best football writers around, he goes, wait, he scored 56 last night? He didn't even know.
Did he hit a dozen three-pointers?
If David Lombardi doesn't know, I'm sure a lot of people don't know that Steph Curry last night, so let's call it in to Adam Silver. You know our tradition here on the Murph and Marcus show is calling in wins. They're not official until you call it into the paper. So yes, if you missed it last night, behind a 16 for 25 shooting performance, 9 of 12 from three-point land, 12 of 12 from the foul line, a 56-point game for Steph Curry, which was his third 50-point game since he turns 35. Nobody's done that in the history of the NBA. His 14th 50-point game as a Warrior, tying him for second all-time on the franchise history with Rick Barry. His 26th game with 10 or more threes, which is the most in NBA history. All that added up to Bruce Frazier calling Adam Silver, and Adam Silver saying, wait a minute, you keep calling and calling and calling. He said, that's because we keep winning and winning and winning.
For life.
Skinny boy, put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 121, Orlando Magic 115.
Woo!
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry.
Only want to be with you.
Golden vibes.
There it is, man. The golden vibes of a Steph Curry last night. And so the stat continues. The Warriors are 7-1 with Jimmy Butler, okay? And, by the way, they still haven't integrated Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah. There's still more to come.
You want to tell Kuminga, hey, just chill out, bro. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good without you.
This is where you tell Kuminga, sit this one out. Maybe no. You want Jonathan Kuminga back in the rotation. I mean, I think if you're really thinking about making a title run, you need Jonathan Kuminga off the bench to give you that energy, to give you that youth. And if he can learn anything from Jimmy Butler, just like we've seen Brandon Pajemski already learn a few tricks, Quinton Post learn a few tricks, Moses Moody, our 930 guest. If they're learning from Jimmy, I'm expecting Kuminga to learn from Jimmy also.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, I misspoke. It's 12 of 19 threes. Today's my dyslexic number morning. 12 of 19 threes. 12 of 19 threes. So, and 12 of 12 from the foul line. So, yeah, the 12 threes make him 10 or more. That's the record. So, 16 of 25 from the field, 12 of 19 from three-point land. Let's check out what they had to say after the game, including Steph Curry, young Tony, about what it's like to be in that. He tried to describe it. It's cut Z, about what it's like when things are going like that. And you knew it when he hit the three-quarter shot, just beyond the three-point line of Orlando's side of the court to cut it from 17 to 14. And don't kid yourself, that shot mattered.
Dude, it was great, and I loved hearing Fitz yell out, he cut the lead from 14.
Yeah.
But I really wanted Fitz to say, he shot that ball from Hogwarts. He shot it from Harry Potter land.
Very good.
Like,
very
that's
good.
how deep that shot was.
So here's Steph trying to describe what it was like.
No, I think when you have nights like these, you get them all different type of ways. Off the dribble, off pin downs, relocations. That's when double-digit nights like that happen because you're just finding a rhythm and a flow and the ball is finding you at the right time. But you got to have the footwork, the balance, the confidence to shoot them and no matter how they come, and be ready for your moment. So I practice all of them. And no matter how you get to it, as long as there's certain nights, it's we call it very syrupy. It's just, it flows.
He said a couple things in there I like. First of all, syrupy. That's pretty good. But he said one little tiny thing in there, kids. I practice all those. That's what he said. I practice all those.
And then he gets into that flow.
Yeah.
Like he's literally Bruce Lee, be like water on the court. Once the river starts going, good luck trying to stop it. Like sitting there watching that third quarter yesterday, like we've seen, it feels like a million times with Steph Curry. When he locks into the zone, the rim looks like the Pacific Ocean. Like you're just waiting for him to miss. And every time he pulls up with the heat check, guess what? He's cashing in. And last night I'm at a bar just sitting there with a bunch of randos. And we're like watching this game as if it's our first Steph Curry experience. Every single drop, every single shot, every time he pulls up and launches that ball, you're just sitting there with your jaw dropped watching the greatness that is Steph Curry.
Were you high-fiving strangers?
Oh, I was high-fiving strangers left and right.
Were you at the point?
I was at the point.
Yeah,
A
it's your
couple
spot.
happy hour beers, got me some chicken wings.
Those wings, yeah.
Even with the dirty wing fingers, we're still slapping fives.
Oh, very good. Jamal Mosley, coach of the Magic. He was part of the crew. And watching his arena turn into Steph's playground, this is what he had to say.
Aside from Steph, because we know he can do those types of things on certain nights, but aside from Steph, what do you think was the difference?
The man had 56 points. There is no aside from Steph. He had 56. So I completely understand. I mean, I think, so be completely transparent, 34 free throws for a jump shooting basketball team is tough to overcome as well. They shot 45 threes and 34 free throws. And I know we were attacking the baskets extremely aggressively. And so I look at that and I had a conversation at the end and I want to help or be helped to understand how we can attack the basket the way that we do. And they shoot a ton of jump shots and they get 34 free throws. I'm really want to understand that.
Yeah, the man had 56 points. Kind of felt about when that Kyrie game when he scored 42. He basically was like he was the reason. So that's pretty funny.
By the way, I think it's hilarious when other teams complain about the Warriors getting too many free throws since that was an issue for eternity before Jimmy Butler showed up. But yeah, it's a great line from the head coach. There is no aside Steph Curry. He dropped 56 points.
Did you guys see that stat about how far it was like a record for how far they were out? It's a crazy stat. I almost considered not even bringing it to the airway because it was so obscure. But it's the distance of his shots was 130 yards. Was that it? It was like 900 or 390 feet or something like that. The 12 threes added up to 390 feet, which was the most. This is why it's such a weird stat. The most feet ever made in an NBA game. Does that make sense to you?
The most feet
like the
ever
most yards,
made in an NBA game.
He accumulated more distance in shots made than anybody ever.
I get it. It's like in soccer where they track soccer players. You see like how many miles they ran during a game.
Yeah.
This is the total amount of distance shot by Steph Curry.
Obviously helped by that three-quarter one that he made. That helps but the other ones were long too.
You're telling me he made over a football field worth of three-pointers last night?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you.
That's how you're trying to put it.
That's what I'm telling you. More yards than Christian McCaffrey gained in a game this year, right?
Yeah, He's putting up Saquon and Derrick Henry type numbers.
Yeah, Brian and Brentwood checking in. We asked earlier today, where's Curry rank in the LeBron era? Brian's got thoughts. So, Brian, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Yeah, what's up, Brian?
Hey, good morning, boys. How you doing?
What's up, dude?
Good.
Hey, I was just calling because, Murph, you had said that you thought LeBron would be the arena to be more crowded with LeBron, but in my opinion, Steph Curry, his game is more jaw-dropping. his short shots are more difficult, and it's more pleasing to the eye, and people are more amazed and wowed by his shots and difficulty than LeBron driving to the hoop and dunking being bigger than everybody else. So that's just my opinion.
Well, I mean, listen, your point is valid. I think based on maybe, Brian, to your point, like the way the fans were reacting last night, I don't think LeBron gets that kind of like visceral, emotional reaction. Like people like go nuts for Steph. I think they more like just like they're in awe of LeBron, but people like get like thrilled for Steph more than they do for LeBron.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I say it's more jaw-dropping. Yeah. And then also, Murph, it's a playoff push. So when are we going to start getting, on a regular basis, your young Brian Murphy fighting Golden State Warriors sound drop? We need it, man.
I hear you, buddy. Hey, you put the quarter in the jukebox. I think we'll play it for you, buddy. I think you have it, fighting Golden State Warriors.
Oh, young Tony. Cue it up.
Hey, Brian, I didn't say, you got it, Tony? I haven't heard this in a while here.
Brian, hi. Brian Murphy. I'm from Mill Valley, California. I'm a 20-year-old junior major in English. And I'd just like to say we still love those fighting Golden State Warriors.
You and the three others. No, never mind.
Ground level.
Ground zero.
Ground level. Back in '88. That's back when, the Sleepy. Remember when Sleepy was on with us? And I was like just so emotional about that game when they lost, by the way, in 4 games to 1. And we were like, yeah, we won a game. That was that era. That's how we were so proud to win a game against the Lakers.
And now look at this franchise with Steph Curry at the helm.
All right, 808 KNBR is a phone number. So are you taking this for granted? Are you feeling NBA championship vibes? Are you thinking you'd rather go see Steph over LeBron? These are all the hot questions.
Is Steph Curry the biggest box office superstar in the league? I've got a take for you next on the other side.
Biggest box office superstar in American sports.
Ooh.
Marcus has a take for you on the other side. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. It's a 2010s Friday, except for when it isn't. But it is a 2010s Friday next on the Sports Later.
The man had 56 points. There is no aside from Steph. He had 56.
Celebrate Steph with some Amici's pizza. Why not? The half-baked pizza is what we're talking about. Nothing half-baked about Steph last night. So the half-baked pizza, I've tried to explain to you guys. I only discovered it a few years ago. I've been eating Amici's forever. But only the half-baked pizza a few years ago when Richard and Peter were like, have you tried the half-baked? I said, no, why would I? They said, here's why. We're going to give you a half-baked pizza. You're going to take it home. And then your family's like, they got practice. This guy's got practice. He's got homework. When are we eating? Oh, we're eating now? Oh, then let's slide the pizza into the oven. Because in 5 minutes, out comes a piping hot, cheese bubbling, crispy crust Amici's pizza right out of your oven in your home. It's awesome. So here's the deal. Here's a discount through the rest of this week. If you order any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com, Amici's gives you 20% off that pizza. Once again, any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com, Amici's will give you 20% off that pizza. So we want restaurant quality pizza from your own kitchen. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Magic has scored the last 2 times. Curry for 3. Yes, sir! Curry's got 46.
They didn't really double team him, so he ran his give and go Steph relocate like only he can.
Curry 3. Good! 11 threes! 49 for the game. Back out to Bajemski, slicing through the lane, lost the handle. Curry to beat the buzzer for 3. Good! Steph's got 12 threes!
Yeah, go Fitz, go on a 2010s Friday. Maybe one of the biggest hits of the 2010s, Old Town Road, Lil Nas X and Billy Ray Cyrus. Where'd this one hit for you, Young Tone, in your youth, buddy?
It's a good song. Feels like it was overplayed, like every good song these days.
Definitely overplayed. And the weekend that this song was released, I was on a bachelor trip down in Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
So literally every single bar you went into in Austin, Texas was playing this song.
Well, as we keep every theme tied to Steph Curry, hasn't he, in his many, many, many celebrations, hasn't he done a few where he hits a 3 and he goes down the court? Doesn't he ride the horse?
Giddy up action, I believe so.
So we'll keep that theme going. The Steph, Bad Guy, Billie Eilish, Sunday Best, Surfaces, all the rejoins have some sort of Steph theme
Steph Curry
today.
gonna shoot till he can't shoot no more.
And let's talk about those celebrations briefly, because we are talking about just good morning, everybody. It's all Steph all the time, all day long. Moses Moody's going to join us at 9:30, which is awesome. From Philadelphia after a late night flight. They play at Philly tomorrow night. Among the many, many, many thoughts from last night, I stole one from Rudy Gay on ESPN on the way in, and he was talking about Steph's celebrations. Because he said, man, I've seen it. He goes, it adds insult to injury. Like, don't think these guys are like, man, not only is this guy, first he said it was deflating to guard Steph. He goes, because you could do everything right, and you look up and the ball goes in the basket. He goes, then you turn around and he's doing something.
Dude, and then you turn around, and before the shot's even made, he's turning around and talking S to your own bench.
Yeah. So I missed this last night because I was in and out, and I only really saw the fourth quarter and then caught the highlights after, but he was doing golf-themed celebrations?
Yeah, it looked like he was like getting off a couple of chips, like a nice little short little stroke.
Could you? Yeah, I don't know. Was it just he was chipping, putting? I don't know what. Well, now Orlando obviously is one of the golf capitals of the country.
Okay.
If not the golf capital of the country, it's where all the PGA merchandising showrooms are and all the and it's like, so I wonder if it was a nod just to the fact that like it's a golf mecca.
Now, maybe is this him promoting the TGL because he's part of the golf league also?
By the way, bro.
So maybe this is a little crossover promotion.
Have you seen the numbers for TGL? Yeah,
there it is.
Not robust, buddy. Not robust. Yeah, look at that little chip.
Little chip.
Yeah, little chip.
Just trying to get on the green.
You might be the last guy watching TGL, Tony. Yeah,
no, I mean, a little bit. I'm tuning in here and there. But by the way, the Golf Channel guys were sitting on the sidelines.
That's it.
So Brandel Chambly, and then the host, I can't remember his name, but he was on the sidelines.
Was it my guy Damon Hack? Was it my guy D?
It might be. I can't remember his name. I got to look it up.
Hey,
Damon's
what's up, D?
One of my best pals, dude.
Friend of the program.
Oh, big time friend of the program. So Orlando is the headquarters of the Golf Channel.
Oh, is that right?
There
nice.
It is. So there's your answer.
It's like the main host. The guy that hosts Golf Channel all the time.
My guy? Is it D?
It's got to be. I got to look up his name.
But if it was Damon, he would have posted on Insta last night. He usually does. But anyway, so there it is. So Steph. And by the way, Steph is somebody says there were 650 says there were pro players there, and he was looking at them. 415 says Steph Curry's making golf cool again. What, Tiger Woods didn't do that for you, buddy? Come on, man.
It's Steph.
All right, guys.
But like added to the bag of celebrations. And we can't talk about the celebration without talking about the night-night celebration. Mm-hmm. Like, is there a more iconic celebration in sports right now than the night-night celebration?
Top of my head, no. Football, well, the Minnesota Vikings. First one comes to mind is the Minnesota Vikings' elaborate dance routines in the end zone when they're doing like High School Musical and all that stuff.
Yeah, we got Justin Jefferson doing the gritty.
Yeah, so football players in the end zone are the closest thing.
Yeah, but get this. There's a lot of football players who now do the night-night celebration. Saquon Barkley hit the night-night celebration in the postseason this year as the Eagles were on their way to winning a Super Bowl.
That's a great point,
so
man.
it's gotten to the point where other athletes are now doing the night-night celebration in honor of Steph Curry.
Okay, so he's, if you're bleeding over, then you win.
Mm-hmm.
We said it before the break. Is he the biggest box office star in American sports? I mean, in the NFL, who is the biggest box office star? It's really teams more than one player.
That's
right?
what I was thinking about.
Yeah.
You would think maybe Patrick Mahomes would be the face of the NFL, but you can make the argument that more people go to a Chiefs game to go see Taylor Swift than Patrick Mahomes.
By the way, you see Travis Kelce say he's coming back?
Is he? Yeah.
He
I thought he would. I don't think he's going
He
out.
said, I
like
can't go out that way, and I didn't get my boys ready for battle. I was like, yeah, you sure didn't, bro. You guys sucked.
Not
in
at
that
all.
game,
You were
dude.
invisible in that game,
Dude,
too.
well, I mean, dude, yeah, with your haircut and
He
everything.
didn't do
dude.
anything,
He was
yeah.
awful, and he missed so many blocks.
It was bad.
There was, and I was watching the game, watching it live, and then seeing it even later on film. Bro, he was a turnstile. And then people talk about, oh, Mahomes had a terrible game. He's like, yeah, you tried quarterbacking in that pocket when Kelce's looking at Taylor in the box. You know what I mean? So anyway, the night celebrate. And guys, I still haven't seen Court of Gold. Somebody wrote, I read something on somewhere yesterday. They said it's the best sports documentary in years. Has anybody seen it yet?
Not yet.
Court of Gold?
No.
I think we got to watch it
We'll check it
because
out.
people are saying, yeah, this is what Jimmy Butler said last night. Now I'm finally on his side, and we can't play the sound. It's too muddy. He was in a noisy locker room. You can't hardly hear it. But he's like, I'm on his side now. And I was thinking that's what everybody was saying in Paris.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, finally. Now we know what it's like to be on his side.
Dude, and whether it was the French broadcast calling him Les Devils, the fact that he did it on an international stage. Steph Curry was already a global superstar before the Olympics, but it felt like that almost took him to the next level. Same kind of thing we saw with Michael Jordan and the Dream Team once they went out in 92 and won the Olympics.
Bro, 707. Oh, this one hurts. Shout out Hawaii on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text on 7 says, don't forget Geno Smith hitting the night.
Geno Smith hit the night celebration on the 49ers.
Oh.
That's how iconic Steph Curry is.
Probably my least favorite moment in probably the last, several years of Bay Area sports.
And it feels like it's stolen valor if you use it against a Bay Area team.
Well, or just the all-time troll.
Yeah, the all-time troll. But then again, you have guys like P.J. Washington and the Dallas Mavericks trying to use it as a troll move against Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Then the king of petty himself, the petty king, will show up and hit you with it in the third quarter and start talking some mess.
A lot of texts coming in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 209 says, yeah, Court of Gold is a great documentary. It truly shows Steph's greatness. But the next one, 530 says, I watched Court of Gold. It's okay. 6.5 out of 10.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
That's the internet.
925 says, night is a done deal. Curry is better than that. Oh, come on.
You think it's a done deal?
No, he's saying I think he's saying it's over.
Like it's overplayed? Absolutely not, dude. It's like I said, it's name me a more iconic celebration in sports right now.
I can't think of one.
I think maybe
unless it's Aaron Judge or John Sterling saying, "All rise."
Like the only ones I can even think of, like Caitlin Clark got some popularity for doing the "You Can't See Me" John Cena taunt.
Yeah, but not even
that's
close,
kind of
right?
popular, but not on the level of a night Steph Curry.
Dare I even bring it up? The frickin' Dodgers and their little twist.
The Dragon Ball Z morphing celebration.
Dude, how much do you hate that?
That looked like they were just ripping gas on the field every time they got the second. Yeah, no, that's not iconic. That absolutely is not iconic.
Getting to second base, putting their helmet on.
No,
Look at it.
Even LeBron James will try to do like the king, like he crowns himself. That's not too iconic either.
What did the Giants do? Something stupid last year. What they did? They did something stupid.
Oh, well, remember it started with putting the mask on, but that wasn't working, so they switched it up to something else.
Oh, man. Guys, here we go. Back to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 626. Curry is the most clutch closer in sports ahead of LeBron and Mahomes.
I don't know. If you ask Max Kellerman, if there's a laser beam on the planet with the fate of the world on the line, he wants Andre Iguodala taking that shot.
On the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 408 says the Warriors and Curry are challenging the Niners with road fan attendance. MVP chants for Curry were loud and clear late in the game. Jimmy Butler said this after the game to Anthony Slater in the group. He said, man, because he's been on the road a lot with the Warriors because he started in Chicago and they had 4 road games with him or 5 road games with him, and now he's got another one. He goes, man, wherever we go, there's a lot of Warriors fans and there's a lot of 30 fans. So it's true, but don't forget the Niners also have that. Niners have completely invaded stadiums.
Yeah, no doubt.
League,
but I guess the argument would be no doubt, you'll travel and you'll see Draymond Green jerseys, you'll see Klay Thompson jerseys, you'll see people rep more than Steph Curry. But to me, it really feels like even if you're not a Warriors fan, there are Steph Curry fans out there. I don't know how many just NFL fans are showing up with a Brock Purdy jersey just to rep the 49ers if they're not a 49er fan.
Yeah.
But Steph Curry is almost in that kind of aura of a Michael Jordan, where every kid wanted to be like Mike, even before the movie came out. Like me growing up watching Space Jam, playing the Space Jam video games. My dad would buy us Michael Jordan jerseys, and we were not Chicago Bulls fans. That's how it is now with this generation. Everybody wants a Steph Curry jersey, even if you're not a Warriors fan.
Yeah, checking in here. 415 says, Draymond did the night again yesterday, but it's not the same when he does it.
Oh,
right?
Draymond was out here doing the belt the ass the other day.
My buddy P1 Chuck said he was in Europe and saw lots of Curry jerseys and no LeBron jerseys, whereas Curry's global impact is bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think in that sense, maybe the only guy I can compare that, you know who had the global impact 15 years ago was Kobe.
Yeah.
Kobe had that global thing going.
Kobe is huge, too. And that was kind of my take earlier that I teased, the difference between LeBron being box office versus a Steph Curry. I think you look at LeBron James and you think to yourself, that's a specimen. You don't see players like that. And that's why you want to go watch LeBron's game. But I think when you look at Steph Curry, you're able to relate to a Steph Curry.
Yeah.
You say, hey, that guy's not a giant. He's not a 7-footer. He's 6'3". That could be me pulling up and shooting three-pointers. And I think because Steph Curry has that relatability where he looks like the underdog, he looks like the small guy. He's the guy that went to Davidson. He's not the superstar, not the 5-star recruit, but he's going out there and making these giants look like fools. That's the relatability, and I think that's why everybody buys into Steph Curry being so box office.
No question. Plus, he got to be one of the great ambassadors in the history of U.S. sports, the way he handles himself, the way he is so gracious with interviews and with fans and all that stuff. I mean, everything about him, and you're right, just the normalcy of his size. He could walk in here right now. He is a little taller than you think, by the way.
Yeah, 6'3".
You ever meet him? Might even be, it's 6'3", but it's like he's taller than you think.
Yeah, but in NBA terms, I always thought that was funny. Yeah. Like, my buddies used to tell me, like, hey, man, you're like 6'2", 6'3", you should be in the NBA. And then they would turn around and be like, yeah, Steph Curry's out here doing it for the small guys like me. I'm like, you realize Steph Curry's the same height as me, if not taller, but in the NBA landscape, he does look like a small guy, a little guy that's going out there and taking down these giants.
He's unbelievable. And here's what he said about, like, this. We're kind of like, today's show has kind of just turned into a one-man show, Steph Curry, but the team aspect of this is actually exciting, too, because now they're 7-1 with Steph, and they've now assumed a 7 seed with only still knocking one game out in the loss column on the 6 seed. And it's going to be a dogfight the rest of the way, which is why every game, and I was watching, like, it's funny, I tuned in and they were losing. And I was like, Marcus and I talked about this. This is a must win. And I was saying to my TV, I'm like, yeah, it's a must win. You got to win this game. I mean, of course, they didn't have to, but man, you feel like it. And Steph talked about this, how now, starting now, it feels like one-game playoffs.
We're not talking that. We're talking just trying to win each game and approach the rest of the regular season like it's individual, like playoff games, because we need to keep trying to climb our way up the standings, secure ourselves into a playoff opportunity. And then you stack those days, you stack those games, and you put yourself in a position where you can be a contender. But we're a long way away from that right now. But our confidence is high, our vibes are high. Jimmy's been an unbelievable asset and addition to our team. And we've had a set rotation, which has been big for us, that we didn't have much of the early part of the year, where we kind of know who's going to be where, and you develop chemistry out of that.
Which is why, by the way, the one thing that's odd about this whole thing is the Kuminga re-entering into the airspace here. I mean, it's like what's bad about entering a 21-year-old, 6 foot, whatever, 9 or 10, rim driving, foul shooting, wing defending stud? You're like, yeah, I don't think I want him.
Yeah, you're like, things are going great right now. I don't know if I need to throw in another piece to this puzzle.
Oh, man, we'll talk about that. The big hit, obviously, is Steph Curry. You guys check in on how you feel about his global icon status. Is it the biggest of anybody in American sports? Is he more box office than LeBron? And, of course, are you taking this for granted? We sure hope not. The big hit, Steph Curry style, next on The Sports Leader.
Steph Curry et sa maestra.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Today is Friday, which means it's the last day of the Neil Young contest. We are giving away 2 tickets to see Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts at Shoreline Amphitheater on September 12th, and we will be giving these tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour, so stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Steph from three-quarter court. Curry hits a three from beyond midcourt to end the half. And he shot that from beyond the Magic logo. Back out to Bajemski, slicing through the lane, lost the handle. Curry to beat the buzzer for three. Good! Steph's got 12 threes!
I think the fans here tonight, even the Magic fans, they know they're witnessing greatest shooter ever and one of the greatest performers ever. It's not just the shots going in, it's just the fluidity, the beauty of his movement and motion and his audacity, the shots that he's willing to take. He's an incredible performer, and he put on quite a show tonight.
So this is funny. Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, we're all in. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. And we have these 2010s Fridays. We have an 80s Friday, a 90s Friday, a 00s Friday. And so the 2010s Friday try to give the variety of the decade, and it so happened that the roulette wheel fell on Taylor Swift. So we're laughing because all the other vibes were like, yeah, this is a bumper, this is a bumper. And they're like, yeah, now we're in a 13-year-old girl's bedroom. Yeah. However, here's my connection. Because every one of them I've linked. Did you hear what Steve Kerr said? He's one of the greatest performers ever. Some would say Taylor Swift, one of the greatest performers ever. 808 KNBR.
808 KNBR. Who sells out more stadiums, Taylor Swift or Steph Curry?
Or how about this? Steph's got a blank, or there's a connection there. We'll write Steph Curry's name on the blank space. So there you go. No, thank you, Taylor, for representing the 2010s. Joining Sunday Best by Surfaces, Redbone by Childish Gambino, Bad Guy by Billie Eilish, the Not 2010 song, Daft Punk's One More Time, and Old Town Road by Lil Nas X. Happy 2010s Friday. Happy Steph Curry Friday. It's all we're talking about, the 56. I mean, we've seen him do this before. Maybe because he's later in his career, we're appreciating it more. Maybe because there's new Jimmy Butler Warriors, we're appreciating it more. Maybe because it's a Friday, we're appreciating it more. Maybe because of all these things, we're appreciating it more. Maybe because he's on the road and we saw road fans fall under his spell. Maybe it's because he made more, as somebody put it on the text line, more air miles from three-point land than any player in any NBA game ever.
Air miles.
Yeah, more air miles than any NBA player ever. The distance of all his threes added up were the longest, because he made 12 threes last night, which not too many people have made. It was his 26th game with 10 or more. In a kind of a Jerry Rice stat, the next guy, Dame Lillard, has 14.
That's insane.
Right?
So not even in the same stratosphere.
So 808 KNBR is the phone number. How you guys are feeling about it. Let's hear what they had to say about it, a little bit about it from last night. And it starts with the weirdness about February 27. So February 27 is, by most people's accounts, an ordinary day.
Not the Steph Curry.
Unless it's your birthday.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's my buddy Malcolm's birthday today, so happy birthday to him. But anyway, point is on February 27, 2013, where were you all? I remember I was watching at home. Steph Curry, Madison Square Garden, 54 points. The Warriors they were going to make the playoffs that year for the first time since the We Believe year. February 27, 2016. We played that highlight in the show yesterday. The double bang, 46 points at OKC. And now February 27, 2025. Very odd. 54 at the Garden, 46 in OKC, 56 in Orlando, Steph Curry.
Just confidence. I guess I do like this calendar day. Raymond, that night, I think New York, you said, it's 2013. 54 or 50, my first 50-point game in the Garden. So I have to channel February 27th energy, all the time. I don't know what it is, but tonight was different just because we needed all of them to kind of stay afloat and give ourselves a chance. And then, a lot of guys contributed down the stretch to help us win, but it's nice to have a flurry like that and have fun with it.
Yeah, had fun with it, whether it was doing the chip. By the way, you pointed out it was Rich Lerner, friend of the program and big Orlando Magic fan. We had Rich on way back. That's back when they used to let me book golf guests before Curly got on the show.
Hey now.
Yeah, Lerner came on. Lerner was a big... Lerner was fun, and Lerner and Brandel Chamley were sitting in the front row, I guess. So,
well, good on them to buy tickets on February 27th. And now it feels like for the rest of Steph Curry's career, wherever the hell he is, if he's on the road or at home, you got to get out to the arena on February 27th. And Murph, I don't know about like the stars aligning. Maybe we need to call up Andrea the astrologer, who's a regular call-in on Giants postgame shows, to see how many moons are aligning for Steph Curry on February 27th and why he keeps having these type of performances.
Yeah, I love it, man. Some people believe in biorhythms and all that stuff. So things about this thing that jumped out at me. One, do we talk enough about his conditioning?
No.
Do we talk enough? I mean, I know it's not a very sexy topic, but remember that picture of him running those desert dunes? When it was a couple of years ago, he was running those like sand hills. I was like, what's he doing?
Yeah, and like think about when we heard the topic and conversation from Anthony Edwards about going through the Steph Curry workout during his tryout or his workout with the Warriors, and how he, as one of the best basketball players in the country coming out of college, did not have that conditioning level of a Steph Curry who's still out here at age 36 running circles around fools in the NBA.
Yeah, so that's insane. Okay, and I know Tom Brady kind of redefined competitiveness or conditioning and all that stuff, so I get it. But Steph still, in terms of, and LeBron gets credit for that too. His conditioning is incredible too. Number two, competitiveness. Like this wasn't 56 in a, I don't want to diss, I'm not dissing Kobe Bryant at all, but that game, his last game when he scored 60 or 61, which was great and it was awesome. It was a meaningless game, you know. This was 56 in a really important game and in a close game where they needed him. And so there's this, I mean, they call him the baby-faced assassin. It's kind of, such a cliche, but you forget about, and you talked about petty a lot, Marcus, but the competitive drive of Steph is something that we really need to sit back and behold, because he doesn't look like a mean, dirty killer, but he is.
Not at all. And he calls himself the petty king. Mm-hmm. Like, he keeps receipts. He has that extra motivation. And he's a stone-cold killer on the court. Nicest guy in the world off the court, but he takes that fierce mentality and the confidence that we've seen him kind of gain throughout his career. This isn't the same Steph Curry as his rookie season, obviously, but for him to overcome the ankle injuries, to overcome the size difference, to overcome the narratives that were surrounding him early on to career, to blossom into this type of player, where not only are people copying his celebrations, people are copying his style of play. Like, this guy changed the sport of basketball. And it's probably one of the biggest problems in the NBA right now. Everybody wants to be Steph Curry. Everybody wants to shoot the ball like Steph Curry, but not everybody is Steph Curry. And that's why we're seeing the ratings go down. And if the ratings are having problems right now with Steph Curry and LeBron James in the league, I'm curious about what the hell they're going to do about the ratings going forward.
Cooper Flagg?
Yeah, I mean, Cooper Flagg, save the day. Do something.
Amen Thompson? He's actually playing really well.
Yeah, shout out to the Thompson twins, Bay Area's own.
That's an 80s Friday next week.
Hey,
Thompson twins.
hey
Hold
now.
me now. Cut T, Tony, about Curry, about what it's like when, even in front of Rich Lerner and Brandel Chamblee, when things start going your way.
It was fun. Like, really cool atmosphere. And obviously, I was coming on a cross-country flight. We were a little slow the first quarter, the whole first half. Felt like it was one of those kind of nights where you just need to keep us afloat, and we would be able to have a little bit more juice in the second half, and that's kind of how it played out. But I didn't have too much going in the first quarter, but once you see a couple go down, juices start flowing and the rim grows, and just keep shooting and just having fun with it.
Yeah, man. Once you see a couple going in, the juices start flowing and the rim grows.
The rim starts growing.
That's when the other guys are like, damn. So, yeah, the competitiveness of Steph. By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. So conditioning, competitiveness. The third thing I wanted to bring up that struck me from last night is that he's been unlocked. And I want to talk about this factor because we addressed this on the air about 3-4 weeks ago. I brought up the fact that his numbers were declining. And I wondered, and I'll admit, I was like, he's 36, he's going to be 37. I was like, is he slowing down? Not washed, not done, but is he slowing down a little bit? To your credit, you were like, have you pondered the fact that 5 guys are guarding him on every play? And he's getting just harassed into oblivion. Look at what Jimmy Butler has done for this guy. The Jimmy Butler trade. So here's the stats, Marcus. Since the trade, 51% from the field, uptick. Dude, 42.7, let's call it 43. 43% from 3, big uptick. And 30.6 a game, huge uptick from 22 in the 8 games with Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy has been the missing piece to this puzzle. I mean, look at the opportunities, not just Jimmy, but the entire team is now getting at the free throw line. Look at the opportunities a guy like Quinton Post is getting because Jimmy has the ability to drive to the rim and kick it out to the corner. Shout out QP with a quiet 18 points last night. Look at the way Brandon Pajemski's playing right now. Look at the way Moses Moody is playing. Look at Draymond Green and his box score over the last couple of games. I've been cashing in on Draymond Green on Prize Picks because of all the attention that now Jimmy and Steph are getting, and Draymond is wide open underneath the basket. So we talk about what he brings in the actual skill set and the actual numbers in the box scores, but it's also some of those intangibles. It's also the competitiveness of a Jimmy Butler that has kind of revitalized and re-energized the team. We talked about Steph Curry at the podium a couple weeks ago with the towel over his head, kind of crying into his milk. Like,
towel over the head.
This looked like a depressed team, and it was kind of a depressed franchise. Like, the fan base was kind of checking out on the season. Then they make the trade. Now there's a new energy. There's a new life in the building. Warriors are 7-1. Hell, arguably, they could have won that game against Dallas, that first matchup. They could be undefeated with Jimmy Butler. And now it feels like there's an actual chance to compete and to go do something and to capitalize on the Steph Curry window. That's why I was banging the drums so loudly for so long that you need a second superstar for Steph Curry. You need some help because this is the only timeline that matters, the Steph Curry timeline.
In fairness, though, you couldn't just wave a wand. A lot had to happen for that trade.
No doubt.
I mean, they were trying. It wasn't like they weren't trying, but it was like Paul George fell through, Markkanen fell through. They even talked about LeBron James, Kevin Durant. It's just, it's what's interesting is that, they knew they wanted to do it. They wanted to have like sort of that Schroeder and the DeAnthony Melton and all that stuff was like a holdover, and then they were going to reevaluate at the trade deadline, and then they had to do something. And the catch is that this whole thing is that it wound up being Jimmy Butler.
Which
that
might have
specifically been Jimmy Butler. Like it wasn't just a trade. It was that specific trade.
And think about the details of the trade. I know that this team loved Andrew Wiggins, and they loved being around him. But outside of Wiggins, what'd you give up in that package?
First rounder.
I mean, yeah, sure, whatever. First rounders are thrown around in the NBA all the time.
Yeah.
But the Warriors and Joe Lacob wanted to have their cake and eat it too. They wanted a second superstar with Steph Curry, but they didn't want to give up Jonathan Kuminga or Brandon Pajemski. Guess what? They went out and got a second All-Star and were able to still hold those assets, to still have that thought of having a second timeline. That's great for the future, but the timeline I'm focused on right now is the Steph Curry window and trying to capitalize on this. Because you asked the question earlier whether or not we are not appreciating what Steph Curry is still doing. And to me, I think last night hit a little different because hell, for years now, we've been talking about the end of the Warriors dynasty. I mean, going back to 2022, people were talking about the death of the dynasty. There's clowns on Twitter calling out Steph, saying he's washed. And I'm like, all right, here he is. At 36 years old, dropping 50 burgers with a dozen three-pointers, still selling out arenas, showing that he is still the face of the NBA at 36, and that's why on a Friday morning we can sit here and have the glaze of the day with Steph Curry because he's worth it. It's that simple. He's worth it, and we're not worthy.
Yeah, the glazing is okay today. In fact, it's funny, we're saying, do you take it? Do you appreciate it? Do you appreciate it? I feel like today we are definitely appreciating it and can't wait for tomorrow night. We get more tomorrow night at Philadelphia at 5:30. Armand in Fair Oaks is checking in on this whole topic right now as we are glazing a Steph Curry 56-point performance to talk like the kids today. Hey, Armand, good morning. How are you, man?
Yeah, what's up, Armand?
I'm doing fine. I'm close to 3/4 of a century, and I just thought about it last night. As far as cities, Bay Areas, GOATs, I mean, we've got the best. We've got Joe Montana, never lost a Super Bowl. We had Barry Bonds, home run king, and that's a toss-up between Willie Mays and Barry Bonds. And we have Stephen Curry. I dare anybody to find three individuals, three different sports, with the greatest of all times.
Armand, it's a good one, and it's been brought up before in bar stools, and really, I'm with you. It's 100%. I will, just for fun, just to get into the barroom argument over a beer, the one that counters is Boston when they come at you with Ted Williams, Tom Brady, and either take your pick, Bill Russell or Larry Bird. Those are pretty good.
Tom Brady, I think, did lose a Super Bowl, didn't he?
You know me. I take Joe over Tom. I'll take Joe over Tom. So, yeah. But, Armand, you're right. It's on the short list of best regions with superstars, and you can make an argument that they're number one. So, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. In fact, we've talked about this one every now and again, and this is for the old heads who say Joe. Is Steph is he the all-time Bay Area GOAT just across the board? And I mean, first of all, he's not done.
No.
He's not done.
There's still time for more.
So the answer you're giving on February 28, 2025 could be changed. I mean, bro, if indeed they somehow pull this off, I can't believe I'm saying this. If they pull this off, then I think the answer is yes.
Yeah,
5
especially
titles?
for me.
Dude.
For my generation, the answer has to be yes. Now, you got to experience all those 49ers Super Bowls. Everybody listening that's 30 and under don't know jack squat about watching 49ers Super Bowl. They do know about Giants winning World Series. So I think maybe you throw Buster Posey into that conversation, but when you go from a national scale outside of the Bay Area, Steph Curry is bigger than Buster Posey.
Yeah, definitely.
He's the face of the Bay. He's the face of his own sport. So I don't know how you can have an argument against him unless you really did want to go back to the glory days of the 49ers.
Multiple people checking in saying, how can we have this conversation and not say Jerry Rice, who might be the best football player of all time?
I mean, throw him into the combo,
best football
too.
player of all time, too. Remember him and Barry yelling at each other at the All-Star game. Fun stuff, man. So many texts coming into the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. In fact, perfect time maybe to take a quick break, come back, reset. Draymond on the trade. Steve Kerr on Steph as a performer. Jamal Mosley, the Magic coach, with a funny Lasorda-like answer. It is Steph Curry Friday. Stay with us on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to see Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts at Shoreline Amphitheater on September 12th. And today is the last day of the contest, so stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour. When you hear the cue to call, be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Steph from three-quarters court. Curry hits a three from beyond midcourt to end the half. That's going to count. Listen to this crowd. The Warriors were down 17, their biggest deficit. But Steph Curry is 7 of 11, 5 of 7 on threes. And he shot that from beyond the Magic logo.
Oh, yes. Fitz doing his thing, Buki doing his thing, Curry doing his thing, and in a 2010s Friday, Marcus doing his thing, requesting Drake on a 2010s Friday.
No, Murph.
Look at you.
This is the ultimate act of betrayal. I think I might take over the jukebox for the rest of the show. Murph, hey, I'm still in your quarters.
What if
And I'm shoving you in a locker for having the audacity to play Drake on my own morning show. My name's on the marquee, too, and you're going to come back with a Drake rejoin?
As the old 30 for 30 said, what if I told you? Remember those ones? What if I told you I knew it would provoke?
Jumpman. Murph is up to something.
Keep it playing, Young Tony. Where are you with that Jumpman by Drake, buddy?
I mean, it's a good song, but I'm with Marcus here. We don't need Drake on the show. As KD says.
I don't give a damn about no damn Drake night.
Tell him, Katie.
Does Curly have a Drake take?
Oh, do you think John Curly has a Drake take?
No. He has no take. He's neutral on this whole thing.
You should have seen the confusion during that halftime Super Bowl show. He didn't know what the hell was going on.
By the way, Drake has not done a halftime Super Bowl show.
No, he is not. And I say he never will, Murph.
So even when this song came out, you were going thumbs down in the bar.
Bro, I've been anti-Drake before it was cool to be anti-Drake.
So who do you dislike more, Drake or LeBron?
Oh, that's a good question. I kind of put them in the same conversation. Both bandwagon fans will jump around from team to team to team. Probably LeBron just because I like sports more than music. But Aubrey, man, I don't F with Aubrey.
831 says Murph.
Yeah, that's his real name, Tony. His name is Aubrey, a.k.a. Wheelchair Jimmy, if you want to go back to his Degrassi days.
415 says
he's an actor. He's not a rapper.
415 says he's not like us.
Yeah, he's not. He's not like us.
And here's 831 says Murph with the a-hole vibes doing this. Of course, this guy has sent a series of anti-Murph texts.
I mean, at this point, there's been a lot of beef at the station this week. I might have to join the Dirty Work Boys. I mean, Murph is choosing violence with that rejoin.
Before he says, what if I told you the Murph and Marcus show was not always smiles and laughs?
We had such good vibes going today. The vibes were immaculate.
I thought it would be a fun little, I thought it would be a conversation starter.
Wow.
A conversation
What a surprise.
Starter. Yes,
sounds like you're trying to provoke.
7 says, Drake is the Pete Rose of hip-hop. He has the most hits.
No, he doesn't, dude.
By the way, it's really
He's an R&B singer.
It's really interesting because when Medium Impact Brian was on the show, this guy was numero uno Drake.
Oh, no doubt.
Numero uno. And he used to come at me for not appreciating Drake. He goes, you don't understand. You're living in greatness and you don't even understand it. And then when Drake said, I got more slaps than the Beatles, he goes, did you hear what my guy said? I said, what he said? He said, it's got more slaps than the Beatles. I'm like, well, that's just ridiculous. He's like, no, he does. I can prove it to you. And I was like, so I went from that to you. So I've had like two experiences with Drake.
And trust me, it was an unpopular opinion to be anti-Drake before this Kendrick Lamar diss. Drake, you can't talk about the 2010s in music without Drake, without Lil Wayne,
That's why
who
we
really
included
put
him in
him
the
on the map.
2010s, yes.
So I get you saying that, but now it's funny seeing all those same Drake fans that were Drake stans switch over to Kendrick Lamar and now act like they want nothing to do with Drake. You can't be switching up now. You can't be switching up.
But Marcus, what if I told you I had some sexy songs for you?
Get it sexy. Get it sexy.
Drake dropped into
Drake is not for me. It never will be for me. Steph Curry is a Drake fan.
That's true. And he's the one who made a famous Chef Curry with the pot, right?
Steph Curry with the pot, boy.
Isn't that?
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a Drake line.
Isn't that one of the more you hear ESPN sportscasters drop that all the time and all that?
Steph Curry with the pot, boy.
Does that anger you?
No. Steph can get all the praise in the world.
I believe there's Aisha's from Toronto, right? I think that's the connection there. Yeah,
there's a connection. Yeah. Well, there he was cooking up a dozen three-pointers last night.
Steph is a Drake guy.
Mm-hmm.
Steph is a Drake guy.
He is. Look, they're out there.
Okay.
So is the afternoon host. Big Drake guy.
Really?
Big Drake guy.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to start throwing who's the Drake and Kendrick of the station. Let it be known, the morning show has always rode with Kendrick. Meanwhile, Copes is out here complaining that Not Like Us is overplayed and how he still loves Drake. So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
That's real beef. Now, the other stuff was fake beef.
Yeah, that's all
real
fake beef. But don't ever compare me to Drake.
408 says Marcus was anti-Drake before anyone. Who does he think he is? Greg Papa talking about Brock Purdy.
I hated him first.
Great text,
I hated Drake first.
408
That was the first one to hate him.
Lumber.
That's a great text. That is
408
hilarious.
says, sounds like Murph is one of the people that Drake is shouting out for being loyal. So funny, dude. I truly don't have much of a take. Dude, my nephew Connor, who's exactly your age, once came to a Murphy family Christmas gathering wearing a Drake-themed Christmas sweater.
I'm telling you,
All right,
man.
dude, so it was like Drake as Santa stitched onto his sweater.
The OVO army was strong, but it got taken down by K-Dot, Kung Fu Kenny.
209 says Drake is for ladies and people that don't really get rap.
That's kind of the bottom line. Certified lover boy. It's good songs for the
or
ladies.
Certified.
Yeah.
Well, no, let's move on.
We don't got to get into that.
All right, let's move on. Hey, it's Steph. If Steph likes Drake, then today's Drake. And I'm glad I played that because it really got you going.
Yeah.
Got you going more than Blank Space by Taylor Swift.
I know. You know how to do that, Murph.
So
you know how to press the right buttons.
Steph, guys, let's get back to the sound we promised. Draymond Green after the game. And if you missed it, oh, by the way, where you been? Steph scored 56 last night. It's funny. Most people I'd get, I'm listening to KNBR. I knew he scored 56 last night. I knew the Warriors won. But David Lombardi, who's the great 49er writer, came on our show this morning at 7 a.m. And when he came on, he goes, did Steph really score 56 last night? He goes, yeah, I didn't know that. He actually said, I left the game when he had 40. So some people don't know. If you just get in your car, maybe you had something going on, maybe you had a PTA meeting, whatever. The Warriors won last night because Steph scored 56 points. He made 12 out of 19 threes, all sorts of stuff. So see, get out your notepad. Here we go. Ready? Okay. His 12 threes, it's the third time he's hit 12 or more threes in a game, tying him with Klay Thompson. Wow. By the way, I did think about Klay last night.
Yeah.
I wonder if Klay shot him a text.
Probably not. Klay doesn't text back anybody.
And is Klay now is there a little Klay envy going on right now?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, especially the other night when they were in town for the Andre Iguodala day, watching Klay Thompson not try to look at Steph Curry in the eyes as he's hitting the night-night celebration against his own bench. Like the thought process for the thought process for Klay, leaving, thinking he's going to end up in a better situation with the Dallas Mavericks, thinking that he's going to get all the open shots in the world playing next to Luka, to watch that trade happen, to watch the Dallas Mavericks fall in the rankings. Klay has got to have a little bit of regret by now, I'm guessing.
I mean, yeah, but if they get Anthony Davis back, they might be a force. Anthony Davis is a very good basketball player.
He is.
But he's out.
But I'd rather play with Steph Curry than Anthony Davis.
I mean, that's the other thing. We were talking about it was when Jimmy Butler first said he wouldn't come to the Warriors. Remember that report? Yeah. And remember one of the comments was like, who doesn't want to play with Steph Curry? Well, it turns out freaking everything in life is a negotiation. It's all money. Everything's money. He was telling Lacob, blank you, pay me.
Yeah.
And Lacob said, okay, I'll blank me, I'll pay you. And now we have happy Jimmy Butler.
And now we got golden vibes.
Okay, extreme golden vibes. Okay, so it was his 14th career 50-plus point game, tying him with Rick Barry for second most all-time in Warrior franchise history. By the way, a little love for Rick Barry, who did it without the three-pointer, by the way. Oh, yeah, Wilt had 105.
105 50-point games. That's unreal.
He was particularly gifted in many ways.
Hey.
He scored 22 points in the third quarter. He outscored the Magic in that quarter, okay? It's his ninth 50-point game since turning 30 years old. He turns 37 next month. It's his third 50-point game since turning 35, which has never happened in the history of the NBA, okay? It was his 26th game with 10 or more threes. The next closest guy, Dame Lillard, has 14. So he's almost double.
Well, you said how many games with more than 10 threes?
26.
26. What if I moved that number down one just for the sake of making this stat even better? Steph Curry has 45 games where he's made more than 9 three-pointers. The next closest would still be Dame with 14.
45 to 14?
45 games with at least 9 three-pointers made.
This is Jerry Rice type stuff.
Like, we talk about how Steph has changed the game, and even great shooters like a Damian Lillard or a Klay Thompson, who's done that 12 times, they're not in the same category, not in the same atmosphere of a Steph Curry.
Just to give you a sense of 50-point games in the history of the league, Dame actually has 15. Elgin Baylor, 17. James Harden, 23. That angers me in some way.
Step back king.
Kobe, 25. Jordan, 31. Wilt, 118.
That's
Young Tone, are you coming to grips with the Dipper, Big Dipper?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah. And by the way, he was a NC2A champion high jumper, too. This guy was like, oh, yeah, because he was 7 feet and nobody else was. No, my man was an athlete. My man was an athlete, okay? Graceful, big. had hand-eye. He had it all. And, had a few girls, too, along the way. Anyway, let's hear what
My man's putting up numbers on and off the court.
I mean, why wouldn't you? If you were a gal and Wilt asked you to come over for a drink, you're Wilt Chamberlain. I'm coming over. I understand. Are you going to be playing Drake? That's all I want to know. All right, so Draymond on Steph since the trade cut. Oh, Tony, here.
100%. Since the trade, he's been so dialed in. He told you guys, like, all you want to do is play with expectations, have some expectations. And meant that. And I think, you look at the body of work over the course of the years, obviously we know that's true, but, you start looking at these performances that's been coming since the trade, and it makes complete sense, So I think there's definitely more of a sense of urgency for sure.
Yeah, man. You talked about the press conference with his towel over his head. And it's true. It was a month ago. He had a towel over his head. A month later, he's chipping in front of Brandel Chambers and Rich Lerner and scoring 56. And, oh, by the way, for the second time now, we saw it in Houston where he was taking in the sights. And then this whole fan reaction, we've talked about this throughout the show this morning. But, again, I want to say this. Like, I have a little envy for those fans that were at a game like that because it was so special to see him do that on the road. We at Chase Center were like, are you going to the game tonight? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Dude, you got a chance to see Steph Curry play.
I mean, especially, I don't know how many of the fans live out in Orlando or how many traveled out for the game, but it almost feels more special when you're on the road and you get to see something special. Like, I almost feel privileged that I was out in Surprise this past Saturday and saw the Bryce Eldridge bomb in person. Yeah. It hits a little bit different than seeing him hit a home run down at San Jose Muni when he's playing for the San Jose Giants. It's because you made the effort to go watch them, and you're rewarded with that effort for staying out there throughout the entire game. And those fans out in Orlando yesterday were rewarded with a 56 performance from Steph Curry, who once again showcase why he's one of the best showmen in the game, putting on an epic performance, a dozen three-pointers, 56 points at age 36 years old.
Let's be honest. If you were a fan on the road and you were trying to pick a game to go to, are you picking a Thursday night in Orlando in February? Well, maybe you should have, because Draymond revealed that they were shooting the bull at practice the other day, and Orlando came up.
I don't know, but it was funny because we were sitting around the other day. He started naming like 5 arenas. He that's a great arena. Like, it's always great when we play there. And this was one of them. So it was good to see him put on that performance because we needed it.
You're like, wait, what? You picked that arena? Well, Anthony Slater followed up on him. And he asked him about it. He goes, so what I mean was I don't consider it a historic arena. He said it was a very specific thing of arenas that aren't obvious that you can go off in. Does that make sense? Sort of like off the beaten path arenas. And he said Orlando made the list, and Slater goes, what are the other ones? He said Charlotte. That's hometown.
Yeah,
right?
That makes sense.
Atlanta. Atlanta. Which to me, by the way, Atlanta as an NBA town, just, bro, come on.
What, you don't want to go get some of those lemon pepper wings with Lou Williams?
Oh, yeah?
Oh, those NBA players will have a good time.
Oh, you're talking about because of the extracurriculars?
Yeah, because of some of the clubs they go to after the games.
I got you.
A lot of good stuff going on.
He listed Atlanta. Brooklyn as one of them.
And Magic City, I think it is.
Yeah. It's a big town. Brooklyn, and they're going to Brooklyn later in this trip. And then he said, and Houston, which is where he was doing that whole soak it in thing, that Buster Posey soak it in thing. So anyway, those are his rando arenas, and Orlando's one of them.
Now, do you know this little nugget of information about Steph Curry? That he's obsessed with popcorn at NBA arenas.
Yeah, I did know. He's talked about that.
He's done blind taste tests where like he can eat popcorn and identify the arena that he's in.
It's an interesting thing.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any correlation between the quality of popcorn and the quality of performance of Steph Curry.
This is why we need you on the beat. Now, if you were in the locker room last night with Slater and the crew, Emmerman and the crew, and you had your notebook out, and he listed those arenas, and the great Marcus question, platinum question, does this relate to the popcorn here? That was a great question.
I mean, key.
And you might have gotten either no or a great answer. Yeah, as a matter of fact, it does relate.
Yeah, and I got follow-up questions, too. If he likes popcorn so much, is it a pregame snack? But then don't we have to worry about Butterfingers? But it obviously does not affect his shooting.
And let's be honest, and I don't think maybe it's just me, but do you get the popcorn kernel stuck in the back teeth?
Oh, all the time.
Okay.
You can't escape it. You can't escape it.
That's what I was picking out of my back teeth when NBC Sports Bay Area caught me at that Royals-Giants game in Kansas City.
Getting that popcorn out of the back one. Trying to grab it from the molar.
Oh, man. And Kipe on the air is like, oh, Murph, come on, no.
Oh, that's a bad look.
And then Hank from Long Beach turned it into a baseball card.
Yeah. It's worth it, though, to eat popcorn. Those are the sacrifices you have to make.
So Steph really does like. Now I wonder what Steph does. He just mean straight popcorn or caramel corn or the extra kettle corn?
Yeah, kettle corn is great, but I would think there's got to be like a baseline for the test.
Yeah.
You know how like Portnoy does like one bite? It's always cheese pizza. I feel like you got to go with the original popcorn.
And let's be honest, any movie theater popcorn, right?
I love movie theater popcorn.
And Brett in Walnut Creek checks in before we get to a quick break here. Brett, good morning. You're on KNBR.
What's up, Brett?
Hey, good morning, guys. Still basking in the glory of Steph. Amazing. He's just unbelievable. And I know you made a comment earlier, Murph, of how just globally adored and appreciated, and people that aren't even basketball fans know who Steph Curry is. And the only athlete, literally, that I think could even be in the same stratosphere, and he's not that one anymore, was Tiger, where even if you weren't a golfer, you're going to watch Tiger Woods. And he, like Steph, changed golf without a question. And again, what's even more amazing about Steph is that he's, I think, in better shape now than he was at 26.
Yeah, no, that's a great call, actually. Honestly, if you did a before and after picture of his physique.
Oh, definitely more jacked,
Yeah. No, and you know what? The trainer, the Papa has him on a lot. We've had him on once or twice.
That's right.
I apologize for forgetting his name right now. That guy deserves a lot of credit. You know what's ironic is that guy's not in very good shape. But anyway, Brett, I'm with you. Tiger Woods. Like, for example, Tom Brady isn't globally dominant in Asia, Africa, and Europe.
Brandon Payne.
Thank you.
Is who gets the love.
Well, Brandon definitely. Listen, if you're looking to knock off a few pounds, you might want to see Brandon.
Yeah. How about me with the flex right now? I was trying to think of his name, and so I went into my contacts and I looked up Steph Curry's trainer, and there he is, Brandon Payne, because we've had him on the show before.
We were talking about this the other day. We were looking for a phone number, and they're like, "Murph, do you have that number?" And I was like, "I think I do." And I was like, "Yeah, I think I have that number." And Marcus goes, "Yeah, nobody asked me. I got it."
Yeah, dude.
And then Marcus goes, "By the way, I got them all.
I got a Rolodex."
Marcus is like, "I got them all."
It was funny. I was kind of cracking jokes because we were at spring training, and I don't know if I should tell the story on air or not, so stop me if I'm wrong, but we were talking to Pat the Bet, and he said, "Hey, Pat, we got to connect this offseason. Give me your number." And I'm like, "Murph, you could have just asked me for Pat's number."
Yeah.
I've booked him 1,000 times
That was
for the
one.
show.
That was the story. Yeah. I couldn't believe I didn't have Pat Burrell's number. And I was like, "Pat, sorry, I don't have your number." And Marcus is like, "You don't?"
Yeah, I got his number.
Marcus is like, "I got them all."
I got them
all.
I've had him all over the world,
Like
Murph.
you just did Brandon Payne.
That's it, Brandon Payne on speed dial.
You want to call him right now?
I might put him on air.
Call him right now. Maybe Papa will have him on. Papa's a big Brandon Payne guy.
He's a BP guy.
All right, guys. The cooler of content, Steph themed, next on the Sports Leader.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here, back again on a Friday morning to talk to you about Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the best place to get real money on sports action all year long. And whether we're talking about football season, basketball season, baseball season, you can put down some action on literally anything. I was just telling young Tony during the break, you can take more or less on 40-yard times at the NFL Combine this weekend. You can sprinkle a few shekels on spring training games with Major League Baseball. But if you want to get some traditional action in on the NBA, just like we did last night with Draymond Green cashing in on more than 7 points, why not look at a matchup tonight between the New York Knicks taking on Ja Morant and the Memphis Grizzlies? I'll take Ja to have more than 21 points tonight, and I'll take Jalen Brunson, who stopped doing his podcast to focus on basketball, to have more than 36 total points, rebounds, and assists tonight in that matchup. So join me on Prize Picks and take my picks or fade my picks. All you need to do is download the Prize Picks app and use the code WORDLEADER, and we'll give you a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. And whether or not your picks hit tonight or not, the bonus is guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
yeah, baby! On the sports leader.
Yeah, that was Nikki T reacting to Steph Curry scoring 56 points last night. Yes! Yeah, baby. The cooler of content with a bonus at the end of this. Stay tuned till I finish my read. You're going to like what I say. We're sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at ManciniSleepWorld.com. We're also sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center, and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. And because it's a 2010s Friday, we ain't going to play any Neil Young. But you can call to win Neil Young tickets right now. 415-896-KNBR is the the contest line to call John Joe Curley. 2 tickets to see Neil Young and the Chrome Hearts, September 12th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Maybe he'll have some thoughts on Steph Curry, Neil Young. Call in, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10 wins those Neil Young tickets. And, oh, by the way, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yesterday, Rick in Pleasant Hill won them. So congratulations to him. All right, guys, that's what's happening. Neil Young, congrats. Okay, we didn't get our 2010s Friday rejoin, huh? We're going to save it for the next one? Or I'll do it for the next one. And it's our cooler of content rejoin. So it starts with a video. We got a video. The Warriors put out a little video about Steph going back to the locker room last night. So we do this for our YouTube and our Twitch people, encouraging you to be a multimedia consumer.
Yes, and if you're not on YouTube or Twitch, you can simply download the KNBR app, and our live stream will pop up right on the front page.
Got it right here, guys. Here it is. So check it out. Steph Curry going back to the locker room after scoring 56.
Steph Curry. Wow. That was up there.
Yes, sir.
That's big time, fellas. A lot of great contributions up and down the board. We're going to start winning all these close games now, right? We got a feel for it, and you guys closed it tonight. We're going to keep doing that over and over again. But great start to the trip. Go get another one.
Yes, sir. Just up. 1, 2, 3. Just up. Win them all. You'll win the first one. Yes, sir.
Good little look inside the locker room. First of all, Buddy Hield We might have to add that to the victory package. He goes, very entertaining.
Put on quite a show.
That's why I guess.
Very entertaining.
Is that a song I don't know?
I don't know. I didn't know it either.
Is that just Buddy riffing?
I think that was just Buddy freestyling.
We might want to add that to the victory package.
I need you to clip that for me, Tony.
Oh, do you have
hear
it?
that.
Put on quite a show. Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
I had no idea.
I guess that's the Buddy they like.
That was quite a show.
Because we don't like him when he's missing shots.
Very entertaining.
Oh, man. And again, you can see the fitness level, too, if Stephanie gets in. And by the way, they shouted out Quinton Post, who we haven't even talked about today.
Bro, a quiet 18 points.
In fact, let's get to this will be a Steph-themed cooler of content. Let's get to the Quinton Post reaction, because this is his first Steph. Is this your first Steph?
Huh.
Remember in Spinal Tap, Young Tone, as you know, Fridays, and maybe a Friday film review coming up. One of them, I told you, if you watch it over and over and over again, you see everything. And there's a scene where they're in a hotel room with a bunch of groupies, and Derek Smalls with his groupie on the bed says, "This is Cindy's first mustache. This is Cindy's," and they're all giggling on the. So this is Quentin's first 50. This is Cindy's first mustache. Thank you very much. Yes.
It's a good line. By the way, this was a Rihanna song. Take a bow. Anybody remember this?
You know what? Can you give give some of the kids some applause here? That's
great pull, Tony.
That's elite producing right there.
That might have been one of your best pulls on the board.
Now, here's the best question of all. Was it a 2010 song so we could make up for the mistake earlier today?
Ooh, probably. Bad Girl Riri was thriving in the 2010s.
Yeah, I gotta say.
2008.
Just missed it.
Gosh.
But it was still quite a show.
Hey, banger though, too.
Very entertaining.
Great song.
Very entertaining. Put on quite a show. All right. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, buddy. And thank you, Tony. And thank you, Steph. And thank you, Riri. All right. So here's Quinton Post. It was Cindy's first mustache. Quentin's first 50. This was his comment right here.
It's pretty incredible. I think it's unbelievable. I mean, you just kind of give him the ball and get out of the way. And I mean, how many points did he have? 56. Is that his career high or? Nice. Then I guess he could have been better, but okay. But no, it's insane. I've never seen something like that in person.
UP making his name here. A little post-game 18-point effort.
That was pretty funny.
Some riffs here. Yeah, it could have been better.
I guess it could have been better.
And by the way, do you know his career high? Trivia, for you Steph trivia heads out there.
Off the top of my head.
Yeah, I have it.
60.
You're warm? You're warm?
3?
Very close. 62.
January
3rd, 2021 against Portland.
I was in the ballpark.
He only made 8 threes that day, interestingly enough, whereas he made 12 last night.
Oh, wait.
But he did make
Steph
8.
hits a 3?
He made 18 free throws.
Oh, wait. Steph hits a 3?
Cooler of content?
I mean, it's a perfect time. It's either now or never.
Wait, Steph hits a 3. 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 Steph hits a 3. Steph hits a 3. Steph hits a 3. Wait, 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 Steph hits a 3. Steph hits a 3. Wait, Steph hits a 3. I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, I had nothing to do with that.
Certified banger, Murph.
All I said was Steph hits. Oh, wait, because I was talking about Warrior games. This is like back in the glory days, the Durant, like 2016 or 2017-18 glory days. And I was talking about Warrior games. They can be puttering along, and then, oh, wait, Steph hits a 3. Oh, they're done. Oh, wait, Steph hits a 3. And then the boys took it and ran from there.
It was just like last night. Warriors were down 17 points. Oh, wait, Steph hits a 3 from beyond half court, and it's a brand new ball game.
Yeah.
Like, I saw Steph hit that shot, and I immediately ran to lay down some live money on the Warriors. Like, it's my favorite thing to do with Steph Curry over the last decade Anytime the Warriors are in a double-digit lead, look for the live spread, look for the live bet, and cash in because Steph Curry is going to cash out.
You got to talk less like this. Rory the Greek is out here hearing this stuff, and I got problems.
Where do you think I'm getting all these betting tips from?
Problems on the home.
It's all Rory the Greek giving me this info.
408 says a couple of things. Two good texts I want to read from 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I know we got to get back to the cooler content, but he says, I have a confession to make. Way back when the Warriors had Monte Ellis and there was a decision to be made and they traded Monte Ellis and kept Curry, I was pissed.
A lot of people were.
So we need to talk about that.
A lot of people
who
were.
said trade? Jerry West. Rest in peace. Thank you, Jerry West. And then the same guy follows up by saying, Murph, you just said he only made 8 threes. That's crazy, and it sounds like you might be taking him for granted. It's kind of
I know. Only 8 3-pointers. That's how good Steph is. Because he's had 40-something games with more than 9 3-pointers in his career.
That's insane.
45 games.
Jamal Mosley's the coach of the Orlando Magic, and we had a little Tommy Lasorda, Dave Kingman moment last night with a reporter. Check it out.
Aside from Steph, because we know he can do those types of things on certain nights, but aside from Steph, what do you think was the difference?
The man had 56 points. There is no aside from Steph. He had 56.
That's a great point.
A little more clean than Tommy Lasorda, who was asked by Yankee Stadium PA man Paul Olden what he thought of Dave Kingman hitting 3 home runs against the Dodgers.
What's your opinion of Kingman's performance?
What's my opinion of Kingman's performance? What the you think is my opinion of it? I think it was put that in. I don't opinion of his performance. He beat us with 3 home runs. What the you mean? What is my opinion of his performance? How can you ask me a question like that? What is my opinion of his performance? He hit 3 home runs. I'm off to lose the game, and you ask me my opinion of his performance. I mean, that's a tough question to ask me, isn't it? What is my opinion of his performance?
Yes, it is. I asked it, and you gave me an answer.
Well, I didn't give you a good answer because I'm mad, but I mean...
That wasn't a good question.
That's a tough question to ask me right now. What is my opinion of his performance? I mean, you want me to tell you what my opinion of his performance is?
You just did.
That's right. Guy hits 3 home runs against us.
Yep. Oh, dude. See, those are the days when coaches just let you know. And by the way, shout out to all the beat writers who laid out on that. Just let it go down between Lasorda and Old. Nobody's like, yeah, Tommy, I have a question about your bullpen. They just let it go and let it ride to give us one of the greatest audio. And hey, listen, post-game, you're going to get a Jamal Mosley. You're going to get a Tommy Lasorda. You might even get a Gabe Kapler.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
Just curious. A little different. Never really saw that fire from a Gabe Kapler.
Listen to the depth of that. Listen to the depth of those pipes.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
That's down in the gut.
That's deep. That's the belly of the beast.
Country singer Don Williams called. He wants his pipes back, dude. And that's for the old heads there.
Yeah.
An old country crooner named Don Williams had maybe some of the best pipes of all time.
So yeah, I'd love to hear like an interview with Gabe Kapler now. Like aside from Farhan Zaidi, what went wrong?
Aside from Farhan Zaidi, he was making 66 roster moves a year. What was I supposed to do with him?
He was like...
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
By the way, he knows exactly what he's doing, guys. He knows exactly what he's doing. That's going to call that a cooler of content right there. All right, back to the Steph glaze on the other side. Are you taking him for granted? Is he the greatest box office star in the history of Bay Area sports? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
That's a great question.
Oh, smiles. Everyone smiles all day, all night in Orlando as Steph Curry gave us one of those moments we love. That's why you smile, and hopefully your smile was shining because you used Invisaligning. There you go. With Invisalign clear aligners. That's what we're here to talk about. Invisalign brand. Invisalign clear aligners to make your teeth straight and beautiful. All right? Faster than braces, less complicated than braces. And at any age, you don't just have to be a teenager. Now, the teenager says with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. But I said I have grown relatives We've used Invisalign too. It's a true story. In the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, still using Invisalign. So 209 said, we'll just tell them with Invisalign, it's never too late to set them straight. So we got all sorts of rhymes for you. Invisalign's the #1 doctor-recommended brand, transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. Check them out at the website, Invisalign.com.
Smiles, everyone, smiles. From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, you know, we got to represent the country fans out there. We do our 2010s Friday, our 80s Friday, our 90s Fridays, our 00s Friday. And you're kind of criminal if you're ignoring the dominance of a Kenny Chesney in the 2010s and just personal share. This is my lovely bride, the lovely Candace. Check with Candace. One of her all-time favorite little toe tappers here. Check with Candace. It's called American Kid. So here we're tying everyone into a Curry. He's an American kid. There it is right there. I don't know if you guys know your Chesney. Yeah? Do you know your Chesney?
I'm familiar with him as an artist. I'm not familiar with this song. But if the great legendary music critique Candace is checking in on this song, I'm not going to argue against her.
Yeah, it's a fun one. All sorts of references to rolling out in little pink houses. Oh, yeah. Just trying to do the best they can here. Here it is. Rolling that smoking. There it is.
Let me take a guess about the lyrics. He's going to mention USA. He's going to mention his truck. He's going to mention beer.
Actually, it's funny. Great guess, but this one not. This one's more of like a little wry, kind of like wink ditty about growing up. He's like, dad doesn't like sister's boyfriend. Here it is. There it is.
Now we got some problems.
Yeah, Blue Jesus is mentioned.
You got to drop the good
Blue
Lord.
Jeans. Born in the U.S. is a USA.
Have you heard the good news, Tony?
Trailer park, truck stop. Okay, here we go. Teenagers. Front seats.
Oh, yeah, there's a truck.
Baby, come give me a kiss. There's a little bit of that going on.
Yeah. Oh.
Rolling Stone magazine. All right, good job, man.
America.
So Chesney will sell out a freaking stadium.
Oh,
He'll sell out a stadium. I think he's done Levi's, hasn't he?
I
believe he
would
has.
guess yes.
Yeah. So anyway, it's our 2010s Friday. American Kids, Steph Curry. American Kids joins Old Town Road, Lil Nas X. It joins Bad Guy, Billie Eilish. It joins Redbone, Childish Gambino. It joins Sunday Best by Surfaces. And let's get into
and Young Tony was
Thursday
telling
Best,
me
yes.
that Patrick Bailey was thinking about actually changing his walk-up song to Kenny Chesney after our talk with him down in spring training.
I like America.
I'll tell you, fun. Yeah, we do too.
We like America, Murph.
Want to make sure I got my vote in.
Yeah, we do too.
I do. I'm a big fan.
Hell yeah, I like this country.
Any country that produces baseball and Stevie Wonder is a good country.
It's a good
All
country.
right, there you go.
Great country.
Here's the deal. February 27th is a great date. That's our focus right now because what is going on? How can a guy go for 54 points at Madison Square Garden on February 27, 2013, go for 46 points in Oklahoma City in a huge game, including a half-court 3 to win on February 27, 2016, and then go for 56 points, making 12 and 19 threes in a must-win, well, not must-win, but a very important win on the road in a close game at Orlando on February 27, 2025. There's some biorhythms going on. Somebody asked Steph.
Just confidence. I guess I do like this calendar day. Raymond, that night, I think New York, you said, it's 2013. 54 or 50, my first 50-point game in the Garden. So I have to channel February 27th energy, all the time. I don't know what it is, but tonight was different just because we needed all of them to kind of stay afloat and give ourselves a chance. And then, a lot of guys contributed down the stretch to help us win, but it's nice to have a flurry like that and have fun with it.
So, February 27th, he's got to channel that energy. So, you were bringing up the fact that there could be something to that?
Yeah, maybe the stars are aligning. Maybe it's a special day for Steph Curry. Maybe it's one of his power days, Murph.
So, you then mentioned KNBR icon Andrea the astrologer.
KNBR's own local astrologer.
She frequently calls in after Giants games to predict the next game based on the horoscopes.
This is true.
And guess what? She's calling in right now.
Look at that.
Andrea in Berkeley. I mean, we never get you in the mornings.
I know, Andrea. It's been a while since I was screening your calls for Giants postgame.
What a treat. Good morning, Andrea.
Good morning,
yes,
Andrea.
Good morning. Timing is everything. I just happen to be up early. I'm usually a night owl astrologer, and I was listening to your show, so thanks for calling me in. I just had a call. And, that was amazing. That was awesome, that Steph Curry game. As I said, life is timing. Timing is life. And the planets aligned. He's born March 14, 1988. I have his birth time, actually, 1:51 p.m., Akron, Ohio, in the same hospital as LeBron James. I don't know if you knew that, but there's a little trivia there. And he's a Pisces, so very intuitive, very empathetic. Moon in Aquarius. I always say like humanitarian Aquarian, all the positive work he does with Aisha for the community. And Leo rising, that's dramatic, the king of the zodiac. And Jupiter, planet of expansion, abundance, and opportunity, is making positive aspects to his Mars, which is a crucial planet for an athlete. It rules energy, assertion, and aggression, and Jupiter's expansion, abundance, and opportunity. So February 27th has been a really powerful date for him, and we just happen to have the new moon in Pisces. So new moons are new beginnings, and they're very powerful. So that was really, just an amazing game.
I kind of feel like you checked all the boxes, Andrea. I mean, like you checked them all. I mean, the couple that jumped out at me there, you said Jupiter his part about the Jupiter with abundance. That was the word that jumped out at me.
Correct.
Because he scores points with abundance. Very good. I also like the empathetic. He's a very caring guy, right?
Pisces,
Intuitive.
Pisces. Very empathetic, very intuitive. Empathetic, psychic. He talked about how February 27th is really, important date for him. He's just very otherworldly and kind of transcendental. He really does transcend the
otherworldly
game.
and transcendental.
Now,
I think you're nailing it
Andrea,
here,
with all this being said, are the stars and the moons aligning for another Warriors championship run?
Well, I'd like to think so. Saturn does kick in the end of March, which does concern me because Saturn's the opposite of Jupiter. Saturn is more about limitation, and it rules the skeletal system, bones, knees, teeth, joint, back. So we'll have to be a little more mindful about things like that. So that's just something for him to be aware of.
A little bit of a warning sign in late March then. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
But,
Listen.
enjoy what we have while we have it.
Yes. Andrea, you're the best. Have a great morning.
Thank you, Andrea.
Yes,
Appreciate
thanks.
you.
Great show.
There she is, Andrea the astrologer. Well, there was a lot going on. She checked all the boxes.
I'm telling you, best astrologer in the building.
I'm with it. So in other words, there was a Pisces that led to a Jupiter that led to a Mars.
Yeah, I'm a Pisces, but I'd rather be a killer whale. Right. Shout out Andre Nicotina.
Okay, is that the line?
That's Logan Webb's warm-up song.
What is your?
I'm a Pisces, but I'd rather be a killer whale.
What's your birth sign there, buddy?
I believe I'm a Cancer.
That's a tough one.
Which always feels weird to tell people. Hey, look at me, I'm a Cancer.
Yeah, well, they
couldn't think of a better name.
Usually they trade people like you out of the locker room.
Yeah, I know exactly. I'm a clubhouse Cancer.
Young Tone, what are you, buddy?
I believe I'm a Scorpio.
Yeah.
Scorpio.
I talk a lot about it. I'm big on the zodiac sign.
Are you?
I'm a Virgo, and apparently you tell astrologers this, and they go, oh. Yeah, oh boy. Apparently Virgo is like you're a piece of frickin' work.
You know what's
you're
terrible,
a piece
dude?
Of frickin' work.
Like, dude, this happens all the time. Like, I'll meet a girl at a bar. She'll be like, "What's your sign?" And I'll be like, "Oh, I'm a Cancer." Oh, we're just not compatible. It's like I don't even know you. How do you know we're not compatible?
Well, I mean,
because of the stars.
Maybe she doesn't think you're good looking.
Yeah, that might be it too. It might just be a way out.
But it is funny that Virgo apparently is the stay away.
Oh, stay away.
This guy's a pre.
It actually explains a lot. It explains a lot about you, Murph.
It does explain a lot about me.
Damn Virgo, I got to work with.
The a-hole vibes.
Yeah, there we go. Mount Rushmore of a-holes.
You listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, so Scott Oster's going to join us at 9:15. Moses Moody at 9:30 from Philadelphia. How good is that for sure? But shout out, we played the Curry's February 27th one. But let's talk a little bit more about what people had to say last night. Steve Kerr maybe he's given variations of this speech 100 times, but he had to give it last night about the performer that is Steph. And that, I don't know, Andrea might have checked that box somewhere along the way too about him being a performer. But yeah, are you appreciating, as Buddy Hield would say, very entertaining, put on quite a show, Steve Kerr on Steph Curry?
Raymond just said it was his 26th game with 10 or more threes. So we're spoiled around here. We're used to it, but it never gets old watching. I can tell you that. I think the fans here tonight, even the Magic fans, they know they're witnessing greatest shooter ever and one of the greatest performers ever. It's not just the shots going in, it's just the fluidity, the beauty of his movement and motion and his audacity, the shots that he's willing to take. He's an incredible performer, and he put on quite a show tonight.
Yeah, he's right. And 209 with a text on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line sums it up. He goes, it's like Buster says, they're in the memory-making business. Salute to Steph.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
And he's going to
Pretty
make
good.
memories. And to even hear that from Steve Kerr, where we saw another example this past summer of it never getting old. Steph Curry out in Paris, what he did with that last shot, the night celebration to get Team USA that gold. We talked about the Court of Gold documentary that just came out on Netflix. There was some great footage of Steve Kerr on the sideline saying, Steph blank and Curry, man.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Like, even still at this point, after all that he has accomplished, even Steve Kerr is still blown away about what Steph Curry is able to do with the basketball.
You know what? For the we never call him in for the 9 o'clock crowd. 9 o'clock crowd doesn't even know that we call in wins. But I feel like we need to hear some of that sound package because some of it features Steph Curry, including a scream and a grandma. And I don't know if it's too late to put Buddy Hield in there too at some point. Nah, you can't. Don't worry. That's asking too much, Tony. Even to the best board op in the building.
In the world.
Or as John Miller and Dwayne Kuiper and Mike Crookie say, best board op in his price range.
Yeah, in his price range. Aren't we all?
So we always call him in because I'm an old prep reporter and you can't get a score in the paper unless you call it in. So we always have assigned assistant coach Bruce Frazier mythically to call Adam Silver to record the score. Adam Silver always responds with some sort of comment like, you've been calling me a lot since the Jimmy Butler trade. And he said, that's right, skinny boy, because we're winning. Put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 121, Orlando Magic 115.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry.
I only want to be with you.
Golden vibes.
Quite a show. Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
There you go, Tony. Good producing, buddy.
Now the world gets to see what we do in the 6 a.m. hour.
That's right. We do it every time in the 6 a.m. hour. By the way, you ready to start calling in Giants wins?
Oh, how many wins are we going to be calling in?
Our first Giants mention of the day, by the way, it's 9:05, 3 hours and 5 minutes. No Giants mention. If Landon Roop's pitching, we might be calling in Giants wins.
There it is.
I'm going to tell you right now.
There it is.
I know it's February, but tomorrow's March.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's March.
Tomorrow, the Ides of March.
Just real quick. There it is. Now, do most of you associate that with the Geico commercial?
Scoop, there it is.
Or was it
Scoop, there it is.
In 1993, the World Series between the Phillies and the Blue Jays, that song, the Phillies were playing it all the time.
I'd rather them play that song than the Philadelphia Eagles playing Blow the Whistle by Too Short.
Yeah.
Again, so disrespectful.
An Eagle fan I haven't heard from in years. I don't even think I still have my number. And he and I used to kind of clash about the Eagles and the Niners. The guy texted me. The first text I got from this guy in like 6 years. It was just a picture of an eagle. That's it. That was the entire thing. I haven't replied yet.
He felt like popping off, huh?
I keep trying to think. Like I could come back with, congratulations. But I'm still kind of pissed. So if he's listening right now, congratulations.
Well, you can also send a bird back to him. The middle finger emoji. Here's
good.
a bird for a bird.
That's good. Yeah. Oh, you're the Eagles. You've won 2 Super Bowls. Yeah. All right, guys. More reaction. You guys are checking in all over the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Now, 707 wonders, is the victory montage getting too big?
I'm telling you.
Is it too bloated?
By the end of the season, if they keep winning games, if they keep giving us these golden vibes, the win package is going to be like a full segment long. It's going to be like 15 minutes.
Maybe do we start trimming? Because, they say leave them wanting more.
Yeah,
start trimming?
But I feel like we can't trim mid-season. Right?
That's bad vibes.
Like even last year with the
Bad vibes,
Giants,
yeah.
we left Jung-Hoo Lee in throughout the entire season. You can't change the vibes.
I think our old buddy Paulie would say that. He always quoted like, what's his name? Robert Hunter, the Grateful Dead lyricist, about like changing songs or lyrics. He's like, no. Once we recorded it, we recorded it.
It is what it is. Yeah. We'll revise it next offseason.
By the way, 623 with a high-level text line. The Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, with Invisalign, you can make your smile. Oh, wait, Steph hits a 3. That's a pretty good text. That's a pretty good text. There we go. 209 says, did you guys catch GP2 dropping a good job Wardell?
Yeah, in that same package.
Room?
Good job, Wardell. Good job, Wardell.
Too. Very, very good. 626 says, Murph, bad job by you. Didn't mention Kenny Chesney's brief marriage to Renee Zellweger.
Ooh.
Well, I didn't. They were annulled. They got like annulled in a day.
Yeah.
By the way, I was feeding from the palm of a Renee Zellweger for a time then. And I thought she was rather fetching.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You used to say fetching?
Yeah, I did.
That's a hell of a word.
Well, it's a reference to a Purple Rosa Cairo line, but again, I'm 57 years old, so
I understand.
There you go. Thank you very much. Here we go, guys. Back to the thing here. 408 says Buddy Hield is from the Bahamas, and Rihanna is from the Barbados. So there's a couple of Caribbean superstars there. That's why he was maybe singing.
Put on quite a show.
I asked about Steph's role in the biggest box office athletes of all time, and 408 says the only players who make me stop to watch: Steph Curry, Barry Bonds, Barry Sanders, oddly enough, and Lionel Messi. Now, I would agree that the Bonds comp, even when I'm not even talking about the home run chase, just when Bonds was up, you were like, that's it, Bonds is up.
When Bonds was in the box, you did not walk away from the TV.
So that's where we're at with Steph. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's Steph, it's Joe, it's Bonds. I mean, we're talking. Steph might be in the lead.
Yeah.
He might be the guy.
And it's something that I said a few months ago on this show. It's like you think about how depressing the first part of the season was when we're talking about Steph Curry going to the podium and throwing the towel over his head. Mm-hmm. It got to the point where when I went to Warriors games and Steph wasn't on the court, I almost felt like leaving. Like it really wasn't entertaining. Yeah. And now just like even injecting Jimmy Butler on this roster, seeing how that's helped the development of Brandon Przemski, Moses Moody, ever since Quinton Post got called up from the G League. Like, I remember me and you both went to that MLK Day game where they got blown out by the Boston Celtics.
Oh, my gosh.
And our biggest takeaway was, like, hey, we got to finally see Quinton Post in the fourth quarter. And now the guy's a dude. He's a piece of the rotation. Yeah. And it just feels like there's a renewed energy and a renewed vibe with this team now.
Credit to him for taking advantage of his opportunity, too. Some guys shrink, some guys soar. He soared. 831 says, hey, back on that Monte Ellis trade, we were worried Steph had bad ankles. Mm-hmm. It's true. It has been brought up. Old Pecan used to say this, that the guy who fixed Steph's ankles might be one of the most important guys in the history of Bay Area sports. I mean, the doctor who fixed his ankles.
I mean, think about what the Warriors were pre-Steph Curry. I know we talked about this a million times. And then you look at the evaluation of the Warriors now currently with Chase Center out here in San Francisco. They're one of the highest valued franchises in all of sports. And it's because of the guy that saved Steph Curry's ankles.
Yeah. 503 with a really good one said, back on that trade, real ones wanted Monte. We were wrong, but we're always going to be a Warriors. Mm-hmm. That's pretty good.
Always going to be a Warriors.
Pretty good knowledge there. 503, very good. 530 says you got to add Tiger Woods and Michael Jordan to the list. Yeah, well, we were talking specifically about the Bay Area, but yeah, of course.
Hey, Stanford, Tiger.
Oh, okay, there you go.
He's got some Bay Area ties.
Yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm. And it's true with Tiger. When he was at his peak, you watched it. You had to watch.
Also, great point real quick before we get out, because we had a caller talk about how the Bay Area has the base faces of like each franchise, like Steph, Joe, Barry, the list goes on. And your counter argument was Boston with Brady and Bill Russell and Ted Williams.
Yeah.
Well, the argument for the Bay is two of those guys are from the Bay Area. Tom Brady, Bay Area boy, and of course Bill Russell, San Francisco, right?
I remember one time we had Dan Shaughnessy on, which was great booking, and we said, hey, I said to him, you're welcome, by the way, for Tom Brady and Bill Russell. He's like, oh, believe me, we know. You guys gave us the best.
Dude, it's the most hilarious thing to me. You'll get like East Coast fans talking about the zesty West Coast and how these quarterbacks can't play on the East Coast, and they don't realize that Tom Brady is a Bay Area guy from California.
And even though it ain't
same with Aaron Rodgers.
Bay Area, it's California. Ted Williams from San Diego.
Yeah, that's another one.
There you go.
It's all from the zesty West
You're
Coast.
Welcome, West Coast.
You're welcome, East Coast.
All right, guys, that's a beautiful run of texts and thoughts on this incredible day. Let's put it into historical perspective with the great Scott Ostler, and then Moses Moody at 9:30 sharp from Philadelphia. Moses Moody next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
All right, Warriors fans, so be honest. Do you take Steph Curry's greatness for granted? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now. Looks at about 45% yes, 55% no. Kind of a split decision, but I want people to be honest because you probably do. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
2010's Friday. We had to pay homage to the rockers out there. Greta Van Fleet, Highway Tune. We never played the rock and roll of that era. Gabe Kapler was a Greta Van Fleet guy, remember?
Really? Is that what you imagined?
Right,
he definitely was.
Shout out to the Greta crowd out there. Turn it up just a little bit for the crowd out there. Some people think these guys were sort of the new Led Zeppelin. I know it's kind of sacrilegious, but they're, a few toe tappers. We had to change the sound a little bit, too. All right?
I'm down with it, Murph.
We're good. Scott Ostler of the San Francisco Chronicle on the UMA guest line. He's seen them all. Is Steph the greatest showman of them all? I don't know. Scotty Rooms, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Scott.
What's up, Rubes and Marcus? How you doing?
We're thankful for Steph Curry giving us an entire morning radio show. That's how we're doing, Rooms.
You can only spend 5 or 6 hours talking about him before you get a little tired maybe.
I mean, you've seen from Willie Mays to Joe Montana to Barry Bonds, the stop and watch type people. There's something, an extra dimension to Steph. I don't know. You tell me, where does it all, in terms of showmen that the Bay Area have ever seen?
Yeah, I was making a little list listening to you guys. Yeah, you put Timmy on there for when he was riding high for a while there.
Yeah, I like that.
And Joe Montana, Reggie Jackson when he was doing this thing.
Yeah.
Ricky for a while.
Yeah,
for
Ricky. Yeah.
For an appearance out of the bullpen, nothing like extra coming in and out of the bullpen.
Eck was cool.
But
cool.
Curry's got to be the top guy. Last night it was almost embarrassing. I'm watching the game with my wife, and fortunately she didn't glance over because she busts me once in a while. If Steph's going off, or there's been a couple times in the past, way back, Dr. J did a dunk one time on TV, and he intercepted a pass at midcourt, and Michael Cooper was on him for the Lakers, and Dr. J flies in from half court and does that rocker dunk. You've probably seen it, right? Mm-hmm. Where he kind of winds up and does it. And my wife looks over at me and says, "Are you crying?" I said, "No, I just, it's the smog. I got a tear in my eye,
Yeah.
And last night that happened. I don't know which shot it was. It wasn't a halftime shot. It was sometime in the second half, probably the fourth quarter. I don't know which shot, but I felt the tears welling up in my eyes a little bit.
Man,
it was just crazy stuff, man.
Yeah.
And Scott, we just had our local astrologer on to try to figure out how Steph Curry keeps on having these type of performances on February 27th. But to me, what's more impressive is him not just having multiple 50-point performances on that date, but the fact that they're spread out by more than a decade, going back to his 54-point performance in MSG in 2013. So, Scott, just talk to us about the longevity of a Steph Curry and the fact that age 36, he's still going out here with a dozen three-pointers.
Yeah, he's kind of embarrassing everybody. There's the Debo Samuel thing where supposedly he was 20 pounds overweight last year as a wide receiver in the NFL, which is crazy. And there's guys who just can't get into shape. Once in a while, Draymond will get 15, 20 pounds overweight, and he'll have to cut back. It happens to a lot of guys. It's pretty common. It's pretty hard to maintain that incredible peak shape throughout a whole season. And Steph does it year-round. You can go to Steph in the middle of the offseason and, in the middle of a golf game, and he's probably still rocking his 2% body fat and his 179 pounds or whatever it is. It's crazy. He sets that standard, and when you combine that with all the other stuff he's got going, the ability, I'm thinking, is there a better athlete in the world right now? I don't know.
I mean, the soccer crowd stands up for some of their guys because those guys run and they're fit and all that. But I mean, it's on the short list for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you want to talk globally, what he did at the Olympics. Have you watched that Netflix documentary yet? Court of Gold.
I watched part of it.
Yeah.
I watched part of it. That was crazy because we all watched it and it was amazing and stuff, and then we kind of forget about it, and then we go back to it, and there's so much to it. The French guys just were astounded, like they couldn't believe it. And Durant, that was interesting, where he had the ball, passed to Steph passed back, and then instead of looking for LeBron in the corner, goes right back to Steph, and that was a key moment. So, yeah, that's pretty powerful stuff.
Yeah.
There's so much amazing about last night. Yeah,
absolutely.
One thing I was watching that three-quarter court shot just before halftime again, and he picked up the ball. He picked up the ball, loading up to shoot it when he was behind or at the 3-point line on the other end. So I'm thinking since he made it, they should have given him 6 points, right? Because it was a double 3-pointer.
Exactly.
I like the idea, Scott. I like the idea. But we also have to point out the arrival of Jimmy Butler. Yeah. And you can see the difference not only in Steph's game, but the entire team's game. But when you look at Steph, more points per game, higher 3-point percentage. Just talk to us about what Jimmy Butler has added to this team and how he's now helping out Steph Curry.
It's weird because last night Jimmy was, 1 for 7 or something like that. In fact, I looked at the other 4 starters for the Warriors were 8 for 32 from the field last night, so they shot 25%, and they still win by 6 or 8. But Jimmy, it surprised me because when they made the trade, my initial reaction was, "Oh my God, they're getting a troublemaker. They're getting an unhappy guy. He's old. He's beat up. I know he's a great player, but he doesn't even travel with his team half the time. He stays in different hotels. He's got to be a prima donna." The only thing that dissuaded me from writing that and thinking that at the time was it must have been okay with Steph to make that. Steph had to sign off on that trade. So I'm thinking, okay, there must be something to it. So I'm going to give Steph the benefit of the doubt, because why not? He knows more about basketball than I do, I think. and he was right. Oh my God, what a difference! And Curry, Steve Kerr says it very well, that the guy, if you watch him, he just doesn't make mistakes. He's got 1 or 2 turnovers since he's been here, but he just doesn't make mistakes. He makes the right pass. He makes the right move. He goes to the basket at the right time. He feeds off. He sets screens. He plays defense. I love his game face. Nobody's got a better game face than Jimmy Butler. Just if you didn't know him, you walked out in the court, you'd think, oh my God, I got to get out of this guy's way. But but he's been phenomenal. He's just been great with the team, and who knows? I ran into Pat Riley at the All-Star game and chatted with him briefly, and some of the stuff was off the record, but he did say, I'm glad we were able to get Jimmy to a good team instead of sending him to a bad team. I would have felt bad about that. So Pat Riley was happy about that.
How is our guy Pat Riley doing? Man, that's awesome you talked to him.
Yeah, I saw him. He went to the Hall of Fame announcement ceremony, and I saw him across the room, and I went over and sat down and talked to him before the thing started. We sat and talked for about 10 minutes and catching up on family and stuff. I hadn't probably talked to him in, my God, 15, 20 years.
Wow.
And we're like old buddies,
Yeah.
We kind of parted. When we parted, he was kind of mad at me for something I had written way back then, and we had exchanged kind of nasty letters. Not nasty, but contentious letters. So, but, it was like we were old buddies. Because I go back to Riley when he was the traveling secretary for the Lakers, as well as being the second guy in the broadcast booth. So he was kind of a nobody, and I was there when they made him the coach and all that stuff. So, yeah, we go. He's an amazing guy. He's a very, very interesting guy, and really, he was always the most fun guy to talk to, and he would give you the insight on the game even before he became a coach and all that stuff. He just knows a lot. He's a really good, interesting guy and a good basketball guy. So, we had a nice chat. It was. I was sitting with Ann Killian when he walked in the room, and I said, "I'm going to go talk to Riley." She said, "That's the best 80-year-old looking guy I've ever seen."
Yeah, there's no question, my guy. And I'm utterly fascinated by the guy, and really one of the great figures in American sports. And what a winner, what a champ. Scott, we have Moses Moody calling in from Philadelphia, so I got to keep this last one short. But given that the Lakers have Luka now, and then the Warriors, is it like a showdown? LeBron and Luka versus Jimmy and Steph, race to the Western Conference title?
Yeah, and I'm going to the Warriors now. I guess I'm a really big bandwagon jumper.
Yeah, sure.
But it's hard to not get pretty excited and enthusiastic about this. I don't know if I'm going to go all Draymond Green and predict a championship, but these guys are going to be kind of hard to beat. They have that self-belief now, and they got that Quinton Post. What the hell?
Right? I mean, soft touch on that guy, and he seized his moment. And apparently he and Jimmy Butler have a little vibe, too, so...
Yeah, I know. That's where.
Everything's clicking.
I think he went to school at the University of Mars with Otis Sistrunk. He's from nowhere.
Somebody had a funny line. He had a funny line that he's very blunt, like most Dutch, if we're going to racially profile here. So keep out for his blunt press conferences. So anyway, Scott, I just wanted to check in on the basketball history. It's always great to hear from you and know that you were moved to tears. But a listener wondered on the text line, are you maybe you have your own things going on, Scott, if you're moved to tears.
What if I have the what going on?
If maybe you have some of your own things going on, if you wind up crying at a basketball game. Scott, don't we all?
I just love me some Steph. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm not going to apologize.
All right. Hey, have a great time. We'll look forward to your next column on Steph, and thanks for checking in.
Yeah, thanks, Scott.
All right. Hook me up with some Neil Young tickets because we're old buddies.
Hey,
and I know you know.
There it is. We got to hit that next time. Next time we'll talk about that. We have Moses Moody. Moses Moody calling in. Take it easy,
Good
Scott.
talking to you guys.
Moses Moody checking in from Philadelphia. Next on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
With the 14th pick in the 2021 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Moses Moody from the University of Arkansas.
Moody 3. Good! Moses Moody with 17. Working off of Steph's pick the picker, set a screen, go get it, get downhill, and Moses was ready for his moment after Looney found him there.
All right, what a treat. We know it's busy, man. They got on a plane in Orlando last night. They flew to Philadelphia. They're getting up early. So a real treat to have Moses Moody from Philadelphia on the Murph and Marcus show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher on the UMA guest line. Hey, good morning, Moses. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Moses?
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing?
We're doing actually good afternoon in Philadelphia, right?
Yeah. I'm just waking up, so.
I mean, the NBA travel is real, but that must have been an extra, even though we wanted to sleep, a little extra fun on the flight after Steph scored 56. Tell us how much fun you guys had after the game last night.
Yeah, it was a good time. The most fun was during the game watching him do it. It was cool to see him. You know, his mom was in the back and everything after the game, not in the locker room, but in the outside. So I got to see her. She was excited. But you know, those guys get on that card table and they're pretty focused. So
yeah, Moses, I was going to say you have one of the best views in the building, and not just last night, but for years now with Steph Curry hitting all those night celebrations. Do you ever find yourself kind of just being a spectator and a fan of Steph Curry when he's out here doing his thing?
I do, and you know, you got to remind yourself that you're in the game. Sometimes it feels like a couple years ago when I was watching it on my couch.
Yeah, right. I mean, seriously, because honestly, we do the age, Moses. What are you, 20? You're 2021. I'm sorry, I didn't look at 21 years old, 22.
So yeah.
So I'm thinking Steph scored 54 points in 2013. 12. You were 10 when he did that at Madison Square Garden. So, do you ever have that out of body moment, like I'm playing with Steph Curry, who I used to watch on my TV?
Yeah. Like, you know, you can't get caught up in the moment and forget to appreciate the game, appreciate being around greatness. You know, one of the greatest to ever do it. Just somebody that's perfected it to that magnitude. You know, you can see it so much that that it loses value. You don't really appreciate it. But I try to slow down and appreciate it as long as I got it.
Yeah, and it's something that we talk about a lot with Steph Curry, his gravitational pull and the amount of attention that he gets on offense by the defense. So I got to ask you, what is it like playing on the court with Steph Curry? We've seen the success you guys have had since you entered the starting lineup. I believe you guys are now 11-0 on the season with you in the starting lineup. So talk to us about that combination and just what it's like to be on the court with Steph.
It's good. It's so with Steph being on the court, he obviously attracts a lot of attention. But he plays fast, and I like to play fast. So you know, he gets the ball out, we moving and running, and then the contrast with Jimmy too, slowing it down, lesser turnovers. So it's good to have the contrast of the two. But just being out there with Steph is always a good time, to say the least.
Talking to Moses Moody in Philadelphia, where the Warriors are getting ready to take on the Sixers tomorrow night. Last night's game was just incredible. 56 points from Steph Curry. I don't know, for you, just getting into the individual part of the game last night, you're down 17 in the first half. He hits that shot right before half. That's I think 3/4 of the court. Is there anything to that going into the locker room? Like, okay, that's pushing us in the right direction, that kind of shot.
Yeah, well, not only the shot, it maybe the 5 shots before that too. He was on the heater before the half, and then him singing that one really just made it obvious. Like, okay, it's going to be one of those days for him.
You mentioned Jimmy Butler's arrival, and we've been playing the quote all week long from Gary Payton, talking about the vibes that he's brought to the team, whether it's the candles at his locker or him bumping some Lauryn Hill or some Erykah Badu. What can you tell us about the vibes and how Jimmy Butler's fitting in with the team?
Yeah, it's a good vibe. You know, he does have that. I talked to him a lot about his wine and his coffee. That's something that interests him a lot. But he's a vibe. He got his music playing, got his candles going. It's a cool thing to see, a different experience. I try to pay attention to the people around me, and because I've had a lot of interesting people over the years. But he definitely has whole different energy with the calmness before the storm.
Have you been a candle guy anytime in your life? Like you seek out candles? Or are you now going to be checking out candles because of Jimmy?
My grandma was always had some incense and candles going on. My mom keeps some candles in the house. Me personally, I haven't really got into it, but I've always been around them.
The real question is he selling his Big Face coffee, and how much is he selling those cups for, Moses?
I couldn't tell you. You might have to go look that one up. He's not selling them in the locker room.
Are you a coffee guy?
No, not personally. Not yet, at least.
Oh, yeah. You got to get a little older. You'll start to love it a little bit, especially with this NBA travel, which leads us to your NBA career, Moses. I mean, listen, it's really taken off. They're 11-0 with you in the starting lineup. I know that stat you've heard. So just, I mean, when you hear that, does that make you stand up a little straighter, shoulders back? Like, yeah, man, this NBA thing's really starting to take off for me.
It's a cool stat to hear. You know, it's a big part about being an NBA player is how do you impact winning. So being able to come up with something like that isn't a coincidence or whatever. It must be actual benefits and just the validation of what you're doing on a daily basis is actually having something to do with the outcome, and that's cool to see.
Yeah, and I definitely wanted to make sure to say congratulations for representing the Warriors at the All-Star Game just a few days ago over at Chase Center. You were in the Skills Challenge with Draymond Green. What was that like for you?
That was a really good time. I didn't really necessarily know I didn't know what to expect going in my first time even being at All-Star Weekend, but I didn't. It was a lot of fun. I didn't realize how much fun it was going to be as I was out there running around on the court with the flashing lights and different colored basketball and everything. It was a different experience, but I really enjoyed it.
Now, Moses, be honest with us. Did you guys think about using the strategy that CP3 and Wemby got disqualified for?
Everybody was kind of joking about it before it started, and I just didn't think anybody was going to actually do it. So once they actually did it, now I'm sitting on the bench like, well, they're going to win if it's not a problem. So, but I'm still not going to go do it. So I was thinking maybe I shoot the first one, try to make it, and then I got to throw the next two because their time is going to be so short. But no, I didn't have to they didn't have to do that.
Yeah, the cops came in and busted those guys. The next thing you know, they couldn't do it. And a few more minutes here with Moses Moody, who's, of course, 11-0 as a starter with the Warriors and doing his thing. And you know what's funny? For most Warriors fans, 2022 seems like a long time ago because the last couple years haven't gone the way the Warriors wanted, but you were part of a championship team. And so I'm wondering, now that you're getting to be a little bit of a veteran, people are wondering, Draymond Green said, we can win the championship. So you've won one. You've seen what it takes. Can you start thinking like that?
Definitely. This team is really similar, I think, to the championship team. But one big thing that I got from our run and just seeing the NBA is that it's possible. Like, situations happen. It's not always the team with the best record that wins, the team that's supposed to win that wins. Even the year we won, I don't know what the odds was that we'll win a championship at the beginning of the playoffs. Even in the finals, the odds were really bad. But it's life, Different things happen, and you got to adjust, and it's about who's there in the end, and I think we can be.
Yeah, Moses, I think most people are looking at this roster right now, and they see the bounce from Steph and Draymond to Jimmy to a lot of the young guys like yourself, Brandon Pajemski, Quinton Post, and Jonathan Kuminga making his return. So how's that balance between some of these older vets and some of the young guys on the roster?
Yeah, I think it's a really good balance just with that shift and all the benefits that come with more seasoned guys, older guys that's played and been in these situations a lot. But then the energy and the things that young guys bring as well. It's tough to be an older team playing against a young team because they'll run you. They got all type of things, and it's tough to be a young team playing against an old team because they'll slow it down and do different things. But it's cool to have both.
And just before I let you go, just a little bit on some of the. You were a rookie just a few years ago, and like we said, you're a veteran now. And here comes Quinton Post, and he's adjusting. He's making these shots from the outside. We were talking about how you either seize your opportunity or you don't, and you've seen both ways. What's your observation of him seizing the opportunity?
Yeah, it's really cool to see. I got a lot of respect for the way that he did it too. You know, just throughout the year. First half of the season, he wasn't with us at all. Almost. I mean, he was there. But just spent a lot of time in the G League. But was working even from seeing him in training camp until now. Like, it's just a big difference in the way that he carry himself and the way that he play. But it's really cool to see a guy take the initiative, take it on himself, to use those G League games and practices to elevate his game and get to a point to where he's ready to play on the floor, and he's doing that at a high level.
In the real life X's and O's effect of having that stretch big, a 7-footer, can you feel the space?
Yeah, definitely. Just because he's got bigs guarding him, and he's a rookie, so a lot of guys don't necessarily know his game. So they're going to assume that he's not going to be out there ready to shoot those threes like he are, so they'll play off, and he's got all the time he needs to line it up.
Last question for me, Moses, sorry to interrupt, is about your head coach, Steve Kerr. Because over the last couple of years, it seems like you guys have really tried to figure out what your role in this team is going to be, your minutes, and we talked about the lineup switch this year and the success that you guys have had with the starting lineup with you in it. So what would you tell us about your relationship with Steve Kerr and how he's helped your development over the last couple of seasons?
I think a lot of the developments just come from figuring out what I need to do to be on the floor. You know, it's easy to be frustrated with the situation of not playing, and sometimes it's not my fault or whatever it is, but that put it on me to really figure out what it was. That's pulling coach aside, watching film with him, pulling the assistant aside, asking questions, and just observing what other guys are doing. So I think this has all been a process that's really just really helped my development.
Well, Moses, you're always a good talker. You give a good interview. You know what's going on. Just a little bit on home. Like, how often do you stay in touch with the Arkansas crew and the Razorbacks and the family back home?
Yeah, I'm big on family, for one, just because I have a big family that we grew up right up under each other. So I talk, especially when I'm on the road, I'm talking to a cousin or an auntie or an uncle or somebody every day. But you know, it's harder to get back home. I go in the summertime, but I love going back home to Arkansas. Yeah, I really miss my people sometimes.
Man, I know you guys are proud. The Razorbacks they're calling the Hogs, man. How's Coach Cal doing? What do you think?
Yep, they doing their thing. They you know, it's his first year.
Yeah,
first year with the program, and you know, they got some big wins under their belt. I've seen some pretty good things from them. So yeah, I'm happy to see what it can be.
I'm sorry to geek out on college basketball. I love it, but how much experience have you had with the legendary Nolan Richardson?
I went and met Nolan Richardson before I went to Arkansas. I had already committed, but before I went up to Fayetteville, I went to Nolan Richardson's house.
Ooh.
And talked to him for a couple hours. He showed me around, showed me some old pictures, some old videos, and really spent some time with the OG. So that was my first time meeting him, I think. But yeah, it was really cool.
Could you feel the aura?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, walking around his house, he's got a room there with a bunch of pictures and memory lane type of stuff, even before he was at Arkansas. So yeah, the aura was definitely there.
I love talking college basketball, and I geek out. I love those Nolan Richardson teams, man. They were awesome. 40 minutes of hell, man. So you go give 48 minutes of hell to the Sixers tomorrow night, right?
Yep, of course.
All right, Moses. Listen, we love checking in. We sure do appreciate it on KNBR. The listeners love it too. So I know it was a tiring night, a long flight from Orlando to Philly, and you did Raymond a solid by hopping on with us. So we appreciate you and enjoy. Get some rest and have a great game tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, Moses.
Oh yeah, no problem. Thank you.
There he is, Moses Moody, man. I told you, the guy's a great talker. He just gets it. Just gets it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, big family down in Arkansas. So Nolan Richardson, young Tone, you probably don't know, like legendary college basketball coach. So this guy would have won the championship before Moses was born. In 1994, the Arkansas Razorbacks. What are you chuckling about back there?
You're good. We'll tell you later. You're fine.
Well, I'm still cracking up that you kept on calling Moses Moody a vet when he's like 3 years younger than young Tony.
23, 24, 20. This is his fourth year.
That's insane,
This is
dude.
his fourth year.
Only at 22 years old.
Yeah.
And it feels like he's finally finding his footing.
So Nolan Richardson won the national championship in 1994. Dare I say what happens the next year? Tell them next year, dude. They made it back to the final the next year, and UCLA beat them in 95. But they made back-to-back championship games. So anyway, he's just one of the great coaches. I think that probably doesn't get enough shine, really. I mean, he does certainly in Arkansas, but he went to 3. Well, he's a Hall of Famer, and he also, let's see, did he go to 3 Final? Yeah, he took him to 3 Final Fours. So 3 Final Fours is legit. So anyway, just wanted to shout out Moses and the Arkansas Razorback. Good kid. And listen, honest to goodness, how do you feel about this kid's future?
I am excited for the future of Moses Moody, and that's why I asked him about his relationship with Steve Kerr. I'm not looking to dig into any dirt or anything, but for a while, it felt like a lot of Warriors fans were asking questions about why the hell isn't Moses Moody seeing the floor? And every time he got the opportunity, he showed flashes of maybe being a 3-and-D kind of wing guy and a guy that would fit in great with Steph Curry. But he really never really got the opportunity with the share of minutes. And now we're seeing it, and now we're seeing him take advantage of it. And again, at only 22 years old, I know they gave him a contract this last offseason, so it seems like Moses Moody is going to be a part of this future.
Checking in the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 310. Moses is a very, very impressive 22-year-old veteran. As you were just saying, you put it in air quotes like you did, like you're calling him a vet. He's 22. 707 said, super intelligent dude. Warriors need to keep him on the permanent. Another 707 says, Moody's a good kid finding his way. And a third 707 says, always been a fan of Moses. Glad to have him on the team for the Warriors. So, yeah, there's a lot of... I remember a couple years ago, I remember we were just joking. I was like, this is my year. I'm taking Moody. Moody's my guy. I declared this. And then they never played him.
Yeah.
Then I was like, well, so much for that. But they kept him, and now you got him. And they're 11-0 with him in the lineup. And I think the sky's the limit, man. He can shoot.
Yeah, and credit to him for not burying his head in the sand, thinking that he's in the coach's doghouse and complaining and trying to find a way off the team. No, he's continued to show up every single day, and he's been rewarded for it. And once again, taking advantage of the opportunities is key in any situation.
Yeah, so, all right, well, thank you, Raymond, for hooking us up with a little Moses Moody. And again, these guys are flying from Orlando to Philly. It's tough, and so he hopped on. That was good stuff, man. All right. Well, Fridays are turning into some pretty special days, and maybe Gene Hackman's still on our mind a little bit as we sign off on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What a day. What a crazy, crazy day. All Steph all the time. KSTPH. Not KNBR. KSTP? I don't know.
KNBR, your Steph Curry leader.
Oh, so I want to thank him for giving us an entire show. In retrospect, it seems crazy that we talked to David Lombardi for 9 minutes about the Niners.
And he didn't know about Steph dropping 56 last night.
Thanks. I texted Raymond, thank you for getting us Moses. He wrote back, great kid. Sounds like, what's his face? Paul Sorvino from like Goodfellas. Yeah, great kid. Great kid.
He's a great kid. He's a good kid.
22. So speaking of kids, we're overrun by children from Cathedral School up on Nob Hill at Grace Cathedral. The beautiful school up there, the historic San Francisco school. They annually take a field trip here in which we tell them, don't get into radio. Hey, kids, see how exciting this is? Don't get into radio.
Yeah, you heard about this thing called radio. It's not going to be around long.
Like, they're all excited, and then we're like, yeah, don't get excited.
Yeah, get into
Don't do
YouTube,
this.
kid.
Yes.
Yeah, start a TikTok account.
Or they could get into radio and be like Young Tony, who's blowing up. In fact, time to play the Young Tony Sounder. Yes.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, so Young Tony is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea. Probably he's not that much older than these kids. I got to give this kid a ton of credit, man, putting in the work. So Gene Hackman dies yesterday. He's like, I kind of don't really know Gene Hackman. I said, well, you could. And Young Tony, you did some work?
I did, so I watched Hoosiers.
Wait, pause right there. Say that again.
I watched Hoosiers.
Can I get some applause?
Late afternoon yesterday.
Bro, I got to start. You're going to make me emotional now. This movie means the world to me. I'm nervous. Oh, are we going to have a problem?
Uh-oh.
How'd it go?
Oh, dude, I loved it.
Yeah!
I loved it. Yeah, good film.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like it? Come on now. That's a bad take by that guy, dude.
There were some people.
There's a few people out there.
There's some people in the hallways who were saying, you're washed, bro. Hoosiers is yesterday's news. So you liked it.
I thought it was very, very good. One of the lines I wrote down is just like a philosophy in life.
Yes.
I've seen you guys can shoot, but there's more to the game than shooting. There's fundamentals and defense.
That's what he says to them before the big state semifinal. If we just ignore their fancy uniforms, ignore the band, ignore the crowd, and just focus on the fundamentals that got you here.
Yeah.
And no matter what happens at the end of the game, you'll be winners in my book.
Yeah, but Murph, don't tell that to the kids we have in the bullpen or to your CYO or middle school basketball team. They want to pull up like Steph and shoot that
I know.
three.
One of my things, and we haven't brought it up all day, but like Steph changed the game. Like, yeah, for the better, for the worse. Anyway, so what? Anything else jump out at you?
My team is on the floor right before, so he just arrives at this school.
That's when he's establishing. He's like, there's a new sheriff in town. I'm playing 4 unless we're going to do it the team way.
Yep.
At one point, he gives him the Bo Schembechler, the team, right?
Yeah. Another funny line, hold your ears, kids. Bad foul call. The guy walks up to the ref, and he's like, just want to discuss. Do you have pigeon S in your eyes? Kind of a good line, just talking to the ref.
And dude, if you want to get deep now, the movie is about redemption. It's about second chances in life. If you take all the narrative threads going on here, number one, Gene Hackman, checkered history there. Norman Dale, they find out he had laid hands on a kid, maybe Bobby Knight style, and had lost his job. But his old buddy, the principal, gave him a second chance. That guy's one of the most underrated characters in the whole movie. Number 2, Dennis Hopper, the alcoholic shooter who had missed the shot for Hickory High and then of course, but Gene Hackman gives him a chance. He gives him a big time chance. And then Jimmy Chitwood had quit the team and they give him a second chance. So, and look what everybody does with their lives in redemption. And come on, now that you know the context of measuring the rim at Butler Fieldhouse.
Dude, it's so cool. Very cinematic. Walking into a big gym, everybody's got deers in a headlight. And it's like, listen, guys, it's the same length. It's the same, height on the rim. Everything's the same. It's just one basketball court.
So one soundbite before we close out the segment here from yesterday. I'm so glad. God, I tell you, that movie wrecks me, man. I get very emotional in that movie. I really do, because high school basketball was my favorite thing ever.
You're like Scott Osler watching Steph Curry.
Totally, dude. High school basketball. High school basketball is the best. It's the best. What do you got?
Measure this from the rim. Buddy? How far? 10 feet. 10 feet. I think you'll find it's exact same measurements as our gym back in Hickory. Okay, let's get dressed for practice.
Oh, man. Coach Normandale for life and Gene Hackman.
Yes.
We lost him at the age of 95
young Tony,
yesterday.
as I said yesterday, I'm glad you went out and saw Hoosiers, but now you got to go see the replacements. Gene Hackman as Coach McGinley, Keanu Reeves as Shane Falco. It's a great cast, hilarious football movie.
I mean, Dave would tell you, and Holler would tell you, Superman, Lex Luthor. Others would tell you No Way Out. So he's got a ton. French Connection, Unforgiven. All right, let the kids in.
Bring them
in. Here they are.
Bring the kids in.
The Cathedral kids are
Bring
here.
them on
Their
in.
annual field trip. Come on in, kids. You want to get on TV?
Come on down. We're live.
Come on. Why'd they open the door? Open the door. Did not teach them how to. Didn't teach how to open a door. Cathedral.
Come on in.
Man. Come on. You guys want to get on YouTube? Get behind us.
So come back here. We're live on camera.
You guys ever been on YouTube?
Go pile in behind Murph.
How many of you have your own YouTube channels?
Look at you. You're on YouTube. Keep going. Scoot down. Get them all in. Get them all in. Come on. Scoot down.
Just cram in here, guys. Come on.
Is that Greg Silver back there?
Over here,
I thought Greg Silver was in Indy.
Yeah, come on.
I thought we sent him to the combine.
Now get behind Marcus. Some of you get behind me. Get behind me. Can somebody get behind? There you go. There's a hole.
Fill it out, boys. Fill it out.
There you go.
Get some screen time. You see it over there, boys.
What do you guys have to say to the world out there? What's your sports take?
What's your message to the people?
Lakers go.
Oh, come on. Move that kid to the back.
Give that kid
Warriors, let's go. Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, let's go, boys.
Give this kid a thank you.
Yeah, let's go.
Buddy. No Lakers.
Warriors are coming. Tell them, kids. Tell them.
Let me ask you, anybody here a Steph Curry fan? Yeah, there we go. That's how we end the show. All right, guys. Hey, you guys, you're the future. So don't screw it up. All right, guys?
That's it,
All right,
kids.
guys.
Stay in school, drink your yoo-hoo.
Yes, and go to bed early and do your homework.
That's it. Brush your teeth. Eat your vegetables.
Yeah. All right. You're good-looking kids.
Yeah.
You can all leave now.
Thanks for coming in,
good
guys.
Good job, guys.
There's the class bell. The show's over, boys.
Guys, give yourselves a
Thank
round
you.
of applause.
Round of applause for the kids. See that?
Right.
The Murph and Marcus show is for the future. It's for the children, Murph.
I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. That's an 80s Friday coming up. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. John, Joe, and Tony, and Marcus, and the Cathedral boys, and Steph Curry. Thank you. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Juices start flowing, and we call it very syrupy. It's just, it flows.
The man had 56 points. There was no aside from Steph. He had 56.
Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
I'm not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Dropping it off, Warriors take it away. Curry again. Buddy Hield back to Steph. Another three. Got it! This has got that record-setting feel. Magic has scored the last two times. Curry for three. Yes, sir! Curry's got 46. Another clutch game for the Dubs. Curry three. Good! 11 threes. 49 for the game. Curry to beat the buzzer for three. Good! Steph's got 12 threes. He's got 52.
And now we can get this party going. We had a little NFL draft chime because we're here at the NFL Combine. Had to get the cameras going because for once I actually look like I might not have a face for radio just a little bit. That's all beside the point. Hey, Papa, gotta say, number one, good morning, and number two,
good morning.
Feeling pretty good after not sleeping in a hotel lobby, huh?
We are doing well after nights of sleep, and you kept raging all night with the Elder Silver. I don't know how you do it, and I had a power nap and got up and hit the streets of Indy, so we're all good today. But we came in with the NFL jingle with the 7th pick in the NBA NFL draft. If Steph Curry was in the NFL draft, what position would he actually play at 6'3" with those hands and his dexterity? Quarterback? Would he play quarterback? Would he play wide receiver? Cam Scattaboo was just next to us a minute ago, the Arizona State running back, and had a chance to say hi to him, get the correct pronunciation of his name, even though it's 1-0. It is not Bo, it's Scattaboo. And I said, come play with Christian McCaffrey. And he said, You never know. You never know. So we'll see. But we will get to NFL Combine. We are here refreshed and ready to roll after a sleep-deprived night the night before. We're good tonight. And thank God we are, because we got up early this morning and watched it back. And I honestly didn't know what he was going to do. But I knew it was February the 27th. And there's vibes going back to the original Studio 54 performance at Madison Square Garden, when really the world, we saw him at Davidson College, that adorable junior sophomore year, actually, and his mom and the crowd, Sonia, and she was there last night, going back to the happiest place on earth, and nobody plays with more joy than Wardell, Stephen Curry. And it was the 9-year anniversary of not just the Studio 54 game way back when, but, the Oklahoma City game. But I venture to guess what we saw last night, it wasn't game 4 of an NBA Finals when you're down 2-1 and you got to have the game. But last night, and we're going to bring Brandon Payne on, who has mentored Steph, the Q man, Bruce Frazier, and I actually had dinner next to Q the other night right next to Jason Kidd, and we talked a lot about it, and they work together. I think it's a combination of Brandon Payne in the offseason in Charlotte at Accelerate Basketball and what Bruce Frazier does. But last night, no matter what the date, and it's February 27th last night at 2025. He's 36. He's going to have a 37th birthday in 2 weeks. Pi Day, March the 14th, and tomorrow is March the 1st. So 2 weeks from today, he is going to turn 37. To do what he did last night in 34 minutes, to score 56 points, and to do it on 25 shots. It may have been the most efficient 56-point game in the history of the NBA. Wilt's 100 was pretty efficient. He made his free throws, and he did well. But the three balls, what makes it incredible, he was 16 of 25 from the floor, 12 of 19 on the three ball. Think about that. And made all 12 of his free throws to score 56 points. And he only had 5 in the opening quarter. He came alive when he came in out of that break to start the second quarter, and they were down double digits. He made a shot right away, and he scored a quick 11. Obviously, the 49-footer right before halftime. But I love the play they called right to start the third quarter, where he got a little action. Jimmy brought it up, and that's what Butler does. It gets Steph off the ball. He took a little screen, a little flare screen, got out to his right above the elbow. His shot was so soft last night, he actually missed it, but it went off the rim, went up, hit the top of the backboard, but not the top and rolled back. It hit the front top of the backboard. Like
ultimate shooter's touch.
The Michael Larry Bird ad where they're shooting for McDonald's, and it went in. And then but the way he scored, we'll get into it with Brandon, and Steph talked about it. He scored every way imaginable. They came off screens, came off pin downs, came off every kind of screen, action you could possibly run. But he also just created so much for himself. When he cleared a defensive rebound, he only had 3 assists last night. He wasn't going to give the ball up. He just brought it across midcourt and just got into his bag, his dribble. He is so much better of a shot creator. I remember years ago when he was winning MVPs, there was a commercial. Will Smith actually VO'd it for antiperspirant, deodorant. It was about unguardable. And Durant was out that year with a Jones fracture. It was during the first championship year. And they were saying Steph Curry's the most unguardable player in the NBA. And I'm thinking, I hope Durant doesn't see this, because Kevin Durant's the most unguardable. And Steph at that time was guardable. You could throw traps at him. But now with the work with Brandon Payne, and we'll get into it, just his ability to create off his own dribble, just rock into shots, the constant movement. I texted Raymond Ritter. What was the GPS tracker, the catapult on him last night? And I thought it was going to be higher. He ran 2.6 miles last night. You would think it would be even higher than that, but typically an NBA game, they run like 2.1. We'll find out where that is. About his constant movement, you couldn't, I don't know how to get, last night he was unguardable. You could not guard him. If you had the ball in his hands and you trapped him, he'd give it up, but they were smart enough. Up at the time Buddy Hield is cutting through the lane for a lay-in, he just turns his head. He knows Steph is behind him. Just drop it back to Steph. It's like the night, Clay went for 60 or 37 in the quarter. We're going to run 2 plays. Get the ball to Clay. Clay, get the ball. Last night, get the ball to Steph Curry. I mean, it was that I know he scored more points to 63 in the pandemic, but that was weird. He's probably played a more complete game considering it was the NBA Finals in Boston. Game 4, down 2-1. But when you look at the whole offensive package, the efficiency, the way they were way down, they needed him to score every single one of those points just about. And there were big rebounds. Jimmy didn't play well. Jimmy got a big offensive rebound. Draymond got a big offensive rebound. Quinton Post made some big plays, shots, and block
Post
shots.
was really good last
night. But is
night.
that the most skilled? And we're always a prisoner of the moment, recency bias. Was that the most skilled performance we've ever seen from Stephen?
I mean, it's got to be up there, Papa. And yeah, you're right. Game 4 is the ultimate Steph Curry legacy game. You consider the stakes, NBA Finals on the line, you're down 2-1, you're on the road in Boston at the Garden. But if we're just going to talk about the regular season, any game, start to finish, I mean, here's the deal. We got off our show yesterday. We go to Lucas Oil Stadium, watch some workouts. We're going to get a little bit into that. Then I go back, take a nice little 45-minute power nap, see that the Warriors...
You slept for 45 minutes after none the night before?
Oh, yeah.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, don't worry. That's like you said, I sleep when I'm dead.
Yeah, you're right.
So get back, and I figure, okay, I'm going to watch the second half later, but I'm tracking it on my phone. And Paolo Banchero in the first half, Steve Kerr tried throwing everything at him. They had zero answers. And also, we got to address the elephant in the room, aside from Steph Curry. This was a game where Jimmy Butler gave you nothing offensively.
He had a big offensive rebound.
Did have a big offensive rebound. But the point is, they are still a Steph Curry-dependent team. Here's the difference. It's not like every single night and every single quarter he has to go and be that guy. And every once in a while, he's going to give you flashes of why he is just a grade A sicko. The way he was yelling after making some threes down by double digits in the second quarter, pumping himself up, it is very Michael Jordan in terms of how he seems to take things really personally on a level of just, I'm going to be really angry and decide to take over this game. And if you're a fan in Orlando, by the way, yeah, easy for me to say, working in the Bay Area, but how do you not enjoy that? Either your team's going to pull off a win or you're watching one of the greats do it at the highest level.
That's the thing. When you go to these cities just one time a year, and it's the happiest place on earth, you bring the happiest player in that's ever played the game, playing with joy. As he's doing this to you, he's smiling, he's enjoying, he's talking to professional golfers and sinking 20-foot putts in the front row. He was in his bag last night. Up until this point, Steph was not having a great year. He got off to a good start. He lulled for a long time. Jimmy does help him. We'll get into a deeper conversation about when Kuminga comes back working this B. He doesn't have to do that every night, and no one's capable of doing it every night because he had to work so hard. But last night, his skill level was just at an all-time high. And you know what? Along the way, early in the game, he passed a guy named Patrick Ewing. He is now the 26th all-time leading scorer in the history of the NBA. You know who's next? The logo. Jerry West. Oh. And he doesn't have that far to get Jerry. Jerry got over 25,000. Steph may get there with a big night in Philly if he goes for 200 on Saturday night. But and then he's going to climb. And he's going to play longer. We'll get into it with Brandon. If you think he's slowing down in any way, he's not. The energy that he plays with. I mean, last night he worked so hard. He was so hard to guard. How do you guard him? He's just here, there, everywhere, and when he gives it up and gets it back and relocates, he is a mother. I mean, you look at guys that have most points in an NBA game at age 36 or older. Kobe Bryant scored 60 his last game.
Yeah.
But Utah, that's the night the Warriors got the 73rd win against Memphis.
Yeah.
Utah basically let him go. And then LeBron's just different. LeBron had 56 a couple of years ago. LeBron's still going strong at 40. But Steph, put up a new graphic. Most points in a game at 36, Michael, Steph, LeBron. Most points 37 because he's going to do it again in a couple of weeks. How high can he go up the all-time list? He's not slowing down. He's going to be 37 years of age.
And that was his 9th 50-point game after turning 30 years old last
30's
night.
Different. 30's, with the way these guys train, you can still score a lot of points at 30, 31, 32, 33. You get mid-30s. He's still doing it at age 35, 36, and now soon to be 2 weeks' time, 37. And when he has a moment like this, we're all prisoners of the moment, and I reached out to Brandon Payne. That's the best he's ever been. What was he doing? He was in his, but it was the efficiency. He scored 50. If you score, like Mully would have games where he scored 25 and like 15 shots, that's like, wow.
Yeah.
When you score 56 points, getting up 25 shots. You're scoring more than 2 points a shot. That you get 2 points for making a shot. Now you get 3 with the ones that he made, but he 12 and 19. He took a couple of ones that were forced at the end. Jimmy got that big rebound on the one that he missed, and Draymond later. But whether it was his best of all time, it's up there. It's not the highest scoring game, not the most impactful. But when you watch him play like he played last night, you wonder how much longer can he do it. But really, that's not the point. He is the most skilled basketball player that has ever walked the earth in the three basic tenets of offensive basketball, which is shooting, passing, and dribbling. Last night, he didn't pass. He passed appropriately to get the defense off of him, but his dribbling and his shooting, his ability to dribble into a shot has never come close. And he's also a great screen setter. He does other things well offensively besides those three, but just if you're starting a basketball academy and we're going to start with passing, dribbling, and shooting, this guy's the best we've ever seen. And last night, it may have been his best. He was just having so much fun last night. Can't every day in the Gregorian calendar, fellow Gregorian, can't we make every day February 27th?
Yeah, well, he's done it 3 times now with all-time performances. Let's talk a little guest list here, because coming up right after this segment, we're going to talk to Brandon Payne, the trainer who has made Steph Curry, Steph Curry. Matt Mayoko is going to join us, as he does just about every Friday at 10:50, and we caught up with Andrew Siciliano a little bit earlier before the show. We'll play that conversation because there is football to be discussed, and Matthew Stafford meeting with the Rams right now. Could there be news on that front during this 4-hour window of the show? We'll be monitoring all of it right here, Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
The O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Where does this Steph Curry 56-point performance rank amongst the all-time Steph Curry performances? Let us know in the YouTube chat or call or text us at 808-KNBR.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Anthony dropping it off. Warriors take it away. Curry again. Buddy Hield back to Steph. Another three. Got it! And the Warriors build on a lead after just getting it. Curry three. Got it! Steph with 8 made three.
No, I think you have nights like these, you get them all different type of ways. Off the dribble, off pin downs, relocations. That's when double-digit nights like that happen because you're just finding a rhythm and a flow and the ball is finding you at the right time. But you got to have the footwork, the balance, the confidence to shoot them in no matter what, no matter how they come, and be ready for your moment. So I practice all of them. And no matter how you get to it, as long as there's certain nights, it's we call it very syrupy. It's just, it flows.
So we're in Indianapolis here on a Friday for a long end of the week or an early weekend, however you want to frame it. But Greg Papa and I, and we will be talking football later, why are we opening the show talking about basketball? Well, because Steph Curry is a menace and went for 56 in Orlando last night. And not just 56 in a game in which they needed about 54 of those. He was unbelievable. And here to kick off the guest list on a Friday is Brandon Payne, the founder of Accelerate Basketball and Accelerate Basketball Online, guy who knows Steph Curry very, very well and is responsible for the nice kind of skill and conditioning that you saw last night. And he joins us courtesy.
Sonia had a lot to do with it, but Brandon certainly helped to accentuate it.
He was the third parent for sure, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Brandon, Greg Papa, Greg Silver, normally out in San Francisco, today in Indianapolis, but we got to talk some hoops because that was unbelievable. And how are you?
I'm doing great today. It's always great to talk to you guys, and normally I talk to you after Steph and then the Warriors do something really nice. So it's always a positive when I get that text to get on the phone with you guys.
Yeah, I sent him a text. Best game ever we've ever seen. I mean, we'll get into it. But the way what he was talking about there, Brandon, it almost like, let's just cue up a Brandon Payne Accelerate Basketball video with Steph Curry as the lead pupil. Everything that you virtually work with him, and he's got, the work ethic, and it's not just, flow, it's hustle and flow and God-given, abilities, but it accentuated all. When you were watching him last night, it just seemed like all those drills that you work with him every offseason, going back to Charlotte, wherever he is around the globe, is it basically what you guys work to do in the offseason that he did on Orlando last night?
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw a little bit of everything, and the biggest thing is just when you get into that flow state, which is what you saw him in last night, is to not force things. And I know that there's kind of a common phrase that a lot of announcers like to use or players sometimes like to use when they say it's a heat check, but when you're in a kind of a situation that he was in last night where the game was tight and every one of those buckets were needed, you have to continue to stay within the framework of the offense. You got to stay within the parameters of high IQ basketball and take the right shots and not get too far outside of that. And I thought for the most part last night, even when he was really hot, there was only one that I thought that he might have forced. The rest of them I felt like kind of happened organically within the offense. And those are the best nights. Those are the most impressive nights because when you're the top of the line of the scouting report and you're being defended in ways that other guys are not being defended, you have to be really disciplined about how you're moving. You have to read things so quickly. You have to take advantage of every small mistake the person that's guarding you makes to create the space you need to get the shots off. And last night was just an absolute masterclass in how to do that. And every mistake that an Orlando defender made, he capitalized on it, whether it was for him to get a shot. He did a great job last night of using his eyes and using pace to command double teams, to hit players that were like hockey assists, where he was holding the help and they got a +1 after he made a pass. It was just a great game all around, and it was on a night that they needed it, because momentum as a team in the NBA is a very real thing. And right now they've got it, and they've got it at the right time, and you want to maintain that. And to start off a road trip with a game like that, that's a really good sign of things to come.
Brandon, he got hot when he came back into the game. He only had 5 points in the first quarter, but when he came back into the second quarter, he dropped 11 right away. And then they got down 17, and then he makes not even a logo shot. It was on the other side of half court, and whatever it was, I saw some metrics, 56. I think it actually was 49 feet away. But you were talking about, he doesn't take heat checks. I could say every shot he takes is a heat check. No one takes Steph Curry shots. So I was having dinner in San Francisco on Saturday night at a Japanese steakhouse, and Bruce Frazier, Q, comes in with Jason Kidd. And he was the original. When I saw Steph, years ago before he won MVPs, just the 2-ball drill, and he is taking logo shots. And he's making 4 out of 5 or 6 in a row. They all hit the rim. When you're in the gym with him and his workouts, and you guys are really strict and detailed, footwork and everything, how much do you work with Steph taking the logo shot from midcourt, or even on the other side of midcourt, maybe going back to the other free throw line, because we've seen him do that in Memphis in a playoff game?
It is something that we touch on. It's a part of our what a lot of people would call their form shooting routine. We don't necessarily have a form shooting routine. We have kind of a dynamic warm-up that we go through from a shooting standpoint that involves a lot of changing range. So we start, if you watch him before the games, he'll start right in front of the rim. He'll hit a shot, take a step back, hit a shot, take a step back. He'll go all the way back to the logo, and then he works himself all the way back to the rim. That's something that we do in the off season. We do a little bit more with it, though. We have some parameters and some rules that we follow. If he misses 2 in a row, we start the drill over again, things like that. You don't quite have the time to do that before a game, but when we have all the time in the world in the off season, we do that drill. It's called a pyramid drill, because we go up one side and come right back down the other side. So it's something that we do. You have to be careful, though, not to spend too much time or shoot too many of those, because you can start to introduce some mechanical problems if you take too many of those. But it is something that we touch on pretty much daily. He'll get anywhere from 5 to 10 of those up a day, and he normally makes 7 or 8.
Talking to Brandon Payne here, the founder of Accelerate Basketball, and as he deemed it, the token for when Steph Curry does something incredible, we get to have him on KNBR. So, Brandon, as we talk about Steph and what he did last night, I mean, how do you target your workouts with him, or I guess smaller guards in general, to become better 3-level scorers? And maybe we want to call it 4 levels if we rewind to the very end of the second quarter last night. But, we know he's always had the shot and that gift. But if we're talking about mid-range and the way he finishes at the rim as well, how have you been able to target that to where he's just continued to improve as he's gotten older?
Yeah, I think that it's important, when we work in the off season, that we don't spend an inordinate amount of time at the three-point line. So we do shoot a lot of threes, but we very rarely shoot a lot of threes back-to-back. So we're very aware that in order for him to be the threat that he needs to be at the three-point line, that he's got to have the drive threat and the mid-range threat as well, because that keeps defenses somewhat honest. And so a lot of what we do, we try to make sure that as many of his shots are dynamic, meaning they're off the dribble, they're off the move, they're changing directions, there's balance challenges that are involved, but it's just important for us that we don't spend the entire workout at the three-point line, because when you do that, your mechanics can get really grooved at that three-point range, and you start to lose touch and feel at the closer ranges. So making sure that we're mixing in enough of each shot from every scoring zone. We have with him, we have different levels that we really try to target, and we have different court geography that we target. So we work on a lot of decision-making based off of where he drives in relationship to the elbows and the nail, and we talk about those decisions, and we work on the different shot opportunities that will present themselves in those spots should the defense give them to him.
56 points on 25 shots. Wow. The efficiency, and it helps when you make, 12 threes, 19 shots. And he was detailing the three ball, and he talked about footwork and balance on his shot. We're at the NBA, we're at the NFL. Steph's in the NBA. We're at the NFL scouting combine. And Cam Scatterbo, the young running back from Arizona State, they always talk about with running backs, contact balance, how you get hit and you keep your feet. Steph's balance and his footwork, I don't know, in the NBA and basketball, they talk about a guy's second jumping ability. When you land, and usually it's going up to get a rebound. But talk a little, I don't know if I've ever asked you about this, because his ability, he's like a cat, where you just drop him on the court, and when he lands, he just jumps right back up. And a lot of times it's into a shooting motion. So he's talking about his balance and his footwork. I know he was born with a lot of that, but how much did all your drills bring out more of that?
It's funny you use that term, contact balance. We use a lot of football terms in our workouts as well. We use contact balance. That's one of them. Short area quickness is another. And those are things that we're working on constantly. So, we understand that especially early in his career, one of the things that every team thought they could do to really try to affect the way he shot or the way he played, they tried to be very physical with him. So a lot of our workouts, particularly early in his career, were based off of, working against a lot of contact, having to separate from that contact and be balanced enough to make a jump shot. So, those are things that are learned through not only the experience of going through it during the game, but providing him enough variables in our workouts to where he can work on those things safely in the off season. So, it's very intentional, everything that we do with them. And it's with those things in mind, and contact balance for him, because so many of his shots are off of space creation where he's being tightly defended, oftentimes by bigger and heavier defenders, is a big part of what we do. And some of it is learned, but then there's a big natural element to that as well, where he just has those things naturally and genetically. And so our job is to take those gifts that he has and try to make them even better. And I think we've done a pretty good job, and I think he's done a pretty good job. And so much of that is communication. He's a great communicator with me, and being this is going to be our 15th or 16th year. I'm getting so old, I'm losing track. Being that we've worked together for so long, we just have kind of some almost like silent communication where we kind of know what each other is thinking at times in the workouts, and we have some things when we watch film together where we're both thinking the same thing. So I think that's been really important, that we've had this partnership for so long, and we've had the same goal in mind every single day since we started the partnership, and that's to get better, walk out of the gym better than we walked in each day. And it's showing itself now, and all the things, the contact balance and short area quickness, all those things we started working on in 2011 are starting to pay dividends today, because our entire goal from 2011 forward was to make the back end of his career exactly what it is right now. We wanted to put off the aging process. We wanted to make sure we sped up his processing power so that anything that physically diminished would be offset by how fast he processes information. And I think we've done a pretty good job with that. And he hasn't really started going downhill physically yet. He's got a long way to go. So we're very pleased with where he is, and we're certainly pleased with how he played last night.
Yeah, I think you did okay overall, and I mean, decent performance last night, but, I expect you to just continue working because, Steph has a long way to go in terms of making the 30s maximum. No, all jokes aside, Brandon, thanks so much for coming on with us. Great to have you. I know we're here to talk largely football, but when something like that happens, you got to just stop and appreciate the greatness of certain athletes, and I know you're a big part of that, so keep doing your thing.
Brother.
And appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon.
You guys make sure you say hello to Michael Lombardi and Bill Belichick for me, and say go Heels football.
What are you, a Carolina guy? You got they're everywhere. They're on McAfee right now. You got to break those guys up. We love Michael. His son is our new quarterback coach. We know Mick well. We'll say hi to him. Thank you, Brandon.
Will do. Thank you.
Take care, brother.
Bye-bye.
He is Brandon Payne of Accelerate Basketball. Let's go ahead and pause right now because we got some football news to get to on the other side.
Not good news.
It's not that North Carolina is going to be on Hard Knocks. It's something a little bit bigger than that. We'll do that next. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Good morning, Greg Papa here. I got a question for you. Do you struggle with glasses and contacts? And if you do, you've probably thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO-ICL. But if you now need readers or bifocals, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has a permanent solution to ditch them all. CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. I had CLR from Laser Eye Center, and I see perfectly without glasses of any kind, including those annoying readers. It's truly been amazing and a game changer. If you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar Friday, March the 7th. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, while you will never develop a cataract your entire life. I didn't know that, but that's true. Find out if CLR could be right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar Friday, March the 7th. CLR, no readers, glasses, contacts, no cataracts. Laser Eye Center, they're in Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He goes under center. They're 55 yards away from tying it. It's a play action. He's going to sling it around now. Here he goes, deep down the field. 2-2 at will. He's got it on Charvarius Ward. Inside the 49er 5-yard line. Went right over the top against Mooney.
Yeah, that was not a fond memory for Greg Papa as he was on the call for that one. And we teased a little bit of news coming into the break. It is now being reported by Jordan Schultz that Matthew Stafford and the LA Rams are finalizing an agreement to keep him in LA. I don't know if there were any verbal altercations as this was going down, but that is the report.
Wow, we got a source here, somebody close to you. So I was just told that the Raiders deal for Stafford was 2 years, $100 million, all of it fully guaranteed. So I don't know what he got from the Cronkies and Les Snead and the Rams to stay there, but Mike Silver, whatever voice he's got left, will give voice to the story. Not good for the Niners. We were hoping Matthew Stafford would change west from the NFC to the AFC and go to Vegas. So why is he still a Ram, Michael?
Well, I'm going to bring up something that might trigger you, Greg, but there were some similarities to the Brandon Ayuk situation in that I talked to somebody on the Giants side last night as my son saw me in full Prime 47 Combine Splendor, which we'll get to. But
that was before I made friends with the Weston employees, and then I did my own thing.
But what the Giants were telling me sounded so much like what 49er people were telling me during the Ayuk saga, which is, it's been 5 weeks of this. He changes his mind. We thought we had a deal, then we didn't. And there was pessimism on the Giants' part last night because they were just frustrated by Stafford's lack of certainty and commitment. I think the other parallel to the Ayuk situation is, organizationally, I think they made the correct decision, which was, we're getting rid of this guy, we're cutting our losses, we'll get another receiver, whatever. But then he came down to Kyle's office, the head coach went sprinting up the stairs, was like, don't trade my guy, and he stayed. In this case, I think Sean McVay was like, yo, I know organizationally we talked about this, and we were going to move on, but don't lose my guy. So then face-to-face meeting with McVay and Stafford. I don't know what the money is. It doesn't really matter. But what matters is the head coach's will is help guiding organizational decisions. McVay and Shanahan are two of the best head coaches in the world, but it's kind of the separation of church and state is not in place.
So what you're saying is Stafford used the Giants the way Ayuk used the Patriots?
No.
To get the money up, and he used the Raiders the way they used Pittsburgh?
No.
Ultimately want to get what he wanted?
No.
I understand what you're saying from the team standpoint.
No. What I'm saying is the player was all over the place and didn't know what he wanted and kept changing his mind and made an emotional decision at the end that hopefully will turn out, if you're a Rams fan, hopefully turns out better for that organization than the Ayuk thing has for the one you are the voice
he tore
of.
his ACL and his MCL, and it got sideways.
Yeah, but he also kicked his shorts off on video like a week later.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I mean, listen, I'm national again after 2 years with the Chronicle. Tough love. I'm just telling you how people around this combine, NFL coaches and GMs, view the Ayuk situation. They view it, A, they were stupid to do it. B, the guy was an immature mess and continued to be. And C, they would love to trade him right now, but they can't. So
they asked John about trading Ayuk, and he didn't even answer the question. He started talking about getting younger. We're the oldest team in the NFL, and by the way, they are at 27.2. The new cap, new cash spending. So can they trade Ayuk, or right now he's untradeable?
I don't think they're going to trade him with that deal coming off the ACL, and I think they would. Yes, they will try to trade Debo. If they can't, I think they'll cut him, but they'll probably. Maybe they have to pay some of the money. They'll probably get Debo. I would look at Washington, where Adam Peters is, is ready
He's
to
the guy
spend.
in charge.
And Houston.
I would look at Washington first. And then, interestingly, with Washington, here's what I wonder. Jonathan Allen, they are shopping a veteran defensive tackle, came back with the torn pec, played in the playoff game. Is there a deal there where you could get Allen to the Niners, Debo to Washington, each having to pay some of the money or whatever? Maybe some picks involved, but that's kind of – they could really use a defensive tackle like Jonathan Allen, who I think still has something left. That would solve problems on each side.
So we're talking to Mike Silver here, and I got to say, voice is in better shape than I thought.
You do sound better.
It's
So
not
hanging with your son. Got your vocal cords back in order.
People just
Good
listening
work,
to audio,
Adrian.
it's not the legendary Dickie V. This isn't
That'll
Trent
be
Baalke.
after he hangs with me tomorrow morning. Then his voice
The
will be
most
shot.
pressure I've ever felt at the Combine is not nailing down a story, getting Bruce Arians to reveal that they were getting Tom Brady, finding out information, being late. The most pressure I've ever faced at the Combine was Greg Silver's mother making sure that he did not walk home alone in Indianapolis. Once he was safely back in his room, the pressure was way, way, way less.
Greg Silver's
You went right
mother
back
is
out.
just fine.
He didn't make curfew.
I just want to say, I share a bed with Greg Silver's mother, and I do not want her on my bad side.
I'm glad we're putting that out there. Not that it's information we don't already know. So if we're talking about Matthew Stafford coming back to the Rams, then what does this mean for the California Golden Bear, Aaron Rodgers?
That's a great question because it was kind of looking like Aaron to the Rams for pretty cheap, like $20 million-ish, relatively cheap, was going to be the thing. Sean McVay also loves Jimmy, by the way, which I guess that's not going to be a...
Who doesn't love Jimmy?
Exactly. I was looking forward to that just, selfishly. I would love to see Jimmy and Kyle go at it twice a year. But, so I think there's this sense like Rodgers is going to get Belichicked, right? Like, he's a lot. He's been great, but it's not really there anymore, and he's just going to have nobody. That's not going to happen. Now, Aaron doesn't want to play for a team that he thinks has no chance.
The Raiders have a chance?
That's a great question. Going into this process, Aaron Rodgers was not thinking about the Raiders or the Giants or the Titans. He was thinking about the Rams, the 49ers, which I knew was a long shot, the Vikings, and the Steelers. I don't think the Vikings are in play. I don't think the 49ers are in play. The Rams are not in play. If the Steelers do not go after Aaron Rodgers, I do believe that the Giants will, and I do believe that even though he was thinking, you might be able to talk yourself into that. You're already out in the area. You got Malik Neighbors, who's a really intriguing player. They're going to obviously try to get some people in free agency. Daboll has had a lot of success previously with Josh Allen and then Daniel Jones in year one. I could see him talking himself into that. I absolutely expect the Giants to be motivated to come after him. And if you come after him really wanting him, I think you've got his attention.
The word was if they traded Stafford, they could get Aaron Rodgers, referring to the Rams, for like half.
Yeah.
Is he willing to play for $25 million a season? And is he willing to play at all? I mean, is it time to walk away from the game, or would he come back and play for a lot less figure than he's been making?
He will walk away if he can't get to a team that he thinks has a chance. He does not want to walk away. Another scenario is...
Does Cleveland have a chance?
Great question. Another scenario is chill, let the market play out, and see if someone gets hurt. Because think about it, let's say X team starting quarterback gets hurt and it's trying to win a championship. What are you going to do? Are you going to play like, you're Tyrod Taylor at best or whoever it is? Or are you going to call Aaron Rodgers? So that's a scenario too. I think he was willing to play for that little money if it were the Rams. I think if it's the Giants or the Raiders, I think you're probably asking for a little more. But it's not going to come down to money. It's going to come down to does the team really want him, and does he see a scenario where that's a good situation on the field?
Couple more minutes here with a guy named Silver whose voice is hanging on by a thread.
It's gold.
It is golden. Maybe a little bronze at this point. That's all to say.
Yeah.
So we were with your colleague and friend Diana Rossini last night, and now that I woke up this morning and was scrolling through all the updates, should have just asked her this myself. How much smoke is there to this Myles Garrett possibly being traded to the Eagles situation? Howie Roseman's got a lot of guys on defense. Zach Bond.
Are you basing this on something she put out, or
I'm basing this on a podcast clip with Chase Daniel.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to think about how much I can reveal.
He's
then.
asking your question with a question.
I would say this: Diana Rossini, in addition to being one of my best friends, is really, really, really on top of all this stuff and doesn't blurt stuff out cavalierly. So if she is saying on a podcast and not just to us at Prime 47,
she didn't say anything to me at Prime 47.
I figured.
We read it.
If she's saying it,
she put it out there.
If she's saying it in any forum like that, then yes, it is absolutely a legitimate thing to keep an eye on.
The one thing, Aaron Rodgers to the Niners, that's dead. There's no way there's a possibility of that ever happening.
I'm not going to say it's dead. I just, they want to pay Brock. Brock, I think, wants to stay. There's a sense that it'll get done. But, Greg, you know how this stuff goes. They might say, Brock, dude, we're trying to pay you a bundle of money and build a team around you, but, you're trying to get, more than Patrick Mahomes. And it's an agent who doesn't have a lot of other guys.
Right,
it's it could be a weird stalemate, and they don't want it to drag out for obvious reasons because they've seen that movie enough. And so I don't think it's going to be Aaron Rodgers to the Niners. But if things get weird with Brock, I mean, I'd say that over Kirk Cousins, and we know how Kyle feels about Kirk Cousins.
All right, well, I'll leave you with this one. Just got a little social media message saying that I have a feeling that the whole situation last night was just the opposite as advertised, that I was responsible to make sure you got back safely and didn't get jumped in Starbucks. I'll just leave it at that.
That's a fair outsider's perspective, but first of all, I would never call NFL security if another journalist, and I've had opportunities to call security.
Big Tom is on your speed dial.
300-pound athletes. I had a member of an owner's family in my face last night, and we resolved it amicably. He didn't like something I tweeted about an NFL owner who he's related to, and I said, well, listen, in fairness to me, I was at NFL Network for 8 years. They got rid of me. Maybe you feel it now a little bit more, and we hugged it out. Listen, I would love to say, oh, my son took care of me. I was with Wink Martindale, former Giants defensive coordinator, at 3 whatever in the morning.
And a Raiders linebacker coach, we raised that guy.
Greg was asleep, and Wink Martindale and I and a couple other people, and Wink Martindale was on a mission. You know how he blitzes and goes after it? I've never seen him more intense about anything, including a blitz, than he was about trying to get food last night in Indy at 3:15, and he failed.
White Castle? Was White Castle open?
No, Steak and Shake was closed, which is a recent development that it's not open all night. And Wink Martindale, he would have sent 12 players to try to kill the quarterback if it could have gotten him a burger at 3:15.
Wow. Well, we'll have to monitor Wink Martindale the next time we see him, and best of luck to him there at Michigan. Thanks for coming by, because I don't want to kill what's left of those vocal cords, but Matthew Stafford, going to be a problem for the 49ers a little bit longer.
I talked to your mother right before this segment, coincidentally, and I know she was listening in her car, and so I hope she kept listening to hear all about the pressure I faced here in Indy, and she and I will have many discussions to come.
I'll watch him tonight.
Starting tomorrow night. Oh no,
I'm a surrogate father.
Oh no, I'll be out tonight.
Who would you
with
rather
you
have
guys.
watch him, Papa or the elder Silver?
The
two of us get together.
Who would Leslie rather have?
It's not good.
Only she'd rather have you, because I haven't told her enough about your bad influences over the years.
Moving on. Nice seeing you, Michael.
Hi, Greg.
What time are we hooking up tonight?
I have an event that ends around 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific. Let's have some dinner.
I'm ready to roll.
Yeah, well, we're going to go and watch not Will Johnson, because he's not participating in the drills, but maybe a little bit of Tyler Warren, as it's the quarterbacks and tight ends today. And we're going to talk next to our buddy Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area. Saw him right here at this table yesterday, but he'll join us via the phone lines next.
He's back home. He left us. Like John Lynch.
We're
going to have John today. John flew home today.
It's some of us have to stick it out.
It's spring break. It's nothing to do with football players at all.
Spring break for coaches and talent evaluators. Next year, I want you guys here earlier.
Yeah.
I want you out of here earlier.
Well, guess
I'm
what?
Totally with you.
Okay.
As far as sticking it out, we got another 3 hours, 10 minutes to do so right here on Papa and Silver. Matt Mayoko next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. I tell you to do this every day, but today you need to call O'Donnell Financial Group because having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want, and when you don't want to do whatever you want to do, and potentially for the rest of your life and go into retirement, you've worked hard. So you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocketbook, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait any longer. Call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300. You can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300. Also online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Live from the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis, it's Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Bunch formation to the left. Big play here. 3rd down and 7 on the 25-yard line. 49ers 5 of 10 on 3rd down. 4-man pressure. Throw out left. Debo Samuel will run for a 1st down. Spins off a tackle and take it down to the 10-yard line. Debo over the middle. Kittle-like. Able to dash for a big 15-yard gain on 3rd down. It's 1st and goal. Niners on the 9.
Yeah, Debo Samuel doing a little Kittle over the middle action, as Greg Papa put in the comparison there on that call. And now he is not going to be a 49er. The question is he traded or will he be released? And this is a situation we've been monitoring for a couple of weeks now. Here to help us get into all of this is a man who was right at this table yesterday but has since gone on to recover, rest, and get back to a normal life. That, of course, is our good buddy of NBC Sports Bay Area, Matt Mayoka, who joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. Matt, how are you? Because we're actually in a much better state as far as sleep goes compared to when you last saw us.
Well, I'm in a much better state, the state of California. So, yeah, no, that's the thing that gets underestimated about the Combine. You know, it's I'm sure it's taxing for the players. You know, the draft prospects, they're going through the ringer with the interviews and the MRIs and the tugging and pulling on all the tendons and ligaments. But for the reporters and the coaches who are burning the midnight oil, who are going to the spots like Prime 47 and St. Elmo's and and over the JW Marriott, man, it takes a toll on you too. So I stay for a few days, get the first wave of prospects, have a face-to-face with John Lynch, and then I head home and I watch whatever I can of the workouts on TV.
Yeah, John's doing that himself. We invited John to come on today. We thought he'd come on, but John actually flew back to the Bay Area today. The Niners don't have a single coach here. So, but John did meet the media on Wednesday, and he said a lot. Just as far as Debo goes, John's tactful, very political, former broadcaster. He dances around a lot of answers and questions, but with Debo, he was pretty honest about him needing a fresh start and trying to accommodate him. So, to Greg's point as we start, will they find a trade partner between now and the start of the new league year, or that date of March 22nd when the $15+ million bonus clause kicks into cash, or will they have to release him, or will they not release him? How do you think this ends for Debo as a Niner, assuming that it does end?
Yeah, well, there's parallel tracks working here, right? Because any team that's interested in Debo Samuel, and John Lynch said there is interest in trading for him, but any team interested in him would have to first have a contract in place with him. No team's going to pick up the contract the way it is, where there's just 1 year left on the deal, and a $15 million. Is it $15 million or is it $22 million? The numbers are running together.
No, it's March 22nd. It's $15.4 million.
So March 22nd is when that option bonus kicks in. So then, once Debo Samuel and the new team have an agreement in place that works for both sides, then it would be the 49ers. The ball's in the 49ers' court as far as what the compensation would be. I can't imagine it would be anything more than the 5th or 6th round draft pick. What the 49ers have to determine with their salary cap situation is, does it make more sense for them to pick up a third-day draft pick or to get $5 million in cap savings this year, rather than having to account for $15 million more on the cap this year? So that's what you're looking at. If they're able to release him, or I shouldn't say able to, they could release him tomorrow if they wanted to, or today. If they released him, they would be saving money this year on the cap, but it would accelerate $20 million next year. If they trade him, all 31 of that quote-unquote dead money would accelerate to the cap this year. So he's already scheduled to account for, say, $15 million on the cap, so they'd have to create another $15 or $16 million on the cap. Now, the cap is rising, but the cap rises for every team. We know that they still have a lot of stuff that they want to accomplish. So, as John Lynch also said, is that, they are dealing with more tighter restraints than they have in the past, because they have been spending a lot of money. They've been spending cash over the cap. And at some point, if you keep doing that, all that money is going to come through. All that money that you're spending, at some point, it's going to count against the cap. There are ways to structure it so it doesn't count against that year's cap, but it will ultimately or eventually count against the cap. So they have to limit their spending a little bit so that they just don't get washed out of the water when all that money comes due.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as we are talking to Matt Mayoko. And Matt, it's been put out there that the Commanders and Texans are a couple of teams that have strong interest in trading for Debo Samuel. One Washington player that I got my eye on is someone with a really similar contract situation to Debo, and that is Jonathan Allen. Now, I know that John Lynch went on the podium this week, talked about the need for getting younger and not spending so much cash, but the 49ers could use help at a lot of areas, and defensive tackle like a Jonathan Allen is certainly one of them. Do you see a scenario in which maybe they try to arrange a deal where Jonathan Allen comes back to San Francisco, Debo Samuel ends up going to Washington, and some kind of iteration of that?
I mean, that's something that they could talk about, but it would have to be, again, there would have to be a contract agreement, I'm sure, with Jonathan Allen. And what's that going to cost? The good news for the 49ers is what you just outlined. yes, they do have needs on the defensive line, both, I would say, at edge rusher and maybe more specifically at defensive tackle, or more glaringly, I should say, at defensive tackle. The good news is that the 49ers are in a position of strength. If you look at what their needs are, lines up very well with what the strengths of this draft are. So, yeah, they could take a defensive tackle at number 11. They could take a defensive end at number 11. They might not take either one of those positions at number 11, but they will have significant opportunities through the first 4 rounds of this draft to add defensive linemen. That's how strong this defensive line class is. So with other priorities, re-signing Dre Greenlaw, figuring something out with Brock Purdy, the dead money for Debo Samuel, I just don't know that the best move or the most prudent move for them for the future would be to also spend big money on a veteran defensive lineman. Now, it would be the best move for now, probably, because it strengthens that roster. But for the long-term health of the roster, I'm not sure that that's the best move. That's something they would have to determine.
Hey, Matty, Greg and I, after the show yesterday, went and watched the workouts. And I'm one of the few people here, although I look at the game differently. I loved watching everybody work out, and I want to go back again today. And the D-line, there are a lot of guys that were running fast and, jumping high, and there's going to be a lot of good draftable players at number 11. So the D-linemen are gone. Today's going to be the DBs. Michigan cornerback is really interesting. But the Penn State tight end, I don't know if Tyler Warren's going to be around at 11 or not. But you have a story up online at NBC Sports Bay Area where you got some quotes from him. Just your thoughts on, and he's different. George is a great inline Y, there's no doubt. But this guy could play Y. He could replace Juszczyk if they want to move on, play fullback. He could play H-back. You could wildcat him. And he was talking about playing with Kittle, but it'll be interesting to see if he's there at number 11. But give me your thoughts about Tyler Warren as a possibility for the Niners early in the first round.
I would assume that the three of us can agree, and probably everybody listening, that the 49ers' bigger needs are offensive line and defensive line. I think we can come to that consensus.
Certainly defensive line.
Yes. Okay, so if you're, and maybe maybe a year out for the offensive line, if there's an offensive tackle there who might maybe not be a factor year one, but down the line, that's something that you have to start preparing for. But if you're going to go to a position where there's not necessarily a need, and I think most people on the outside would say, well, they have George Kittle, where's the need there? It would have to be a unique talent, and I do believe that that's what Tyler Warren is because of all the things you outlined, Greg. I mean, you could go at some point. They're going to have to pivot their offensive, not necessarily philosophy, but just the way they go about things. With no Debo Samuel, what is Kyle Juszczyk's future? We don't know. I mean, they've been primarily 2 back, 1 tight end. I think it would be a very seamless transition to then start seeing your offense as, your base offense as 1 back and 2 tight ends. And Tyler Warren is a guy that's a good blocker too. And just think about, if you play those 2 guys, let's say 50% of the snaps, or maybe even more than that, you're putting the defense in a bind. And it's that kind of cat and mouse or chess match that Kyle Shanahan likes, because how are teams going to defend the 49ers on 1st and 10 if Tyler Warren and George Kittle are out there? If they play their base personnel, man, there's going to be mismatches all over the board. A linebacker matched up against either one of those guys, and then if teams go light and they play nickel, 49ers can just run the ball down their throats with 2 big-bodied tight ends who are good blockers too. So I think it would take a unique player for the 49ers maybe not to draft one of those other positions, and I guess I'd throw cornerback in there too. I know a lot of people think that as you mentioned, Will Johnson could be a pick at number 11. When I asked John Lynch, what are you looking at? Like, what are the markers you're looking at number 11? And the answer he gave me was a difference maker. I see Tyler Warren as a difference maker.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Papa and I are going to go check him out after the show today. When hits 5 o'clock Eastern, we're going to pack up some equipment and go see the Penn State number 44.
It's my kind of happy hour, Joniak.
I'm not sure he's going to work out.
Oh, he's not?
Damn. Everyone we're here to see just wants to skip out, including Matt Mayoko.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking about that one.
Well,
No, but you
I saw
have some
for a good 15, 20
Yeah, you
minutes.
have some quotes with Warren talking about playing with Kittle.
Yeah.
He would be on board with being a Niner, huh?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a lot of guys, George Kittle is a different kind of guy, man. As for the past 4 or 5 years, tight ends here, they love talking about Kittle. Draft prospects love talking about Kittle. They admire him. I think it's his personality. It's his playing style. It's the fact that he's not just a pass-catching tight end. He can do it all. And guys appreciate that. And guys kind of see him, I think, talk about all the tight ends in the NFL. He's the one name that draft prospects mention first, oftentimes above everybody else, just because he is so well-rounded and he plays with that enthusiasm and that love of the game. Here's one for you, too. With Tyler Warren, he wears number 44 because when he was younger, his dad said, hey, watch John Riggins, old number 44, the Hall of Famer, the Super Bowl MVP. John Riggins' career ended in 1985, and Tyler Warren was like, his dad said, I want you to run like him when you have the ball in your hands, and that's what he does. So he's kind of this old school throwback mentality who loves to talk about his teammates, but's doing all these crazy things on the football field, including, have you seen, I'm sure you have, the play where Penn State is lining up and it looks like Tyler Warren's going to be a Wildcat quarterback, and then they shift to this unbalanced line. Tyler Warren moves straight ahead about 4 paces, lines up over the ball, is the center, snaps it back, trick play. He runs right down the hash mark and ends up catching a 32-yard touchdown pass.
Yeah.
The only time I have ever seen or heard of a center-eligible play where the center catches a touchdown pass.
Well, I love the 44 story. I love you going back to Jim Brown or Ernie Davis at Syracuse. But the Niners do have a guy that wears number 44 currently, and it's the Jews, Kyle Juszczyk. And that's why Tyler Warren is partly so intriguing, because you could line him up, and the Niners lead the league in 21 personnel, which is 2 backs, 1 tight end. But as you say, they could run 12 personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends.
Yeah.
But Tyler Warren lines up everywhere, from being an eligible center to a Wildcat quarterback, and he throws left-handed. He can be at H-back. He could line up at fullback. So we'll see if they get Warren. But John Lynch danced around a lot of things this week. One, when they asked him about Ayuk, other teams being interested, and he started talking about getting younger. We have the oldest roster in the league, and, cash spending. And when they talked about Juszczyk, he didn't dance around it, but he brought up a possibility. They made him take a haircut last year. You don't want to ask a guy to take a haircut 2 years in a row and then he turns out bald. So are they going to move on? Are they going to move on from Kyle Juszczyk this offseason?
I don't know. That will be a tough one because he was the guy that that first day of the Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch regime, at least the first day of the new league year, March of 2017. I think there are 9 players who came out as part of that first class of free agents, and the last 2 to stick around were Robbie Gould and Kyle Juszczyk. And Kyle Juszczyk has been a Pro Bowl player every season with the 49ers, 8 seasons with the 49ers. He's been a Pro Bowl player. And, yes, they did ask him to take a pay cut last year, not a restructure, an actual pay cut, a significant pay cut down to $1.2 million. This year he's scheduled to make $4.1 million. And I know he played very well. There's no question that it's really difficult to see any drop-off in Kyle Juszczyk. But, what John Lynch said was, you want to be competitive now and into the future. That's what he said. And he goes, you want to just keep going and going and going. He loves doing that. But he said there are also a time when you have to take a step back and recalibrate. And what he has said is that, they've always been able to grow the core of that roster and supplement around it. And it's difficult, and this is all this. He said these things in my question about Kyle Juszczyk. So he certainly did not say he's back. We're not going to touch his contract. He could have if they had no plan to touch his contract. So I don't know what the answer is, but it seems to me that he could have flat out said that oh no, Kyle Juszczyk will be on this team because he's entering the final year of his contract. He didn't say that. Instead, he talked about the salary cap restraints and how much spending they've done over the past few years. So kind of led me to believe, just reading between the lines, that maybe Juszczyk won't be with the team moving forward.
Last one for you, Matt, just because this is our last chunk of radio before we end up heading back to San Francisco in the state that you're in. Did you have any big takeaways from watching the defensive linemen yesterday? And I only ask just because this is a position with so much depth. I know Shamar Stewart, as far as the measurements, was kind of a darling of yesterday. Papa and I watched James Pierce from Tennessee run his face off on the 40.
4.47.
But just kind of want to get your general early thoughts on the defensive players.
Yeah, 4.47. I mean, there will be wide receivers who would love to have that time, and there might be wide receivers who are on the cusp of, first round, second round, who if they run that kind of time, they're a first round draft pick. No, I do think though that every year it just seems like it gets more and more extreme of how great of athletes the defensive linemen are. And every year it seems like there are just these freaks of nature, and it's not even the edge rushers who are running 4.47. It's the big guys. It's the huge guys who are running under 5 seconds, who are showing agility, who, combine, 325-pound frame with elite athleticism. And it kind of makes you realize how difficult it is to be an offensive lineman in this league, because the defensive players, those great athletes, will gravitate toward that side of the ball. So, I would go back, Greg, to what I just said, is that the 49ers have a need on the defensive line, and it's not just one position. There will be opportunities, ample opportunities, for them to add some really good players on that defensive line. And it doesn't even necessarily have to come at number 11. With, I believe they have 4 picks in the top 100. They might have like 7 picks, and was it 7 picks in the top 138? They will have opportunities to add defensive linemen, and there's no greater evidence of that than just the talent and the athleticism and the skill you saw in those workouts yesterday.
You know what Debo Samuel ran coming out? 4.48. 4.48.
Oh, that's not a bad time
close,
either.
But it's not 4.47.
Look at what did Juwan Jennings run? It wasn't that good.
He's still running, I think.
Oh, wow. Well, he ran for darn near 1,000
He's still blocking, Papa. He's still
third
blocking.
at Juwan. He doesn't have to run fast or jump high.
He
had a 29-inch vertical. The guy can't run, he can't jump, but throw it to him on third down.
Yeah, he's I was going to steal Greg Silver's line there. I think he's still blocking the Arizona Cardinals quarterback into the tunnel.
And Green Bay's corner right into the Gatorade cooler.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt. We'll catch up with you when we're all back in California, and appreciate you as always.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
He is Matt Mayoko. Lots of good stuff to chew on there. And let's go ahead and take a break. We talked to Scott Bear yesterday about the Chicago Bears.
You know who's coming back to California? The Chicago Bears. Again, we got them next year on our schedule.
So does that mean that Jeff Joniak is going to be at the booth right next to yours?
He will be. Well, kind of near me. Near me. We kind of put him down in the end zone when they come. We're in the Lon Simmons broadcast booth. So Joniak, the great voice of the Bears, they're coming back to Levi's again, and they are picking number 10 in this draft. Where are the Niners picking?
It's going to be spicy.
Right,
11.
one spot ahead. Who are they going to steal from us? We want to trade. I think get on the phone right now with Mickey Loomis. Jump to 9. and get ahead of Joniak.
Let's see how much we can interrogate him in the next 5 minutes.
This draft?
And Jeff Joniak is going to join us next. Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The youngster Moses Moody joined the morning show with Murph and Marcus earlier today to talk about Steph Curry's amazing 56-point performance last night. You can check out that interview on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
Now back to Papa and Silver, live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis on the Sports Leader.
Caleb Williams in the gun. DeAndre Swift to his left. Adunze goes in motion to the right, where he joins Kmet and Keenan Allen. DJ Moore left. Looking right is Williams. Going to throw it for the end zone. In the back of the end zone, Adunze has got the touchdown for Chicago.
Wow, what
on Charvarius Ward.
What a toe tap by the rookie Adunze.
Williams.
So that was when the Chicago Bears came into town, and they're going to do it again in 2025 to come and see the San Francisco 49ers. We teased it before the break. Well, we talked to one Chicago Bears insider in Scott Bear yesterday. Now it is time to be joined by the Greg Papa of the Windy City.
He's the voice of the Bears. He's not
voice of the Chicago Bears, Jeff Joniak, not courtesy of the Yuma guest line because he's right here at the Indianapolis Convention Center with us. Thanks for hanging out in person on Papa and Silver.
I appreciate it. I was back in the hotel at the JW, and one of the Bears officials was walking. What are you still doing here? I go, I got the NFL infection. Yeah. I love it. So, yeah, I'm here till tomorrow.
This is our first time at the Combine. I actually love going to watch the workouts.
Yeah.
And we went yesterday. We're going to watch the tight ends and DBs run. So when I was doing the Pacer games, I would often drive 109 miles to Chicago to watch Cubs baseball or White Sox. Loved it. It's right there. I love your city.
Yeah.
So the point is, you're not far away.
No.
There are a lot of cities. Cincinnati's not far away. Indianapolis is not only the center of the state of Indiana, but it's the center of our country, so it all works. I do love the setup here. You never have to go outside. You're in a dome. The field is spongy. The medical here. It seems perfect, but I thought having the draft at Radio City Music Hall was perfect every year, and they take that somewhere different. Are you of the mind that they should just leave the draft in Indianapolis for forevermore?
I'm old school. In every sport, I hate change. So first one was 1997. I remember at that time, there was no NFL PR machine at all for this. So you would be able to walk into a lobby just across the way and stop and talk. I remember talking to Orlando Pace, looking way up because I never saw a bigger human being. And you could talk to any coach, any scout. Everybody was available. Now you can't do that, right? But to me, it is perfect. I know you'll get it from the teams that it's the medical that is the most important thing, and it's so easy. But it is just so accessible. And, you put it in 10,000 steps a day, which I did check on my phone. I'm trying to get it every day. But the restaurants are great. The people are great. They are used to it with NCAA stuff here, Final Four. So it is a great setup. And they're expanding. I just learned they're tearing down. There's a mall in the middle that nobody goes to anymore, movie theaters and all that. Nobody's going to those movies, so they're tearing it down. I'm going to build more restaurants, more hotels, and so they're trying to attract
so you
more.
Never have to go outside.
Right, it is pretty cool.
They should do a second convention center because I'm worried that this one doesn't have enough surface area. No, our off-the-air joke is that
it's
downtown
massive.
is so walkable, and you could get to all the big spots in a very short functional walk or a nice little Uber if you prefer to stay out of the wind like us soft Californians. But this convention center alone, we go to pick up the credentials, and it's like, oh, yeah, just right around the corner and upstairs.
Right.
How many around the corners do we go?
10,000 steps later?
Right. That is true. That is true. The crazy thing, too, this Radio Row, I mean, in the old days, we were in Lucas Oil, and they had maybe a foyer full of about 10 or 12. Tuesday when I walked in here, it was double the size of last year. So it's growing. It's not all traditional media, obviously. But it's a pretty cool setup.
Yeah, so we heard the call when you guys came in December. Adunze is a real deal. What a great player.
I love Rome Adunze. I watch late night watching Pac-12, getting ready for some games on Sunday at home, and I watched a lot of Washington games, and I fell in love with not only him but Michael Penix and his ability to throw the football. So I love Rome. He's a classy kid now. Classy kid, 100% professional. Very amenable to just casual conversation, and I think the best is obviously yet to come.
I went to the Apple Cup last year. We were in Seattle for Thanksgiving night and stayed over to watch Washington State, and it was obvious he was the best player on the field by far. So the point is, last year you got him at number 9. You got Caleb at 1. Now that wasn't your pick. So now you're back, and you're one spot ahead of the 49ers.
Just a smidge in front of the Niners.
So we had Scott Baer on our friend, and he was saying, well, they're going to sign Trey Smith as a free agent. Well, he just got franchise tagged by Kansas City, so he'll stay there to play right guard. So what do you think Ryan Poles, the new head coach, is looking at? Is it interior offensive line? Is it edge? What do you think they do?
I think all the
10?
above are on the table because the Bears need both sides of the line of scrimmage. We need some pass rush. We also need some help puncturing the pocket. We need help protecting the pocket. You can make a case you need somebody at each of the 3 positions on the offensive line, center, guard, tackle. So I think that's not a secret. I think the Bears are not shying away from it, line of scrimmage. But, hey, all these GMs, they can throw you a curveball and go take a running back or something. I don't know. Or Tyler Warren. What if?
Oh, you're going to take...
What if?
What?
What if?
You're going to take him at
what
10?
If? What if?
What if? You want the next Ditka?
Listen, do you not want to just
Would they love him in Chicago?
Do you just not want to take great players? No team can have enough great players. But I'm just saying.
He's off the board, Papa.
Would you think you would take him at 10?
I don't know. I don't know, but I had this conversation with a great coach. No, I don't know anything. Are you kidding me?
You know.
I don't know anything, and you know better than that. I don't know anything. But
that is conceivable, though. He's going to go somewhere in there, isn't he?
But what? You can play the what-if game all day long.
The Bears fans would love Tyler Warren.
Listen, I watched him at the podium yesterday, and I just love bouncing around watching these players, just how they interact, how they address certain questions, and he's a football player. He's a walking, talking football player. His dad put him in a 44 jersey because he loved John Riggins. I want you to run like John Riggins. That's how he plays the game. And like you said, he can play anywhere.
Yeah.
Including that Wildcat. So, he's a very, very intriguing player.
Traven Mickey Loomis, get up to 9.
So this is Jeff Joniak, voice of the Chicago Bears, and he's going to be calling plays for a team with a different head coach next year. It's not going to be Thomas Brown. It's not going to be Matt Eberflus. It's going to be the guy that was the hottest commodity for the last 2 cycles in Ben Johnson, going to a division rival. So we talk about these rookies, and the 49ers last year had a draft class of a lot of guys that played a lot more snaps than we would have liked to see or that we would have expected because there were a lot of injuries and they got a lot of reps for a lot of different reasons. So you had 2 rookies, especially in the top 10, that played a lot of snaps, and the team struggled in a lot of ways after a nice little 5-2 start. Now, obviously for any football team, an offensive line is good, right? Like Ben Johnson had the luxury of that Detroit offensive line, and he had some pretty darn good weapons. But what can you tell us about Ben Johnson and how he can just make an immediate impact on guys like a Rome Odunze, a Caleb Williams, these high picks that have a high ceiling? And, before we even get to the draft, they're already doing a big upgrade, on paper, and they're paying him as such.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be Detroit's offense. You don't have Detroit's weapons. So he's got influences here. He stepped out of what many coaches do, and he made it clear, I didn't hire friends. He hired some guys he trusts, Antoine Rendoel being one of them, some other guys from Detroit. Barrett, JT Barrett was in Detroit also. And he's going to put together an offense that is unique to what the talent is available right now. So I'm excited about that. I'm big on the run game. I still think he's big on the run game as well. And then just the ability to scheme guys open, I think, will help the quarterback. And I think that's one of his superpowers. Ben Johnson can do that. Did it with Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams, the tight end Sam Laporta, the guys out of the backfield, Jahmyr Gibbs, obviously. So I'm excited about that aspect. That automatically should help this quarterback, who did protect the football. That's the best thing he did last year as a young quarterback. That's the best thing you can do. He only threw 6 interceptions. And so I think he's going to strip him down to the bare wood again, though, from fundamentals and techniques, and say, hey, this is how we're going to do it. Ryan Poles made it clear they missed some steps last year. Wouldn't get into specifics what those were, but in order to just get him on the field and play, there were some missteps. And in the NFL, you can't miss steps.
And with an offensive mind like Ben Johnson, he's obviously going to run the offense, and he's so good at it. They were so creative. It's who's going to be his DC, and he hired a guy we know well.
So I want to know a little bit.
Allen.
Yeah, what are we looking at? What kind of players he
more from the third level than any coach I have been around. Now the Raiders were deficient then, getting to the quarterback, but he'll bring a lot of third level blitzes and cat blitzes and safety blitzes. He'll heat you up, but. And we know him well, obviously, with the Raiders. Yeah. He was too young there. But he did well in New Orleans to a point. But just give me your thoughts on that side of it, because we know D.A. really well.
Well,
and he should fit in Chicago.
And the secondary, before the season began, I went on many shows and said, well, right now the strength of the team, regardless of unit, was the secondary.
Without a doubt.
And I think they ended the season that way, too.
We tried to get Jalen Johnson. You wanted to trade for him.
Yeah.
He's a player.
So trade up to get him, or
No,
trade
last
yeah,
year.
Okay,
Remember
during
last
the
year,
contract
deadline,
stuff,
before
yeah.
he got to the
well,
extension.
and so now,
No, last
if
year
I'm
we
not
tried
mistaken, Dennis likes to play a lot of man coverage,
He
right?
does.
Yeah. So
Yes.
press man, in your face
he'll
type
get
of
up
stuff.
and-
So
he'll get-
yeah,
He's
I'm
a
looking
Raider.
for it. Yeah.
What do you think we play there? Soft and off? Nobody's backpedaling. Well, I would say Oakland, but they backpedaled all the way
Right.
to
No,
Vegas.
I got you.
Now he's
so,
up in your grill.
But we got guys in the second that they like to hit. So you want a tough team, your corner's better tackle. I've always been taught that, and so guys like Tyreek Stevenson, very physical. I think he's the most physical player in the secondary, and Kyler Gordon at the nickel spot. You know, they didn't mention one guy in the introductory news conferences. Dennis Allen and Ben Johnson both mentioned Kyler Gordon, and I think he's in line for an extension. I think he's deployable. I'm big on that word, deployable, which excites me what you're saying about Dennis Allen, because Jaquan Brisker, knock on wood, he's ready to go after battling with a concussion for a big chunk of last season, did not return. He's deployable. He's a hell of a blitzer. Kyler Gordon's a sneaky blitzer, and they also attract the football. So they're always around the ball, these two guys. So I'm excited about what's in the secondary and have Dennis Allen. What you're telling me is third level. I'm excited about that.
So we're talking to Jeff Joniak here, and I guess this is where I'll kind of leave you with it, to pivot off of our conversation with Scott Bair. He said the Bears absolutely need interior offensive linemen. Now, we talk about offensive line for the 49ers, but also having the 10th pick isn't typically a spot where you would go guard or center. Now, obviously things can change, trades can be made, but as it stands right now, you got pick 10 and pick number 39. Do you see a world in which they take a big enough swing to go interior offensive line at 10?
I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it. I think those conversations, those days of the tradition of how guards and centers are valued. I'm not saying they're going to pick a center at that position, but right here in Indianapolis with the bad man from Notre Dame prove out to be a pretty good player here. So listen, you got to support that pocket, have that quarterback feel like he can maneuver in there and feel comfortable. And I love this Tyler Booker from Alabama. I mean, he grows roots in there at that position at guard. Here he's a great character guy. Bears need some guys that are alphas, on that offensive or defensive line, and I think I would not hate it if they went guard.
And they could also trade down, as we've discussed with the 49ers, possibly trade down of 11. So
You guys really want this tight end, don't you?
Never heard of him. I don't know what you're talking about. We got George Kittle. Yeah. We got the best
I know.
tight end in football.
Who's probably still, playing with an attitude because the Bears didn't even look at him.
So last year, you guys came to us in December.
Yeah, when are we coming now? We opening the season?
Opener? What do you
Season
think?
opener? I heard Adam Schefter saying
Atlanta,
we're gonna...
Carolina, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Chicago. Who do you want for a home opener? Let's go week 1, Bears at Niners.
I wouldn't hate that either.
Let's do it.
I'd love it.
Monday
I'd love
Night
it.
Football, let's do it again.
Yeah, Adam Schefter's thinking we're opening the season with who else we got there? What do you say?
I don't have your schedule.
Okay.
You want me to get your schedule? We'll get it.
I don't have it memorized
I got our
yet.
schedule.
You said, I think
how
Washington.
does he know already?
No, he's suggesting, wouldn't this be pretty cool? Thursday night
against Jaden
Washington.
All right, so I got your opponents. You want home or away?
Give me away.
Away, obviously the division, Eagles, Commanders, Ravens, Bengals, 49ers,
so stop right
Raiders.
there. So I think he said how cool it would be, Caleb going back to his hometown of D.C. to take on Washington again on the Thursday night opener. You got the Hail Mary, how you want to. Would that be something of interest to the National Football League
Philadelphia
audience?
has to have the first game of the year.
Or maybe then it's Philly.
Yeah,
then it's Philly. But I'll take San Francisco.
The season opener of the whole thing on Thursday night when the Eagles are headed for.
That's what he's saying, Adam Schefter.
What does he know? He's a rumor mongerer. He doesn't know. Joniak, good seeing you,
Nice
brother.
to see you guys are great.
Just keep your hands off that Penn State.
I will. I'm going to keep an eye on that one. Nice to meet you, man.
Thanks so much, Jeff. He is Jeff Joniak, as I'm going to call him, the Greg Papa of the Windy City, play-by-play voice for the Chicago
Bears. He's been doing this forever.
Yeah.
I grew up listening to him.
Oh, whatever. We're the same age, by the way.
Let's keep talking a little bit of football on the other side.
We have details on the Matthew Stafford deal.
We have details, and also, maybe there's a tight end out there that the 49ers can think about.
Loveland.
Bears. Yeah. It's all coming up next. Greg Papa, Greg Silver with Jeff Joniak here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
2nd and 9, Rams. Kyron Williams leaks out left. They'll throw it to him over the middle. He makes the catch, and he dives in the end zone for a Ram touchdown. Well, he looked like Christian McCaffrey there.
So there is Matthew Stafford, and he has been the focus of the NFL Combine. How about that, Papa? A 37-year-old, as we're coming to watch a bunch of, 21, 22, 23-year-olds fresh out of college, but Matthew Stafford. And we learned that he's closing in on a deal to come back to the L.A. Rams. So this Stafford to the Raiders. And by the way, Tom Brady doing this whole conflict of interest thing brilliantly, because Ben Johnson didn't end up being the coach of the Raiders when everyone was talking about that. Now we got this coincidental ski meeting that was told to be legal by our buddy Vincent Bonsignore of the Las Vegas Review-Journal. And now Matthew Stafford not going to the Raiders. He's staying right in L.A. in the NFC West.
And what's the real reason? And Mike Silver was on earlier, and, was it just the Rams didn't want to make the deal, and maybe they should have. Stafford's the best player if they want to win a Super Bowl. And I was talking to Vincent Bonsignore, and maybe he'll pop on. He's so busy because he covered the Rams in L.A. for a long time, and now he's covering the Raiders. The real reason that the deal did not go through, and they agreed to a deal. The Raiders were going to pay him, Matthew Stafford, a 2-year deal, $100 million, all guaranteed. So
it's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. And the Rams they have agreed to a deal with Jimmy Sexton and Tom Condon. The Rams and Stafford have agreed to a deal. The rap sheet is tweeted out. It'll be agreed to and finalized over the next few weeks, sources say. And the salary for 2025 will be available then, but it'll happen after free agency. So you've got to be cap compliant. By March the 12th at 1 o'clock our time when the new league year starts, you've got to be cap compliant. You cannot, start signing players. So they'll find a way, whether they want to go, move money off this roster. Maybe they move Cooper Kupp or make other trades, and then they'll figure out a way. They've got it all worked out, obviously, with Demoff, their president, and obviously Les Snead. But anyway, what Vincent was saying, the real story is the Raiders wanted 2 1s in the deal.
Did that include number 6?
Pardon me. The Rams wanted to give up. The Rams wanted 2 1s. No. They're not going to make the deal for this year.
Okay.
We're talking a future one. What was offered? No, pardon me. They wanted. The offer was a second-round pick this year and a 1 next year. And the Rams wanted 2 1s in the deal. They would not get the 6th overall pick in the draft, but they'd work it out in future years. So it came down to the draft pick compensation. So the Rams were, to some degree, amenable to trading Stafford. Well, Vince is working like a dog down there. He's been breaking the story. He's got to go to work, but we'll try to get him on. But anyway, that's the word was. It was more the draft pick compensation. The Raiders wanted Stafford, but the Rams wanted 2 1s coming back the other way. The offer was a 2nd and a 1. Now it leads to the draft. That's why we're here, right? So if Matthew Stafford, and they were still talking to the Giants. I mean, your dad was saying the Giants were very much in play. The word was he worked out, Jimmy Sexton and Tom Condon, his agents, worked out a deal with the Raiders and the Giants financially. If he had gone to the Giants, they're picking 3rd overall in the draft. So if they trade and get Matthew Stafford, they're not taking a quarterback at number 3. So now would they take Ward or Shador? And then likewise for the Raiders. If they make a deal, they can't trade him to both spots, but one or the other. So now, is it more likely that the Giants do take a quarterback at number 3 and the Raiders take one at number 6? And that's kind of where those two quarterbacks may wind up. So we're looking at it from a standpoint, damn, Matthew Stafford's still a Ram. That is not good. Me, personally, I want him the hell out of the NFC West, and I don't care where he goes, just get out of this division. And prefer he'd be out of the NFC in general, but if he went to the Giants, they may be a little ways away.
Put him on the Chiefs so he can just not play.
Well, that's not happening. But if he went to the Raiders, and that would be weird, Pete Carroll there. But the other side of it now, from a Niners perspective, we got to deal with Stafford. What's the way to deal with Stafford? Is to get him on his back, pressure him. The Niners have beaten Matthew Stafford more times than he's beaten the Niners. It just seems like he's won a lot, and he has lately.
And the fashion in which he's won the last couple,
he won
brutal.
2, and then he won the NFC Championship game down 10 to start the fourth quarter. Cooper Kupp came alive. But it would seem as though, now he wasn't going to go to both spots, but he was going to go to one, possibly, if not the Rams. So does this make it more likely that the Giants take a quarterback at number 3, the Raiders take a quarterback at number 6, and one of these either edge rushers or one thing Matthew Stafford struggles with is gut pressure. He's not a huge guy, and when you put pressure on him, he becomes a chucker and a ducker. He gets rid of the ball, and he gets down. We've seen him. He does go to a quick pass game against the Niners, but we have seen him, and nobody likes to get hit at quarterback, but we do see him get a little squeamish in the pocket. So does that make, now you have to deal with Stafford? Are the Niners more inclined to be able to do that properly now, where they could get an edge rusher or an interior lineman? Then maybe it's more likely now. Giants need a quarterback. Raiders need a quarterback. They may take one now at 3 and 6. One of these D linemen may fall to them at 11.
And here's the thing, Papa. It's not just they're looking at 1 or 2 possible D linemen, and maybe they got a couple of guys at the top of the list, right? John Lynch obviously working hard out here, and it was great to see John at Prime last night have a fun little discussion about the tush push and how he, the player, Red 47, his player ego, would have blown that up. So John flew back, and unfortunately we couldn't get him in person today. But that's all to say that there's going to be their pick of the litter if they want to go defensive line. We saw James Pierce, I think, ranked on the Mel Kiper pre-combine big board as the number 6 edge guy. That guy ran a faster 40 time than Debo Samuel, as we just noted. Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M was the darling of the combine with the vertical jump and a lot of the measurements that he showed off yesterday. So, yeah, Chicago Bears, we just kind of joked with Jeff Joniak. They got the pick right before San Francisco, and they could be taking one of the guys that they're targeting, especially if they go offensive line. Defensive line, they might have a choice if they keep pick number 11 of a good 4 to 5 players. They could really be disruptive against their division opponents. And you got some quarterbacks to deal with, by the way, that are all a little bit different. Geno Smith, I don't want to underestimate him because he dropped the night-night on you, and that was kind of the beginning of the end for the 49ers season. Kyler Murray is a different kind of player, and when he gets out of the pocket, what we saw in the second play from scrimmage when Arizona came to Levi's, how much of a problem that can be. And Matthew Stafford, very different player from a Kyler Murray stylistically, but when he's got time, he's one of the best in the entire league, especially if you leave it close in the fourth quarter. So defensive line, when you look at this division and you try to reclaim it, and on paper a softer schedule, like Matt Mayoko said, it's not just one position that they need. They need a defensive tackle, a run stopper, and Nick Bosa could obviously use some help support on the edge, particularly a guy who's younger and a cheaper salary.
And they're picking number 11, and we fixate on that. But as Matt said, they got 4 picks in the top 100. There are certain guys that just fit with the Niners, and mainly on D-line because of the way Kaczmarek likes to get off the ball. So, there are a lot of guys that Derek Harmon from Oregon was really impressive. There are a lot of guys that moved well. We're talking about James Pierce from Tennessee running the 4.47. Shamar Stewart had the vert, 40-inch vert. He doesn't look really twitchy to me, where he would be an edge guy and doesn't have enough weight to move him inside. So there are a lot of guys that are impressive. But the Niners do have certain criterion they look at, with guys that rush both inside and outside. It's the GTFO. So look more at the 10-yard splits than maybe the 40-yard dash. And then look, and they have a way to measure their first 2 or 3 steps. So they break it down where it's like not even a 10-yard split. It's more like a 2-yard split. So I always look at those 10-yard times that are interesting. But, yeah, so maybe this will help be able to get a D lineman. But I'm not going to hide my feeling. Damn, I wanted Stafford out of the NFC West. And I do wonder what ultimately went down here. Was he using, and your dad mentioned Ayuk. I mean, Ayuk did not want to go to New England, but New England offered him a lot of money. And he was able to use that data, intel, to drive it back to the Niners, maybe to get him up from $27 a year to what he ultimately got, which was $30 a year. Pittsburgh was close.
Yeah.
Did he use Omar Khan in Pittsburgh a little like Matthew Stafford? Was he really going to go to the Giants? But maybe Vegas. But if you're Matthew Stafford at 37, and a lot of it is the money, they offer you 2 years, $100 million guaranteed. Am I going to go all the way across the country to East Rutherford and maybe lose and get beat up by Philly's front and what Washington is developing there? Can I win in Vegas? Seriously, if you put Stafford on the Raiders, are they really going to win their own division? They're going to get in the playoffs.
Not this first year.
I think maybe the playoffs, but they're not. They're still going to have to deal with the AFC gauntlet and the guys in their own division. But it makes him better. I think ultimately he stood where he wanted to stand, is in L.A., and I wanted them the hell out of there. And I would have wanted to see. Now it'll be fascinating to see what Aaron Rodgers winds up going. But it is interesting to see if he did get offered a 2-year deal at $100 million fully guaranteed. What contract is he going to agree to with the Rams? Where would they have to go here with him? $50 million a year? Are they going to have to guarantee both years? How's this going to work? And there was a lot of people. I was not of the opinion, even if you get Aaron Rodgers for half, Aaron Rodgers is half the player right now. Now, he may come back and do better on that left leg, after a year removed from the Achilles tear. But you're just looking at what you saw last year, and some stats where Aaron Rodgers' numbers were better than Matthew Stafford. What are you watching? Are you kidding me? Who's the better thrower of the football? Who's better in the system?
And the mobility was improved in the latter half of the year for sure for Rodgers, but there was never a point in the year where I'm thinking, oh, man, Aaron Rodgers looks like his old pre-Achilles self, Papa.
Later in the year it got better, but it never was. I thought he was going to get hurt again. I thought they're just going to light him up. So in any event, now Matthew Stafford is back with the Rams, damn. And where does Aaron Rodgers play next year? What team? And your father was saying he wants to go somewhere where he can win. Where is that spot? The Rams was ideal for him. Where can he go, get a reasonable salary, and have a chance to play in the playoffs even?
Well, we can keep this conversation moving on the other side, talk a little football. Not quite to the tumbleweed stage yet in the Indianapolis Convention Center, but it is clearing out here on a Friday after a long week at the NFL Combine. He's Greg Papa, I'm Greg Silver, and we'll be back on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Live from the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis, it's Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Here's the push on 3rd and 12. Geno down the left side. Metcalf got behind Yadam, and he makes the catch. And he's got the Seattle first down. Ike Yadam settled down, jumped up to play the ball, and Geno lofted it right over his head to DK Metcalf for a gain of 26 yards. Little stutter and go to get behind him.
All right, so here's the deal. We're getting sad. Matthew Stafford is back in the NFC West. We tried to manifest it. We tried to manifest Kevin Durant coming back to the Warriors. But hey, Jimmy Butler's here. They're 7-1. We'll talk about Steph Curry and his ridiculous 56 a little bit later in the show. Had a lot of great football guests so far. Got to talk to Matt Mayoko. Jeff Joniak came by. You're going to hear from Andrew Siciliano a little bit later. And here's another NFC West player we can pivot to that we have not brought up on the show. That, of course, is the player that Kyle just came in with, DK Metcalf. Now, who knows if he ultimately gets traded, but I can understand why John Schneider is getting a lot of calls and offers because this is not a highly touted wide receiver draft. Josh Jacobs verbalized a while back that the Packers need a true number one, and now the Packers have a trade offer on the table for DK Metcalf, which would include the number 23 overall pick and one of either Dontavian Wicks or Romeo Doubs.
Wow, that would be interesting. We have thoughts on that. I would take Romeo Doubs, but he's the one guy of their wide receiver room that just does not block. But he's their best route runner. He has incredible hands. So what Josh Jacobs was saying, and it was recently after the season ended, we don't have a pure number one. They got a lot of good wide receivers, and they're the reason they've been able to flip their franchise so quickly in Green Bay is they have so many first and second year wide receivers, and now they're going into their second and third years wide receiver. We played them. He played them in a divisional playoff game. He went there in late November. You know, we've seen all these guys, and Romeo Doubs from Nevada, his rookie year, came out in training camp. He's a problem. You know, he's a guy that had issues this year off the field. They had to suspend him for a game. He's a tremendous route runner. To me, he's their most like a number one wide receiver, but there's something going on with that guy. He does not block. They're like the Niner wide receivers, no block, no rock. He's the one guy that don't block, and he makes it just doesn't fit in. Christian Watson is a big-time talent. He's had injuries.
Yeah.
Jaden Reed is a really good player. You mentioned Wicks. He's a tough guy. Malik Heath, Bo Melton. They got a lot of guys there. If I'm John Schneider, I would want to find out why Romeo Doubs does not block and bring him in a little bit, and why he kind of went away from the team a little bit. He's had issues, but he's a skilled player. He's the best player. Wicks is a guy they run a lot of jet sweeps for, and he's a move guy. And then the other side of it is DK would be out of the NFC West. Now, we hear at the Combine, and there are certain players that come here and they just blow up at their workouts. I mean, we are here at the home of the Indianapolis Colts. And by the way, the 49ers are playing the Colts. And unless we go to Germany to play them, we're coming back here to Lucas Oil in downtown Indianapolis in the middle of the state of Indiana to play them. And Chris Ballard, their GM, is outspoken about, we're going to bring in a veteran quarterback to compete with Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson was drafted too high. He did it because he came here to the Combine and he blew up as an athlete.
Well, how about when we're watching 40-yard dashes yesterday, and I ask you, hey, was it Chris Johnson that had the fastest 40 time before
There's two different
John
Chris
Ross
Johnson. Yeah.
ended up breaking it, and he went number 9 to the Bengals?
Right. John Ross was amazing. And there's a couple of Chris Johnsons. The Raiders had a corner that was amazing. Actually had his 40 time tattooed on his ankle. Raiders took him, and then the other Chris Johnson is CJ2K. Anyway, DK Metcalf, and he's become a really good wide receiver. And Sanjay Lal is here now with the Chargers. He'll work out all the wide receivers tomorrow, as he does every year. But he's the one that kind of nurtured DK, and we know DK. When he came out of school, he blew up the Combine. I mean, we've never seen a guy at his size, his speed, his explosion, the vert. Every category was like, whoa. Well, and his dad was an offensive lineman, DK's dad, in the NFL. So he's got that guy. He couldn't run a route. You know, when Sanjay first got him in Seattle, he was strictly an X wide receiver, and he only ran a couple of routes. Now they move him all over the place. He lines up everywhere. He runs every route. He's still limited. He does have a volatile personality. I think we'd have to look at his contract and where that's going for DK and why John Schneider would give up on him. But are we glad that Matthew Stafford is staying in L.A. with the Rams? We thought we had him out of the division. Now there's a rumor. And obviously Green Bay, you're looking not only at the NFC West, the totality of the NFC. What would he do for their wide receiver room? Which pick would go back the other way? What would Seattle do with the 23rd overall pick in the draft, which would be interesting? But DK Metcalf and then Jackson Smith and Jigba.
I was going to say, our very first show on Papa and Silver was right off the heels of that Seattle game where Geno Smith had the 13-yard scramble. And DK Metcalf is one hell of a player, but he is very different than Jackson Smith and Jigba, who just killed that 49ers secondary.
He kills everybody. He's Tyler Lockett's not that guy anymore. He's older, but he was that guy. JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba, is one of the best. And he started slowly last year.
Sanjay, week 7 onward,
he was dropping balls, and then Sanjay Lal was their wide receiver coach in Seattle. Now he's with the Chargers. But anyway, they coached him up. I remember a game against the 49ers his rookie year. It was Thanksgiving night. He made the most incredible one-handed catch ever. The ball was thrown to his other shoulder. He was looking forward on the inside shoulder. It went outside. He spun completely around, made the catch. Twice this year, you couldn't guard Jackson Smith and Jigba. He came back and beat the 49ers. And then conversely, DK Metcalf, on the game earlier this year on the Thursday nighter, he ran the wrong route on that in-cut. And it was a sloppy route, and it was the wrong route. He shouldn't have done it. And that's the one Renardo Green undercut the route, intercepted the ball. But that was DK's fault. So there's something with him. Now, he's a man-child, that guy. Green Bay wants a number one. The other guys are all nice wide receivers. They got to keep Christian Watson healthy. But DK Metcalf, he's an X. And we're talking about trading Ayuk and not trading him. To me, it was hard last year. Jawan Jennings never played X in the NFL. Chris Conley never played it in some, but mainly in college. Ayuk's your X. When it's 3rd and 5, and you got to go to one guy in the backside, you got to get the ball out. The biggest play of the year, 2 years ago, the divisional playoff game, was the Ayuk on the 3rd and 5 against the nickelback, Keyshawn Nixon. He beat him inside. They moved him inside the slot. He beat him. You don't make that catch, the season may end. There may not be a Detroit championship game. And DK is their X wide. He's that big-bodied guy. When you got to have a throw, he may not separate. It don't matter. That monster's going to catch the ball. With Jackson Smith and Jigba, he is Amon-Ra St. Brown. You don't have to feed the ball to the X, and you can put JSN slot outside anything. And then Tyler Lockett, they got to add other guys. Bobo's not become that guy. Young has been mainly a special teams guy. What would they do with 23? We got to look into it. Is DK's contract coming up? He's seeing all these wide receivers blow up in salary. DK would kind of have to be that guy. So I could see it in both regards, that Green Bay needs an alpha number one X wide receiver. They got a bunch of guys they cross, line up positionally. DK would be different than when they have. And then, what does that do to Green Bay? Would it be good to get DK out of the NFC West? I kind of like those matchups, honestly, with him. And if Charvarius Ward's going to leave the Niners, and I think he would, if we're not going to have Mooney Man, they lose DK. That was the great battle when they were going against each other. It was like an alley fight, a street fight. I mean, Charvarius Ward would just climb at his grill and fight him, and DK would fight back, and it was some great battles. I remember the playoff game that year. DK got behind Charvarius Ward for a 50-yard touchdown over the top to give Seattle a lead. They were winning that playoff game at halftime, and DK scored over the top. But in any event, we'll see where it all is going down. But that is Stafford staying in the NFC West. That is a juicy interconference trade you can make there. DK Metcalf, DK to Green Bay. That would be interesting.
And, if DK Metcalf left the NFC West, I wouldn't mind it, as the 49ers got to see them twice a year. If we go to the other side, how much of a difference do you think that makes for Green Bay, where Jordan Love, if you got a DK Metcalf, Jordan Love has been very up and down in terms of his recklessness and the turnovers, but when he cleans it up, which he's done in the second half of the season the last couple of years, and he had a terrible playoff game in Philly, so throw that one out the window. But a turnover-free Jordan Love, with the kind of accuracy he can have and the athleticism, if you got a DK Metcalf to throw it to, you don't have to worry about Green Bay twice a year in the division, but that's another team that, like Washington, has a lot of youth. I would say they're probably trending in a more positive direction than not, and that's a team you could theoretically have to worry about for the next 5-6 years in the NFC. Their coach isn't going anywhere right now. We'll see what happens in the long-term future with Jordan Love. I think he shows you that he can completely be the guy sometimes, and other times you're like, bro, you got to stop throwing throwing balls into these tight windows and turning it over.
But that's the thing with DK. Yes, you can. You could throw him the ball even though he's covered, and he wins 50-50 balls. The other thing with that is that's big to big. Jordan Love has long arms. He's tall at 6'4", and DK is just big at 6'4". You're not going to get where he's going to release the ball to where the ball is going. You're not going to get there. It's going to be hard to cover him unless you bat the ball down with an interior lineman. When you got big to big like that, a big, long, levered quarterback throwing to a big, wide receiver, it is tough to cover. And Geno's a big guy. Before that, Russell. I think one thing with Green Bay, they made a lot of splash plays. They could beat you over the top. Obviously, Josh Jacobs was a huge, and Aaron Jones was good for them for a long time, but Jacobs was that guy. But they lacked a certain, we got to grind it out mentality. And they got overpowered, some games. They just didn't compete as well. DK, he's borderline nuts. You can light him up. And Kyle got in front of the meeting room of the team and said, our goal is to get 14 kicked out of the game. If we get under him enough and keep lighting him up, and that's what Mooney did. Yeah. I remember the second time. So they battled on Brock's first road start, that Thursday night game when he played with the 2 fractured ribs, Purdy. Charvarius took DK on that, and it was an alley fight. I mean, it was so great. And DK almost got, I think he took a personal foul late in the game. And then when we went there on Thanksgiving the next year, Steve Wilkes just wasn't as connected with the team. He was not, and I thought, Mooney will follow DK around. He did it against certain big receivers. DeAndre Hopkins, he loved going at D-Hop. Mm-hmm. Drake London when he was a rookie in Atlanta, and then Charvarius got hurt. But it was John Lynch and Kyle the morning of the game, and they were walking through in the hotel, and they charged Mooney, are you following DK tonight? And they said, no, I'm going to stay on my side. I go, what? And DK and Charvarius didn't like doing it, but they told Wilkes, we got to have our guy follow him around, and he just got into him. And DK would not, he just turned it into a fight. And it was after the whistle, it was echo of the whistle and beyond. So if that, Charvarius likely will not come back with the Niners, but, having DK out of the division. But DK gives you that kind of toughness. I think Green Bay, I can see where Seattle's looking at it. This guy's volatile, hard to control him. Let's move on. Smith and Jigba is that guy now. Yeah. How's he going to react when JSN all of a sudden gets 180 targets a year? We're feeding him the ball 12 times a game. And DK, and where's his contract at, which has got to be part of it. So I could see Seattle thinking maybe it's time to move on. Pete's not here. Sanjay's not here to keep him in line. Let's move on. And then I could see Green Bay saying, we need a guy like that guy. We got a bunch of pretty route runners on our team that some of them block, Romeo Dobbs. And if we trade, wherefore art thou Romeo, the one guy who won't block, and bring in DK, and DK's old man was an old lineman, he'll block. So I could see that trade from both sides. But you got to keep an eye on not just your own division, but also the NFC. Could that be a finishing piece for Green Bay offensively if they get DK?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of youth there, and DK, not necessarily an older player, but definitely more of a veteran than a lot of the Packers wide receivers that they currently have. By the way, DK Metcalf signed a 3-year, $72 million extension, and he's going into the final year of that here in 2025. So
it's a contract year for him.
It's a contract year for DK.
So he's looking around, and is he at $30 million a year wide receiver? I mean, Justin Jefferson got paid. Jamar Chase is going to make more Duke Tobin, and Cincinnati doesn't always say it, but Duke Tobin did say, we are going to make him the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the NFL until somebody else passes him. So he's going to get more than Jefferson. If you're DK, do you think you're a $30 million a year player? Yeah, he does. He's not 35, but he's going to want a bump. So, if Green Bay does do this, say they give him Dobbs, what's the trade and number 23 overall? That would be the trade, a 1?
23 overall and one of the two wide
Wicks or
receivers.
Dobbs.
Wicks and Dobbs.
I would think they'd ask for Dobbs, but they got to talk to him. You got to blow off our team and get upset and go away for a couple of weeks where you learn to block. Here we're giving up the biggest, baddest wide receiver, and DK doesn't block like Juwan Jennings or Cooper Kupp or Puka Nacua, but he's a big body. And then if Green Bay does trade for him, they're probably going to have to redo his contract, right?
Yeah, and mind you, Romeo Doubs had some concussion issues and suffered a really bad one in that playoff game in Philly when he was wearing the Guardian cap and still took a hard fall on the turf on a hospital pass from Jordan Love. Ended up having to get carried off the field. Not a pretty sight there in that one for Romeo Doubs. So concussion history, unfortunately, a very real concern for any young player in the NBA, or NFL, pardon me, especially as you're looking to move some pieces around. So I said NBA because eventually we will get back into the big story of last night, which was Steph Curry and the 56 points. What do you say we hear from Andrew Siciliano coming up on the other side as we talked to him a little bit earlier?
I'm all ears.
Let's hear from Andrew Siciliano, and then we'll talk a little bit of Dubs basketball. Hear some of those post-game sounds from Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, and a great quote from Magic coach Jamal Mosley. That's all coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Steph Curry had another Curry flurry as he had 56 points in Orlando to help the Warriors come back and win against the Magic. JD broke it all down on Dubs OT, and you can hear Dubs OT after every Warrior game.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Papa and Silver, live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis on the Sports Leader.
Welcome back to the Indianapolis Convention Center right here with Papa and Silver, live from the NFL Combine, and it is a special treat to be joined by a guy we've had on the phone a couple of times.
Couple thousand times over my lifetime.
We're doing it in person, and
I
it
know.
is Andrew Siciliano, the play-by-play voice of the Cleveland Browns, longtime NFL Network host. I could go on and on and on and on.
Go ahead, Greg.
The greatest broadcaster from
you
Syracuse
have to do
University
that. No,
ever?
That I will argue is
Ever?
absolutely false because I'm sitting next to the man
Sean McDonough?
who wears that crown.
Mike Tirico?
Sean's pretty awesome, as
He's
is
pretty
Mike.
good. We had him on the show last week.
Yeah. Good to see you both.
Yeah, it's great.
I would say great seeing you again.
Like,
but
there's
have I
no
ever
way.
seen you in person?
So we just had this conversation off the air. I know we had
I
to.
don't know. It's like you've been on my TV so much that I just feel like I know
And
you.
I've listened to you forever.
He grew up listening to me in the crib.
And Silver over here, your dad brought you through the office once or something, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Or back in L.A.
I was
going to
say, I think the NFL owners' meetings in Arizona
Probably.
happened once. So
he crashed that party every single year.
Yes, he absolutely did. There's no doubt about it.
Monday night party, it's a great one. Your dad and I crashed a few of those. Yeah.
Free cocktails. He's there.
Yeah. By the way, I had the shrimp cocktail last night. Had to do it for the experience.
Did you go to St. Elmo's?
Went to a little St. Elmo's.
Oh, you did?
Dip.
Horseradish?
Yeah. Had to go big first bite.
Clear your sinuses.
Clears it out.
I'm cured for the next year.
There you go.
I did the Pacer games here, so St. Elmo's was like a standard.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've eaten from that kitchen 3 times this week because for those who don't know, Harry and Izzy's right next door. They own it. It's the same kitchen.
I know, same
so,
place.
yeah, it's always a good meal. And pro tip, if you want to take the cocktail sauce home, there's a Harry and Izzy's at the airport after security. Just ask for it. They'll sell it to you, and you can put one in your bag in your carry-on, and you don't have to take it through security.
Nice.
Maybe we'll give it some dirty work.
We'll
There
bring
you
it home.
go.
This is my first time ever at
Really?
the Combine.
Okay.
Well, we're normally in Super Bowl.
Where's T-Rock?
And we're so busy.
Oh, look at you.
I know.
For you to go
No,
to...
Tim came here 15 years in a row doing what you're doing, working for NFL radio. So how has it been for you to come to Indy every
It's
year?
good. This is a little bit different for me. I love it here. I love the Combine. I hope the Combine stays here. Let me just plant my flag in Indy. It should stay here. We have at least this year and next, I think, at least one more year here.
Yeah, I love it here, and it's all centrally located. But being and watching the workouts last night in the stadium, why don't we move it to other cities around the country?
Because this is walkable, number one. With the skyways here, all the downtown hotels, you never have to walk outside.
Yeah.
Everything is within a few blocks of each other. But the big thing here that people will tell you, and that the league will tell you, is that it's the medical, is that they have the fiber running straight to the convention center and the stadium where because the big thing about the Combine is the medical, right?
Of course, that's why I started in
Abdul
82.
Carter's foot,
Right.
anyone, your knee, my back. You get my point. Is that
It's my back, not my knee. You know something about my knee? I got a trick knee? I got a Jake Moody knee? No, it's an ankle. It's an ankle.
It's the infrastructure is here, and
Right,
it's a
okay.
well-oiled
All
machine.
right,
That's
all
the
right.
best way to say it.
The big news. First of all, being now the voice of the Cleveland Browns, congratulations among your many other hats you wear. You have done Rams preseason games on TV for a number of years. Can you juggle that? What if the schedule has a conflict? Are you still going to stay with the Rams?
No, I think it's going to be I mean, at least I would assume those conversations have not yet been had, but I would assume it would be Browns moving forward.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we're talking to Andrew Siciliano, of course, play-by-play voice of the Cleveland Browns, longtime NFL Network, NFL Red Zone. That's the Red Zone that I grew up on, by the way. So
without a doubt.
their
God, we
details.
miss you.
Thank you, Greg Silver.
I miss you so much.
We had fun doing it. We had a good run for 18
you were the
years.
best
Yes,
it's
sir.
ever been.
So if we're talking about your current gig, which is also awesome, Myles Garrett, big conversation piece, and someone that we visited last time we spoke, and Diana Rossini putting out there this morning that Howie Roseman could be looking to maybe even make a big swing, go and get somebody like a Myles Garrett. Now, when you look at the Eagles roster, which we saw do, I don't know, pretty well the last time they were on a football field, I have to imagine that an asking price would be pretty steep for a Cleveland Browns team.
And you would have to think. I can tell you that what the Browns say on the podium is what they truly do feel. They do not want to move him. And I know the reporting this week from Mary Kay Cabot and others that, listen, Myles doesn't want an extension. I've heard the same thing as well. I would have to imagine, and I'm just speculating, they're going to still try to give him that extension, right? See if he truly does turn it down. Not saying I don't believe him, but it is also a long offseason. Let's see where this goes. They don't want to trade him. They just don't. If someone wants to call up with 2 number ones, yeah, they'd listen. That's the job of
How
any.
about 3 number ones?
I mean, if someone wants to do that, of course they'd listen. It's the job of all 32 GMs. You know this. I'm going to answer the phone. I'm going to listen. No different than anyone listening to this show with their buddies in fantasy going, hey, would you ever think about, and your friend goes, no, shut up, get out of here. I would never do that, right? I mean, that's how GMs work as well when it comes to real football. But they don't want to move them. And they do think, like, look at the draft the last 2 years. Houston took a quarterback at number 2 overall. They made the playoffs. Washington took a quarterback at number 2 overall. They made the playoffs. The Browns were in the playoffs as we sit here today, 13 months ago. Now, a lot has changed since then. They've gotten older. You know, they got some salary cap issues they have to deal with. Not denying any of that. But they don't think that they're that far removed from that team that went to the postseason at the time with the number 1 defense in the NFL. A lot has changed in 13 months. I'm
also,
not saying
one of the best running backs is going to be a year removed from a terrible injury.
Right. And we don't know if Nick Chubb's going to be back. Nick's injury this time is a foot. It's not a massively, it's not a horrible knee injury. As anyone with a big knee injury will tell you, you're better your second year back from that surgery than you are in your first. So I don't know what the running back room looks like. I hope it is with Nick. I do also, and maybe I'm living in fantasy land, I do see a world in which they can take a quarterback at 2 or find one in free agency and the magic comes back. But am I delusional?
Yeah.
I don't know. But I know
Separate
that
topic on that.
fundamentally the Browns believe that they can get back to being good quickly if they find the right quarterback.
We had you on when he first asked for the trade, Super Bowl week, and I thought about it with the Niners, and then listening to John and where they're at, and then coming here and watching the guys work out yesterday on the D-line.
Great class.
I'm not sure I would do it right now. They got to get younger. They got to get cheaper. Make it a trade to get Myles. Maybe he doesn't want to do an extension in Cleveland, but I think if he gets traded, he's going to want one. So is this the best D-line? This is the best D-line class, Andrew Siciliano says, since when? Ever?
It's funny. I had this conversation last night with a D-line coach after the workouts, and they came up, I can't remember what year. Was it 12?
Who was in it?
I don't remember. It was a loud room. But anyway, my point is people are trying to find that comparison because this class is that
deep.
Yes.
I mean, how many we going to have in the first round? Maybe 10?
A lot.
Yeah.
Many. You can find, and D-tackle's pretty darn good as well.
Yeah, I know.
And some of these backers, I mean, you can make them D-linemen. Those guys were flying last night. So it is a very good class. And look, as for trading Myles, I'm going to go back to that again. They don't want to trade him. But if you want to make a deal, and I have no room to make a deal, I know the fans would rather a pick like the Niners at 11 or the Bears at 10 than the Eagles at 32. Don't give me 32. Give me...
Do the fans in Northeast Ohio want to trade him?
No, not at all. I'm just talking. Like, if you're looking at value, and again, I don't want to trade him, nor do I think he will be traded. Like, when you're trading an elite player like that, I want to go do a championship team. We all do. Well, the championship teams are the teams picking 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. And those picks, especially, like, this draft has a lot of talent in it. But again, it's another one of those drafts. Hey, you got a guy at 15, same as getting a guy at 35.
Totally.
So, like, you get the 5th year on those picks, but
And with the Niners,
that's not prime capital.
And with the Niners, Myles Garrett is going to a championship team.
Right.
But they're getting the 11th pick back the other way.
They also have a defensive end that already makes $30 million and a quarterback that you have to re-sign right
That's
now.
the issue.
And find the right number for
If
that.
he's saying, I don't want an extension, he's saying it just with the Haslams.
Oh, I'm sure
if he comes to the, I mean, I think he would have a conversation about trading for him if he would work under his 2 years remaining on the contract.
Well,
we guarantee the money. If you have to bump him up to Nick kind of money, then it gets a little.
He
hot
deserves,
top,
and this is me speaking.
He does.
He deserves to be the highest paid player in the NFL
Yeah.
on the defensive side of the ball. He was DPOY 2 years ago, and some of the advanced metrics, some, not all, will tell you that this past season he was better than he was when he won the award.
And this is the best you've ever been.
Oh,
Because I
gosh.
get to look you in the eye.
It's good
When
to
we talk.
finally pretend
No.
like we've met each other.
I feel like I raised him. He's my younger
You
brother.
did.
Don't we look alike?
But I honestly do think we had, but now pressed to figure out when, I'm struggling.
We haven't talked about the Syracuse quarterback, McCord.
I
You like him?
saw him on the podium as well
I love
today. I actually threw a question out at him because he and Kevin Stefanski went to the same high school. There's a fun fact.
Okay.
So they have that connection. I love him. I really do.
Do the Browns want to draft him? He won't have to change helmets.
I have no idea.
Syracuse
There you
helmet's
go.
the same as the Browns
And
helmet.
it's not the same orange.
I know.
He
know.
elevated
Jim Brown
the program.
says it is.
I respect guys that elevated a program.
He was good.
And I know Ohio State fans still want to hold Michigan against him. He elevated the Syracuse program. He wasn't the only one, right? Give Fran Brown a lot of the credit.
Yeah.
But he elevated a program. I think that stands for something. And when we talk about Shedeur elevating Colorado or Jackson State, or the same goes for Cam Ward, whether it be Miami or Incarnate Word, I think we should say and remind people that Kyle McCord elevated Syracuse when they were down in the dumps.
Went to Cal and won me a dinner.
That's
there
true.
you go.
From the Elder Silver.
Yeah.
Just
But
forget
I
about
still have not had it.
By the way, just going to say, haven't cashed in yet.
We're going to
so
do it. We're going to cash
do
it. We're going to cash in.
So maybe this isn't the most biased or unbiased answer I'm about to get, but where do you rank Kyle McCord on the QB hierarchy here in this
It's a
draft?
great question. I am biased. I do think he can be in the QB3 conversation.
Yeah.
I'm going to steal something from Dane Brugler, and Daniel Jeremiah said the same thing. Really got my head thinking there. You can make the argument that this is the best, that the second day class is more interesting than the first day class at quarterback.
I agree.
But traditionally, who is the last day 2 quarterback that did anything? The answer is Jalen Hurts. I'll answer it for you. But he's the outlier.
He just won the Super Bowl.
Other than Jalen Hurts.
A second or
because
a third round pick?
Dak
was a
day
day 3
3?
quarterback.
Ah.
Derek Carr?
But that's fair. Derek Carr, day 2 quarterback.
True.
Everybody always goes, we don't need to
Does
take
Derek Carr ever win a playoff game?
We don't need to take the quarterback in the first round. We're going to do it in the second or third round.
I say take him in the
Second round.
third day, last pick of the draft.
That guy worked out well.
Who has Mr. Irrelevant
That
this year?
guy worked out well.
He did.
I think it's Jackson. It's one of 3 guys: Jackson Dart, Kyle McCord, or Will Howard. I'm not necessarily team Quinn Ewers. I don't think he'll be QB3.
Gotcha. And what about Milroe or Gabriel, 2 more running QBs?
Jalen Miller did not have a good Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
Just put it that way.
Okay.
I think he's a heck of a player. I think he's going to need more time. So I don't know that anyone takes him QB3. Dylan Gabriel, I love. I did an Oregon game this year. He walked out of our production meeting, and our whole crew went, wow, that's an adult. And I don't just mean like an older guy. That's an adult. Like, that's a guy that I will be comfortable in my building as my team leader, as the face of my franchise. He's just my size. He's not. He's bigger. He's like 5. He's 5'10" and a half at the Senior Bowl. He's 5'10"
Size is
and a half.
overrated.
So like he will be the Dolphins' backup for Tua. He's tiny Tua.
I like that. I like that a lot.
good one.
Well, Andrew, so thanks so much for coming by.
Silver,
and,
good to finally meet you.
Yeah, this was awesome. And hey,
This is the first meeting of the younger Silver?
And who are you?
Pappas. Milt Pappas. Pitched for the Cubs.
Wait, you're Bob, right? No.
Oh, here we
I'm
go.
kidding.
Here he goes.
I'm kidding. Hey, I got called Rappaport this morning.
I get called Bob all the time.
There you go.
You got a rap
I
sheet?
got called Rap. I'm like, I'm not fighting at a Starbucks.
Wow.
I was going to
Starbucks?
say, were you holding a
Venti?
Starbucks in your hand?
No, we got one right here. Let's take the picture.
I did have a coffee in my hand.
It's right here. We love that.
That's amazing.
Thank you, brother.
See you guys.
Go Orange.
Great to have Andrew Siciliano on with us, and sad that we got a little bit into Matthew Stafford, and then turned out it was all smoke, but that's okay. By the way,
we were looking this up during the interview. You know who does have Mr. Irrelevant this year at pick number
Jets
2?
did last year.
57?
Didn't trade it to the Niners. Who?
The Cleveland Browns.
There's your quarterback.
Andrew Siciliano is going to get his quarterback.
Don't take Cam Ward at number 2. Take him at what number? 257?
257.
Take him at 257.
There you have it right there. So Andrew Siciliano, voice of the Cleveland Browns. We had Jeff Joniak, the Greg Papa of the Windy City. Then there we had Greg Papa of Cleveland.
What are we, cloning me? So who do you like? So you're talking to Greg Cosell. He loves Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Loves him. Way more than Shador. So what are we looking at? Is Cleveland take Cam Ward 2? What do the Giants do at 3 now that they're not going to get Matthew Stafford? New England, Jacksonville, you don't think will take one. Will the Raiders take a quarterback at number 6? Do you want to bring Dion's kid into Vegas and with the Raiders? And so those are going to be the day one guys. Jackson Dart from Ole Miss could get in there. Quinn Ewers from Texas. Dylan Gabriel, Oregon. Jalen Milroe, you mentioned, Alabama. Kyle McCord. Syracuse, a potential day 2, day 3 pick. So we get to watch the quarterbacks tomorrow. We don't have a radio show tomorrow. I can't wait for tomorrow. I'm going to get up early, get out here and watch quarterbacks, running backs run, wide receivers run, then the old linemen go on Sunday. I do love the combine. I'm enjoying myself.
I might get up early, but on Kyle Haar's West Coast time, and I think that's probably where I'll leave it there.
Well, it's they start tomorrow, I think, at 1 o'clock. That's the beautiful thing. We're on East Coast time.
There we go.
So you don't have to get up that early. So
coming up next, we've been talking a lot of football. We're going to get back into the Warriors with Sounds of Silver at 12:50. But the Giants off to a nice 3-0 start. Now, the game isn't televised, but got a pair of home runs to talk about. Never too early to talk some Diggers.
Wilmer!
That's coming up next. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Good morning, Greg Papa here. I got a question for you. Do you struggle with glasses and contacts? And if you do, you've probably thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO-ICL. But if you now need readers or bifocals, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has a permanent solution to ditch them all. CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. I had CLR from Laser Eye Center, and I see perfectly without glasses of any kind, including those annoying readers. It's truly been amazing and a game changer. If you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar, Friday, March the 7th. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, while you will never develop a cataract your entire life. I didn't know that, but that's true. Find out if CLR could be right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar, Friday, March the 7th. CLR, no readers, glasses, contacts.
Live from the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis, it's Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
2-1 pitch. Flores swings and drives one deep left field towards the corner. This one on its way. It is gone. And Wilmer Flores has done it again. Home runs in back-to-back at-bats to start his night. It's 2-0 Giants.
You know what's cool about that, Papa?
That's when Wilmer was good. That's what's cool about it.
That was Joe Rizzo calling a Wilmer Flores homer, and he just got to do it again today because you said when Wilmer was good. Yeah, 2023 was nice. 2024 had the injuries and a nice drop in production, and now this is spring training where everybody is trying to get fine-tuned. Giants out at Scottsdale Stadium in the bottom of the second. They got a 3-0 lead over Willie Adames' old Milwaukee Brewers, and that is thanks to a pair of home runs from Matt Chapman and the man we just talked about, Wilmer Flores.
Matt Chapman hit a 2-run homer with Patrick Bailey on base, and Wilmer Flores hit a home run, a line drive to center field. So as you know, now it's 3-1. Logan Webb starting. I think we're going to see a combination of Hayden Birdsong on the mound today, and also Kyle Harrison, which are interesting because Landon Root threw the hell out of the ball yesterday, and I did watch that game back. I think he's dropping down a little bit on his arm angle, and he's throwing the ball well through a cutter. But anyway, as far as Wilmer, he's so key, obviously. And last year he just didn't have his legs, and what was it, a 10X operation that he had late in the year. And but he had 23 bombs the year before, won the Willie Mack Award, and then last year he was a flame out. Lamont Wade Jr., watching the game back yesterday against Seattle, it's just the way Lamont Wade Jr. works a count. It is so impressive. He drew a couple of walks. He just has such a great eye at the plate. Obviously, when he was right last year, he had a 480, 470 on base, and then when he came back, the numbers were way down. So in any event, I mean, they got to get production from first base. Last year it was dead last in baseball. Those two guys had, and Lamont started like he was going to go to the All-Star game, and he wound up being a shell of himself. His on-base percentage was still good, but it was based on the pre-hamstring late-night Lamont and the post-hamstring. It is very possible that those guys return to form for Lamont. And 21, he had a great home run season at 18 and didn't come up till Memorial Day Monday and homered against the Angels. And then Wilmer at 23. So in theory, that would be a great platoon of Lamont left-handed against right-handed pitching and Wilmer righty against lefties. It's very possible that they return to form. The one thing, and Andrew Baggerly wrote the most exhaustive piece, typical Bags piece, the bluegrass grandfather, the whole thing about our guy Bryce Eldridge, the young first baseman. He went on and on and on and on. It was so detailed, so great. His pitching ability, I mean, in The Athletic, and your dad is there now, they can do these long-form pieces and drop in video, and it's just so great to read. Anyway, Baggerly did the piece of all pieces on Bryce Eldridge. But he did drop in that very soon, in the coming days and weeks, he's going to be sent back down to Papago in the minor league complex. So no big deal. Elliot Ramos got sent back down last year, and then he wound up coming up and became an all-star.
Yep.
So he does need a little more work. When we get back from this trip and JT Snow gets back, we'll get him on the air. And he misplayed a ball the other day, and it should have been in his glove. It wound up being a double. It was generously scored that way and not a two-base error. He hit the home run in the first spring game, but then he had the hat trick the other day. He struck out 3 times. So he needs more work. So we'll get into that more. But the interesting thing is that Wilmer Flores hit a bomb today. Lamont Wade Jr. is tracking the ball. So I think that's what they're going to do at first base this year until, they do get Bryce Eldridge up. The interesting thing, we haven't talked about it all week. What is it, bookies.com? I know nothing about it.
Susan Slusser piece.
She's just looking at bookies.com, whatever they are. And these websites that, and betting is so prevalent in professional sports, obviously, and you can predict how a game will go. Are you going to lay odds to how a draft will go? I mean, if I'm a GM, I'm gonna make myself a lot of side money and just take the guy where he's playing. I mean, when you have things that can work out that way, where it's not just a sporting event and you don't know what's going to happen, for them to say that the Giants are the favorites to get Van Vlad's kid, and the Yankees weren't even mentioned.
How about that, right?
Are they not following what Paul Goldschmidt signed a 1-year deal there, and everybody in New York, he's not going to go to the Dodgers. They got Freddie Freeman, and they got Shohei at DH, so he's not going to go there. But you would think Vladimir Guerrero would go to pinstripes, and that's why they gave Goldschmidt only a one-year deal. And that, we can imagine those two guys, they'd have to move Jean. Imagine that 3 straight right-handed hitters to go from Bad Vlad to Judge to Giancarlo. I don't know how you would line them up. They'd probably move Stanton. But anyway, the whole thing about them getting Vladimir Guerrero Jr., are they going to trade for him this year with his contract up, and then you're going to have to give him that money, and then you got Eldridge? Would you move Eldridge? Now, I could see if you want to go get Bad Vlad, I'm on board with that. We talked about that last year. And then maybe you move Eldridge to the outfield. You're not going to DH him at this age, maybe. But I was surprised that bookies.com, whatever that is, has the Giants as the betting favorites right now to get Vladimir Guerrero Jr.?
Yeah, I was as well, and Walter and I were texting about that the night before one of the shows, and we put that out there, and then it ended up being a day where it filled up, so we didn't get too deep into it. I think that maybe even had a chance to be part of the Wednesday whip-around, which we decided to punt on until next week because,
well, John Lynch gave us good material, but the site gives the Giants a 25% chance to land Guerrero. The Cubs at 20%. Padres 19.1%. Twins even 11.1%. And Vlad's got big-time power. I remember his dad coming in and winning home run derby during the 2007 All-Star game. He had one out by the corridor. He almost hit it in the players' parking lot over the wall and left. It was a bomb. He is the kind of player you would want. For the short term, good to see Wilmer hit a bomb and Wilmer Flores with a big home run today, and then Lamont tracking the ball well. I mean, would you do that? Would you sign Vladimir Guerrero Jr., right-handed hitter? You are right-handed heavy, but this guy's got big-time power. And then what would you do with Eldridge? You could trade him, I guess, but would you move him to the outfield? He's obviously a very good athlete. And then Vladimir Guerrero Jr., he looks like he's not quite, Cecil Fielder's kid, Prince, and he's huge, but he is a little thick around the middle. But he's also a tremendous defensive first baseman. You don't realize how good he is defensively. And not only is he started slowly last year, and then he took off. He wound up one of the highest WARs among all first basemen last year. He's a force. I hadn't thought about that, but does Eldridge, being so young and raw, is he going to be your first baseman eventually? Not right now, as Spags is saying they're going to send him down, so you're going to ride out Wilmer and Lamont. But would you go out and sign Vlad if you could? And then you got to get into a bidding war with the Yankees? And then what do you do with Eldridge?
I don't know why you wouldn't try to go and get him when there's no salary cap. We've seen how the Dodgers have played by the rules. It's not a Dodger problem. Like, all this notion of
there's no salary cap, but there's a luxury tax line.
There's a luxury tax line.
This ownership does not like to go over it.
Oh, yeah, no, we are well aware of that with the break-and-even line that has been spread across these airwaves many times. Now they're way under, and Taylor Rogers
would you trade for Vlad middle of the year as a rental for 2 months and then get him in if you're in the race and then try to lure him to love it here?
I was going to say, what's the record?
Yeah, we'll see. But, I mean, the Cardinals did that with Mark McGwire, getting him from the A's, and a week later, I'm staying. The only league I know is the National League. I'm staying here forever. I mean, if you got him here and he liked the city, would you do that? I don't know. But I was a little surprised the Giants are the favorites. They don't even mention the Yankees. Everybody is thinking he's going to leave one American League East team and go to the Yankees now.
Yeah,
after they lost Soto.
Well, when we did the whip-around discussion with Dieter when he was filling in, it was essentially, I was saying he can go play for the Yankees. Dieter was saying, I predict he stays in Toronto. I was kind of thinking one of those two. I don't know what Toronto's going to do. But
he turned down a big offer from them. I don't think he's staying in Toronto.
Yeah, well, Yankees would be my favorite for the bet. I was surprised that bookies.com, and again, this is all about where money goes. It doesn't mean that it's the most likely outcome. But 25% on the Giants, not something that I would have seen coming.
What are the Yankees' odds? They'd be the one to go. The one thing about Toronto, and I think it's, I love Toronto, Ontario, Canada. It's probably the most cosmopolitan city in North America. But their tax structure there nationally, you think ours is tough in the state of California? And I think you would get double taxed there. So he's got to pay a nut to the United States government. And then Canada's tax. That's why a lot of players just don't want to play in Canada. It's a great city to visit when you're on a road trip. And it's just different. It's like you're in London. The money's weird. It's all loonies, and they talk different and they spell different. Players that are not Canadian in other sports as well have a hard time with. It's a beautiful city to visit, but you got to be a really sophisticated player to want to stay there. So I'm kind of taking it as though Bad Vlad wants to move on. Otherwise, he would have taken their offer, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
or does he think he's going to get more? And they got big money. They're owned by the people that own Rogers Center. They run the cable in all of the country. It's not just Toronto cable. They run the entire country. So they have. That's why they're always in. They got They were in on Shohei. They got big money there, and they draw well. Their TV ratings when they're on, and Dan Shulman, the voice of the Blue Jays on TV, is their voice. He's great. That is a national broadcast. So they're kind of like Notre Dame a little bit, where they're not just. It's not a regional sports network. It's the entire country. Now they have 40 million people in the entire country. We have 40 million, but that's still a big market as opposed to 40 million in California. But I kind of took it as though him turning down the extension as though he's going to move on eventually.
Yeah, I mean, my prediction, if I had to put one right now, would be the New York Yankees, especially after the one-year Paul Goldschmidt deal just seemed like the most logical. And the Yankees have the money to go and spend, and they will spend. I got to say, looking at the Susan Slusser piece, it's making me sad. Vlad, 25 years old. We're talking about Wilmer Flores hitting 23 bombs in 2023.
He's only 25, Guerrero?
Yeah.
What? Right. Is that all he is?
Oh, no, maybe that was in 2021 when he hit 48 homers.
He's not 25.
I'm out of my mind.
What
Sleep deprivation biting me.
What does he weigh? That guy gets heavy. That's the one thing with him. But he's a really good when they got Brandon Belt, I immediately thought, well, they'll DH Bad Vlad and play Brandon Belt at first base. They did not do that. As good as Brandon Belt is defensively. 25. He's 25 now? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What
250 is what he weighs.
What kind of money? How many is that in kilos is that? He's 25? What kind of money is he going to get on the open market?
I thought he was older than 25, I'm not going to lie. That's crazy.
I got to look that up. I can't. How long has he been playing in the major leagues? Did he start when he was 15? Seems like Vladimir Guerrero's kid's been around forever.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. So, we'll see what happens in the future of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. We'll also probably table that discussion of would you even consider trying to trade him middle of the season? How are the Giants going to be doing? Will they be in the race come trade deadline? Is it going to be a buy or a sell mentality? On the other side, let's do some sounds of silver.
He was born in 1975, so he's 30, Vladimir Guerrero.
What?
No, pardon me, that's his dad.
Yes.
He's 50.
Oh, my gosh.
How old's the kid? He's only 25? That kind of makes sense that he was there. I can't believe he's only 25, which leads to that's why he turned down the Blue Jays offer.
Yes.
He's going to get a lot more money. How old was Soto when he just signed with the Mets? I mean, he's younger, I think, Soto, right?
26. No, he's older.
He's old. How many guys hit free agency with a career accomplishment of Vladimir Guerrero Jr.? He's only 25?
Yeah, and born in 1975.
That's
everybody,
his dad.
that gets you to 50 years
I'm
old.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I feel like 1975 is yesterday.
Yeah, you kind of had my head spinning for a moment. I'm like, okay, I know I haven't been sleeping that much this week, but what is going on with the brain?
So what year was Vladdy born? In 2000?
1999.
25, 26? Oh, I didn't think he was that young.
So there you go. Moving up, we'll do a little bit of Sounds of Silver. Hear from Jamal Mosley of the Orlando Magic, as well as Steph Curry, Steve Kerr, and Moses Moody, who joined Murph and Marcus this morning at 9:30. So that's all coming your way right here, Poppin' Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Where does this Steph Curry 56-point performance rank amongst the all-time Steph Curry performances? Let us know in the YouTube chat or call or text us at 808 KNBR.
Sounds of Silver with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
All right, well, here at the Indianapolis Convention Center, I'll tell you that, number one, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station. Final hour of our shows out here in Indy. Papa, we're going to get to some Sounds of Silver as it pertained to last night. Steph Curry, 56 points, but we have officially hit the tumbleweeds phase in this conference room.
You've heard of the Indianapolis 500 and the old brickyard here. When I first got here and did Pacer games, I called the 85 Indy 500. Danny Sullivan spins and wins. It was epic. Do we even have an Indianapolis 50? Are there 50 people left in this room?
Ooh, looking at a quick glance, I'm going to say under.
Vincent's still here. Our guy Vincent's still here. Bonsignore. Yeah, I'd say it's like the Indianapolis 38.
Yeah.
We are the last guys at the club. We're standing here at the end. So we're both virgins when it comes to the combine. I think the one thing to learn, and all the veterans, your dad and Mayoko, they all said, definitely come. I think Vince is coming down to give us the lowdown on what's going on with Stafford.
What a nice little treat this is.
I just waved to him, and he's the Bonsignore.
Yeah, we were just saying what's up.
Conciliary.
Came all the way down here.
So he was so excited that Stafford was going to leave the NFC West and go to the AFC West and the Raiders. We were just talking. This is my first combine.
Yeah.
I'm impressed you're still here. We're like the old guys at the club here still. Are there 50 people left in this room?
No, this will be...
Look at the room here. What do you think? Indianapolis 50? For sure. He counted. How many you got? 23? Indianapolis 23.
Oh, not even close to 50.
I think I could win that race running.
Right?
By the way, if we're talking about big winners of the Combine, there's going to be some players that have some awesome workouts, and a lot of the highly touted prospects aren't going to work out at all. But if we're talking about just anybody... Vincent Bonsignore is right up there at the top.
Your 40 time is right there. You're the MVP.
I got a text
yesterday.
Damn,
you got me so excited about Stafford leaving the NFC West. What happened?
Well, I think the Rams looked at life without Matthew Stafford, and without the trade compensation, they would have been okay with moving on from him.
What'd they want?
They wanted a number one pick. At least one number one pick, whether it was this year or next year. And
so number 6 was on the table.
Well, for them it was.
Yeah. But the Raiders were never going to.
The Raiders were never going to move off of that, and I'm told they weren't even offering a second round pick.
Oh wow!
For this year?
For this year, and they certainly were, and they weren't going to offer next year's number one. They would. The Rams would have made a trade had it been a second round pick this year and a first-round pick next year, and the Raiders were not going to do it, and obviously the Giants weren't either. So, life would have been not looked so great for the Rams without Matthew Stafford next year, but it looked a lot worse if they weren't going to get the kind of trade compensation that they wanted for him. So life looks better now with Matthew Stafford back.
So you were saying both the Giants and the Raiders would have given Stafford a 2-year deal for roughly $100 million, fully guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know what the Rams are going to have to give him? And we're hearing they're not going to work this out till after the start of the new league year,
right? In
a couple of weeks. Do we know what they're going to be giving him?
I don't know. I would imagine that it's somewhat closer to that,
Needs to be, right?
Right. Unless maybe Matthew Stafford also decided, look, it was great that somebody showed me some love and the money sounded great, but when I think about it, I got a couple more years left. Why go to uncertainty in New York and a level of rebuild obviously in Las Vegas when I have the potential to play for Super Bowls here in Los Angeles. So there you go.
So as far as the next steps for the Raiders and the pivot, how much are they going to look into a Sam Darnold, a Russell Wilson, a veteran presence versus looking at seeing if they can do something with number 6?
Yeah, I think they'll look at some level of a veteran quarterback. Maybe it is Sam Darnold, see what his market looks like. Russell Wilson, I guess Aaron Rodgers, everyone, Justin Fields, all of them are on the table because they need to upgrade their quarterback room. But there was a general manager who texted me after all this went down, and he was like, they need to go trade up in the draft and make sure they get Shedeur Sanders. And his thought was, look, it's Las Vegas. Obviously you want to build a good team and you want to have a good quarterback, and he believes that Shedeur Sanders is. He goes, but it's also supposed to be fun. You want to build a team that kind of fits Las Vegas, and Sanders, with the personality, the charisma, the talent that he has, would help that along. So, and I was like, all right, so what would that take? And he felt, obviously, this year's number 6 to move up to number 4. And either a second-round pick this year and a second-round pick next year, or this year's first, number 6, and next year's number 1. Which I would do it.
New England's picking 4. So
Yeah.
Tom Brady has to call Bob Kraft to make a trade.
He would have to get up to Cleveland. They feel like
Up to 2.
Yeah, up to 2.
Yeah, because what I'm looking at, I mean, Tennessee's going 1, Cleveland 2, Giants 3. All 3 of them need a quarterback.
Right.
Tennessee may not take one, but you're going to have to get up. But what are you going to have to give up to go from 6 to 2?
Right.
This year's number 1, obviously,
6.
and next year's number 1. It would be the starting points and a little bit more. Yeah, maybe not too much more, but that would be the starting
Don't say
point.
3 1s and a 3. That's sensitive territory.
Well, what did the
here for us.
Rams years ago when they jumped up to get Goff at number
But that was
1?
from they went up from number 15 or 16.
Was it that far back?
Yeah, it was far back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, a funny story about that. They ended up, I don't know if you remember the game where I think they missed a field. It was their last game in St. Louis.
Yeah.
Right? And Leslie, their general manager, told me a story. Was that in St. Louis? Was it in St. Louis?
Yeah, I think it was.
Their kicker missed a field goal that would have won that game.
Right.
And he goes, we're driving home, and I'm just distraught. And my wife looks at me and says, let me ask you something. She goes, had you guys won that game, where would you be drafted in the first round? And he's like, it would have been in the 20s or something like that. It would have been. She's like, where are you drafted now? And I think it was 15. He's like, 15. She goes, doesn't that, when you really think about it, isn't that better off for you? And he goes, I looked at her, I said, I love you so much. And that turned out to be one of the picks, and then they had another that they moved up to Tennessee to get the number 1 pick and get Jared
So this is one of the reasons. The NBA does it this way, but it's just the way it's structured. You really would rather draft first than have free agency first, because you don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
If you draft, you can go out and draft and fill in your needs what you need and free them up. They're never going to flip that.
No, it used to be that way. It used to be that way.
How far back is that?
A few years now, but they decided that they'd rather be able to go into the draft having some of their holes filled through free agency. It gave them a clearer picture of what they needed to do in the draft by having free agency first.
I was looking at the draft exchange, by the way, between the Rams and the Titans in 2016, another Tennessee number 1 overall pick. So the Rams the Rams acquired, the number 1 overall pick, a 2016 4th rounder and a 2016 6th rounder. They gave up their first-round pick of that year, 2 second-round picks that year, a third-round pick that year, and then next year, a 1 and a 3.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. That was moving up from where they were, which was
15.
15, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the when they completed that trade, it was actually the night of Kobe Bryant's last game. Right, it was the one where he scored 60 some odd points.
Yeah, well, for us, that was the Warriors winning their 73rd game.
Yeah.
Yes, it was actually. Yeah, and so that night I'm at Staples Center, and I got a text from somebody that a source with the Rams that be up super early tomorrow for a big announcement. And I'm like, what is it? Just be up next. So, long story short, they had the deal done with the Tennessee Titans, but out of respect to Kobe, they had just gotten to Los Angeles. They didn't want to overshadow his night by announcing the trade that they went up to number 1. And they had to convince the Titans. It wasn't even really that much of a convince job. They said to the Titans, just please keep this under wraps. We don't want to overshadow Kobe's last game. And Tennessee was like, for Kobe, we would do that.
Wow.
And so nothing came out until the very 6 o'clock the next morning. Got the call.
See, I told you we were going to talk basketball this segment.
Kind of did. So now that Stafford is staying with the Rams, what is Aaron Rodgers? With the Raiders be in play for Aaron Rodgers at all?
I guess everybody's really in play because they can't bring back Aiden. Maybe Aiden as a backup, but they cannot come back next year with status quo at quarterback. So everybody has to be. And John Spytek, their general manager, said, not to be cliche, but if there's any way to improve that room, we're going to look at every single way. And obviously they looked at Matthew Stafford, and that got him, only so far. But they have to look at everything. But again, I'm with the general manager I spoke to earlier today. Go get Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah.
Over Sam Darnold?
Yes. Maybe you could always sign Darnold and I don't know, maybe have him play for a year or so, and if he plays well, then he could become a trade asset for your next year and when Sanders is ready to move in.
So earlier we spoke with Andrew Siciliano before the Stafford news became official, and we were talking about Kyle McCord because we had a couple of orange men sitting right here.
Yeah.
And, just the orange.
Just the orange.
To be PC.
Yeah, right. Just a couple of oranges.
Yeah. Just orange.
Got it.
And so wanted to get your sense if you've kind of sniffed around or gotten a chance to evaluate yourself some of these possible day 2 quarterbacks, or maybe Jackson Dart ends up going day 1. But if it's not Shedeur Sanders, then is there a solution waiting in this year's draft, or you think it's kind of one of these two guys or bust?
No, I think there are Tyler Shuck from Louisville could be a possibility. You know who Jackson Dart's center was in high school?
No.
Jackson Powers Johnson.
Oh, I did see something about that. He called him JPJ at the podium.
Yes,
there you go.
JPJ, right. So there's a little connection there, and I think there's people in the organization who like Jalen Milroe too, and there's a lot of people in the NFL who still feel like he's got an elite level of skill. It's just kind of refining it and fixing some issues and maybe restoring his confidence. So, Will Howard played with Chip Kelly at Ohio State, won a national championship at Ohio State. Maybe that's the guy. But I don't know. I waver. It's go big or go home. Right, and if you're not gonna trade up for Sanders, then maybe a Sam Darnold definitely for the next couple of years, and then you draft one of those quarterbacks that we just talked about in the second round.
So the rumor about Russell Wilson, Pete Carroll and John Schneider saw what we kind of saw, but they clearly acted on it when they moved him off the Seahawks roster. Does that make sense to you? Where Pete would go back to Russ again?
It's I went back and looked at some of the old stories, and I almost kind of forgot that. There was an accusation that he went to ownership, Russell Wilson, to fire Pete Carroll.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, I didn't do it. I didn't, but okay, you said that you didn't do it, but it's usually where there's smoke. Hey, could you work again?
Last man standing.
Right? Yeah. Could you work again with somebody?
And he didn't play well.
No.
So all those fire Greg Silver rumors going around the office.
I
know where they came
from. Those are true. They
okay. Yeah. I thought you owned it. Yeah.
They didn't want to do it.
So I don't know. But again, everything should be on the table for the Raiders. But I like the Sam Darnold one. I think I was told he went to Pete Carroll's quarterback camp when he was like in junior high or something when Pete was still a coach at USC. So,
that's the guy to me.
Yeah,
I'd go get Sam Darnold. But
he's young enough.
Do you think Minnesota will move him? Keep JJ and move Sam?
Yeah. Well, I think that. The only way that he goes back to Minnesota would be on the franchise tag, but that's problematic because when you sign somebody, when you put somebody on the franchise tag, that money counts. All of it counts against your salary cap. It's $40-some-odd million. Rather than when you re-sign somebody, you could pay a lot of that on a salary bonus, signing bonus, and take down the salary, so it's not a big hurt on your salary cap. So I don't know. I think. Kevin O'Connell, the Vikings coach, has said a few times, look, the guy's earned the right to go out there and see what's out there for him in free agency. So knowing that J.J. McCarthy's the guy in the future, maybe the Vikings are like, we'll step aside and let you go make the money that you earned last year by playing so well.
Isn't it wild to think that if those last 2 games for the Vikings go a little bit differently, it might not even be a question that Sam Darnold goes out there.
But he played well the whole year.
Yeah, he did. But those were 2 pretty bad games.
I know, but he played a lot of really good football.
Mm-hmm.
MVP.
They won 14 games.
You're the MVP, Vincent, of this
You're
combine. You've been unbelievable. One last thought. We were talking earlier this morning. Pete Carroll wants to take the Raiders back to Napa for training camp.
He kind of there's a flag that should be thrown on him for that. You jumped off sides a little bit. The Raiders were, what? Because, yes, it's what they want to do. But I think he was a little premature in making the announcement. But
are we going to scrimmage with you then? Is that how it's going to work?
That would probably
not doing in Henderson, but doing up there.
Yeah, and I think since the AFC West and NFC West doesn't play this year, right. So that you could do the
stick
joint
around
practice
for a preseason game, but you played at Levi's. This
exactly.
Year.
So anything to get out of the Las Vegas heat
John Herrera is the
August.
one that found that was at the Redwood Middle School. What's the name of that school up there?
Yeah.
I was just up there, not this past summer, the summer before.
There's a lot of work.
You got to hire a groundskeeper.
Yes.
I know Clay Wood will do it from Oakland. Will come mow the lawn.
They just
I mean,
they
it
want
looked in disrepair.
They wanted to do it last year, but they didn't realize that it was completely overrun as you're talking about. That's why they ended up in Costa Mesa. So, but
Is
the
there something
49ers
about
have
a territorial rights with that?
Yes.
Where the Niners could block it?
Yes, and I think it goes from. I think they're technically they have dual bases. One is Santa Clara, but also San Francisco.
Right.
So Napa, you would know better than I.
How far that is?
Yeah, that's definitely not 75 miles, right?
No.
To Napa.
That's more.
So basically, what that means is you could go out there and practice, but you can't promote yourself. Like you can't just say, "Come on, all fans, come watch us practice in Napa," because that would be construed as you're marketing yourself in this market. So you could what happened last year, because the Chargers and Rams both protested and said, you can practice there, but you can't have all your fans there. So what you're able to do is just offer tickets to your season ticket holders or big wig, sponsors and things like that. So it was a very limited crowd that they were able to have in there. And I would imagine if the 49ers want to raise a stink, they would.
No, you know what? We could drop that and just trade us Max Crosby for like a fourth-round draft.
He loves the Bay Area after the All-Star
pay half
week.
his salary. We could work that out.
Well, he wants Nick Bosa money. That's
he's a good player.
Yeah, I'm being serious. That the guarantees on his contract are run out, so that's coming to a pass. So they're gonna have to re-up Max Crosby, and it sounds like that's what his target is. What Nick was making or is making.
I mean, he's worth it.
Yeah,
he is worth it, absolutely. So, first of all, you're the man. I mean, we were just saying, like, oh, hey, what's up? We know how hard you were working. You didn't have to come all the way over and spend more time with us.
Of course.
I got a text yesterday from Sam Gordon of the San Francisco Chronicle now, and it's because I tweeted that you were on the show with all the news going on. He just side texted me. He's like, my man Vinny.
I love Sam.
It's my cousin Vinny.
There you go.
You're the best.
Cousin Vinny Testaverde, Vinny Terranova. Vinny Barbarino.
Yeah, Vinny
Barbarino.
John Travolta's original
Heard it all, yes.
Welcome back, Qatar.
Exactly.
You got me so excited when Stafford was leaving, and now he's back.
You're going to have to deal with Matt Stafford.
Well, it's okay. You know what? We're going to be all right. Like I said, hey, in the short term, I don't love it. But in the long term, maybe a little more of a F them picks return to the Rams. Would have gotten some good compensation for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Vincent, thank you, brother.
Thank you guys
so much.
All right, have a good one.
Forget Steph Curry. He's MVP.
I was going to say, we can move the Sounds of Silver over to the next couple of segments. When you got Vincent Bonsignore willing to come on for not once but twice, you go ahead and do it. So
Shedeur Sanders would be such a Raider move.
Totally.
Maybe not an Al Davis move, the way he's got the little pop gun. But that would be, if you want to sell him out in Vegas and at prime time. How long before prime time comes and coaches the Raiders?
I was watching the draft with the KNBR guys at the 21st Amendment Brewery draft party, and we had to deal with Derek being in shock after the Michael Penix draft. He's like, it ruined the whole plan. It's okay, Derek. You might get Shedeur now, a year later. Pick this up on the other side. It is Papa and Silver right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The youngster Moses Moody joined the morning show with Murph and Marcus earlier today to talk about Steph Curry's amazing 56-point performance last night. You can check out that interview on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Papa and Silver, live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis on the Sports Leader. Sounds of Silver with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
Hey, what do you say we do some sounds?
Didn't we just do it?
I thought we did.
Sounds of Vincent Bonsignore.
Vincent Bonsignore, the MVP of the NFL Combine. We were just waving like, hey, what's up, man? You're killing it. He comes all the way over, and now it is time to get into some Sounds of Silver, some breaking news out of the NBA before we get to the Warriors and the Orlando Magic, because the Warriors are traveling to face the Philadelphia 76ers, and Joel Embiid, with a knee injury, is officially going to miss the rest of the season. Now, the extra wrinkle to this one, the 76ers owe the Oklahoma City Thunder a 2025 top 6 protected first-round pick, so the tank may be on.
The process, are we calling it that? Going back to years ago? So they're, what a disappointment. They are easily the most disappointing team in the NBA this year. I mean, they're going out and getting Paul George and putting him with Joel and Maxey, and it looked like they had the core. And you wonder what the fallout is going to be The thing is, you look at the East, and they're 20-38, and you can get in the play-in with 2 fewer losses. But shutting down Joel now, and I don't know, that guy just always looks like he's just not healthy. He can't get up and down the floor. I remember last year when they came in to chase, and Jonathan Kuminga fell on him. He hasn't been right since. In the Olympics, Steve played him for Team USA. I thought that was the one where, why are you playing him and not using Tatum? But in any event, they've lost 9 in a row. They are 20-38. So what's the fallout? Nick Nurse got to get fired at the end of the year?
I wouldn't fire Nick Nurse.
I wouldn't either, but I would fire Daryl Morey as the GM there. And they got Bob Myers, works for Josh Harris. Josh Harris, the owner of the 76ers, owns the New Jersey Devils of the NHL. He also owns the Washington Commanders, who he hired Bob Myers to work with as a consultant to the owner, sat in the box with him.
You know, word on the street is that Bob Myers was walking around the streets of Indianapolis, though I did not see him personally.
Oh, is he here? We got to send him a text and get out with him. That'd be great. So anyway, the game will be on ABC tomorrow, what's left of the 76ers. And with Steph having the game that he had last night, we're coming in. Tomorrow is the last day of February today. Tomorrow's March 1st. The Wilt game was March the 2nd of 62 or 62-3. Hershey, Pennsylvania, when he scored 100. And you always bring up when somebody has a big night. And now you got a 3-point line in the NBA. And Steph didn't shoot the ball that much. He shot it 25 times last night. If he gets up 40 shots in a game, is it? And they've asked him in the past and immediately no. I mean, Kobe had an 81. We've had guys get big numbers in the NBA.
Had a couple of 70-plus last year, I believe.
So could Steph Curry, and I'm sure they'll talk about it on ABC with the Warriors going back to Philly on almost the anniversary of Wilt going for 100. With the 3-point line, could one player in one game get to the unbreakable record of Wilt and score 100 points in one game?
I don't know, but it's crazy to think also that in Wilt Chamberlain scoring 100 points in a game, Klay Thompson broke the record of most points in a quarter. Wilt never went over 37. He just went consistent chunk after chunk after chunk, adding to 100.
Well, he was embarrassed by that night. I remember interviewing him on the anniversary of the 100-point game. Al Addles got him on. The hardest thing in sports is to get Wilt Chamberlain on the air. The hardest thing is to get him off the air. He wouldn't stop talking, but he was so great. I said, "Hey, your best game ever?" No, that was my best night gunning. I think he took 63 shots in that game. And he was 28 of 32 from the free throw line, his memory serves. So if Steph took 63 shots and 25 were threes, hell, he could score 100 and sit out the fourth quarter. But he's not going to take 63 shots. So I think that would be the thing. He scored 56 last night on 25 shots. Think about that. So if he got up 35, 40, how many would it take for him to? I mean, could Steph Curry, and he wants that three-line record. He got to 12. He's gotten to 12 so many times. Clay still got the record at 14. Don't you think there'd be a night when Steph would make like 18 threes and all of a sudden, you know, what is that, 56 points right there on 18 threes? I mean, is it not conceivable Steph gets on a heater like last night? And then they foul him late in the game to put him on the line if the game is close, and he scores 100.
Here's the element of last night that makes it extra wild, Papa, is that regardless of what Steph Curry did in the stats, he wasn't going against the Utah Jazz or the New Orleans Pelicans or teams that can't defend. He was going against the East's best defense in the Orlando Magic.
Contavious Caldwell-Pope is a good defender.
They are long, they are athletic, and for all the deficiencies of Orlando, it is not the defensive side of the ball. They have some youth, they've had some injuries, and they can't shoot the ball very well. But defensively, this is a team that has thrown length at Steph, and he not only overcame that, he was the only one to give them a life vest. Magic had their largest lead at 17, and then Steph heaves it, hits it, down 14, goes 22 points alone in the third quarter, and you all know what happened. So I want to go to sounds, because there was a clip of Steph Curry from a while back talking about how we're just not a team that's built to come from behind. And I'm thinking, well, that's not good because you're not a team that's been able to hold leads very well either. Here's Jamal Mosley, the head coach of the Orlando Magic, getting asked, other than Steph Curry, what'd you see last night This is a funny cut. Here's what he had to say.
Aside from Steph, because we know he can do those types of things on certain nights, but aside from Steph, what do you think was the difference?
The man had 56 points. There is no aside from Steph. He had 56. So I completely understand. I mean, I think, so be completely transparent, 34 free throws for a jump shooting basketball team is tough to overcome as well.
Yeah.
He just gave me something else.
Yeah.
You put him on the line for 34 free throws.
But hey, aside from Michael Jordan,
what was your opinion of Steph Curry's performance?
Yeah, Tommy Lasorda. We'll go back to Bavacqua and all the great rants.
Quinton Post had 18.
He did.
Banchero had 41. Wagner had 27. So they scored some points, which will lead to Warriors did not guard well. Jimmy Butler had a rough game. He could not guard Banchero. He could not guard Wagner later in the game. Draymond had a hard time with Wagner. But that's, what are you going to do? I honestly, and they've got, Cole Anthony, Greg's son, guards like Greg, and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope guards stuff as well as anybody legally with his length. I don't know how you guarded them last night. I mean, that's why the beauty, and Butler did not have a great game. He had some terrible shots in the game. One, he hit the bottom of the rim.
Yeah.
But he had 7 assists in the game. Just to have somebody bring the ball up the floor where they don't double Steph because he has the ball. Now, what I would do is just double Steph anyway. I don't care if he has the ball or not. I'm just going to vice grip him, treat him like a gunner on punt team, and just push him out of bounds. I mean, when he's on a heater, but that performance last night, honestly, we've seen him score more. We've seen him do it in finals games in the Parquet in Boston in Game 4 down 2-1. So maybe it wasn't his best, but as far as pure skill of just dribbling into shots, doing it so efficiently, has he ever played a better game than he played last night?
He's also one of the, if not the biggest sicko that I've ever seen in my life in any sport, with the way he just gets so damn competitive in these games. Last night, the skill combined with the shooting, combined with the competitiveness, and the way he had fun on the court doing it. So, couple of we got a few more cuts, and let's play one, and we'll get the other two on the other side. This is Steph Curry after the game, and I brought up how he mentioned pre-Jimmy Butler that, yeah, we're just not a team that's really built to come from behind. I'm like, oh, that's not really what you want to hear when you're a team that's a 10 seed and you got to go and make a run. Entirely different attitude about the level of confidence winning these tight games down the stretch, even on a bad Jimmy Butler night. Here's what he had to say after the game.
There's a high level of confidence that we can continue to win games and learn each other and learn, this rotation as we, go down the stretch of the season. I think it's in our best interest to kind of just stay there. Every game come in with a swagger about us that if we show up on the defensive end, we'll have enough offense to get over the hump no matter what the game is looking like. And, obviously Jimmy provides a great presence, a high level of IQ, and connects the game. So if we keep doing that game after game after game, we should be in good shape down the stretch, and then we take it from there.
If we have enough defense, we'll have a high enough level of offense. Well, that's a quite different tune from a few weeks ago. Oh, and by the way, high level of offense, ideally not needing 56 from you, Mr. Curry, but hey, we'll take it.
I forgot that he said that, but he did say that, and he thought, whoa. So they were down 17 points, seconds to go in the first half, and he makes that. And I know they call it a heave. It's not a heave. The way he shoots the ball, he does not change the way. Now, to shoot it on the other side of the logo, you have to get your legs into it. But a lot of those long, near logo shots are his basic jump shot. He just changes the angle. That's what makes him, talking to Brandon Payne and the Q-Man, Bruce Frazier, his coaches, that's what makes him Steph. But when he made that shot, they were down 14 at halftime. They made it up like that. They outscored Orlando. It's the old days of Steph happens in the third quarter. They outscored them 40-21. It's like the Niners-Detroit NFC title game. It wasn't that they made up the 24-7 by the final gun. They made it up by the end of the third quarter. They tied the game. The Warriors made it up like that. Now, he had one of the great quarters of all time, but it's funny. I had forgotten that he even said that. This team is back to getting their swag back, and now they're stuck on 27 losses for a while. They've won 5 in a row. The Clippers have 26 losses. They're in the Super Six.
And with Minnesota losing to the Lakers last night, you look up at the standings before we go to bed, and the Warriors are 7. So there's no guarantees of anything.
What if we could chant beat LA tonight, because they're each playing each other. It's Clippers-Lakers tonight. Do we root for the Lakers in the beat LA to beat the Clippers? And if that's the case, the Clippers have 27 losses, and the Warriors would be tied with them. Tiebreaker, they would have it, but it's still. They made up this deficit like they made up the 17-point deficit like that. They're right back in this.
Right, and it's not a guarantee of anything, but it is kind of wild how quickly it has happened where they are right back in the mix. And, you know, we were talking 6 seed before the All-Star break. I straight up said, I don't think they're going to get 6. I think they got a chance to be in the mix and a play-in, and if you can get 7 and host a game, that's a solid reality. Right now, we're talking like a week later, and they're a half game out of the 6 seed against a team that they don't have a tiebreaker against.
I know it seems like a long way off because Houston's got 22 losses in the 5, and the Lakers got 21 in the 4. But just see how long they can stay on 27 losses. Are they going to lose a game on this road trip?
Stack some wins, and I thought we were going to get humbled. When I was looking at the first score, I'm like, oh, yeah. Papa and I were talking about this road trip of like, yeah, you got to go 4-1 for sure.
It's a long game. It's a long game.
Long game. Yeah. Play the couple of other cuts we had for the Sounds of Silver on the back end here. About a half hour left, and then we'll hand it off to a Friday edition of Dirty Work. Papa and Silver at the NFL Combine. Tumbleweeds flowing in the Conference Center on the Sports Leader.
Live from the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis, it's Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Steph from three-quarter court. Curry hits a three from beyond midcourt to end the half. That's going to count.
Listen to this crowd.
The Warriors were down 17, their biggest deficit. But Steph Curry is 7 of 11, 5 of 7 on threes. And he shot that from beyond the Magic logo.
You know, after a handful of the Warriors' blown leads from the past couple of seasons, it feels nice to get that vintage third quarter, wipe it all away, down 17 with seconds to go in the first half, and then end up holding on and winning by 6, 121 to 115 in Orlando. And the wins keep stacking. Warriors then go play the 76ers tomorrow night. As we talk about impressive feats, by the way, and I do have a couple of more cuts I wanted to play on the Steph Curry and Warriors front. We're about to go pack up some equipment in 20 minutes or so. We're going to hand it off to Dirty Work, and then we're going to go out to Lucas Oil Stadium, watch some players. Maxwell Hairston, the defensive back from Kentucky, on his second 40-yard dash just ran a 4.28.
Wow. I'm watching the tape of him, and he is an interesting player. Will Johnson, a lot of people think he is going to be the number one cornerback off the board. I'm not sure about that. Barron, a young corner
what do we even
Texas.
qualify Travis Hunter as?
Well, he's not even competing here today. I don't know. Yeah, certainly he's going to go 1, 2, or 3, but he's a wide receiver, so take him out. I'm not even considering him for the Niners. But, you know, people think Will Johnson can get there. Some people don't like Will Johnson. Yeah, I mean, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Barron from Texas is high on that list. He ran a 4.39, but this tape of Hairston, they're comping him to Denzel Ward of the Cleveland Browns, who ran a 4.32. Their other measurables are similar. So we're talking about the D linemen, both edge guys and inside guys. There's some good corners in this draft. Hunter's just different. I mean, that guy, and we'll see. I mean, you asked Brian Callahan in Tennessee what he would do with the first pick with him. Oh, he's a corner. And then you ask Andrew Berry in Cleveland as the second pick. Oh, he's a wide receiver. He wants to do both. We asked Larry Krueger, you know, could he do it? He didn't think it's wise. And there is an issue with that. You know, say you run a fourth down, you're going to run a go route on fourth down, maybe. A third down, you ran Travis Hunter on a go route. And now they don't, a lot of times they punt, there's a commercial involved. Maybe you have to go right back on the field and play defense. Are you going to have your wind to be able to go out there and really do it at this level, at the highest level, and be able to, you know, run a 9 route 40, 50 yards down the field and turn around and play? I think what they might do is start him out as a corner and then bring him in packages offensively when you go 11 personnel and you want 3 wide receivers on the field, or you go, you know, 22 personnel and you want 1 wide receiver on the field with all the big guys and you run him. So that would probably be the way to go. But I honestly, when I watched him play, I thought, wow, as a wide receiver, he's not a big guy. So in the red zone, can he separate? But he just has his ball skills are incredible. I saw him as a wide receiver right away. And then as you see him as a cornerback, yeah, he jumps routes, makes plays. You have to really watch the All-22 to look at him as a corner. The way he man matches, the way he just gets up on with you, and whatever route you are running, he runs it with you. He could be the first real two-way player in the NFL since Chuck Bednarik back in 19. So we've had guys go from O-line to D-line, and guys that are D-linemen line up as fullbacks, and you know, it's kind of a cameo role. We're really talking about a guy playing wide receiver in some form and corner in the NFL. I mean, who does that?
Yeah, it's something like we'd never seen, and I was a little bit skeptical of him playing both sides of the ball. And I didn't watch college football like crazy this year because we were always getting ready for the Niners. But getting to just see Travis Hunter play at a really high level on both sides, I'm looking forward to seeing if he can try it. I don't see it as something that's going to be good long-term. The physicality and the speed of the NFL is miles above the college game.
And he's not a big guy.
Exactly. So I don't think he ultimately plays both positions. I think he ends up picking one or the other pretty early in his career. But I'd like to see a little experimentation go on, or even have him be, I don't know,
play a couple of spot downs or high leverage situations. I feel like we're talking about pitching in a bullpen now at this point with the guy. But I did want to get to a couple more cuts because Steph Curry went nuts last night, and on the way over here, we were having good conversation in the back of an Uber. And first off, I said, why'd you tell me that the shrimp cocktail was not spicy and going to go down smooth? And then
I told you that.
Yeah, I know.
That's why it's called St. Elmo's Fire.
I'm being a goofball.
It's fire.
Secondly, we were talking about the Warriors and what are they going to do closing lineup-wise?
With Kuminga
because
back?
Kuminga's coming back, and Steve Kerr had a cut from last night about why he made the adjustment to start Quinton Post in the second half. Now, they know that the starting lineup of Pajemski, Moody, Curry, Draymond, and Butler has been the 5 that they're going with, and they're 11-0 when Moses Moody starts now, by the way, fun stat of the day. And, Steve, this is where he's got to make his money, and he does make a lot of money. So here's his justification on putting Quinton Post in to start that second half, something he had not been doing, but Post had a really good game.
Just to change the matchups and get Draymond on Paolo. That's our best matchup, and that put Jimmy on Franz. So it's what John was asking before the game. With the small lineup, can we do that against this team? And first half, it didn't work, and so. You make the adjustment and hope that it works. Quinton was great. He obviously knocked down shots, but it was his defense, too, and his size and what it did, changing the matchups defensively, that really helped us.
So here's what's fascinating about Quinton Post to me moving forward is that we don't know if Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Jonathan Kuminga are all going to share floor time in a closing situation. Now, Monty Poole, when the trade initially happened, seemed to believe that it was usually going to be 2 of the 3 out there together, and they were kind of going to rotate. If anything, Draymond Green's minutes were going to drop a little bit. That said, if you do have all 3 of those guys, and then you got Steph Curry, well, you need some form of shooting. And Quinton Post could be that guy playing in a stretch 5 role.
Very much so, and the guy makes shots. But beyond the shot making, and he was 7 of 9 last night, he guarded in the post. He made some low post plays. He showed he blocked a shot. As good as Steph was, and he was epically good last night, you don't win the game without Quinton Post. The bottom line is here. When they traded for Jimmy Butler, one of the first things we said, can they play a lineup of Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga, and Draymond Green? That's 4 of your 5. And there is some, who would be that 5th warrior? It would vary. Quinton Post gives you shooting. Pajemski gives you shooting. Moses Moody. I almost went to Kendrick Perkins there. Moses Moody gives you shooting. But the thing about Jimmy Butler, and he, honestly, I'm not going to, I have a tendency to exaggerate a little bit, but I'm mesmerized by him. I watch him all the time, and I watched him so much when they traded for him. And who he is coming out more and more. He's just different as a player. His shot is broken. It is a broken shot. Not just that he misses, that it has no chance to go in the basket. It comes out of his hand. He hit the bottom of the rim last night. He's not a shooter. They're going to start gapping him, sagging off of him. Now, he's tough to gap because he'll drive it right in your heart and go right through you and kill you. So he overcomes that. He had a hard time catching the ball last night, and they call him Megatron, like if he's in this NFL draft, he's Kelvin Johnson. I don't know what he was dropping a lot of passes that were makeable. He really had a hard time guarding Banchero, Wagner. He couldn't guard any of them. So here's the point. We're not going to bench Jimmy, but in certain scenarios, do you want Jimmy Butler to always be in your closing lineup? I think you can finagle the opening lineup. Starting lineup. Now, you get into a playoff series, you got to do what's best for your team.
Yeah.
And if you got to bench Andre Iguodala or tell Andrew Bogut, wonder what to tell Andrew Bogut you're not starting Game 4 of the finals. Nick Uren, great idea. You go tell Bogues and piss off that big Aussie. I ain't doing it. But Bogut took it well. So it always starts well with Jimmy, and then it ends well. And he's on board with all this. I'm not saying, we talked about this with Clay. and it got uncomfortable, where at some point he may come out of your starting lineup, he may not be in your finishing lineup. How does the ego handle that? I remember that game in Brooklyn when we were at the Super Bowl last year. They won the game. Clay was not happy that he didn't play the end of the game. And Steve will do what's right. This is all about team. If you have, and again, we're way ahead of ourselves. Kuminga's not back yet. He may take him a while to acclimate. But is there a closing five scenario where you see that Jimmy Butler III is not in that? And then how do you do that? And how does he take it? Is he a good teammate? Does he buy in? These guys have got rings. Or does he, pitch a bitch and get a fit and cause trouble? We've seen him do it. So there are deficiencies in his game. He's interesting. He makes, broken plays look good. He's just a strange player. But then there's some things about him. It's kind of when I watched him play and all these, I don't ever want that guy shooting the ball. But you know what? It goes in. He's like Hardaway. It's the ugliest looking shot ever, but he wills it in the basket. But there are shots like, wow, you play in the NBA? That shot is broken.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler really struggled offensively last night.
Who would win a game of horse, Kevon Looney or Jimmy Butler?
Oh, give me Loon all day. That's my guy.
Wow. Jacob Evans or Jimmy Butler?
Jacob Evans is a good throwback
right
there.
Oh, my God. He had the worst line drive shot ever.
Damian Jones. Who else was there?
Jacob Evans had a... Bob's here for the combine. I'm going to say, you drafted Jacob Evans. What do you know about football players? Anyway, they were all hungover from the parade. They did that. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? And we're getting way ahead of ourselves.
It's a fair
But if
it's
you
a
have
fair
to
discussion.
tell Jimmy Butler, start him, because that's going to be everybody, the spotlight on him. But if there's a close game and a finishing lineup, he's not in, how is he going to handle that?
I think it's a fair discussion because we've seen it with different guys and we've seen them handle it to different degrees. You mentioned the Clay side of it. You also mentioned the Andre Iguodala, Andrew Bogut side of it. Jimmy Butler has had these great honeymoon phases. He's also not been afraid to butt heads when he feels like he's holding his ground on something.
He's got a big face. He likes to buck heads.
Big face coffee.
I'm going to blow out your candles, Jimmy. We're way ahead of ourselves. This day may never come. But if it does come, who's telling him he's not playing? Jimmy's waiting to get the scores table. Jimmy, go sit down.
One more cut today, and Moses Moody was on with the Morning Boys. Now, I was told some guy named Greg Papa was maybe going to pop on and then got bumped for a guy
I would only
named
get bumped for
Moody.
Moses.
Yeah.
Walking on water and
parting the Red Sea.
Well, I think the other Moses Malone. Anyway, if it was all fine. Well, I'm sure Moses was great, right?
Moses had to be fantastic. Smart guy, wise beyond his years, and he spoke on somebody who's not afraid to share their opinion, Draymond Green, and the championship aspirations. Here's what Moses Moody had to say with Murph and Marcus on that matter.
Definitely. This team is really similar, I think, to the championship team. But one big thing that I got from our run and just seeing the NBA is that it's possible. Like, situations happen. It's not always the team with the best record that wins, the team that's supposed to win that wins. Even the year we won, I don't know what the odds was that we'll win a championship at the beginning of the playoffs. Even in the finals, the odds were really bad. But it's life, Different things happen, and you got to adjust, and it's about who's there in the end, and I think we can be.
I mean, how do you not love Moses Moody in general? He's a guy who was not getting a lot of minutes at times. It was inconsistent playing time. He agrees to a 3-year, $39 million extension to stay with the team. Now, with the trade and the 4-for-1 and the bench being a little bit cleared out, he's finally gotten his opportunity. They're 11-0 when he starts. And he's bought in, baby.
He has, but he did not start the second half of the game. He's the one that went to the bench when we're starting Quinton Post. So I don't have any problem telling Moses Moody you're not playing. How are you going to tell Jimmy Butler? I got bumped for Moses, so that's fine. Yeah. That's fine.
Hey, look
now,
at Moses Moody leading the way, though.
If it was Jake Moody, I may have make a kick, would you, Jake? Jake the make?
I think we might have to do a weekly poll at some point of you have 3 points that you need and somebody named Moody to go out there. Who are you taking?
Yeah.
Because I think at this point the pool would be very, very skewed in the direction of Moses.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Moses Moody 3-pointer or Jake Moody 40-yard field goal. Yeah.
So
I got an idea. Wisnowski wears 3 and Jake wears 4. right? Why don't they switch that? I told him. And the reason Wisnowski's born on March the 3rd, and he wore 3 when he played soccer.
Okay, we'll change your birthday.
At practice one day, I said, why don't we have the kicker who gets 3 points for making a field goal? Why doesn't he wear 3? And the punter who punts on 4th down, why doesn't he wear 4? What if we switch that? Would he go back to being Jake the Make?
See, this is the broadcaster in you, just trying to have the best ways to keep all your information straight. I see your pile of notes right there.
Yeah, that's all right there.
Your spotting boards.
Can I go watch football players train here?
We're going to watch football players train.
We are the only 2 people in this entire convention center.
It's not 2.
Sorry, Chatty Sports here. He's here. I'm sorry.
We might be.
The Raiders are in the
single
house.
Digits. It might be single digits at this point.
Where's everybody else? It's 49ers Raiders. Let's scrimmage right now. Let's go.
We'll wrap up the show on the other side at the Indianapolis Convention Center. Great 8 hours here in Indy with Greg Papa. Finishing up, handed off to Dirty Work on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Steph Curry had another Curry flurry as he had 56 points in Orlando to help the Warriors come back and win against the Magic. JD broke it all down on Dubs OT, and you can hear Dubs OT after every Warrior game.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. I tell you to do this every day, but today you need to call O'Donnell Financial Group because having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want, and when you don't want to do whatever you want to do, and potentially for the rest of your life and go into retirement, you've worked hard. So you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocketbook, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait any longer. Call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300. You can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300. Also online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Now back to Papa and Silver, live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis on the Sports Leader.
Wow, what a couple of days here at the Indianapolis Convention Center. I feel like I can scream being, I don't know, us two Gregs probably make up 25% of just the names.
We're back to the Indy 5 now.
There's
5. Nobody in this room but us. So let's go watch some football players work out. I thoroughly enjoyed yesterday.
Yeah.
Just sitting in the crowd. We got our little breakdown. They give us this, all the different draft-eligible players. Here are the D linemen. They give you a little golf pencil to jot down all the times. I find it valuable to watch them just interact and not just get it off the TV. You can listen to Daniel Jeremiah later. They replay the Combine incessantly. It's on a 24-hour loop until tomorrow. So
if you go to Tom's Watch Bar, they got volume on that with like 75 TVs.
So Saturday and Sunday we'll be here. We don't have to do a radio show, so we'll get into it more, report to you more on Monday, and we are going to go at least watch Tyler Warren, get in the same building with him and see him in his shirts, T-shirt and shorts, and just look at his body if he doesn't work out. And then tomorrow, all the offensive players start, quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, and then the offensive linemen on Sunday. So we'll come back on Monday and report what we've seen and what it all looks like. And along the way, we got Warriors and Sixers tomorrow night. Dave Pasch, Tim Legler on the call on ABC. And beat LA. We got Giants Dodgers on the radio tomorrow.
We got so much to get into when we get back on Monday. We're going to be landing SFO like 11 o'clock Sunday night. Bam, hit the ground running. So many people to thank. I want to thank Vincent Bonsignore,
MVP.
Jeff Joniak, Andrew Siciliano, who we had on the phone, Matt Mayoko, Steph
Mike
Strainer.
Silver.
We can forget him.
Brandon Payne.
Kyle Harr did an
Andrew
awesome job.
Siciliano. Short legs, big ears. Wow.
And we're going to hand things off to
9-1 Giants, by the way, today. 9-1. Wow.
Will they ever lose again? We'll talk about it Monday and reconvene. Thank you to Kyle.
The Academy Awards this weekend.
We got the Oscars on our way back, and it is time to hand it off to Dirty Work with Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb. Let's go watch some football, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. The greatest show in America returns to your airwaves to wrap up a week.
Fun day.
Boy, do we have a good show for you. Man, I even put it in my tease at the end of the show yesterday. Put it in my tease in our little promo.
I know.
Marcus Thompson was coming on with us, man. He had to change. He had to change schedules.
He had to punt. He'll be on with us Monday. You know the deal, man. Steph Curry goes off, and Marcus has to work.
Well, yeah,
2 days in a row.
Dude, to call it on the last day of Black History Month, I just thought,
Yeah, I'll leave that riff for you.
I was going to give him the True and Black today on the live read, but
alas,
it's
True and White the rest of the year.
Sorry, Marcus, you don't get it today. Marcus Thompson will join us next week. We are going to be joined by our guy Larry Krueger.
Hey now.
How'd you get him? Larry Krueger's going to join us a little bit later at 5:30.
I did have Brandon Payne scheduled too, but I was like, it's a lot of papa for Brandon Payne.
Who's Brandon Payne?
Steph Stranger.
Oh. All right.
You weren't aware?
No, I wasn't aware. He's like, Greg Papa's got him on speed dial.
Yeah, I know.
Steph does anything in a game.
I originally found him.
Steph does anything in a game. Brandon Payne's coming on to talk about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The Payne leader right here on the sports leader.
No, Brandon knows Steph pretty well. But, yeah, man, awesome performance last night from old Wardell Stephen Curry.
I mean, the guy continues to do things that nobody in the history of the NBA has done.
No man even.
Well, that's what I was getting at.
Well, I was going to make a connection to what did my pops say? Like, oh yeah, Moses Moody. He can walk on water like no man can.
Well, so earlier, I guess.
I had to give him a lesson in biblical.
Well, Greg Papa was supposed to go on the morning show today and do like his Friday hit, and he was going to talk about the combine, and they were going to get into some of that stuff. And then, of course, Steph goes off, and they were able to get Moses Moody on to talk about the game and what's
nice
going on.
Nice get by the morning show.
Yeah,
see, we get praise too.
Yeah, good get. Moses Moody playing his ass off right now too. Anyway, he's on the morning show, and so they had to move Greg and say, hey, we'll just do it next week. We'll talk to you later. And so Papa was talking about it with Silver on their show, and he goes, Greg Silver said, I thought I was going to get some Papa this morning, but then here comes Moses Moody. And he goes, the only way I was going to get bumped was for a guy like Moses. Moses out there walking on water as only Moses can. I was like, dude, that was Jesus who did that.
Mama's
wrong again. Papa's wrong again.
Confusing Jesus and Moses, huh?
I was like, Moses had the commandments. He had the tablets. Usually people confuse Moses and Noah, I realize.
Yeah, that I understand.
Which is weird. I'm not sure why that's such a...
water. The ark, and then, let my
parting
people go.
Of the seas.
Yeah, parting of the seas.
Yeah, I got you. And then letting my people go.
Yeah, you know. You know the deal.
KNBR Bible.
Yeah, KNBR the Bible. I think Papa needs to brush up on the good book, is what I'm saying.
And you know what? The only way that I remember sometimes is just watching a good old episode of Rugrats Passover.
That's a deep pull.
Don't close the door.
Yeah, that's a good pull.
And my father
wrong again.
I think we all can agree my father looks like Stu Pickles from the Rugrats.
He's got a little bit. I mean, his hair's not quite as crazy.
Not as blue.
His hair's not as blue, and he's hardly an inventor of toys.
No, he's not.
Like Stu Pickles was. But yeah, I thought that was a pretty big miss.
I thought so.
I thought so too. You can't be confusing Jesus and Moses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Didn't even walk the earth at the same time.
I know. I mean, at least
at all.
At least Kendrick Perkins knew who Moses Moody was. Yeah. He just kind of,
Yeah, exactly.
Moody.
You just botched it all. We will get into the 56-point performance, and we do have a dirty work dial coming your way a little bit later in the show. We brushed it off out at the KNBR storage unit. I was able to get in there and wheel that thing in here. We did do it last week with Rod, so we'll do it today, a dirty work dial.
How did Rod like the dirty work dial?
I think Rod got a kick out of a lot of the stuff we did. The NBA grab bag, I know he enjoyed.
Yeah.
Though he never once acknowledged, the grab bag's a bit. It's we call it the NBA grab bag, and there's no NBA story.
Well, it was the best reaction from Tom the first time and Ray Ratto, where they were like, so this is NBA?
Yeah.
Like after a while, when you got into like wrestling and like different stories, they're like, "This is still the NBA grab."
And Ray, what's his name? Ratto had the best. He was like, "This isn't in the NBA." And then we went on to another football story, and he goes, "Well, okay, I'll play your stupid game." All right.
Your Ratto impression makes him seem like some curmudgeon.
He is a curmudgeon.
Yeah, but not really. It's more of a bit.
That's how he responded to me on the air about it.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll play your stupid game.
I'll play your stupid game.
I was like, oh, okay, sorry, Ray. Sorry, everything's got to be highbrow. He got a kick out of it.
Fine, go ahead and ask me about Mr. McGorium's Wonder Emporium.
But I was surprised that, and like Marcus Thompson had it happen, where you just move on, and when they go, this isn't NBA, you just go, NBA grab bag, bro, and you keep moving. Rod never even acknowledged that things weren't.
NBA grab bag.
Didn't even bat an eye at the fact that there was no NBA stories.
Rod just here to be a pro and go with the flow.
Just rolling with the punches, dude.
Yeah.
That's it. We got the Oscars coming up on Sunday. I'm hyped on Conan hosting.
I'm hyped on Conan. We'll go through it later, possibly in the dial, but I have not seen any of these Oscar movies.
This might be one of my worst versed Oscar seasons in a long time.
That rhymed.
I'm not up to date on my Oscar flicks. I was hoping we'd get a review on Wicked, but Tim hasn't held up that end of the deal or the 24 hours at the studio deal. I know he thinks he's gotten away from this, but every time I see Wicked on television, which again, what's the last day you remember not hearing about Wicked in your life?
It's out there.
It's especially because the Oscars are coming up. Tim opted to do the overnight in the studio for having lost to Derek in the KNBR Fantasy Playoffs. Hasn't gone to see the movie or spent time in the studio. Tim, would you like to answer for yourself?
Yeah, we were talking about it actually today, me and Mr. KNBR. Since he's going to be traveling to the Far East, we think the time change would be beneficial for us to get some content out of it. So I think we're going to go on his trip.
Seems like every time this comes up, we're just waiting for something else to happen. I'm
going to make good on it.
No.
Hey, they're coordinating a good opportunity to do
this.
When's
this trip coming up?
Next week, I believe.
In 4 months.
No, he's leaving soon.
Next week.
He's leaving next week. Oh, it is that soon.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Mr. KNBR was leaving so soon.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. KNBR.
And then we got Sneezy McGee, Jack Loader taking over.
Well, Mr. KNBR is going to Japan?
Oh, yeah.
Is that right?
I think we're getting updates from Japan with Mr. KNBR.
We're going to get Mr. KNBR in Japan.
I think we are.
We're going to get some voicemails.
Some transcontinental calls maybe from
the wine line.
Yeah, we like that. I like getting some KNBR voicemails.
This sumo fight is quite delicious. What a delicious culture.
Where else is he going? Is he going to Thailand, too?
I have no idea.
I mean, it's a reason we're the greatest show in America and now globally, too, after our stop off in Indonesia.
Oh, yeah. We will be international. Oh, yeah, we're doing a show in Indonesia?
Well, you live there, is what you'd said.
Nah, I made a mistake.
We can check that one off, is what we're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just put a thumb.
People know me in the Indo.
Like, if we have a map of the world hanging on our wall.
Can you call it the Indo?
I don't know.
Okay.
You're a native.
Yeah.
You tell me.
For a whole month.
Yeah, you tell me. If we had like a map of the world, we'd be putting thumbtacks and markers into places that we'd already conquered in terms of where dirty work is big.
Where we've conquered?
Yeah. I'm being loose with the conquer.
What are we, Genghis Kong?
Is it Kong? It's Kong.
Kong, yeah, whatever.
Kong!
Not Donkey Kong.
By the way, I think he says that in Bill and Ted. Second Bill and Ted reference in 2 days, by the way. On the show.
Oh, you did one earlier this week?
No, yesterday I said I was waiting for Keanu to say, and I'm Ted Theodore Logan.
Oh, okay.
But I think they call him Genghis Khan in that one. Pretty good.
By the way, Marcus Boucher backing me up on the replacements as far as like great Gene Hackman coaching performances.
I would venture to guess Marcus hasn't seen a lot of Hackman outside of the replacements.
Maybe.
That would be my first assumption about it. And by the way, like we are of the age group that would be up our alley. Like I remember when I saw it in theaters, like probably came out when I was like 11.
The replacements?
Yeah. I remember seeing it in theaters with my mom at the old Hayward Festival Cinemas.
Nice.
On Hesperian.
Did you cover your eyes during the cheerleading scenes?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I don't recall.
It's kind of racy.
It wasn't like American Pie. It wasn't
No,
watching
it wasn't.
Shannon Elizabeth on a video stream.
Well, we'll just tell your dad, we'll just tell your mom we ate it.
We ate it.
We ate the pie.
Which, by the way, totally different scene. There's two different things that go on there. But no,
Yeah, true.
You're right, though, in that movie right up our alley, Marcus's alley for age. If you're talking about the lore of Hackman, that doesn't even hit the top 5. I think in most people's purview.
Probably not.
I'm not yucking the yum of the movie. I'm not
No.
I just thought it was funny in comparison to like you did a great job with the sound soiree yesterday, pulling Hackman sound and saying, "Well, you think of him being a great coach."
Yeah,
twice. Jimmy McGinty.
There's 2 roles: Hoosiers, and of course the replacements.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. But we got a fun show.
Yep,
we'll have some fun today. The Dirty Work Dial, as I pointed out. We'll get to your calls as well on Steph Curry, who I've been saying this for years. And Murph used to take exception with this, and people of the Joe Montana era sometimes get unreasonable, I think, when it comes to talking about how much somebody is loved or how game-changing somebody is. Joe Montana was not beloved by Oakland Raider fans.
No, he was not.
He was not beloved by half of the football fan base in the Bay Area. You got to get out of the bubble that is 49er football.
Yes.
Steph Curry is the most beloved athlete in the history of the Bay Area, more than Barry Bonds was, more than Jerry Rice was, even though he played for 2 organizations, still a little bit different. I'd venture to say even maybe more than, I know Willie Mays is different because he's just like a museum in and of him. Like he's a myth almost in terms of what he meant to the game of baseball in my mind. I mean, I know so many people still alive got to see him play, whether it was in his prime or not. But having started in New York and coming here, it's just a different sort of beast. Steph Curry came to an organization that was a nothing organization. Didn't even initially want to be here. And not only won titles and became a dominant player and the greatest player in the history of the franchise, we've now gone past saying Steph's one of the best shooters of all time. He's just one of the best players ever. And he's like on the short list of like, you're going to put together a top 10 list. Steph Curry probably belongs on that list in terms of greatest players of all time. And because of things like last night, no player in the history of the game after the age of 30 has had more 50-point games than Steph Curry. And you look at the rest of the list.
Yeah, that was
he's
incredible.
now 2 clear of Wilt Chamberlain, which is absurd.
Yeah.
Absurd. So whether J.J. Redick wants to say Wilt was out there playing like Bob Cousy against plumbers and doctors or whatever the hell he was ripping on.
No, but when you hear those names, you're like, wow, that's great company.
It's like anytime Shohei Ohtani does something and they put him in the Babe Ruth category, you're like, that's ridiculous. But when Steph has done more than Michael Jordan did at this age, Kobe Bryant did at this age, Wilt Chamberlain, James Harden's one of the other ones who's on that list. He's now in a class of his own in so many different categories.
Yeah.
Also, what last night showed us is the Warriors are a dominant team now in a way that we haven't seen in a long time.
I agree.
Even the 2022 season, that was a much different championship year.
It feels different.
It feels a lot different. They feel explosive now in a different way.
Yeah, like I was debating it with you yesterday, and we'll talk about it more today. Like when you think about the 2022 regular season, there's moments. Obviously, Klay Thompson coming back and getting a dunk over the Cleveland Cavaliers, and Steph Curry passing Ray Allen. But as far as like games and intrigue, like they were really dominant to start that season, but then they had injuries to Steph and Draymond. This is like the Warriors' regular season games are now tune-in television. Like, you don't want to miss it. Like, it's going back to the Kevin Durant days. And even though last night is probably their worst performance since they got Jimmy Butler as far as a team, but it went back to the days of Steph Curry just having an unbelievable moment that you couldn't just turn your eyes away from it, and he was the reason they won last night. Very similar to the other February 27th performances where he was in New York and the one against OKC. Those were close games as well, and they lost that New York Knicks game. But the reason they won last night, don't get it twisted, it was 100% because of Steph Curry.
Yeah, and does he have the ability to do what he did last night? Because we haven't seen this in a while. Does he have that ability if he doesn't have the balance of a floor? Like, even when Jimmy Butler's not having a great night or the team isn't playing fantastic around him because they have to be respected in other areas on the floor, Steph Curry's playing far more free than he did. Like, I don't know that he was, not that he wasn't capable of it, but the load he would have had to shoulder to do this would have felt a lot different. But he was combustible last night, man. It was incredible. 12 made three-pointers. He's got 45 games of 9 or more threes in his career, and the next most is Lillard with 14. I mean, this is Ruthian-type stuff.
Oh, dude, it is. I know that Steph doesn't have the most three-pointers in a single game. That record belongs to Klay Thompson.
14,
But it feels like Steph, when it comes to everything shooting, is like Jerry Rice when it comes to everything receiving. He just owns every record with the exception of single-game three-pointers. But I wouldn't be surprised before his career is over that he eclipses Klay Thompson in that category.
14th time he's hit 11 threes or more in a game in his career. No player in NBA history has scored more 50-point games or had more 50-point games after the age of 30. And how about this one? Just a fun note. He's the oldest player in NBA history to have 2 20-point quarters in the same season. He scored 20 in a quarter twice this year. He's the oldest player in the history of the league to ever do that. Wow. We'll talk more about Steph Curry's dominant
amazing
56-point performance. 808 KNBR, are you with me yet on 5-0 on the road trip?
Not there yet.
Would it surprise? Because yesterday I said, would it surprise you if they went 5-0? And you said, yeah, not me. I need it. I'm jonesing for it.
I'll get into why I would be a little surprised with that.
What are they, 7-1 with Jimmy now or 8-1?
7-1.
7-1 with Jimmy Butler. 1-0 on the road trip. They've won 5 games in a row. And Steph.
Yeah, but Jimmy wasn't great last night.
And they still dominate.
I know, and that's the greatness of Steph Curry.
That's what's so scary about where this Warrior team can go. I'm telling you, man, I'm high on this Dubs team, and I think they're a lot better than we're even maybe now giving them credit for. We'll talk more about it next. It's Dirty Work. It's a Friday. The greatest show in America rolls on the Sports Leader.
Now.
Steph Curry scored 56 points, including 12 three-pointers, as the Warriors erased a 17-point deficit to earn a 121-115 win over the Orlando Magicians last night. This just in, Steph Curry is good at basketball. For more hard-hitting news, keep it locked to KNBR, the sports leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
The Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Steph from three-quarter court. Curry hits a three from beyond midcourt to end the half. That's going to count. And the Warriors build on a lead after just getting it. Curry three. Got it! Steph with 8 made threes. There's nobody like him. Curry again. Buddy Hield back to Steph. Another three. Got it! This has got that record-setting feel. He's 9 of 12, and we got a long way to go. Curry for three. Yes, sir. Curry's got 46. Another clutch game for the Dubs. Curry three. Good. 11 threes. 49 for the game. Back out to Bajewski, slicing through the lane, lost the handle. Curry to beat the buzzer for three. Good. Steph's got 12 threes. He's got 52.
Legacy questions when you score 50. I don't know. Nah, I appreciate it. I was just somebody that people felt inspired by when they watched. We've created a lot of memories, not only for myself, I know for fans who've watched your whole career. So no matter if you've been watching since 09 or before that or recently, just somebody that brings joy to the game is inspiring. To not only just play basketball, but to find your best self in whatever you decide to do. And like we talked about, just having joy and having a smile on my face because I'm blessed.
I mean, where do you begin to even try to tell the story of Steph and Curry?
At the beginning.
Yeah, but like, what I mean is, like, how do you even explain to somebody what will generations beyond this one think about Steph? And how can you explain his dominance and what it was like to watch him play? That's where I think fans of Joe Montana start to feel that sort of similarity there. And I know he's not, I don't think Joe's the most beloved athlete in the history of the Bay Area because there were multiple fan bases of different teams. Steph Curry revolutionized basketball and Warrior basketball specifically, just like Joe did for the Niners, in a way that nobody thought was possible and in a way that caught everybody by surprise because we'd never seen anything like it. We'd seen quarterbacks win Super Bowls and multiple before. We hadn't seen anybody just do what Joe did and dominate it 4-0 in one decade. But the way Steph has done it...
Bradshaw.
Sure, Bradshaw. That would be the exception. You're right. But not as widely viewed television-wise, and the game itself was a little bit different. In a day and age where Steph Curry came into the NBA when teams are shooting 19 threes a game or whatever, 20 threes a game,
man.
And now he's doing it himself. I don't even know how you can ever explain to somebody what it was that he did or how. I mean, Paolo Banchero put up 41 last night.
Nobody cares.
Nobody even noticed.
Because it's Steph Curry. And Steph Curry...
It's a loud 56. I mean, you heard that. That was a road game.
Dude, that
You heard the crowd? That was a road game.
Like when I was going through my top 5...
That was like 2016.
Yeah, like my top 5 favorite moments of 2015, and you could hear the crowd get bigger as Fitz calls were getting louder. That's what reminds me of last night. Like it kind of harkens back to those days a little bit. And for Steph Curry to like describe him, like he changed the game of basketball. He is, in my mind, the greatest point guard of all time. It's easy to say he's the greatest shooter of all time. He's the most electric player of all time. Like when I say that, like just Michael Jordan did amazing things. But like there's nothing more beautiful to me than a three-point shot, especially one from distance. It's almost like great quarterback play. Like you're just rifling a ball down the field and it gets caught by a wide receiver. With Steph Curry, it's just beautiful to see him shoot a shot from midcourt, and then it goes in, and just the reaction of fans everywhere screaming. It's the most fun thing I've ever been a part of in the Bay Area. Like I know that you're a diehard Giants fan, and you'll remember your time watching Barry Bonds home runs. And
but that's what I would equate it to. It was like when Barry came up to hit, 2001 and beyond, till he retired. Basically, to me, remember that? I mean, it was flash bulbs, like your little light was going to light up Oracle Park, right, or Pac Bell Park, trying to catch a glimpse of Barry's home runs. But it was like I would be in the bathroom and he would come up to me. I'd come like running out, and it was like you can't miss an at bat because he's maybe going to do something unbelievable. I felt this way about Steph for a long time, but every time he has a game like this, you start to remember we may never, and we haven't with Barry or since Barry, you may never see anything like this again.
To the Barry comp, I remember counting batters. You would count batters and be like, okay, well, if we get 5 guys on, Barry will come up. And with Steph, it's like if he sits on the bench, you're kind of counting minutes. And the reason I think he's a unicorn is because for anybody to recreate what he's doing, which is nearly impossible, despite the fact that the game is going this direction, you have to have the ball in your hands all the time. So you have to be good enough to have the ball in your hands all the time. And they just don't get that opportunity. He's had the ball in his hands the entire time that he's been playing. And just to get up that many shots and be that effective, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, like, just go back to last August where he stole the heart of the country, where he won the Olympics basically for USA at the end against France. I mean, like that 12-point flurry at the end there was incredible. Like, Steph Curry, I think, is just must-watch television for everybody beyond the Bay Area, everybody in sports, like people that don't even like basketball. Like, I asked my mom while I was on vacation, who are the 2 biggest names in basketball right now? And she automatically said, well, it's Steph Curry, of course, and LeBron James. And we'll discuss later on, like, what it means to be the face of the NBA right now, because I guess that's controversial for some people. But there's no doubt in my mind, like, Steph Curry is right now, and like I don't think it's hyperbolic to say that he is the most beloved and the greatest Bay Area athlete of all time, because as you put it, Copes, it's everybody. It's unanimously. It's the Bay Area.
Greatest
it's San Francisco.
And beloved are a little bit different, but yeah, I'm with you.
Well, just beloved, yeah, okay, definitely beloved, but greatest, like, for what he's accomplishing, like,
it's tough to take Jerry out of it, It's tough to take Barry and Jerry and Joe away from when you say greatest, but he's like, if you're building a Mount Rushmore, yeah, of course.
I think that Joe is comparable just because that he elevated a franchise.
It came from nowhere, a team that had no win, no Super Bowl.
Steph, I mean, like, for how long he's doing it, I would give it to Steph, and I think that moving both sides of the Bay counts for that. Like, as you said, like, Raider fans didn't really care much about Joe Montana. They respected him, but they weren't rooting for him. Like, I think everybody in the Bay Area loves Steph Curry. I don't think it's anything close to that. Just as far as last night, though, with the game, I mean, I think we are celebrating Steph Curry as we should. It was the first time where I was like, not great with the small ball lineup, where that was kind of exposed. And I'm glad that Steve Kerr went to Quinton Post.
Second half, that was incredible. I mean, that's the other thing, too, is you've got one of the greatest coaches in the history of the NBA at the helm, right? It's not just the players having to get it done. And I know people like to scoff at Steve Kerr getting credit for the 73-9 team or starting 24-0 or whatever, and Luke Walton is coaching part of those games.
Yeah.
The ability to hold them together, like, would Kevin Durant have even worked here for the 3 years that it did work if Steve Kerr's not at the helm?
And of course. We're talking
It hasn't
Steph.
anywhere else.
We're talking Steph, but just a little bit of love for Quinton Post. He was amazing. And for a guy that he's no deer in the headlights. He's there. He's playing great. Do you have any expectations for this guy at all at the beginning of the
Going into the season? Absolutely not.
I didn't know he was going to play.
Yeah.
I don't know who he was till a month ago.
I remember when he got drafted because it was the same day as Bronny. But
not me. I don't remember.
But no, Quinton Post was the second best player on the court last night. And he's like, we were all about, like, you got to get Vucevic. You got to stretch 5. They don't need to stretch. He is the stretch 5 right now. And they got to take it with the lineup a little bit to see when it's appropriate to go to a true big. But, last night was Jimmy Butler's worst performance as a Golden State Warrior, only scoring 5 points. But I will say, he knew it wasn't his night. And he even said that during the press conference when he was introduced. It was, I know my role, it's to give the ball to 30 and get the F out of the way. And that was clear. Like, he knew that it wasn't his. He knew right away, like, this is not going to be my night offensively. And he's kind of deferred to most guys on the team. But last night, he played smarter basketball in the second half.
Just 7 assists,
yeah, he was smart. He didn't get to line as much, but
like, great defense.
Yeah, like, it was the first time where they struggled as a team collectively since they got Jimmy Butler. But when you have Steph Curry and you can score 56 points, like, that's different than, like, if Jimmy Butler's not there, they lose that game last night, in my opinion. But because he's there and they figure it out, and it kind of reminds me of the old days where Steph had to put up, 53 points or 54, whatever it was, against the Knicks, or the OKC performance. It reminded me a lot like that. Like, Steph can elevate a team just by himself, and it looks differently than what it was before earlier this season. It looked like it was just too hard for him. Last night it looked fun.
He said it was too hard for him.
I know,
he said it's easier. So to your point about them maybe not winning this game if Jimmy's not out there, that was kind of what I was saying. Is I don't know that Steph is. We know this is obviously in there, that he's still capable of going off on a 12-made three-pointer game on 19 attempts for 56 like he did last night. He still got to the line 12 times as well. But that was to that end. He had to have the floor opened up. The way the game is flowing right now for the offense, as evidenced by the amount of points that they're putting up, it's much different than when Jimmy was not here. I mean, you didn't have the same fear offensively from a guy like Andrew Wiggins, and he didn't attack in the same way in Jimmy's passing. I mean, to that end, he's been fantastic when it comes to distribution. Just some more of the notes on Steph Curry, and we'll talk about the whole February 27th part of it as well.
It's kind of eerie this always happens.
But as I pointed out, Steph Curry, on the oldest player in NBA history to record multiple 20-point quarters in a season. You see him toss his jersey to his mom, by the way, after the game?
Yeah, was he expecting for her to, watch that?
No, I didn't think so. He said, "Hey, Mom," and then he tossed it. I just thought it was it was a moment where he was in the moment.
Yeah, I know.
He knew how special this was. Tossed it to his mom, Sonia. She gets to celebrate it. She looked like she was going to cry. Everybody understood the magnitude of this. And from where they were, I mean, we keep talking about his comments about the Twitter fingers and how stressful it seemed things were offensively for them when he was asked, "How do you fix this?" He said, I don't really know. I don't really have an answer for you.
Yeah.
He's not normal. 9+ three-pointers made in a game. Steph Curry's got 45. The next most is Dame Lillard with 15.
That's what I'm saying, man. Those are like Jerry Rice numbers.
This is Babe Ruth stuff. I mean, the guy was hitting 60 homers and entire organizations were hitting 25 in a year, It's unbelievable. The other note here is since Jimmy Butler showed up, what we were just talking about and how Steph played different and been able to score differently. They're 7-1 in the 8 games. Steph from the field is shooting 51%, only 42% from 3, but he's averaging 30.5 points a game.
Yeah.
Since Jimmy showed up, and they're 7-1.
I mean, last night I knew it was going to be special when he hit the half-court shot right before the halftime.
Was that the biggest shot of the game? I mean, I know it didn't win the game, but it sure felt like it broke something in Orlando.
Oh yeah, no,
it sure felt like, you know what? This is the emotion and the mental.
It was good for momentum
and the fortitude that Steph just rolls with, and he can break teams. It's like everything's going in.
No, I mean, it kind of reminded me a little bit it was very different, but what I was talking about the other day, his half-court shot against Memphis, that was a little further back, but it was just good momentum going in the second half, and then Steph just was nuts in the third quarter. We're going back to those days where they just step on people's throats in the third quarter. He scored 22 points last night in the third. We're going back to the days of we're not giving up leads, and if we come back in a game, it's going to be in the third quarter. We're going to bludgeon you with our defense and a barrage of threes with Steph Curry, which is something that we haven't seen a lot since Jimmy Butler came on. It hasn't been so much three-point shooting all around. It's been very good for Steph, but last night was the first time we've seen Steph just go off, kind of like back in the old. That's why I kind of got
and that's why
emotional last night, watching that. I was like, we're going back to the old days with Steph. This is awesome.
So then why is everybody so reserved at saying this team's a contender? If you're going to say old days to me 15 times in one sentence, you better be ready to say it's like the old days and we're going forward. That's what I'm saying is why is everybody so reserved at saying, I don't know if they're a contender. Talent-wise, you said it yesterday, they're a top
contender.
4 team in the West. I think this team is a finals contender right now. And if they go 5-0 or 4-1 on this road trip, I'll be damned if this team's not in the Western Conference Final. With the way they're playing, I know Jimmy had a bad game, but I wasn't going to get high on Jimmy when he was great and go down on him when he has a bad game.
No, I totally get that, but they definitely got to play better than what they did last night. I mean, Steph was amazing, but collectively it could have been a lot better as a unit. But, I mean, yeah, dude,
who cares?
Well, a win is a win.
The same as 2 games ago. The leading score was 16. Was
I know.
You got to win different ways.
Well,
great teams.
You look at this box score, and it's incredible. Going from look at this: Steph Curry 56, Jimmy Butler 5, Draymond Green 12, Moses Moody 10, Pods 8. That's just having Steph Curry, the superstar that he is. He's going to bring you up in games like that sometimes. But as far as competing for a championship this season, I'm with you.
They're finding different ways to win, and that's what that is the making. They're finding different ways to win, and they consistently, when they win, do specific things well.
Well, they are on the verge of the 6th seed right now, and they're going to play Joel Embiid actually not Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid's out for the season. So they're playing the 76ers tomorrow.
As Papa said, they're going to play whatever's left of Philadelphia.
Yeah. I mean, things are going in their favor right now. Like, where they were, what was it, like right after the All-Star break, they were the 10th seed. They've moved up so fast. Like,
I mean, they had a chance to be the 8 before the All-Star break. Had they won that game against Dallas, they would have leapfrogged Dallas, and they did eventually when they beat them on Sunday. But yeah, they're a half game out of the 6 seed. They're 5 games back to the 4 and the 5, but the Lakers are in there at the 4. They would have the tiebreak over the Warriors.
I'm looking at 5 or 6 right now. Like, that's where they should be. And yeah, man, like, this is good momentum. Like, this move has changed everything. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they do make it to the Western Conference Finals. Finals itself, it's just difficult because I think there's better teams right now in OKC and Denver. But besides those two teams,
they haven't seen this team.
I know.
They haven't seen these dubs.
But I just think that OKC...
Bring your ass. Yeah. That's what I would say to OKC. Bring your ass. 808 KNBR.
Well, they're definitely better than Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves right now. But right now, Denver and OKC, I think the only two teams better right now than the Warriors.
415-808-5627 is the number to call. No, I see you've been waiting for a while. We will get to you right after the break. Allen, Tiburon, Irv, and Berkeley, Mort, and Milt. We'll get to your Steph thoughts as well. Noah, Allen,
We never
Irv,
get to them.
hang on the line. Steph Curry goes for 56. We'll get more of your thoughts and go through some of the other February 27th performances of Steph's career. It's Steph Day, apparently, February 27th.
It's a Curry flurry.
It's a Curry flurry. Well, here at the Combine, talking some Steph Curry. All right, when we come on back, more of your thoughts on Steph Curry. Steph for 56. I think they're contenders, man, on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. All I care about is the record post Jimmy Butler showing up. They're 7-1 are the Warriors now. And that's why I'm like, dude, if you were going to say this is the team from day one of the season, I'm looking at this like they would have been contenders all season long if they were playing the way they're playing.
Oh, no doubt.
Right now. I mean, if they started 12-3 with this team, would have been like, this is legit, and they're probably a top 4 seed.
If they had this team at the beginning of the season, they would be a top 3 seed.
Top 4 for sure right now. I don't have any doubt about that. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Just basking in the glory that is Steph Curry. We really try to resonate in these moments, or really try to sit and live in these moments. And I think that's what Steph was kind of talking about after the game. About, he says it's hard to get these legacy questions after just because you score 50, but it's happened so frequently. He's probably just getting tired about being asked about it. Let's go to Noah. Noah's in Thousand Oaks. What's up, Noah? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
You, Noah?
Yeah, so there's been so many moments. So many great Curry moments. I'm 21, so I've basically his whole career has been like most of my life. So I've been spoiled to see it growing up. But I gotta say, 2019 conference semifinals, Game 6 at Houston, no KD. Curry, he scored 0 points in the first half, and then comes out second half, drops 33, sends him home for like the third or something straight year. Facing the Rockets. And I think the night before, Curry was trying to get in some shots at the arena, and Chris Paul kicked him off the court.
Yeah,
I remember it.
He's like, all right, that's fine. Yeah, so he woke up in the second half, sent him home. It was a great moment.
Yeah, Noah, dude, that is my favorite non-finals win as far as a playoff series. Just that moment where everybody thought that they were going to lose that series because KD got hurt, like prior to that game. And then it harkened back to the old days of 2015. Right. As you said, Steph Curry scored no points in the first half, and then second half he scores 33 points without KD. Yeah, that's all time for me.
Yeah. And one more thing too on that was the year before in 2018, Houston was up 3-2, and then Chris Paul got injured, and then the Warriors won.
Yeah, his hamstring. Yep.
Everyone was saying like, everyone was saying it was hamstring. Everyone was saying, the Rockets would have won if Chris Paul didn't get hurt. But then the next year, KD got hurt, so they had their chance, and they still couldn't win.
Well, and Noah, the other part about that Chris Paul injury is he got hurt because the Warriors beat the brakes off him. It was like the Warriors' play that he had to try to stick up with or hang with for the duration of that series is what took him down.
Yeah, exactly. No, for sure.
No, I appreciate the call, man. Let's go to 808 KNBR. I guess we'll start asking this, too. We were debating best Bay Area athlete of all time. I mean, he's on the short list. Recency bias is the thing that's tough to get over. When you have a game like last night, I haven't watched Barry Bonds play a baseball game or hit a ball in 20 years almost, right? So when I remember what it was like through the Barry Bonds era, it felt like this. Bonds was different because it happens every single day.
Right.
And still, Bonds was doing things that nobody will ever reach. And the magnitude of what he did in changing a game and the way Steph changes a game has changed the game in total is comparable. I mean, Tim, you remember when Tim was talking about counting hitters before Barry would come up to bat. Maybe more to that end, or to that point, is how other teams would have to manage an entire series and use their bullpen differently because you didn't want to necessarily show Barry a reliever in game 1 that you were going to show him in game 3. You couldn't, Mike Kruger used to say, Barry Bonds didn't have a 2-pitch hole. Most guys, or he said, most great hitters are like that where you can't throw them the same pitch twice in a bat or twice in a game. They would say you can't throw Barry the same pitch twice in a series. Once he sees it, he's either going to spit on it or he's going to hit it out.
Do you remember knowing all the lefty relievers in the division?
Dude,
you just knew them because they were
Mike Myers and Jesse Orozco. And
baby.
Every team used to go grab a left-handed reliever because Brian Fuentes for the Rockies, they just had to have one to come in late and try to face Barry. It changed the game. In the way that Steph's three-point shooting evolved the game of basketball, Barry had that impact on a day-to-day, head-to-head basis. Let's go to Al in Tiburon. What's up, Al? You're on the Sports Leader.
Sup?
Sup, Al?
Yeah, so listen, I'm with you on Barry. I grew up, watching Barry, the whole thing. I actually saw Barry at the supermarket the other day. I walked in, no joke. We made eye contact. It was amazing.
Sick.
And then
what was in his cart?
He did not know who I was.
Yeah.
So, I didn't ask for an autograph. No, he was just checking out, and
Okay.
we're on here.
All right.
Anyway, that's a side note. Listen, Steph Curry is the greatest Bay Area player, and it's not just being, recent.
Yeah.
We're all excited. It's been going on for the last 10 years. The closest comparison is Joe Montana. The difference is Steph has done it with a different role of characters, and he's done it in different ways, and he changed the game. Where Joe Montana was, you could make the argument Jerry Rice was, the greatest of his position to ever play the game. Maybe he should be the GOAT.
Yeah.
But the fact is, it is Steph Curry, and I think that he's going to run away with it here over the next 5 years.
I agree.
Also, I would say, greatest is certainly still on the table. He wins a 5th title. Who else in the Bay Area can say that?
Nobody.
Nobody else can say that they got 5, and that's
Right.
to your point, Al, I think would put him up there. Plus the other appearances. I know Joe 4-0 in the Super Bowl, but going to the finals other times, even though you don't get it done, like that counts when you start winning a bunch of them too. Would you say, though, most beloved athlete in Bay Area history? Because while I know people respected Joe, Raider fans were here. They couldn't have felt the same way about Joe Montana that we all feel about Steph Curry.
Yeah, that's and a couple of things. One, to your point, yeah, he played in Oakland. He represents the whole region, and he's become global, where Joe Montana was really a strictly San Francisco guy.
Right.
He became global, but come on, that was our guy. Steph is everybody's guy.
Yeah.
The whole world's guy. It's a totally different level. Of course, the media plays a big role and all that, but but back to your point too, Adam, about the Warriors, they're winning in different ways. And to me, that's the sign of a contender, just to kind of, and that's what I'm excited about. This isn't Allen Iverson, this is a team that can win in different ways. And to me, that's what I'm excited about.
Hey, I appreciate the call, Al. Thanks so much, man. Call anytime. That's what I was trying to get at about the contender nature of this is when you have a player like Steph and a backbone like Steph and a guy who can do what he did last night, you can also afford to have games like you had 2 games ago against Charlotte where they ran them by like 36 points or whatever, and the leading scorer had 16. You can do
Rest up a little bit
to inferior teams. Now, what will start to happen here, and maybe we saw a little bit of this early last night, is when you play this well, teams start to get up for you.
Yep.
You're the Lakers. No matter where you go, people are like, the Lakers are coming to town. It's like being the Yankees. You got to go beat the Celtics. You're going to get teams' best shot, especially when you're already good and a contender. When you show up with Steph Curry now and you got Jimmy Butler and you're making noise, and they're going across the Eastern Conference right now, they're not hiding from anybody, though, right? They're like right now. Right now, the Warriors are hunting, and I think that the teams in front of them understand that this is a team capable of really wreaking havoc throughout the Western Conference. And if they don't mind their P's and Q's right now, the Warriors are going to come take their playoff spot or take their seeding.
I would say, though, throughout the recent years, that a lot of teams play up for the Golden State Warriors.
Agreed.
I think it's just because of the jealousy factor. When Steph Curry comes to your town, all of the opposing fans and your fans are all there screaming for him. So I don't think they catch anybody off guard.
You heard those threes.
Yeah. Dude.
When Fitz is like, from Jacksonville, everybody's going nuts.
Even the Magic fans are like getting up for it. So I think for the longest time now, with how dominant they were in the past, teams never sleep on the Golden State Warriors, and now they really can't because they're a better team.
Tim, you got any more of those highlights just from that package we played before? I just want to hear it, like even the music's under it, just how loud it was. No, no, not the highlight from Al and Tiburon. It was a good call, though.
Great call from Al.
Can I add one more note to this, too, with Steph? We're going to get some more of your calls.
Yes.
Dwayne,
Yes,
I see you. Irv and Scarecrow and Eric, I see you waiting on the line. The addition to Steph's, character, superstardom, fame, that is the night-night, is such a cool finishing move. You know what I mean? Like, now he's not just, like, LeBron forever had the witness thing, right? He had the look.
Yeah.
Like, Jordan has the tongue. Right, and all that. Kobe then started doing the tongue and things like that. But Steph having the night-night is just such a cool move that he can dagger you to death and then put you to sleep. He did it in the Olympics, to your point. And by the way, that moment where you've got the greatest players in the world on the floor for a gold medal game, he goes for that 12-point flurry. But that final shot, while he's double or triple covered, is not going to LeBron. It's not going to KD. They defer to him, and he knocks it down and puts him to bed.
Have you watched Court of Gold yet?
No.
Oh, it's great.
You ready for this? Actually having some problems with my Netflix login.
Uh-oh.
It's a real cluster
Is
right
it
now.
anything like similar to my Paramount Plus?
What happened with your Paramount
Well, my Paramount Plus, I'm able to log in without paying for
No, it keeps saying I don't live. I think I might have logged in on my laptop or something somewhere, and so it's like you're traveling, or is this you're changing your household? Now I'm having issues getting into the email that's apparently it's a whole.
Are you using your own?
Yeah, it's mine.
Okay.
I hate. This will be something Tim's gonna have to cover on takes at one point.
Yeah.
Tim's Tuesday takes
next Tuesday,
dude. The headache that is logging into things now. Oh my god, dude. The two-factor authentication. How many times you put in the right password and they're like, it's wrong. You're like,
My Peacock froze on me like 4 times, by the way.
It's the worst. It's just the worst. I don't want to get into this. I want to stay on Steph.
My main point, though, was like they interview the French players and they're like, there's nothing we could do. Like we tried our best defense. Like we knew what he was going to do. You just can't stop him.
Yeah.
There's at certain points where you're like, we could look at it as we failed our country, or we just went up against Steph Curry. He's the greatest of all time when it comes to shooting. I mean,
and we got to point this out. One of the best closers. I mean, the night can't exist unless he's closing out.
I will say my favorite things with him are the shimmy, or whenever he gets like a 4-point play, and he's like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Those I love. The night, it's for the fans. I get it. I like it. Or I like it a little bit. It's probably my least favorite of the celebrations.
I just think it's cooler that it's definitely a petty thing that's come up later in his career. Right? It happened in 22. Like I'm putting those rumors or those. Hell, it's the Geno Smith thing. They wrote me off, and I write back, and wasn't so cool.
Did his own night.
Wasn't so cool when Geno did the night down to leave us. It happened, and I was like, "This is cold-blooded, and I hate it, but it's a cool sports moment." Irv is in Berkeley. What's up, Irv? Steph Curry. What's your thoughts? You're on the sports leader.
I think he has taken the face of not only California or the Bay Area. I think he's taken over the world. I think he can go anywhere. You could put Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, and Barry Bonds. And he's going to be the first person that they come to.
Yep.
Well, yeah.
That's a great point. It's also the
being
era,
a current player.
It's also the era in which he plays. But he has a different, would you agree, Irv, like a different relatability, likability, because he was kind of an underdog and not recruited and not viewed, even though he was a first rounder, of course, and really part of it, too, is he took the country by storm when he was like 20 years old. On that Sweet 16 run or that Elite 8 run that he went on with Davidson, they were a couple of minutes away from a Final Four and knocking off Kansas. Like, I remember being captivated by that. The jersey was too big for him. He's heaving threes, leading the nation in scoring, and he's still that guy.
Yeah. I think I want to say the first time I seen him, and I'm not too sure. I think they were playing against Georgetown.
Yeah.
And he went off, and I was like, that was just luck. And then he did it against Blake Griffin, and I said, he's actually a legit player now.
Nah, man, Steph is special.
Did not think he'd be doing this, though. Did not think that he would be this guy. But definitely I think I will say LeBron is the greatest, but I'm going to be a homer and say that I'm going to go with Steph.
I'm with you, Irv. I think basketball's in a better place because of Steph Curry. Appreciate the call. Dwayne in Stockton, Scarecrow, Eric in Millbrae. I see you guys waiting. 808 KNBR, are you with us? Has Steph now become, or is he on his way already? Is he games away from being the greatest player in Bay Area history? That's a good thought. If he wins a fifth, there's no denying that. Nobody else has done that.
I'd say right now.
It's on the table. I mean, it's absolutely on the table. It's hard for me to say just talent-wise and what they've achieved. Barry Bonds, same sort of thing. Joe Montana right there. Jerry, though, I would even put above if you're going greatness in terms of talent and what they did.
I mean, as far as like Bay Area athletes, and like it's funny. Like, would you say like Jerry Rice is a better player than Joe Montana?
Yes.
But who's the greatest 49er of all time?
Joe Montana.
Yeah, exactly. It's weird like that.
Yeah, because quarterback is weird.
Yep.
And football's weird because of the positions of it, but it's tough, man. I mean, he wins a fifth one, and he's doing it for this long, and all the notes and the records after the age.
Yeah.
And again, he's doing things that nobody's even sniffing. The entire game has evolved because of him. Yep. Dwayne, Scarecrow, Eric, 808 KNBR, we'll get to you after the break. Is he already the greatest player in Bay Area history?
Yes, sir!
And are you with me? Is he the most beloved? He shot that one from Clearwater. I needed some of those. I need Fitz to drop those on the road now. Kind of like
Boca Raton.
He rang that in from Key West.
Kind of like one of Greg Papa's big things is when he's calling a Niner game, he's big on naming the county that they're in. What, you know
the island of Waikiki.
Duval. We'll take a quick break. We come on back. More from your thoughts on Steph Curry's 56-point performance and his legacy on the Sports Leader.
Duval.
Moses Moody joined Murph and Marcus to discuss how having Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler opens things up for his offensive game. Check out Moody Modi and all of our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. The Kendrick Perkins leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did I not notice for an hour, or is this just our first ska of the day?
Nope, second ska.
Second ska of the day. I know we had a highlight package coming in. Derek really threw us off of the ska start with the highlight package.
I thought we owed it to the He Got Game people for
something happening in here.
Yeah, for crapping on the movie yesterday.
So you had to
went full Buffalo Springfield.
Yeah. I don't think they were upset. I didn't hear from them.
Well, Mark
overnight.
Spears.
Yeah.
Mark Spears was talking about how much he loves He Got Game.
Yeah, don't yuck his yum. Let them watch it.
Dude, I say, soundtrack, very good. Movie?
Soundtrack is money.
Yes.
Soundtrack's money. Loving basketball soundtrack money, too. Miss a good soundtrack from the early 2000s.
Oh, dude.
Walking through Target, picking up a soundtrack.
Oh, yeah, dude.
To a movie I just watched.
Back in the day when the soundtrack was better than the movie itself.
Yeah, dude. Last movie I remember was like a great soundtrack. Not last one, but I remember the Hangover having a really good one.
I don't remember that one.
I don't think you can listen to Kanye anymore. Well, maybe the old stuff. Anyway, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. It's a Ska Friday. It's a Dirty Work Friday on the Sports Leader. We do have a Dirty Work dial coming your way a little bit later. We'll also catch up with our guy Larry Krueger before he does Diners Nightly this evening. We're talking a lot of Steph Curry today after his killer performance, 56 points. I want 5-0 on the road trip, and I'm feeling good about it. They're finding different ways to win. It's not on Steph every day. The leading scorer had 16 points at a 36-point victory over Charlotte. The dominance in which they're playing with, the smoothness in which they're playing with, the way they're playing defense, they have the ability now to come back in games. They're a great passing team. They're getting to the free throw line. Steph even, 12 free throws last night. Like, I think Draymond's offense has even upticked. Since Jimmy showed up. He had 12 points last night.
Big three by Draymond last night.
He's been really, really, really good. And don't forget, he was missing time, too, as they were struggling to find identity and stability. Sort of a surprise here. Normally we get 49er takes from our guy Dwayne in Stockton. Dwayne in Stockton with a Steph Curry thought. What's up, Dwayne? Long time no talk. You're on the Sports Leader.
I wonder where this is going.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Can you hear me?
Yeah, how you been, Dwayne?
We got you, Dwayne.
Hey, listen, you know I'm chilling, man, but I've been listening all week, man. But first thing I do is shout out to the Dirty Work, man. Best radio show in the business with the best board op.
Hey,
you know what I mean? There's a lot of things in life that are true. There's a lot of things in life that are true, and one of them is little boys don't pop off at grown-ass men. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. You got to put them in their place, Dwayne.
Just do that. So I had to get in on Friday and say that. But back to the take, Steph Curry, he's not in just because he's still working on it, man. It's unbelievable. He's still working on it. At the end, he'll be number one.
Yep.
Barry Bonds was a cheater. Middle relief versus Barry was slanted to field. It just wasn't fair. So, you know, a lot of people in my old high school, Sarah High School, I hooped at Sarah High School in San Mateo,
nice.
would claim Tom Brady. A lot of Bay Area people would say Tom Brady. My take is I want Jerry Rice just because nobody will ever break his record.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
that's fair.
His record will never be broken. But at the end of the day, what you got to do is you got to take Brady out of there, put Montana in there, and then you got your Mount Rushmore. And that's pretty good, Mount Rushmore. You might put that up against any city in America. So, you know, I'm waiting for some Purdy talk. I'll call you back when that happens. But hey, shout out to Dirty Work, man. I love y'all. Have a good day.
Hey, much love, Dwayne. Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you, Dwayne.
Dude, I mean, Dwayne. Look, some people are going to have that take on Barry, and I think you're warranted if that's your belief in your take on Barry. I just, you know, it's fine. It's the reality of the situation, though I would counter by saying, show me the test, you know?
But you know what?
That's the Barry Bonds cheap defense of it, but I'm also like, I'm not going to chastise what I saw. The reason I have a tough time ever saying, and I am biased, I have no problem saying I have ultimate bias. I love the San Francisco Giants. I'm a huge Giants fan. Barry Bonds, one of my favorite players, if not my favorite of all time. And watching him play was unbelievable, otherworldly. The issue we have, or I have with the steroid era, is we know it was widespread, pretty widespread, and we don't know to what extent. So the argument Murph always makes, and it's a good one, when Barry hit 755, I think it was, to tie Hank Aaron. He hit it in San Diego off of Clay Hensley, who was like a starting pitcher around the league for a little while. He was a career ERA, 4.5, 5 guy. He was whatever. He had previously been suspended for taking steroids. Like, when guys at that level are taking them, and I almost empathized more with players like that, or Bartolo Colon, who at the end of his career is like, well, it's over, or I could maybe juice and maybe get caught and extend my career a little bit. Otherwise, it's over anyway. Or I'm trying to put food on the table. Like, I don't really
clog up the A's bathroom.
It's the guys who nobody really was that upset until guys started chasing records. Clog up the A's bathroom.
That happened.
I got
Sewage problems.
I got you. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Let's go Scarecrow in Yuba City. What's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, Scarecrow?
We're seeing a phenomenon, and it's he's spectacular even with social media. He's changed the game. He's changed how the game is played. And, yeah, he's also acknowledged by the entire world.
Yeah.
That helps.
And that to me says everything right there. I mean, Joe Montana's football's American sport. Barry Barry's baseball. Baseball is still more of an American sport.
And regional, even more regional than football. Yeah.
Yeah. And when you look at the other athletes, and I was lucky enough to see Chris Spire play. I was lucky enough to see, Ray Guy, lucky enough to see a lot of these guys because I'm old as hell. He takes it to a whole nother level, and even more than LeBron. LeBron has the baggage of the nonsense with his kid. Steph is just being Steph, and it's one of those things where you just have to sit back, sit down, watch it, and go, damn, and consider yourself fortunate that you were able to be around to see it.
Yeah, it's why we spend days like this really kind of reflecting on it, because I think it's important for us to put ourselves, we talk about the recency bias, Scarecrow. I do think it's important to live in this moment and feel like it's incredible. And you heard Steph even after the game talking, it's hard to answer legacy questions after games like this. It's a Thursday night in Orlando, but that speaks to the volume of what it is that he's doing, that even a game like that can have meaning. Thinking back, because you were around for Joe Montana, and I'm talking the most beloved by the Bay Area, it's in my mind, there's got to be no question it's Steph, because there were Raider fans who didn't love Joe in that way, whether they respected him or not. Even regionally here, Steph has got to be number one all time, right?
Yeah. I got a question, though, for you. Given the stature of Bill Russell,
yeah,
would we be talking about him like Steph if he had social media when he did? I mean, his games against Wilt were phenomenal, and really spoke to the game itself. But do you think he would have seriously benefited? I mean, back then there was no social media. Would he have benefited from social media?
Well, imagine him winning multiple national championships at the University of San Francisco and having social media. You know what I mean? Like he's would have brought national titles at a point where college sports and national championships, at least here, meant a little bit more. And he would have been from here. I think absolutely. I think there's a lot of guys like that. I'll tell you, one guy would have. You mentioned him, is Wilt. We'd at least have video of a 100-point game. You know what I mean?
And off the court.
Yeah. I don't know if Wilt would have benefited off the court from the social media. Scarecrow, we appreciate the call, man. Call anytime. We'll talk to you soon.
Can I just say one thing about being beloved as far as Steph Curry? One thing I will say, I know that we, Giants fans like you love Barry Bonds, and Joe Montana is beloved. But there is kind of an element to they're not approachable. And in some ways, I'll be honest, not likable. Barry Bonds carried himself in a manner where, he didn't want to talk to the fans or didn't want to be bothered by people. I kind of feel that same way a little bit with Joe Montana, even though it's changed over time. Steph Curry just seems like a man of the people, a guy that you could see on the street and just say what's up to him. You don't want to overstay your welcome, but he's a guy that's willing to do an autograph. I feel like
he's big on the kids. He's big on. I mean, that's it. It's a hard thing to be a superstar at that level. Marcus Thompson was saying it to us a couple weeks ago. Remember, he said, I think Steph and LeBron are kind of the last. When we were talking about, are Steph and LeBron still the biggest show in the NBA?
And they are
when they go head to head. And he said absolutely, because he said they're the last two of that kind of superstar, at least right now, where they understand what it means to shoulder the weight of the league and
stewards of the league.
Stewards of the league is what he said. Right, well said. And he was saying that they understand that you got to give to the kids, you got to stop and sign autographs, you've got to be the face of the league. And we'll play some LeBron sound a little bit later about the face of the league comments he had.
Yeah, that was interesting
last night. Probably didn't feel so. He's probably realizing it's Steph, huh? It's just the face of the league, but there comes a different responsibility in the way that Kevin Durant is not that same. He's a superstar, but he's not the same superstar. And Marcus's point
was,
he's
not loved like Steph or even LeBron.
Well, and part of it is Steph being in one place all this time, right? Part of it is it's funny too. We look at Steph and he's got this almost, it's not childlike, but because he looked so young when he came to the league, the big jersey like we talked about, he also appears to be so much smaller than so many other people on the court. He's not that small. I mean, he's like 6'2" or whatever it is, 6'3", maybe not quite 6'3", but it's like a big person for reality. Just in the NBA, he just appears to be this guy, a David to these Goliaths across the NBA. And some of the guys who we thought are going to be viewed as all-time greats just won't ever put up the same numbers at the same level that Steph did, because they're already breaking down, and Steph's winning titles throughout their eras. Let's go to Eric in Millbrae. He's been waiting for a little while. 808 KNBR is the number to call if you want to get involved. Eric in Millbrae, you're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, fellas? Yeah, to me, I don't think Curry's already accomplished being the biggest in the Bay Area. I think, to me, he's more of the best of this era. I would say slightly over Brady in terms of all sports, just because his humbleness, his leadership, and guys, think about it. What superstar in any sport, and even Brady, I don't think would do this, even though he's the GOAT of the NFL, took a backseat in his prime of his career to KD. There's no other superstar in any sport at the level he was coming off an MVP that would take a backseat to another star to come in and allow him to be the number one option in any team. So I just, when you think of take that all into account, I think he's right now with Brady 1A, 1B in any sport in terms of, I think, the most iconic of this era, and the way he's revolutionized the game. All these kids think they can replicate what he does, being a small guy in a game among giants, and just being internationally. I just think what he did over the Olympics, everybody will talk about the game against France, but I think what he did in that game against Serbia, outside of, to me, my personal favorite will always be the Game 4 in Boston, when it looked like the Dubs were going to be down 3-1, and Boston was going to wrap it up. That third and fourth quarter, the way he went into Boston and really just ripped their soul out and tied the series, and eventually they ended up winning. To me, that would be my favorite. But you can argue that game against Serbia, when they were down 19 in the second half, the way that everybody was deferring to Curry to take him back and will him to that game, obviously, was just incredible. So I think internationally, that put him over the top, and I just don't think we'll ever see another guy like him in any sport, where coming from where he did. Because remember, guys, when he came out of the draft, a lot of people, these experts, said he'd probably be a nice 6th or 7th man. Nobody ever envisaged he would be as iconic as he is now. So I think he's just one of one, and I don't put LeBron in that category just because LeBron has way too much baggage. It always jumping around from team to team. Everything becomes about him and his legacy, and if he fails, he's going to get you shipped out of town. No other teammate has ever badmouthed Curry, whereas with LeBron, a lot of guys did not enjoy playing with him because it always becomes about him and his clutch crews. So Curry is above 101 to me, in my opinion. Thanks for the time, guys.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate the call. It is funny how LeBron, while the respect will be there forever, right? When it's all said and done, people may view LeBron as the greatest player of all time, and it's not a bad take. He's going to be like top 5 in 7 statistical categories or 5 categories or something. Offensively, defensively, he's evolved his game and done it like Brady over generations of evolution within the game itself, which is incredible that he still plays. Like the fact that he was on the Redeem team and he was on this team with Steph Curry knocking down that 3 to win the gold. But he polarizes fans in a different way, right? And that even goes back to the old, remember the Sprite commercials? Kobe or LeBron. It was almost like the NBA's advertising pitted them against each other for that to have some status.
Well, that was always the thing with LeBron, and I think it's kind of unfair, is that he's talked about it kind of last night when they asked him about the face of the NBA. He's always compared to somebody.
Yep.
LeBron's always compared to Michael Jordan or Kobe. Steph is just Steph. Steph is compared to Ray Allen or Reggie Miller as far as being...
He's not really anything like those players.
Exactly, because he's definitely surpassed them. He is, like, if you don't think that he's the greatest shooter of all time, then you got a bias against him.
Who doesn't think that, though? I don't think anybody doesn't think that.
I
don't think there are anymore, dude. I don't think anybody says Steph's not the greatest shooter. Reggie Miller's like 5th on the 3-point list now.
There's some people that, obviously in the Bay Area, he's beloved. For the most part, nationally, he's beloved too. There's also, like, some people that just, some sports talk people that just hate him for,
I would challenge you to find
I hate that he takes his mouthpiece out or whatever, stupid stuff like that.
I would challenge you to find somebody, though, who in the last 5 years has said, Steph, there's a better shooter than Steph. I think even if people don't like him, that's what I mean.
What about greatest point guard of all time?
I don't know. That's hard to say because the game has evolved so much now. Like
some people would still say Magic Johnson, but it's different. It was definitely a different position today.
Well, it's like saying, the position itself has evolved to where, and the game of basketball has evolved to where you don't even have a traditional point guard. Some teams don't start a center. You start 3 forwards and 2 guards, or 3 guards and 2 forwards, and there's no traditional center. So. I don't know. I don't really care about the position of it anymore because basketball, everybody plays both ways.
Yeah.
You can argue greatest player based on their dominance in the game, and Steph has that ability. He's also got the ability to put you to sleep. Zach and in Martinez and Alex and Sonoma will get to your calls in just a couple of minutes. I'm way late on doing this, and you're running out of time because it's the last day that we are giving away 2 tickets to go see Jeff Bridges and the Big Lebowski screening, An Evening with the Dude. Jeff Bridges will be at the Masonic on 4/20. That's right, Easter Sunday, 4/20. Go check out a screening of The Big Lebowski and do a Q&A with Jeff Bridges. Tune in between, now 3:17 and 6 o'clock. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR. The tickets are yours, furnished by Live Nation. You can get the rules at knbr.com. Tickets are on sale right now through livenation.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Hey, careful, man. There's a beverage here, huh?
Yes.
Nice.
That, and as that scene continues on, hey, Jackie Treehorn treats objects like women, man.
And you can see that scene and hear more lines like that from Derek and Jeff Bridges at the Big Lebowski screen. And caller 10, 415.
Is it a quote along?
896-KNBR. I don't think so. You can ask Jeff in the Q&A.
I'll ask Jeff.
When we come on back, more of your calls. Zach and Alex will get to you, see you hanging on the line. And we'll get through some of the other great performances Steph has had. Apparently, February 27th is like Steph Day.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to have to start scheduling games specifically on days like this. Steph has gone off on February 27th 2 other times. We'll tell you about it next, but yesterday still may have been the best. We'll talk about more of the greatness that is Steph. And is this team a contender now? Are you seeing it like that? More to come. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Stay out of Malibu, Lebowski.
David Lombardi joined Murph and Marcus to weigh in on the impending departure of Debo Samuel after his trade request. For all things trade requests, go to knbr.com and the KNBR app, the disgruntled leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Curry, why not for three? Bingo!
And the Knicks crowd is stunned.
Curry off the screen, got enough room. Again, Butler, Steph Curry, his 11th three of the night. They do have a timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 0.6 of a second remaining. The brilliant shooting of Stephen Curry continues. And he ties the NBA record with his 12th three-pointer of the game.
So at the time, the record was 12.
Yes.
Then it was 13, or 14, I guess, is what it jumped to. And that was in Chicago. Is that where Clay did that?
Yes, he did with the headband.
Did he get like scratched or poked or
He
something?
did,
He had to
yeah.
wear, he had to wear like a headband after.
Yeah, like a Harry Potter situation going on.
There was a lightning bolt in his forehead. Yeah, he who shall not be named tried to take him out.
All right, nerd.
Ray Fiennes. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not into the movies. I've seen them through.
Not a big Harry Potter guy.
Yeah, I'm not myself either. I mean, I'm well versed enough in it because you got to riff on your platforms and your 9 3/4. I don't even know if that's the right one. See?
Yeah.
Now I'm not accurate. I'm off.
I've seen a few of them, but like, yeah, I can't quote the old Goblet of Fire.
But you know the name.
I know. I mean, come on. You got
I'm more of an Order of the Phoenix man myself.
Okay.
But see, I don't know. I don't know anything about
Chamber of Secrets.
I have seen them all. I've seen every movie.
Okay.
And I didn't really. I think the earlier ones are better, and they get to be more adult. I guess just gets to be. There's a whole Ministry of Magic, and I'm like, we're getting too big.
Yeah, goblins and ghouls. Give you real life.
I only have capacity for one universe, and it's the Dirty Work verse, featuring guys like Raph and the Weather Center and
Mr. KNBR.
Mr. KNBR and Tim Webb.
I've just been told that Loader is a big Potter man.
Oh, okay.
I said that tracks.
It doesn't shock me
We're
at
going
all.
to give him a lot of noogies next week.
Yeah, I don't know.
Stuff him in his locker, take his lunch money.
Calling out sick when you got allergies is tough.
I'm suffering from
I got allergies right now, dude.
I got allergies.
Take a Claritin. Take an Allegra. Take a Zyrtec. I don't know.
I forgot it all. I am suffering. But
Yeah,
you know what? I'm here.
You've been sneezing every break. I've heard you. And I told you yesterday, I was like, dude, I think the allergies are coming.
Yeah, I know.
Murph tried to warn us in one of their show promos.
I got to be smarter.
Murph warned us in a show promo the other day. He said,
allergies are coming?
The allergy season's here for those who celebrate.
That's not bad.
I was like, I do.
That's not bad, Murph.
So it's
all right.
the whiplash weather where it's like rainy and then it's super nice. And then it's rainy and then it's super nice. Hello, allergies.
We're going whiplash?
Yeah. Little J.K. Simmons?
Yeah. You rushing or dragging?
He's fantastic in that movie, by the way.
He is.
808 KNBR is the number to call. 415-808-5627.
You go to Mort, you coward, or not?
Let's go to Zach. He's been waiting the longest. Zach's in Martinez. What's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, gentlemen. I just wanted to chime in. I running some errands, popping in and out of the car, have you guys on all the time, and I heard Depop talking about Steph Curry and how he seems gracious, and I just wanted to share a story with you. My son is 21 years old. He was 10 years old at the time, and we were at Concord Costco and saw Steph, Aisha, and their kids at the time, and my son says, Dad, I think that's Steph Curry. And I said, oh, my God, it is. And so he walked up to him and said hi to him. He stopped, shook his hand, talked to him for about 5 minutes. Hello, young man. Couldn't have been more gracious, approachable, and he did not have to do that. It's just
nice.
He's as advertised.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
And I think, what's great about that, Zach, is it's not even that unique of a story. And I really do believe, like, when Marcus Thompson said to us, that they're, what was the term he used, Tim, about being stewards
of the game
for the league, right?
Yeah.
Or stewards of the game. Steph Curry's 100%. Embodied that, I mean, maybe better than any athlete in any sport in this generation.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree 100%. He didn't have to talk to him. And I have to tell you guys, I do regret we did not take a picture. I was trying to be respectful, and I didn't want to draw attention to him. And so we didn't stop and take a picture. And I know he would have. And that's the first thing that every one of my son's friends asked. Did you get a picture? No, that didn't happen.
But you know what? That's okay. That's okay.
It's all right.
The story's better.
I asked Greg Papa for a picture one time when I was 13. He was like, I've got to go. I've got to run.
Sounds like him.
Zach, I appreciate the call, Zach.
You guys are great. You guys are great.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, Zach. I mean, that's what's so cool about
My
Steph.
dad wouldn't even take pictures with me.
Legit, I met Greg
Christmas
Papa.
cards.
When I worked
last week.
Yeah. You asked last week, Tim?
I said no.
Grow up, dude. That's kind of creepy. Greg actually treated me very well once. He came into a restaurant I worked at Boulevard Restaurant down here. And, dude asked me if I wanted to go to the Raider game on Sunday out of nowhere. I was like, sure. It was a Friday. Left me tickets. It was all good.
He gave everybody tickets back then.
I was sweating it, dude. I told you that he gave me. He was like, "Yeah, I'll have the ticket. I'll leave them for you at will call." I wrote my name down. Told my buddy, was all stoked about it.
Oh, dude,
we're on Bart on the way there, and then as I'm telling my buddy, and he's asking me more questions about it, I'm like, "This guy didn't leave us the tickets, did he?" Like I was like, maybe I got screwed. Maybe he forgot. No, he left him. He was great.
Can I tell this story real quick? Like we make fun of my dad. One of my favorite stories of all time is back in the day when he had a show on the Ticket 1050.
Yeah.
And once upon a time, before he was a radio host, Daryl the Guru Johnson called into the show and talked about how he wanted to go to the Raider-Cowboy game. My dad said, "I'll pick you up. I'll pick you up in my BMW." Picked up Guru, took him to the game, gave him tickets. Guru still talks about it to this day.
You picked him up?
Yep, picked him up in the car and then took him to the game and gave him tickets.
I'm not driving. Tessie is, but we'll pick you up and go.
Yeah.
Tessie didn't exist yet.
No, not yet.
This was long before. Shout out Goo.
Shout out Goo.
Let's go out to Alex in Sonoma. What's up, Alex? You're on KNBR.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. Beautiful sunny day in the Bay.
It is, Alex.
I hope we could keep talking about Curry until his last game, which will be really sad. We saw Kobe's last game, really sad. The people we follow, and it comes quick. And I love, using the telephone because, like Curry once says, fingers and this and that.
Yeah.
It's just easy to just throw something out there and have no soul to it. But what I want to say is definitely Curry is beloved, number one in the Bay. I got a question for you guys, and I'll take my answer off the phone, but I do want to make a comment about Steph Curry. The reason that he's so great is because he has more fun than anybody playing and anybody watching, even games that he loses. And that's the secret behind Steph Curry. You know how they say, if I had someone to have to make 3 free throws to save my life, it's going to be that kid right there, that man right there. Also, he's like the mad scientist and the Frankenstein all in one. When the game is, and let's just talk playoff games. Let's talk the championship series. That kid right there, forget about being the best shooter of all times and all that. He's got the best mind. The average size man obviously is the best athlete on the planet. He proves that because they could do everything and your lifespan is cut short. But even during losing championship series games, if you sit and watch what he does in one game is astonishing. And we're blessed here in the Bay to follow him, every game that he plays. I just want to point out yesterday in Orlando when he got a standing ovation, when Kerr took him out. That is so rare, especially in basketball arenas, because you could hear every word. A lot of players don't bring their families to the game because of, a lot of things that are said, the signs that are brought to the arenas. But my point is we're blessed to have this young man on our team. Now, here's my question.
Okay.
Steph deserves all the money he gets, the max contract. I believe he deserves an Ohtani. I think he deserves a double max contract, obviously, for what he's done for the Warriors. I mean, remember when he was around with Monte Ellis?
Yeah, Alex, we got to get to the question. What's the question, bro?
Okay. Would he be, when all is said and done and there's a statue outside of the Chase Center?
Yeah, there will be.
He played for the Knicks. Was there a statue in front of Madison Square Gardens? Would he have a bigger, let's say, legacy because he played for the Knicks as opposed to the Warriors? And I'll take my answer off the air. Thanks, guys.
Would Steph Curry have a bigger legacy if he played for the New York Knicks? Probably, because of the East Coast bias. But I will say, he's elevated the Warriors to a franchise that's probably, along with the Lakers and Celtics and Knicks, the most respectable in basketball. So I would say probably if he went to the Knicks. But
I don't know. I
don't care about that.
I don't think you can even project that because you don't know that you don't have Steph Curry then with Klay Thompson. You don't have Steve Curry. None of this happens except for the concoction.
You may have Steve Curry with Steph Curry with New York.
Well, not necessarily. He signed here. I'm just saying, he signed as a free agent here. That's about being drafted somewhere else. I'm just saying Steph Curry's career lined up the way it lined up because of where he went and how it all played out right.
Yeah, definitely.
This was the situation that made him who he was. Can we say, would he have been the all-time greatest shooter if he went elsewhere? Maybe. Would they have built around him in the same way? Would they have drafted to have championships? That's all speculative
It's the
stuff.
butterfly effect.
It's more about Steph Curry showed up here and changed an organization and a region for how we're going to view this team forever. Our expectations about this team are different, and they're playing some of the most fun basketball we've seen them play in years. Let's take one more. Mark's in San Francisco. What's up, Mark? You're on KNBR.
Mark.
Oh, yeah. Hi. Thanks for taking my call. One of the callers earlier said that he met Steph at Costco. I'd agree with all the callers about Steph, hands down. But I would say that number 2 and number 3 would be Montana and then Steve Young. You can't forget Steve Young. He won the last Super Bowl the Niners have won 30 years ago. And I met him twice actually, 2 different times at Costco in Mountain View. And same thing, it was he was with a couple of his daughters. I think he has about 5 kids. And really nice guy, down to earth. Talked to him for about 5 minutes. He had just retired. And I said, I wish you well and wish you didn't retire. And he was kind of like, not kind of just, yeah, whatever. But he's always been, he had to endure a lot of criticism during the Montana switch from him to Montana. He was always positive. He played during an era where the quarterbacks got beaten like a piñata. And he always hung in there. He was tough. He's always been a stand-up guy for the Niners, and that's all I had to say. I just want to see what you think about that.
I mean, you're not going to get us to say anything bad about Steve Young. We endorse everything you just said. I wish he'd been able to play longer because we might be talking about him in the same fashion.
Definitely.
I mean, seriously, if he might have gotten a couple of more.
No, we love Steve.
Yeah, and one of the all-time greats.
I think though, you would ask most Niner fans, and Steve just didn't play long enough. Where in more championships, that Joe Montana is the guy.
Also, the passing of the torch of that made it different in how fans took sides.
They did.
There's the Steve guys and the Joe guys, and
it wasn't until they won the championship in '94 where people were like, all right, Steve, we accept you.
They accepted it, yeah. But with Steph, it's like he's the engine. He's the only thing that makes it go. And football, just by nature, is a little bit of a different sport. Even though you look at the Chiefs and you'd be like, yeah, they're not winning these or going to these Super Bowls without Mahomes, regardless of the numbers that he's putting up, even if they've declined.
Well, what's funny? I mean, not to say that Monte Ellis was ever Joe Montana, but Warrior fans did take sides when Steph Curry was drafted, and Monte Ellis was, they've definitely patched things up in recent years. I remember Steph Curry wearing Monte Ellis' jersey going into a game, but Monte was not very...
Well, no, they drafted a dude who played his position, and they couldn't play alongside each other. The other thing is that Monte...
He was not welcoming to Steph Curry whatsoever.
Monte was a lot of fun, but he commanded the ball in his hands. And I remember thinking to myself, Monte, the best comp I had was he was like Allen Iverson, who was a great point guard, of course, but just an absolute bucket, would just go get you anything at the rim, regardless of size, and the mid-range fadeaway and all that. I used to think that Monte was like a shooting guard in a point guard's body, and that was still when the game was being played with 5 unique positions, and you needed a point guard, and somebody needed to... Your job at point guard was specific, and if you were going to be a scorer, it was sometimes better to be off the ball. It wasn't a good defender on the outside. It was a better 6-man, really, as a spark when he won that Most Improved Player of the Year award. But I remember thinking Monte, we had Alan Tibber on call earlier, and he's like, this isn't like Allen Iverson. You got many different ways you can win.
Yep.
It's not one guy. When the Warriors won with Monte as their best guy, it's because Monte had to go off.
Right.
Those teams don't find sustained championship success. That's why this team, I think, is already feeling like it's something special. They're 7-1 in the Jimmy Butler era. Even though he had a bad game last night, they're winning games in different ways. They're coming from behind. They're doing things consistently, passing the ball, getting to the free throw line, playing defense. They're scoring in the 120s regularly now, which is something they weren't doing before. They were averaging 111 points a game, 19th in the league when Jimmy showed up. How high can they climb? Half game back of the 6 now. A week ago, it seemed like some people were split on, I don't know if they can get to the 6. Now the question is, can they get to the 5? Maybe even better. We'll talk more about that. How good is this team? And we'll talk more about Steph's other February 27th games. Haven't had a chance to get into those either. I really do think this is the most fun they've been to watch since the Kevin Durant era, even with the 2022 title. We'll talk about that. Right. We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Want to know on the 5-game roadie so far? Warriors get to take on Philadelphia, who, by the way, have just ruled Joel Embiid out for the remainder of the season.
Streets of Philadelphia.
Good times in Philly.
Yeah.
Greg's favorite song from Philadelphia.
Yeah, is it really his favorite song? He just kept saying they should play that when they play that at the Eagles parade. I was like, no, they're not going to play that.
It's not a feel-good song, Greg.
And you see what the Eagles were like yelling at the podium. Like, I don't think they played that.
Yeah.
Based on how things went down, I don't think they played that.
Yeah, I mean they should. From all the reports, it sounds like no Jonathan Kuminga tomorrow, and Jimmy Butler is questionable for tomorrow's game.
It's all right.
Yeah,
it's all right.
Well, with no Joel Embiid. And the way that the 76ers season has gone, I think that this should be a fairly easy victory for the Warriors tomorrow.
Well, Sixers played, would you call last night an easy victory, by the way?
No.
Yeah, so last night should have been easier than it was. You did need the 56 from Steph, but that's the beauty of having a guy like Steph Curry.
Well, that's my hesitancy to say that they're going to sweep this whole East Coast trip. I think that they'd probably fall one time.
I mean, yeah, it's hard. It's hard to win 5. It's hard to win 5 in a row. They just did. Like I said, if you did that, you'd be talking 6, 7, 8, 9 in a row by the time you came back. I'm getting greedy, and I think the potential for it is there.
I mean, it's definitely on the table, but with you saw the struggles last night, they're just going to go through some lulls. Like that was kind of what I was expecting a little bit when Jimmy Butler got traded. Is there's going to be a moment where he's just off. He doesn't fit with the team, and last night was the case. Even though he got smarter as the game went on, just to be like, I'm not going to score tonight. I just have to dish it out to other guys. So the best thing in sports, in my belief, is you don't play your best, but you find a way to win, and then you build off of that. So that's what happened last night, and hopefully it keeps going for the Warriors. But last night was like the first time we're like, okay, like they're not perfect. They're not a perfect team. But it takes a perfect performance from Steph Curry to will them to the win to get a victory.
They're a consistent team now, is what I would say.
They are.
Nothing about them was consistent before. They've been consistent over these 8 games, and when you play with consistency, it allows Steph on a night like last night, when you're not good or consistent early, to be Superman. But if he's got to be that every game for you, you lose your opportunity. It feels like you sort of fire your bullets almost before you need them in a game like this, but. I think this team is, because they've found other ways to win, because they can win with a balanced scoring attack and 40 assists and however many free throw attempts, and they're doing it against teams that they should be doing it against. Like, their one loss is a game in which Kyrie Irving went off for 42 in Dallas. They lost by 5.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's a good loss because they didn't play great, and they still only lost by 5. I'm encouraged by moments like what we've seen over the last couple of games, even against inferior opponents, and I'm encouraged by the fact that they're a half game back of the Clippers for the 6th seed, 5 games back of the 5 spot.
Yeah, I mean, like for Steph Curry, I think of him in the 2021 season where he didn't have Klay Thompson. And it was basically him. Like he was the leading scorer that year. It was amazing to watch him during the regular season. And then he just ran out of gas when they lost that game to the Lakers in the play-in, and then they lost the Memphis Grizzlies. And then he told everybody, you don't want to see us next year because they were going to get reinforcements to be better. Now it's just easier for Steph Curry. Now it's not as hard. Like it was amazing to watch him that year, but it's just more fun as a team to see what they're accomplishing. Like last night went back to the old days. Like when you think of the February 27th performances, like I remember where I was. I remember being in college watching Steph Curry go for 50 against the New York Knicks.
Were you aware that these other games happened on...
I was not.
So the 2 games that we're talking about, February 27th, 2013, lost at the Knicks, 109-105. I don't remember this one because they lost. I guess I do remember this one. 54 points, 11 of 13 from 3, 18 of 28 from the field. And then 7 years later, 5 years ago, February 27th, 2020, at OKC, they won 121-118, 15 of 25, 12 of 16 from 3, 46 points.
Do I have the wrong dates on the rundown?
You may.
Yeah, I do. Way off. So, yeah, February 27th, 2013, definitely.
It was like 2020, they wouldn't have been playing that.
No. That was 2016.
2016. So 3 years later.
I remember where I was for both games. I remember being in college and watching that Steph Curry performance, and that was the first time when I was like, this guy's special. Like, he was definitely in the MVP conversation that season, but he wasn't going to win it. That was the first year that the Warriors were elevated to being a good team. And I think that's the first time where nationally the world saw, like, okay, this Steph kid, like when he's healthy, he doesn't have the ankle issues, he could definitely put on a performance. The OKC game, that was just fun. I remember that on a Saturday night. I watched it over at the Thirsty Bear over by Montgomery, and it was just a back-and-forth performance. Like, we knew that, the Warriors were dominant that year. That was a 73-9 season. The only teams that we were kind of, worried about maybe were the San Antonio Spurs and the Oklahoma City Thunder, and, the combination of Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook bringing in their way, and then Steph just hitting that three. Like, that's where, like, everything was going their way that season. And when you saw both those games, you knew that Steph Curry had the power
That's the double bang game, yeah.
Yeah, the double bang. Bang, bang! It was Steph Curry had the power to always get the Warriors back into a game and win it.
I think we knew that already. He won the MVP the year before.
No, I know, but definitely knew that before. You knew that in the the Knick game, but it became apparent where some players are just amazing in their ability to score and get a basket, but Steph has the power to get a team back into the game because he's so lethal from distance with his three-point shots. So it kind of harkens back to those times. It's talking about the 2021 regular season or even 2022. There's moments we remember where Klay Thompson came back and had his dunk against the Cavaliers, and Steph Curry surpassed Ray Allen and Reggie Miller for all-time three-pointers. But remembering you had to watch the Warriors on a given night. I go back to 2015 or 2016 where every regular season game was must-watch basketball.
Well, because they were incredible to watch. I'm with you on that. But if we keep saying it's like that, if we keep saying this makes you feel like that, you harken back to that, it makes you think that was all great. It's in the past. What is this team capable of based on that feeling you have right now? Because I keep saying to people, the way they're playing, they feel like a contender. The last couple of games, it feels to me, the way things are going, the attitude around the team. It's okay if Jimmy needs rest. It's okay if they don't win all 5 on this road trip. The way things are stacking up, they feel to me, talent-wise, like they're a contender in the Western Conference. So if you feel like it was 2015 and 2016 and, Steph still has this great feeling about him and it's just like that, and this is the most exciting they've been, why are we so hesitant when we were so confident before when they were able to do things like this? Because I don't care about what happened before Jimmy got here. I don't care about anything before February 4th? February 6th, whatever that Thursday was at the trade deadline. February 6th.
February 5th.
February 6th was the deadline that Thursday. 5th, I guess, is when we find out Jimmy's showing up, comes for his physical and all that. Nothing before that day should matter to any Warriors fan right now because the season started when Jimmy got here.
No, you're right.
And that's where it is now, and that's why they're on the climb. They're going hunting for teams ahead of them, and that's a feeling I haven't had about them in some time. They were contenders in 2022, and it was about can they maintain that 3 seed? Is that where they want to be? That's the good spot. And then Steph Curry proved his dominance throughout the postseason that he is still and was capable without Kevin Durant of going back and getting another title and a Finals MVP, even though they did it before him. That's my feeling about this team now is now this team was sort of written off. They were a 10 seed. Nobody knows quite how good they are. They don't even have Kuminga back at this point. I feel like this team, as constructed, if they continue to play, and 8 games in is a pretty good sample size. If we were going to be hyped at 12-3, we got to be excited about 7-1. I think this team's a contender right now. And that means a Western Conference Finals appearance.
I'm not disputing that whatsoever, but I'm saying, though, back in those times, we knew that the Warriors were the best team in basketball. Unquestioned. Right now, I can't say that. I think there's better teams in the West. Right now, I would say that OKC and Denver are better than the Warriors. But that's but that's a short list. Right now, I like their chances against Memphis. I like their chances against the Lakers. I don't know about OKC. I don't know about Denver.
Jokic is playing out of his mind right now, too.
Exactly.
I mean, he always is, but he's like, I think I want that MVP now. He's going nuts.
And also, let's be real. That was 10 years ago when Steph Curry and the Warriors were doing that stuff. It's a different team now. But it does feel like that because that's what we remember Steph Curry being. They have that championship DNA that Steph Curry and Draymond Green could turn it on. There's, even during the Durant years, they had amazing seasons where they went 70, 76, and 15. But then after that, sometimes the regular season was kind of like a grind.
67-15, you mean?
What'd I say?
76-15.
My bad. That'd be a hell of a finish.
A grind of a season.
No, 67-15. So, yeah. But, there were nights where, once they got Kevin Durant, they had to, pace themselves to get to the postseason and then turn it on. Because they lost so many games, it feels like 2015. It feels like 2016, where they wanted to go 73-9, where they had to be the best team in basketball because they had to prove something. It kind of goes back to those days where they have to prove themselves all over again. It kind of reminds me of 2022 where they weren't the best team in basketball. They were the 3 seed. They knew they were going to have to overcome Phoenix and Memphis. But, yeah, it's going back to these games matter in the regular season.
I'd rather them matter now. I'd rather play this way down the stretch and go chase hunting teams down and play your best basketball at the end of the season than manage your way into the postseason. Then you know you're the best team and you have Kevin Durant, so you just want to manage your minutes. This is the more exciting way to watch it. This is the hungry way to watch it. This is why guys start planting flags and making claims. And I'm like, dude, I with the way they're playing, the way they're on defense right now, the way Pods is going, the way Draymond's been playing, even offensively, the ball movement, even on a night like last night where things are not clicking, I'm excited about their potential, and I genuinely think they're contenders. OKC might be a better team. They were losing to the previous rendition or iteration of the Warriors. I will take my chances.
Without Chet Holmgren, but yeah.
Without Chet Holmgren, but I will take my chances with this Warrior team. Denver's the one that irks me. Just Jokic is just an
because they've been there, done that. Like I listened a little bit when Rob was in. He was talking about how he thinks that either it's going to be OKC or Cleveland, the 2 number 1 seeds in the West or East right now that make it to the finals. I kind of base things off of teams that have been there, done that, the experienced teams. Right now, I would say I like Denver and I like Boston. But I also have to put the Warriors in there because they've been there, done that as well. Like it's a lot of different guys, but it's still Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Steve Kerr. And I'll just say this. I don't know if they are a championship team this year. They are a contender, no doubt. But this is the most fun I've seen the Warriors be in quite some time. And I would even say maybe even prior to 2022. This kind of reminds me a little bit of the Kevin Durant days of just how fun it is to watch regular season basketball from the Golden State Warriors.
I'm not that far where it's as fun as the Kevin Durant days because that was like, again, like Thanos getting his I think another Infinity Stone.
But Jimmy Butler kind of has that effect a little bit.
Yeah, he's not walking into 35 a night the way Kevin Durant was.
No.
Kevin Durant, like you'd look up.
It's different.
Third quarter, you'd look up. You're like, dude's got 28. You're like, what the hell's going on? Steph's got 27.
Offensively, it's not the same. Where like between the three of them, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and Kevin Durant were getting 30 points. You're like, good God.
Also, that was a level of talent after the 73-9 season. Like, that felt much different, but I think this has been the most fun, to your point, to watch them play since he was here. It doesn't feel like it when he was here to me, but it's the most fun since he was here is kind of my feeling.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if Jimmy needs a rest tomorrow, he needs a rest tomorrow.
That's fine.
Philadelphia 76ers are without Joel Embiid now for the remainder of the season. Good thing Paul George stopped doing his podcast, so Playoff P can help them make their
podcast P.
So I'm going to make a title run. He's like, I'm hoping to bring a championship. You're like, you don't even have him. I was hoping to get Embiid on the court. You know, why don't we start there?
I mean, who said it yesterday that said thank God they did not get Paul George. It was JD. Like in hindsight now, like I never been a big Paul George guy. I don't know how he would have fit on this team in the first place, to be honest.
He wouldn't be this. He wouldn't be playing defense. No. He's not. It's not that it was.
Honestly,
I wanted him because it was the best thing out there.
I mean, because he's a name, but also like. Everything worked out. Like I know that there was crappy points of this season, but like I'm glad they didn't get Larry Markkinen. I'm glad they didn't get Paul George. I'm glad they didn't zach LaVine.
This appears to be.
I would have taken Kevin Durant, but it would have been very different than what it is right now.
Hindsight is 20/20, my friend.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text if you want to get involved in the conversation. Who is the face of the NBA? Is it Steph Curry now? I mean, it's tough for us in this bubble. I think of Warrior basketball.
It always has been.
But when we take calls, one of the things that stuck out to me from the callers is overwhelmingly people said he's global. And somebody said if you put him up there with just about any other athlete, I mean, who's the biggest football player in the world? Mahomes?
Yeah.
Like they call him the Steph Curry of football, right? Isn't that incredible?
Yep.
It's a global game now, the NBA. Has Steph Curry taken the reins, or has it already been there? That he's the face of basketball? Did it happen in the Olympics? We'll talk about what LeBron James had to say in terms of being the face of the game. He's not really having it anymore, it doesn't sound like. We'll talk about it next. Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, rolls on. It's a Friday. Keep those feet moving, stay in bounds, bleed that clock on the Sports Leader.
Giants baseball returns to the airways right here on KNBR tomorrow versus the Dodgers and Sunday versus the Angels. Pre-game starts at 11:50 a.m. Do not miss a single pitch, or else you will regret it forever and find it impossible to live with yourself.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Tell you what, man, gotta love the ska with the sun out. Did I step on a highlight?
LeBron crosses over. LeBron's in deep. LeBron needs help. He finds Luka to beat the clock.
That is so Luka right there. I mean, that was a shot, right? Just to beat the clock.
Gotta tell you, these horns sound good in the sun. Scott Friday, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim over the Dirty Work rolls on. That was Luka.
Did you see that play last night?
Yeah, I did. I watched some of that game last night after the Dubs because I was keeping an eye on the Clippers. That's the team. The Clippers and Houston are like the two teams I'm watching the most right now, next to the Warriors.
Clippers will fall. Warriors will overtake them.
Yeah, the Warriors are half game back right now.
I know. I mean, it's only a matter of time before they take the 6th seed.
Warriors officially, by the way, the hottest team in basketball with a 5-game win streak, and they're 7-3 now in their last 10.
They're so hot right now.
That damn Dubs ball, it's so hot right now. Who's that? Mugatu?
Yeah.
Who says that Hansley's so hot right now. We'll take a call here in a minute because Sean is on Highway 80, and he's got a good point about the Warriors' schedule. But I do want to hit on this. Warriors got some help last night from the Lakers, a win over the T-Wolves. That win puts the Warriors as the 7th seed and the only game back of the Clippers, a half game back of the Clippers for the 6th seed. They're 5 back now of the 4 and the 5. Houston and the Lakers are tied. Lakers are at 4. Houston's at 5. They're 5 games back of those two teams. Lakers have a tiebreak over them, so the Warriors would have to legitimately clear the Lakers or Houston to overtake that spot.
Yep.
I'm not writing it off yet. The schedule is favorable, and they do get some games head-to-head with some teams that are ahead of them.
I do hate that we have to root for the Lakers, though, in most of these games, as far as being like the higher seed knocking off the play-in teams.
Well, I told you, my thought on baseball, and my mom got me on this when I was a kid, when I would hate, like, when you're scoreboard watching in baseball, and you're like, God, it's the Dodgers against the D-backs. You're like, none of those games, neither win here is good for the Giants. Like, I don't want either of these teams to win. It's not good for us in the standings, especially after a loss. She'd say, well, all you can do is, it's harder to root now because the ghost runner in extra innings. But I just used to root that all 3 games would go like 25 innings. It'd just be like, chew up every bullpen arm I can for the next month. That's what I want, is these games to go 17.
So you want like triple OT for all these games?
Yeah, I'm just like, if the Lakers got to play against teams that we also want to lose, I'm fine with the Lakers winning in these situations, but let's have them exert every ounce of energy that we can have them exert. That's where I'm at.
Well,
I'm not asking for injury. I'm asking for the games to go quad OT.
Yeah, well, I mean, their victories seem pretty easy these days, like the combination of Luka and LeBron. It's quite the combination.
Well, Mark Spears said to us, he said to us yesterday, and we've seen fewer games of them together because Luka was hurt when he got there, but he's right in that we don't really know what the Lakers are yet. So that's the one kind of unknown to me in the West. They're the only other team that made a big move that's in playoff contention. You know, of course, De'Aaron Fox going to San Antonio was huge.
Right.
But in terms of teams that are in contention and acquired big-time talent, I know the Kings did as well with Zach LaVine and whatnot. But teams ahead of the Warriors, like I think we were all in agreement, the biggest change and potential happened in acquiring Jimmy Butler. The biggest unknown is what are the Lakers this year, right, for the remainder of the season. They were already good. They're playing a tough schedule. They're in the 4 spot. Can they get to the 3 even? Are they a championship contender now with Luka? Like, I didn't initially think that, but they look pretty dangerous.
They do because of LeBron and Luka, but as far as like a complete team,
they're not deep.
They're not deep at all, and their rim protection is terrible because that Mark Williams trade did not go through. So I think that they're a good regular season team right now. I think the Warriors are built better for the postseason, and the Lakers could be a one-and-done team, honestly.
It's interesting because the Warriors essentially upgraded the Andrew Wiggins position. You know, It was not like you took a position that you had and you got a player that, plays a somewhat different style, but sort of the thing. The Lakers kind of redid their team, by having Luka versus Anthony Davis. That's a completely different team now.
And they were rolling.
It's interesting because they do look good right now. But to your point, it's like I'm not real sure what they're going to look like when, somebody really does attack them down low because they don't have that rim protection. And they aren't deep, as you were saying.
No, I mean, like when they had Anthony Davis and they were kicking the Warriors' ass, like they were climbing. They were going to be a dominant team in the Western Conference. And I understand, like when Luka's, on the table for you can't deny that. So you do that deal. But it may have hurt their chances to be a championship contender this year. So I think it's fun right now with Luka and LeBron, but I don't see a finals appearance this year.
I don't know. I just don't know what they are yet. I don't think I'm ready to say they're this or that because I just don't think we've seen enough. And I think that when you've got two guys like that, you can be dangerous enough. I mean, LeBron ratchets it up when it gets to the biggest moments.
Yeah, but just two guys,
Luka's been here. I know. I'm just saying. Jimmy Butler took two teams in the East where he was like the only guy.
No, you're right.
I'm just saying. Though we're talking, just two guys. It's two of the best guys. It's just that one of them now is not Anthony Davis. If you thought they were maybe a contender with Davis, I know what the deficiencies are. I also think that we're just jury's out on what they're capable of. Whereas the Warriors, after 3 games, we thought, wow, maybe they can get to the 6. Now I'm like, maybe they can get to the 5, and maybe they're a Western Conference Finals contender.
We'll see.
The more we see, we'll have a better scope of what they're capable of. After the game last night, though, LeBron was asked about Anthony Edwards. I guess Anthony Edwards was quoted as saying he didn't want to be the face of the game.
Yeah, so this was a quote that was, I believe, on NBA TV where they were asked him, like, do you ever want to be like the face of the NBA? Like, you're probably the next in line. He goes, I don't want to be the face of the NBA and all that what comes with that. I just want to show up and hoop. And it's kind of like reminiscent a little bit of Kevin Durant, where I don't think Kevin Durant really has taken the mantle of being like the face of the NBA. Like, we all know who he is, but personality-wise, like, he's a great player, but he's never like a guy that, like LeBron or Steph, where he's, I guess, like, kind of approachable and good with the media. Like, KD's like, I just want to ball. So LeBron was playing Minnesota last night against Anthony Edwards.
Who, by the way, got ejected. And, he got a suspension for his 16th tee. Just got teed up.
Yeah, but they asked LeBron James about Anthony Edwards not wanting to be the face of the NBA.
Bring gas.
I mean, it's unfortunate, but, like, I don't know. Why do you want to be the face of a league when all the people that that cover our game and talk about our game on a day-to-day basis on everybody? I mean, have that responsibility. It's just weird. It's weird energy from the people that I don't know. But Channing, he said it. He said it perfectly. Couldn't have said it no better. But Ant said he don't want it. Obviously I didn't ask for it, but I knew there was a responsibility for me, not only to my family, my friends, my community, and whoever that was going to follow my journey throughout my career. Not only in Ohio when I started there, but all over America and all over the world when I traveled all over the world. So. I've always taken that seriously and understood from the beginning what being a professional was all about and being a role model was all about. So try to hold that with the utmost respect and honor. And but I feel I understand. I completely understand. This is weird energy when it comes to that. So.
I think LeBron's getting too serious about it. I think that Anthony Edwards was just like, I don't feel like being the face of the NBA. It's just not my personality. Where LeBron's like, well, the way that our media covers us, and I don't know why would anybody want to be associated with the NBA right now.
It was very weird. It's very weird answer, I thought.
Well, at the same time, like Draymond Green, who plays in the NBA, is very outspoken, saying, like, I don't like the way the game's played right now. It's not just the media. It's even players saying that. I will say that LeBron, he's often criticized, and he's often compared. Like, he was talking about weeks ago because he went on, I forget what kind of podcast it was, basically saying, like, everyone thinks that the 90s basketball was so clean and so great. And I got news for you. Michael Jordan went away from the game for 2 whole years, and there was a whole playoff run where Kobe Bryant didn't want to pass the ball up because he was mad at Phil Jackson. Don't think of these guys as just great players all the time because they definitely have their problems. And he's like, we always compare LeBron to Michael Jordan. It's unfair. And yeah, it is unfair, but that just comes with the territory.
Unfair to who? LeBron?
I guess so. But also LeBron does this to himself. He goes from team to team. Like, the biggest thing with Steph Curry is he's only played for the Golden State Warriors. And DeMarcus Cousins said this today, I think on FanDuel. Well, they were asked. They had pretty much asked the same question we were asking. It's not just who's the most beloved Bay Area athlete. Is he the most beloved NBA basketball player of all time? And DeMarcus Cousins is like, absolutely. He gets no hate. And there is some hate, but I think like everybody loves Steph Curry because he's a guy you root for. He's approachable. He hasn't been going from team to team. And yeah, I just feel like LeBron is upset because guys like Charles Barkley or Stephen A. Smith come after him. And that doesn't happen so much with Steph Curry. I think Steph Curry kind of more gracefully accepts the role as being the face of the NBA while LeBron kind of sees it as a burden.
Well, think about, I don't know that LeBron sees it as a burden based on the way he's gone about it. What he said is, I understand what Ant is saying, and I agree with him, and I understand it. He said, I never asked for this. Though he did give himself the nickname King. I'm just putting that out there when he was like 17 years old. Right. You know what I mean? When you self-proclaim and you nickname yourself that. I would also say that a lot of what LeBron has had to deal with has been self-imposed in terms of being a polarizing player. But to the point I made earlier, the league and I don't know, endorsement deals helped pit him against Kobe early in his career, as they were the next two faces of the league, the two puppets on the Sprite commercials and all that. And there was a whole, are you Kobe or you LeBron? You could like buy the different sodas and almost like represent which one you were about. So, and to think that's going on while this guy is 19, 20, 21 years old, right? He came to the league when he was 18. Think about how much more prepared, and this was, I think, in some circles within the league, how some players may have some disdain for what Steph has done, is Steph was far more prepared as a person, having grown up around the NBA, having seen what it was like to be an NBA player, to sit on the bench with his dad, to watch his dad deal with media, to see some of the greatest players in the 90s and the 2000s up close and personal, to shoot shots on a basketball court in NBA arenas around the country. I'm not saying he was given anything. I'm saying when that is normal to you, sitting in that spot or being in that chair, you might have been more prepared for it than you could have imagined. It's pretty incredible, LeBron, for all that has been his career and how big of he's the Michael Jordan of this era. You know what I mean? Like he's a first-name basis guy. He's superseded the lexicon of basketball in and of itself. He's a pop culture personality because of where he's been in the game for 20-plus years now. It's incredible that he hasn't really ever had any real drama himself. Yeah. I mean, this is a kid who came from not a great background, wasn't told. I mean, he was supported as a kid, but it's not like he had all the tools and everything at his disposal to go be the mogul and the legend and the person he is. It's why I think we get a little irritated with him when we hear him talk, because it's not our favorite thing. But guy has gone about being the face of the league. The game, he's going to leave the game in a better place than where he found it, and he was far less prepared to take on that role than a guy like Steph Curry. And that does not, I'm not saying anything to take anything away from Steph, but Steph, having grown up around it, was probably, I would like to believe, a little bit more normalized. I grew up coming to radio stations. You grew up going to stations and being around it, like when I became an intern and all that, it was more normal to me because I'd been to it. My dad did radio. Like things were just, I think I was more prepared to accept some of that stuff than I otherwise would have been for somebody who'd never been around it.
To your point, I had never been around it, and I showed up the first day in a suit and got laughed at promptly. So,
hey, dude, you know who
Tony
else,
over
I was
here.
going to say, you know who else showed up in a suit one time? It was young Tony, dude. Oh my God!
And so when we used to have
following in his footsteps,
in the time when we did have interns, there would always be one, and he would see it, and I would always take a special, a little attention to that person because it's like, they didn't do anything wrong. They just had no idea what they were walking into, and that's not the worst thing.
What a nerd, dude! You showed up in a suit.
Totally.
Just real quick to end on this, like
I think I wore a tie even.
I'm like the thing about like Anthony Edwards being the face of the NBA. I don't think that's going to happen because I don't think he's like the conversation we had on Christmas Day of the Lakers and Warriors having the biggest ratings that day because of Steph and LeBron. They still are the biggest names. They are still the biggest draws. That's why I think the NBA has an issue right now with some of their superstars. Victor Wembanyama's on the come up, but he's not there yet. And Giannis, I don't think, is there yet either. I think that those two guys are still the faces of the NBA.
Well, yeah, it's exactly what we talked about a few minutes ago with quoting Marcus Thompson. This is precisely the conversation Marcus was having, and that Steph and LeBron understand what it means to be a steward of the league. And I think the other guys do too, because when Edwards looks at it and says, well, I don't want to do that. I just want to show up and ball.
It's something different.
I don't want to have to fly on my off days to film commercials, and I may do that. But if you want to be the face of the league or you're going to want to leave the league in a better, I don't think that's where he's thinking. And I don't think that LeBron and Steph set out to do that. But as it becomes part of who they are and where their stardom rises, they've embraced it and understood the magnitude of it. Some other guys, I think, see it. They show up, and Marcus is like, dude, you got 19-year-olds showing up with fur coats and all these chains and everything. He's like, you just have to earn that stuff coming to the league. Now,
No, definitely.
it's a fashion show, and you think I made the league, and I'm good, and I'm set. These guys came in and had more to earn and wanted more of a legacy.
Well, I'm glad that LeBron is accepting of Steph Curry as the other face of the NBA because I know they're good, they're on good terms, and they play with each other, and they respect each other. But there was once upon a time.
Or in the same hospital.
Yes, but there was once upon a time. I do remember when Steph Curry was unanimously the MVP, and they asked LeBron James about it, and LeBron James said, well, you got to, what's your definition of MVP? Like, it depends. Like, he was kind of put off by that. Like, he thought he was the face of basketball at that time, the only face of basketball, and he should be MVP every single year. It took a while for him to actually respect Steph Curry on the same level as him. So I'm glad it's gotten to that point. But LeBron James does seem to have an issue with, who's the face of the NBA or what's really MVP? Like, he's come around to it, but there was a time where he's like, I'm the face and no one else will be.
Well, and LeBron had some points. I mean, the NBA, more than any other league, seems to just kind of go around it with whose turn it is to win the MVP. LeBron had a case where it was like they just kind of got exhausted on him. Like, of course he's going to put up – they got tired of Russell Westbrook averaging triple-doubles, so they stopped giving him MVPs for it, even though nobody had done it in generations.
We're seeing it right now in the NFL. People are tired of Lamar Jackson winning MVP.
So they're just like, we're just going to give it to another guy, even though his numbers weren't as good. Real quick, just back to what LeBron had said about Anthony Edwards not wanting to be the face. Stephen A. Smith then is the one who then, this is kind of funny to me, out of nowhere he's like, oh, LeBron don't like how the media's covering him.
The worst day to be horny is Sunday.
It wasn't really that's not what he said in regards to this.
The worst day to be horny is the day that LeBron James calls you out.
So he took this personally, like LeBron was calling out Stephen A. Smith, which I thought was hilarious. Here's what
Time for me to talk.
Stephen A. then has to defend the way the NBA is covered by the media. I can't wait to hear this. You're Stephen A.
Talks about people covering the league. We know he talk about people like me. Damn it, I'm going to say it. I'm going to be cocky enough to say I'm one of the people he alluded to. That's nonsense. I challenge anybody to show somebody that loves the NBA and supports the NBA more than me. You got NFL stuff going on. I can talk about the NFL 24/7. What other show you see on national television talking about the NBA more than me outside of NBA TV? Nobody. Players. Former players, current players, always welcome, no problem. And you look at it, and he's not just talking about people like me. He talked about inside the NBA. He didn't say their names. We know who you alluded to. Charles Barkley is an all-time NBA great. Top 75 player, Hall of Famer. You get at him. Kenny Smith, who celebrates the game more than Kenny Smith? Shaquille O'Neal's a 4-time champion. The Diesel, the Big Aristotle, and whatever name he came up with, assisting in marketing and elevating the brand that ultimately helped you generate an 11-year, $77 billion deal. And by the way, LeBron James had a lot to do with helping the NBA brand grow as well. We ain't trying to take that away from him. But to sit up there and say, you know what, why would you want to be the face of the league when everybody's talking bleep about you all the damn time? I'm sick and tired of them acting like everybody's talking bleep about them all the damn time.
I agree with that to a certain extent, but also he's making it about himself, which he normally does.
I don't know. That's kind of what I thought it was going to be. You know what you're going to get with Stephen A.
We were talking about the face of the league, then it became why Stephen A. was pissed about.
I'm the face of the league, damn it.
Okay.
I talk about it more than anybody. And now, Chani Agwamike made a good point on the show. She said, I think what some of these players have a problem with, and she says, like, we're at fault of this too, is we do these shows every day. She said, maybe there needs to be more analysis. And Stephen A. made it all about, I think his response to her was, well, we have two responsibilities in the show that we're in, and that's analysis and entertainment. And nobody entertains more than we do on NBA Today, whatever he's talking about, or Get Up, or whatever he's on.
First Take,
excuse me. I don't know. There's all these
same
all
show.
The same show.
Same show.
All the exact same show. So I hear him on that. The same as I tell you guys regularly, I am not a journalist. I do not pretend to be a journalist. If there is news, I want to make sure we're accurate in telling you what the news is. But I am in no way a journalist trying to uncover stuff. I'm here for entertainment. I'm a talking head. We're just trying to have some fun and joke around and have a fun sports and pop culture-based show. And hang out with Mr. KNBR and Dirty Work Dial and all that. But I don't feel a sense of responsibility, except that when stuff has been quoted or reported, we have to say it as is before we just give our opinion.
Of course.
But I understand where Chinese, or what she's talking about in the lack of analysis around the game of basketball itself. She said, even today, we're talking about this and not Steph Curry's 56 points from last night. She made that a point. She's like, we're discussing this as like a topic around the NBA and not the basketball game itself. And I have said for years, it's what Tim said in his Tuesday Takes and Trivia, why the NBA bores me in general more than any other sport. because more of the NBA and the media coverage, I agree with this,
based on drama.
It's like pro wrestling.
Yeah.
It's like everything that happens outside of the game, and then you go and you fight the wrestling match. But it's like the tables, ladders, and chairs match isn't it's not even the highlight. It's like the foreplay and the build-up to what is the climax of that moment. That's a lot of what the NBA is. Football is that too, but there is far more analysis and breakdown in the NFL
absolutely.
than there of games and schematics and how guys look at film and tape, because it's all about that. Basketball's not about that because it's not once a week.
Well, that's why I think we're kind of missing out. Like, I think J.J. Redick's doing a phenomenal job right now as coach of the Lakers, but I do kind of miss him on TV because he was one of the rare guys to break it down.
He was a breakdown guy. Legler's like that, too. Legler's good.
I love Legs, but, like, those guys, there's not a lot of them. Like, a lot of it is like this guy said this, and that guy's going to want to get a trade this offseason. I think it really does. I know you disagree with me, but, like, that 2019 season with Kevin Durant, that's where I started to notice a shift where it was kind of based on, well, let's just talk about Kevin Durant leaving the Warriors because that's more sexy than them winning another championship.
All they had to do was commit.
I know, but that was the conversation, though, was Draymond Green and him getting into a fight. It wasn't so much like, let's focus on the beautiful basketball that's going on right here. Like, I remember Jackie McMullen being on Around the Horn and being like, can we focus on the game being played? Instead, we're focused on the offseason. I know that, like the producers and they focus on like the stats and everything of what the audience wants to hear. But like sometimes like it's just nauseating. Like that's why like JJ Redick, I know he's like, judgmental or criticizes like Bob Cousy and those that came before him, but he did break down the game in an effective way. So I agree. I think that's what's missing from NBA media right now.
Dirty Work is sponsored by Truitt & White Lumber Company, trusted by the pros for over 75 years. Let Truitt & White be a one-stop shop for all your building material needs. Visit TruittandWhite.com. Tim, I know we got to go, but I don't care. Let's go to Sean on Highway 80. He's been waiting a while. What's up, Sean? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. I don't want to, blow this whole thing. The Warriors are doing great. Everything is sweet because I don't know. Going forward, the Warriors have the second easiest schedule in the Western Conference. That's great. But the Warriors, they've been playing very average teams. They took an amazing job by Steph to win it last night. They're playing a team tonight or on tomorrow night that's lost 9 games straight. The 76ers without Embiid. Then they go to where do they go to? They play the Hornets, who has so I'm on 80, so I'm trying to remember my stats ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, they go to Charlotte, who has 14 wins for the season.
Yep.
So now I hope you guys don't come back like on Tuesday and say that the Warriors are the greatest gift to NBA.
No.
I mean, these are really average teams, right? So the thing to me, and I'd like to get your opinion on this, I think that Kerr is really going to have a challenge with Kuminga coming back and how he places him in the lineup. And I think that was going to be the true test of, you got you saying that Warriors are going to be contenders. Well, I don't know. I think they're very close to just being a very without Butler, maybe a little bit below average. With Butler, maybe a little above average. To throw Kuminga into that mix, maybe we do get up there. Maybe then, to me, in my mind, that if that would be the icing cake. Play some well above 500 teams. Kuminga gets into the chemistry. I think that's a true tell. What do you guys think?
I appreciate the call, Sean. Yeah, to his point, the Warriors are playing the second easiest schedule in the Western Conference. All you can do is play the games ahead of you. I don't know what that'll mean, and that's why Derek and Tim are both looking ahead to that Denver game later in March, like 3 weeks out, where they want to see him square off against a team.
Even next week against the Knicks is a big test to me.
Is a nice test, on a back-to-back. And then you come home, you play Sacramento again at home. Don't forget, I know you're saying middle of the road or mediocre. They were behind Sacramento in the standings when they beat them out of the All-Star break. They were behind Dallas in the standings and had lost to them a week before they got to the All-Star break.
No, I mean,
those beat them at home. So those are their best wins.
Yeah, those are legitimate wins. I understand what he's talking about, though, like the recent games, like, Charlotte and then Philadelphia and then Charlotte again. Like, those are easy opponents. You should take care of your business.
So two parts to Sean. I would say, yes, one, I agree that they're playing a soft schedule, and that's why I think they can get to as high as they need to go to be contenders. And if you get a good matchup and you can get to the 5 or the 6 seed, I will take my chances with Steph Curry in a playoff series with the weapons he has around him. I would also say it's not just about the opponents, because I'm not getting a high off of who they're beating. I'm getting a high off of what it is that they're doing in these wins. How they look. How they're consistent in areas they were not consistent in before. They're a better passing team. They appear to be a better defensive team, even though they may not have the size that they were hoping to pick up. But Quinton Post has played great. Steve Kerr is not is always willing to shake things up and mix things up and make a change mid-game like he did with Post. In terms of Kuminga coming back, I'm with you. That could be the magic fairy dust that makes this whole thing take off. But the biggest challenge, I think, is what Sean's talking about. Steve Kerr's going to have is not just making it work with Kuminga. It's how short a period of time before the postseason you have
I'm a little concerned
to make this go. I'm not all that concerned about it. Will they be able to get up to where they want to be with Jonathan Kuminga before the end of the regular season? I do believe that they're contenders, at least for the Western Conference. To get to a Western Conference championship.
Dude, I'm with you on that. I just don't think it's a foregone conclusion.
Oh, it's absolutely not. But it's not. The best thing about that is when the Warriors were doing it before, it kind of was a foregone conclusion.
Absolutely.
Now, it's not for anybody. So I'll take my chances with as good as they've been and as good as they look.
Absolutely. And with Draymond's, proclamation, you have to put some
merit into that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So.
We get the Dirty Work Dial, by the way. We do it every Friday. It's coming up at 4:30. We roll it out of the KNBR storage unit, and we jump into a whole bunch of stories. It's kind of like the grab bag, but it's not subscription-based. It's a big dial, big wheel, really. We'll spin it for you on the stream up on YouTube, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. We will take a quick break. We'll come on back, get you a little update on what's going on with some of the Matt Stafford stuff, and then into the Dirty Work Dial. It's Dirty Work on a Friday, a Ska Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Steph Curry scored 56 points, including 12 three-pointers, as the Warriors erased a 17-point deficit to earn a 121-115 win over the Orlando Magicians last night. This just in, Steph Curry is good at basketball. For more hard-hitting news, keep it locked to KNBR, the sports leader.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Scott Friday, Dirty Work rolls on. How you feeling 4:30 on a Friday?
I feel pretty good.
Yeah?
Wish I took some Claritin, but I'm good.
Yeah. Tim, how you feeling? Big plans for the weekend?
You know what? I'm going to go back and spend some time with my old man.
There you go. Good for you, man. Out in the 707, say it backwards. Yeah? You can say it. Say it backwards, Tim.
707.
Thank
sorry.
you. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get to. We're going to get to the Dirty Work dial, and I teased some NFL news and the Matt Stafford stuff. We'll save that for after the dial. We've turned our back on the San Francisco Giants, my beloved San Francisco Giants. They played another spring training tilt today.
Whoa, nobody turned their back. It's just, Steph Curry day.
Now I got to turn my back on you. Yeah, Steph Curry goes off, and I turn my back on
come on.
The Giants, who, by the way, 4-2 in the Cactus League.
Whoa, don't look now.
Dude, it's impossible. The Cactus League, historically, or spring training records and numbers, are impossible to find. They're like the NBA play-in. Like, you can find those box scores. They just don't count for anything.
Dude, as a producer and host now, like, trying to get, summaries, I'm like, this is difficult.
It's hard. Now, I'm talking about, there's no reason anybody would ever want to do this. But I wondered one time, 6 or 8 months ago, who's the last team to win the Cactus League? This was, during football season. I was, looking this up. Who's the last team to, win their respective Cactus League or Grapefruit League and then go on to win the World Series? It doesn't matter. I know that the Giants did it in 2010.
Okay.
But I don't know that I can find anywhere. I'm pretty sure that happened in 2010.
Is that the last team to do it?
Well, I don't know, because who cares?
Exactly.
Because it doesn't mean anything. It's not indicative of anything. You could be the best. It's like being an 0-4 preseason football team and being great in the regular. Like the 4-0, the Lions went 4-0 in the preseason before they went
0-16.
Yeah.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. None of it matters at all.
It doesn't.
But you can find preseason NFL records. You can't find spring training records from maybe you can. If somebody has a site out there from, 2008, I don't think you're going to find it. I can't remember exactly what Brian Dallimore hit in spring training. It was 5-something, but it's impossible to find those
guys, Eno Sars and Grant Brisbee on it, right?
Anyway, you're 4-2 Cactus League Giants. They're 2-0 playing from Scottsdale Stadium. How about this today, though? A couple of updates on some pitching. Logan Webb threw 3 innings today.
Nice.
1 earned, hit 4 strikeouts in 3 innings. 3 hits allowed, 1 no walks. Gave up a home run was the only run he gave up. Kyle Harrison came in after Logan Webb. He threw 2 innings, gave up 2 hits, struck out 3.
Remember when everybody's freaking out about Logan Webb in spring training last year?
I mean, starting pitchers in spring, yeah. Well, he did start rocky, and then at the start of the year, I think he was all right, and then he really grooved into form a couple of starts in. But Jordan Hicks was the best starter out of spring training last year. Ryan Walker threw a shutout inning, 1 hit allowed, 2 strikeouts. So you get 2 of your starters and your closer right there pitching pretty good today. Between them, just 1 run allowed through the first 6 innings. Then here comes Hayden Birdsong.
Oh, a little Birdsong.
God, got to get up on my Birdsong. I love what we're seeing from the starting pitchers so far. Robbie Ray's looked great. Justin Verlander has looked pretty good. Looked pretty good the other day in his outing. Hayden Birdsong, 2 innings pitched, 2 hits allowed, 3 strikeouts. I love that I'm seeing from Logan Webb, Harrison, Ryan Walker, and Birdsong combined for 8 innings, 0 walks issued. And then Rodriguez pitched in the 9th inning, 1 inning. He did give up 1 run, didn't walk anybody, and allowed a hit in that as well. Now, for the hitters, Willie Adames today had a knock, and he drove in 2. Lamont Wade Jr., 2 for 4, 3 ribs. He did strike out once and had 2 runs scored. In terms of guys you're paying attention to for the starting lineup, another hit today for Patrick Bailey. He was 1 for 2. Andrew Walk, Matt Chapman, 1 for 2. And by the way, Wilmer Flores went yard today, which you like to see. I feel like it's been a while since we've heard from Wilmer Flores, and they're going to need him. I love Wilmer, man. Steady as she goes, Wilmer Flores. He hit a home run in this game. Mike Yastrzemski also hit a home run in this game, as did Matt Chapman, as did Lamont Wade Jr.
Well, there you go.
Look, doesn't mean anything, but you like to see the guys who are going to be in the starting lineup have some good starts and get some confidence built, start hitting the ball. And I'm really, like I told you, offense comes or it doesn't come. Pitching, you can control. You got to throw strikes. You got to play defense behind them. Sometimes the offense gets suppressed. You're going to see good pitching. They've got a good approach, I think, in terms of how they're going to try to build this lineup. It's a little bit deeper than we thought it would be. I'm still concerned about the middle to the bottom part of the lineup. But I like, to this point, what we've seen from the starting pitchers. Logan Webb, Justin Verlander, Landon Roop was great in yesterday's outing. Kyle Harrison pitched today well. Jordan Hicks has thrown well and touched 100 the other day. and we've seen Hayden Birdsong pitch well. So all 6 of the guys who you're looking at as potential starters in the rotation have had really good starts to their spring. And I should tell you, it's a good opportunity to remind you that the final Giants and KNBR FanFest stop is going down next Saturday. Not tomorrow, a week from tomorrow, March 8th at Oracle Park. I'll be there. Marcus will be there. We'll be hosting a bunch of interviews with guys like Rich Aurelia, Dave Dravecki, Jeffrey Leonard, Noah Lowry, Sergio Romo, JT Snow, and, of course, Lucille. I don't think I'm interviewing Lucille, but Lucille will be on hand. Plus photo ops with the World Series trophies. They'll have the Giants spring training game up on the scoreboard, and the first 10,000 fans in attendance get a Brian Wilson bobblehead at the gate. It is presented by Scottsdale, your home base for spring training, and the United States Air Force. For tickets and details, visit knbr.com/fanfesttour. How you feeling about your Giants?
My Giants?
Are you ready to jump on, man? There's room on the wagon.
No.
I'm willing to welcome
Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
808 KNBR. Shouldn't Derek jump on the Giants wagon now?
Nope.
He's going to like an A's fan fest where they're like, it's just an FU to John Fisher.
Yeah,
but like,
and I'm happy to do that tomorrow.
Isn't there another way to FU to John Fisher? And that's like,
No,
I'm rooting for a baseball team that's,
my friend.
That's rooted in San Francisco.
We got a nice warm seat here, everybody.
Not you either, Tim.
There's plenty of room, dude.
No, look, listen, I realize that I have to talk about the Giants, and I will. But
who's your favorite Giant right now?
Matt Chapman. Don't for a second believe that I am going to become a Giants fan because the A's no longer in the Bay Area.
Don't you want to be happy with us? Don't you want to not, have your soul crushed in the way that we do as fans? Don't you want to be a part of that right now?
No, I don't.
Wouldn't it be fun though? Isn't
it better that I'm not like biased and I come in and give my takes on the Giants where I'm not like a fan?
But no, because here's what you do: you don't come in biased. You go every time they lose, you go, "Good for business, boys." And then
every time the Giants lose a game, Derek says that in the bullpen. He's like happy because he's like, "Oh, it's better for us if we're talking about L's," which I get it. Like, the best case scenario is your team is really good.
I just do that to get you guys mad.
That's what I mean. Is you should just be on our side. Don't you want to go to a ball game together? All 3 of us as a show.
I'm gonna have to.
Oh, come on, as a show, we'll enjoy it.
Go to Original Joe's after. It'll be fun time.
Are we doing bunker shows this year?
Yeah, hell yeah.
All right.
I'll teach you all kinds of stuff about Giants baseball, man. I'll walk you around the stadium. We'll get you a hat.
I'll get to meet Lucille.
You can. FanFest, March 8th, next Saturday.
All right. I've met Lucille many times.
Okay, who's your second favorite San Francisco Giant right now?
Right now?
Chapman's one. That's a good one, by the way.
Raider fans got to stick together. Logan Webb.
I kind of thought that's where you were going to. That's another good one, by the way. Logan's pretty good.
So I've heard.
Yeah, I'll teach you more about him.
Okay.
Who's your third favorite?
I don't know. I mean,
who could you see yourself really latching onto? You could see yourself latching onto him?
I like his personality. And from what I've seen, I can't say I know him very well from back in the day, but he seems like a good player.
I was going to say I think Adames is going to be Derek's guy because as he starts to grow in his Giants fandom and becomes a Giants fan this year.
Well, my guy really is going to be Justin Verlander.
I think it's easier for you to latch onto some guys who just signed since your Giants fandom starts in 2025. It's easier for you to get guys who
nothing starting
because you'll associate your fandom with when Willie Adames got here. Does that make sense, Tim? Like he doesn't have to be in love with guys from the past.
Yeah, you'll be able to pinpoint the moment that you became a Giants fan.
It's not happening, guys.
I think it is, dude. You're already talking Adames.
You jump off that Raider bandwagon too if you want.
Really? Would a guy who was not a Giants fan have 3 favorite Giants?
You
would he? Just asking. Tim, I think I
just
got
listed
him.
names.
I think you nailed it, buddy.
I think I painted him into a corner where he named his 3 favorites, and by nature, that would mean that you have some affection.
You got me. I'm all about the black and orange now.
I know. You
got me.
So pissed off right
Dude,
now.
it's good. It's good. I think it's going to be good for the show. Good for business.
Sure.
You know what else is good for business? The dirty work dial.
Is it?
Yeah, we brush stuff off. I search around that storage cabinet back there, the KNBR storage facility. As I told you, there's Gary's Bentley back there. There's Polymac's jukebox. Whatever's left of Tom's AC/DC shirt is in there. I told Rod I think we had some unmailed Fitz and Brooks University diplomas that had yet to be sent out. We also, when I was rummaging around, I found this big wheel. It's really more of a dial.
Yeah, you've said that.
And we spin it every week, and there's topics on it, and then we talk about said topics.
But it's kind of like a grab bag, you know?
It's not like that at all.
Oh, it's not?
It's the dirty work dial, and we do it next.
Like a satchel?
No, it's a dial. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Grab bag.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, making the transition from work life to retirement life can be hard, can be jarring, can be disorienting. Doesn't have to be, though. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition for you into retirement life. They can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle. Doesn't all have to be in one giant leap, though. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline for retirement. You can transition into retirement confidently, and you can do so on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number is 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300. Or you can visit them online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds good.
Coors Light commercial?
Yeah. Is that where this is from, though? They wrote it for?
Yeah.
Dudes and the Vandals did it for Coors Light.
Yeah.
Figured it out.
Girl comes home from a long day, takes her bra off, she's just chilling.
All right.
Shout out our guy.
That was the commercial.
I know.
Longtime listener, PC Nomad, called for this. Pressure Drop by Toots and the Vandals.
I like it.
It's a good song.
On a Friday,
for a sunny Friday evening.
when the dirty work's about to be over.
Toots and the Mate.
Yes. Dirty work about to be over. How's the week been? Feeling good about it?
It's been good, man.
First one back?
It's been a good week back, I got to say. Good vibes.
Derek came back on Monday with a noticeable energy and a pep in his step. And I know now he's feeling
a little tan.
The allergy bug. Nobody noticed the tan. But the...
No.
I didn't really.
I came in look like a George Hamilton.
I don't think so. I don't think that's true.
Okay. Dennis Eckersley?
Do you think Derek has kept his energy up for the week, Tim?
Oh, absolutely. You know what? I would say we've laughed quite a bit this week. And anytime
we had a lot of laughs
we're doing a good
this
job.
week.
You know, I don't know if we covered any ground, but we definitely laughed a lot, and that's a good thing.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody else laughed outside of here, outside of this room.
It was nice, though. Honestly, it was good to get some amazing... You know, we had a lot of fun talking about the NBA. We got a little bit of baseball in. We got the Combine without having to deal with any of the bull crap that goes with the Combine.
Oh,
just
you wait. Just you wait, Tim. The real stuff happens this weekend.
Well, who was the guy that Greg mentioned at the end of the show they were going to watch?
Oh, I don't know.
Some lineman.
Tyler Warren, the tight end from Penn State.
Yeah. Greg goes, and we'll be here through the weekend. We'll be here until Sunday watching some of this. And we're going to try to get a look at Tyler Warren and be in the same building as him. And I was like, okay.
Breathe him in.
Breathe some of his air.
I would say by far the funniest moment of this whole week was the grand reveal that Greg had to sleep on couches in the lobby. Like,
still funny to me, man.
Ooh, that's good.
Did they spoon?
I can't remember who the texter was in the YouTube member who checked in and said, was Greg sleeping under a newspaper? Imagining it sprawled out over him is so funny. All right. Every week on Friday, we go into the KNBR storage unit and we roll it out. You can see it up on the YouTube chat or the live stream right now. It's the Dirty Work Dial, and I believe there's a bed for this.
Oh, yes. Has anyone ever, like, on the text line or YouTube chat said anything about this song?
I don't think we've gotten anybody even acknowledging that.
That's the way I like it.
Well, you keep calling attention to it, so somebody will.
They'll have to figure out what the song is, because at the end of the day, keep the simple things. Keep the simple things. I got the simple things. All right, let's do this.
I mean, the idea of how we came up with this is so stupid.
And no one needs to know.
We'll grand reveal
but this
that later.
is the Dirty Work Dial song, and I love that Rob Brooks did not say a damn thing the whole time.
I mean, nobody needs to know. It ain't some science we're rolling with here, boys. We were talking Hey Arnold in the bullpen.
Hey! I was waiting for one. I was waiting for one person to be like, "Is this a song from Hey Arnold?"
And I was like, "Hey, remember this on YouTube?" And then I said to Tim, "I think we need a bed for the dial." And then we joked, "Should it be this?" And then it just is now.
It just is.
Years ago, when I was at the other station, we had a.
There's another station.
I know, you say that every time. We had a segment where the background music was going to be the theme song to the Angry Beavers. We didn't say a thing. We just played the song until the whole text line was like, "Is this a song from Angry Beavers?"
Nice.
That's the best thing to do to people. It's like, can you reference this song from back in our childhood?
This song's just catchy. I just like it. All right, so we got the dial up. We got a series of stories here. I'm going to spin the dial, and then Derek will set up whatever story we land on here, and we spin the dial.
A lot of options today.
Bill Martin, the Bay Area's weatherman.
Well, yeah.
Friend of the show.
Bill Martin was on with us a couple weeks ago. Bill Martin's last broadcast was last night.
Yeah.
And shout out to our guy, Tom Tolbert, who went on with him on his podcast today. Just give a shout out to Bill Martin on 33 years on KTVU. And, thanks, buddy.
How about last week? I was like, and everybody make sure you're watching Bill Martin's last broadcast is tonight. He had given us the wrong date.
Yeah, he did.
That's the most Bill Martin thing ever. Like, my last show is this one, and we were plugging it all last week.
And him calling Raph's weather report ass was also very nice.
Yeah, he's like, Raph doesn't know ass about weather, is what he said. which was hysterical.
But he was very nice at the same time.
Ah, dude, Bill Martin's the man.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, and he went on with Tommy on Tom's show today.
What's up, bro?
All right, we'll keep moving here with the Dirty Work Dial.
Simple thing.
Audio kind of got ahead of the dial there.
French fried onion rings.
It's
delay.
It's
Bill Martin again.
Bill Martin again, so I'm going to spin it again.
You know, Bill Martin gave his last broadcast last night.
All right. Spun it again. If it lands on Bill Martin again, we just have to rehash it.
I just did.
Here we go. Oscars.
Oh, yes.
The Academy Awards on Sunday.
The Academy Awards are happening this Sunday, and I cannot wait because Conan O'Brien is hosting, and I am a huge Conan guy.
I think that's our guy, right? For the show, that's our guy. It's Conan O'Brien.
I know you watch a lot of late night guys, current late night guys.
I watch every late night show, yeah.
But to me, like, he's all time in my book. I mean, when I started doing this thing and I was nervous, I was like, I never done this before. Conan was kind of like, not to say I'm Conan O'Brien or anything, but like the inspiration for like a guy that was working behind the scenes most of his life on SNL and
Simpsons.
The Simpsons to get like his own late night show. I was like, if he could do it, then maybe I can. And we'll see if that happens.
Yeah, we'll see if that does happen. It remains to be seen. We'll see if Derek hosts the Academy Awards. Yes, the coolest thing about Conan doing the Oscars is he's now been making the rounds. All week he was on like different late night shows. First time he had ever been on with Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh, really?
Ever. Yeah, because since he had stopped doing late night, he had not gone on with anybody else. Or I think he'd gone on, but he didn't ever go on with Kimmel, and Kimmel was stoked to have him. It was a fun interview the other night.
Oh, I bet. They're probably my two favorite right now.
My favorite interview of the week, though, had to be the RZA with Stephen Colbert last night, which was a solid hit.
RZA from Wu-Tang Clan?
It was an awesome interview. Didn't know they were both one of 11 children. Anyway, go ahead. Moving on.
So just real quick here, though. The Oscars are happening this weekend. I'm usually pretty good about my Oscar movies. Gotta say, I've neither seen nor heard of most of these movies. Okay, let me know if you guys have heard any of these. Anora. These are all Best Picture nominees. Anora?
I've heard of it because of the Oscars. I don't even know that I ever saw it like advertised.
Okay, The Brutalist.
Yeah, that's the one with Adrian Brody.
That's
right?
like 3.5 hours long. A Complete Unknown, we all know, is the Bob Dylan movie.
It's Chalamet, yeah.
Conclave.
No.
Okay. Dune Part 2, yeah, we've all heard of that. Emilia Perez.
Wait, Dune Part 2 is nominated for Best Picture?
It is.
Holy crap.
I'm Still Here. Haven't heard of that movie. The Nickel Boys. The Substance, I've heard of that one. And, of course, Tim's favorite movie, Wicked.
Yeah. what's the favorite? Do we know?
I think it's the Brutalist, yeah.
Brutalist and Nora are the two favorites.
Okay.
Now, is Chalamet favored to win Best Actor? Didn't he just win it at the Screen Actors Guild?
He won, at the SAGs.
SAG Awards.
But my money's on Adrian Brody.
Man, picking up another one, huh?
Yep.
Where did he get it for before? The Pianist?
Pianist.
That's when he kissed Halle Berry.
Oh, yeah.
Can't do that anymore.
Can't kiss Halle Berry?
Not unless you ask first.
Oh, I guess that's true. Or like Jim Carrey at the MTV Movie Awards with Alicia Silverstone.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just moving on here on the dial. I'm going to spin the dial again and try to get off this.
All right.
And the dial lands again.
Bill Martin? Well, Bill Martin had his last broadcast last night.
The dial's not a perfect science, as I told you guys.
Maybe that too much in the dial.
Bill Martin.
It's going back.
I was going to howl for Atlanta. Podcast P.
Oh, yes.
Here we go.
This is just simple. Paul George is quitting his podcast. Paul George is taking a break from podcasting to focus on a championship. Well, he's going to be, fighting for that championship for a long time because the 76ers are nowhere near sniffing the playoffs right now.
Well, they just ruled out Joel Embiid for the remainder of the season.
Yeah, so I say probably it's smart to keep doing the podcast.
It is objectively hilarious to be like, you know what, I'm going to focus now. Like, what? This is your job.
Dude. They're 20 and 38.
Yeah.
Well, now's the time.
They're so bad.
I would say, just keep doing the podcast. Like, what are you focusing on? Next season? Come on.
They're 20 and 38.
Yeah.
They're in, what's that,
Lost
10, 11?
9 in a row.
They're in 12. In the 12 spot.
They could make the play-in, but without Embiid right now,
yeah, I guess they're 2.5 back of the 10 spot.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like a championship run in Playoff P's future. Moving on here.
I always thought that nickname was terrible, too. Playoff P.
You know when I turned on him in the nicknames is when he changed. His nickname was PG-13. He didn't used to wear number 13. And then he was like, the PG-13 name started to grow when he was in Indiana with the Pacers. And then he changed his number to 13. And I was like, it would have been cool if you already wore 13 and we called you that.
That's
but
forced.
Now you're moving it to I don't know. It's like Anthony Davis shaving the unibrow.
Also,
that's your identity.
I mean, I get playoff Jimmy because he's been to the finals. Can you call yourself playoff P if you've never been to a conference final before? Sorry.
I don't know. Yeah, and you're always in the East,
Yeah. Remember when
actually, you know what he has with the Pacers, but besides
he was named Pandemic P there when they played down.
Yes, he was. That was funny. That was funny.
Moving on here, let's spin the wheel again. Longer the wheel goes,
Bill Martin again? Playoff P.
No, we're going to go with report cards. How about this?
Oh, yes.
New topic.
The NFL had their third edition of the NFLPA report cards out this week. Head coaches Kevin Stefanski, Doug Peterson, and Matt Eberflus got the worst grades with a C-. Of course, two of those guys are no longer head coaches. Jets owner Woody Johnson received an F as an owner. That probably has to do with his sons being involved in trades when it comes to Madden. And then the Arizona Cardinals got one of the worst grades across the board once again. I think it's like the third year in a row where they did not get a grade, a very good grade.
Well, they grade everything on like locker room, how they treat your family. It's the cafeteria, it's your health center, it's your trainers. It's like everything they get to vote on and grade it.
Yeah, I remember like one thing is like, well, you have to like pay to take your food home with you or something with the Arizona Cardinals
Arizona's
facility.
charging their players to take food home?
Yeah, and the Chiefs, they usually get poor grades when it comes to their facility as far as like weight rooms or, like training tables, whatever. But like, they don't care. They keep winning Super Bowls.
Cardinals are running it like the Cardinals organization is running themselves and treating their players like they're a Motown band.
Yeah,
and they're a record company. Yeah, we're going to charge you for all your travel and all your expenses.
Every year we look at this stuff and we're like, oh my God, how could these NFL teams operate this way? I don't think they give a damn. I don't think any of them care that they're perceived this way. You think Woody Johnson's like, I got an F? Oh my God, I got to change my ways. He doesn't care.
No, he doesn't care. It's printing money.
Yep.
They're doing fine. But yeah, it is interesting when this stuff comes out. Nicole V checks in on the Oscars on the YouTube chat. She says, Honora rocked. Very hot.
I did not expect Nicole to have a take on that.
Yeah. Then she said the substance sucked. And then she says, Cope's mad about me. A couple of sports jocks being forced to talk about culture. Let's move on.
All right, Nicole. All right, crazy.
I just haven't seen a lot of the movies nominated for Best Picture this year. Then she said all we know to talk about is the Expendables series, which is a pretty funny line.
I do like the Expendables.
And Goodfellas. Never seen an Expendables movie.
I've seen the first one.
Never seen one.
And when you see the first one, you basically have seen them all.
Yeah, but would you have said about the Expendables series, it rocked, very hot?
Not very hot.
So it's not like a Nora. No. It hasn't reached that level.
No.
Sorry, Nicole. Moving on.
All right.
We'll spin the dial yet again here. Gotta love this song playing behind it, too.
It's a great song.
Give me a Joy Taylor.
Oscars again?
Why don't we just jump up to Travis Kelce, since that's the next one it would have landed on since we did Oscars.
Yeah, Travis Kelce texted Pat McAfee that he is coming back for another season. He is going to return to the Kansas City Chiefs after having a down year. I think some people are expecting him to retire, but he doesn't want to go out with the performance they had in the Super Bowl, so he's going to come back for, I believe, one more season.
Travis Kelce doesn't want to go out after the performance they had in the Super Bowl, so he's back for another year. All right. Yeah, and the Chiefs general manager, I'm forgetting his name.
Oh, Brett Veach.
Brett Veach, yesterday or 2 days ago, I think, kind of
said the same thing.
Basically said as much. He said we're expecting him back. He's going to be back.
Can I bring one up when we don't have to spin the dial?
We won't spin it. We'll just go one more before we get out of here.
Okay. I think we all watched the Hard Knocks offseason last year with the Giants. I was definitely enthralled in that.
No, I only saw the clips about the Saquon stuff and the draft stuff with the Sun.
Got to be honest. If you love the offseason, that was one to watch. It was incredible, things you never seen before as far as coordinators coming in and telling the head coaches, I don't want this guy, I don't want that guy. The GMs talking about what's the game plan here, why they rationale to not have Saquon on the roster anymore, and it turned out to blow up in their face. But because of the way that was perceived, they're not going to do that again. Obviously, they got a ton of backlash for that because Saquon went on to go win the Super Bowl. So instead, Hard Knocks is going to be Bill Belichick and UNC football. They are going to be the first college team to be on Hard Knocks. And now we're going to see how Bill Belichick runs a college program, and I am very intrigued.
I'm stoked about this. I'm far more likely to. I will watch this. I didn't care at all about the off-season Hard Knocks before. I'm down for the training camp Hard Knocks. It's being filmed in real time. That's when I'm getting amped for the season. This is going to be cool because this is totally unique, and the identity of Bill Belichick is going to be much different, I think, than we were used to seeing it before. Now with cameras in his face. That's going to do it for the Dirty Work Dial on a Friday, the last Friday of February, last day of February. We didn't even get Marcus Thompson on. What a bummer.
Oh, man.
We shouted it out every week. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, a little bit of news from around the NFL. Apparently, everything we heard yesterday from Mike Silver being like, I'm hearing Matt Stafford is going to the Raiders. So he's just staying with the Rams now. They've restructured a deal. Matt Stafford going to stay with the Rams.
Hoodwinked.
Yeah, we did get a little bit.
Bamboozled.
We'll get you a little bit more on what's going on from the Combine, with some reports from Ian Rappaport and Diana Rossini as well, plus Matt Stafford back to the Rams. Dirty Work on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
Moses Moody joined Murph and Marcus to discuss how having Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler opens things up for his offensive game. Check out Moody Modi and all of our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. The Kendrick Perkins Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right, this basketball season, when your favorite stars score buckets, Underdog's giving you an opportunity to win money from watching sports with Underdog. To play, all you got to do is join their pick'em game. And to do that, you just got to pick whether or not some players are going to go higher or lower than one of their stats, like points, assists, rebounds, and more. We've already got some hoops underway on the evening. I think the way to go, and I've done this a few times already this year, follow anything Nikola Jokic is doing. You want to pair them together with points and rebounds and maybe go with somebody like a Steph Curry coming off a huge performance. They're going to get an inferior team in the 76ers tomorrow. You can pair them or go across different sports with some hockey, mix in some college football, some college basketball, or just go all NBA. Plus, you can play with as little as $1, and if you get everything right, you can win up to 1,000 times your money. So turn $1 into $1,000 with your hoops knowledge alone. Millions of fans have already won billions by making picks on Underdog. Their app has over 100,000 five-star reviews and millions of players. Download the Underdog app and sign up today with promo code KNBR to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KNBR to claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon your first deposit. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sounds good, man.
Oh, what a great day. Horns, sun's out. Steph Curry scores 56.
Oh, it was yesterday. The sun was out.
I guess that is true.
We didn't get any horns, though.
Yeah.
What did I say we were doing here? Oh, NFL.
NFL news.
We got some NFL news.
Dude.
We're going to breathe the same air.
What a tease. What a tease with this Matthew Stafford stuff.
I mean, dude, this is prime NFL offseason meeting. I mean, thank goodness they gave us a couple of segments. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
This is the 365 that is the NFL. So funny, you said something last segment that is actually, there's a market for it, and it's true. You said, so if you're into NFL offseason and Hard Knocks, I was like, people get into it. It's why,
baby.
It's why they get to do that, or they've launched even more Hard Knocks now, not just the
I think
preseason one.
Three's too many.
The one that's in season is a little much.
Well, like, I didn't have time to even watch that because, like, it was,
I don't really care.
so many teams.
I'm more into the games. Yeah, they split it across three. There's just so much content out there now. Anyway, if you missed any of the Stafford stuff, and it's been one of the only stories, the biggest story in the NFL for the last couple of days, is that last Friday the Rams gave Stafford permission to go seek a trade.
Turns out that that's actually been happening for quite some time now. I guess all the insiders, I love when they change, like, the story. We're like, well, actually, this happened months ago. Apparently, Matthew Stafford's been speaking to
Why didn't
teams.
you tell us months ago?
Yeah, seriously. Like,
You're waiting till
they always withhold information until the news breaks. Then there's like a follow-up tweet where it's like, well, they knew from the beginning that this was going to happen. It's like, why don't you just say that, Tom Pelissero or Ina Rappaport?
But then yesterday, things seemed to be heating up in terms of what Mike Silver had told the Gregs, and then who else was it? The Raider guy?
Vinny Bonsignore.
And they were saying,
sorry, the main thing was that Matthew Stafford, since the Super Bowl, has been allowed to talk to other teams.
Yeah, and so apparently he's been shopping around. He got, I guess, an offer from the Giants.
Offer from the Giants and offer from the Raiders.
A report that he had an offer from the Giants and the Raiders. Instead, renegotiated the contract. And we played the Sean McVay sound from the, was it the Fitz and Wit podcast?
Yeah, it was Ryan Fitzpatrick and Andrew Whitworth.
Fitz and Wit podcast from a couple of days ago. And he said pretty clearly, like, this has nothing to do with us not wanting him here.
Yeah.
But and they said, I believe, there's layers to this. And so they gave him an opportunity to go find another contract. He doesn't really want to leave Los Angeles. And I think we were all kind of thinking, well, what would he want? Does he want to go just get a $100 million payday and then ride off into the sunset? Is legacy still a thing for him? Just went to another NFC championship. Doesn't he feel like he's still got it in the tank to maybe go win? If that's the case, why would you go to the Raiders or to the Giants instead of trying to figure something out? Apparently, they've figured something out. He's going to make, I guess, reportedly, he was due
close to the same money he made last year.
So he made $3 million last year? 25?
No, it was, I want to say in the 40s. He got bumped up a little bit, but
I think you're right, yeah.
The whole thing was he didn't want to play on just $23 million this year.
And it was only $4 million guaranteed and then $0 guaranteed in 26.
So the whole thing this offseason was that he wants to be paid in the same, realm as like a Tua Tagovailoa or Trevor Lawrence in the 50s. And I guess the Raiders and the Giants are willing to do that. But the Rams the whole time were just like, no, I mean, like, we don't know how long you're going to play.
Looks like he made 46 last year.
Okay, so it's going to probably be around that.
Looks like it's about 49 is what the speculative
And also, like, I don't understand this. Like, all the insiders, like, we're going to release that information of what Matthew Stafford made when free agency starts. Why? What can you tell us now?
Well, Spotrac is reporting, I don't know if this is accurate as of today, because he originally signed through 2026. It was a 4-year $160 with the Rams.
Yeah.
He'll earn a base salary of, in 2025, he was scheduled to make a base salary of 23 with a roster bonus of 4.
Yes.
Carrying a cap hit of 49. It's probably going to be somewhere in the 40s, the to high 40s is what it's looking.
Yeah,
59.
And if that's the case, then like, why do we go through this whole thing? Like, I feel like Matthew Stafford just used the other teams as leverage.
Yeah, that's okay. That's what happens.
No, it's fine. But like, I love yesterday where everybody's like, it's starting to feel more likely than not that Matthew Stafford will not be returning to the LA Rams. And then this morning, things have changed this morning. It seems now that Matthew Stafford, there's a possibility that he could go back to the Rams. And then sure enough, like I don't really know what to believe anymore. Like I didn't put too much stock into this. Like,
what's not to believe? He did meet with Tom Brady. He was in Montana with him. He obviously had an offer from the Giants. And the question we kept asking is, what are the Rams going to do? They can't feel it. And he said, like Sean McVay, we're back on the upswing. The defense looked really good. Jared Verse was a great pick for them. They have some offensive weapons. They're going to save some money with some Cooper Kupp, with cutting Cooper Kupp or trading him, whatever the fallout is of that situation. But I couldn't wrap my head around the idea that the Rams would, without an immediate plan B, even if it were a veteran like Aaron Rodgers we discussed yesterday, even if that were the case, couldn't imagine that would be the best option for them. Why would they want to do that, even if they had to overpay a little bit to keep him here?
Yeah.
And ultimately, again, it came down to what does Matt Stafford want? I think he wanted a little bit of more money, but he wanted it to be in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And that's
I
why
get it.
he's got to go actually have those meetings, the same as Debo takes, the Niners out of his bio and Ayuk does all that stuff. You're trying to give yourself some leverage, whether you like the way it happens or not. Fine. Ayuk went through the entire thing all last offseason and just came back on the same contract they had on the table apparently since like day 2.
Yeah.
So it's just guys shopping for leverage, and looks like maybe Stafford got what he wanted.
And the Raiders are 0 for 2 in trying to get their guy this offseason when they didn't land Ben Johnson or Matthew Stafford. But I honestly, like with yesterday, I was like, okay, maybe this does happen. But I never really truly like, well, this is going to happen. Like it still seemed a little shady. Like at the end of the day, does it make sense for Matthew Stafford to go to the New York Giants or the Raiders, or like you were just a 4th down away from possibly going to the NFC Championship game and beating the Philadelphia Eagles? So he made the best move possible. Like it wasn't about the money at the end of the day. It was, but it wasn't. Like he still wanted to compete, so it made sense to go back to the Rams. But now what does that mean for Aaron Rodgers? Because that was the backup plan we all heard.
The report today was that the Giants are now looking at it. Potentially Aaron Rodgers. I'm like, good, whatever. Like,
just go down the hallway of like the new MetLife Stadium. Like to me, that offensive line is possibly worse with the New York Giants.
It is worse.
Yeah.
He's got less weapons around him.
Well, he's got Malik Neighbors, but that's about it.
But he had Garrett Wilson. And he had a better running back.
Yeah.
And he had Devontae there.
I mean, honestly, right now, the only spot I see for Aaron Rodgers is the Steelers, and it sounds like they don't want him. I would say we're looking at it may be where where Rodgers looks around and there was a report coming out of the New York Post where he was pleading with the New York Giants to actually take me in and consider me as your quarterback.
Aaron Rodgers?
Yes.
We mentioned this maybe a month and a half ago. We were like, how weird is it that the NFL is going to retire Aaron Rodgers?
It sounds like it will.
But you could also see him sitting for the first 2 months of the season and then being there when somebody has a quarterback injury.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that, honestly, if Rodgers retires, he's done. I don't think he's going to change his mind on that. The team that I take that back. Steelers seems like a good spot. Also, they're talking about wanting to bring in a veteran to compete with Anthony Richardson. The Colts aren't a bad idea. I think that they have a better offensive line. Jonathan Taylor, they got guys like Michael Pittman and Alec Pierce. They got some players on that team. I wouldn't be surprised with the Colts.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be. That's what I mean. Is for Aaron Rodgers, you'd think it would have to be a team that's ready to win. It's the Brett Favre situation, right? It's bouncing around to different teams where you'd be the best option for a team that thinks they just need a little bit to get over the hump or to win a playoff game.
But the Giants, I mean, you got to compete with the
Giants. Just make no sense for me in any capacity to get a veteran quarterback. It's the same thing for me as with Matt Stafford. Even if it's just to look good, then that means you're not making the right decisions for your organization. But I'll never forget when Bobby Marks, the ESPN front office insider and former general manager of the Brooklyn Nets, was on with us. I believe he was the GM of the Nets when they first moved to the Barclays Center.
Yes.
And they rehauled the entire team. The look of the team changed, like the logo.
The Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce.
Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce. Jason Kidd retired and then became the head coach of that team. They made a bunch of trades. They had all these big-name talent.
Spilling the Dr. Pepper on the court.
Yeah, dude, the Sodagate. But Bobby Marks was on with Tom and I one time, and Tom said, did you ever make a move as a GM that you might have thought isn't the best move? But and he was talking about sending draft picks to another team 5-6 years down the road and thinking, well, I don't care about this. I'm probably not even going to be here when these picks become relevant or when I have to make these draft picks. And Bobby Marks said, oh, absolutely. Everybody in that in that profession is still aware that they're trying to keep their job. They want to win, and they know that winning is going to allow you to keep your job and be successful. But if you're not winning, you sometimes have to throw darts and try to make a big splash. That's more what this feels like for the Giants, that they're not really in the market for a victor. Like, they're not going to be a winning team next year. They're not going to be a quality team.
No.
They're the fourth best team in that division, and probably by a long shot. Like, with what we've seen from Washington, we'll see how much they can repeat next year. Second year of Jaden Daniels, playing a more difficult schedule, but they're far and away the worst team in that division, and adding Aaron Rodgers or Matt Stafford doesn't change that. It just seems like it's a move for a GM and a coach to hope they can keep their gig, which to me means you're not building the right product on the field.
No, I mean, they're a desperate combo right now with Brian Daboll and Joe Shane, and I would say the same thing with Chris Ballard right now and Shane Steichen. It's just the desperate GM coach combinations that are going to go after Aaron Rodgers. So I think it's limited. Steelers, Colts, and besides that, he might have to hang it up.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny when, like you said, the league may retire from Aaron Rodgers before he retires from them. I could also see what Tim mentioned happening, where he sits out for a little bit and then somebody goes down in preseason and you're like, hey, if you're the Bengals, you're like, we need somebody, right?
What if Jared Goff goes down?
Yeah, if a team that believes they're a contender loses a quarterback.
But does Aaron Rodgers want to be that guy? It's like, I'm just a phone call away and then I have to go play?
Well, to me, the whole thing is that way at least he could choose the team that he goes to, assuming that there are multiple options. But also, he's not chasing money. He's gotten enough, and he's not really chasing accolades in terms of like MVPs or anything like that.
That's why I think he would just walk away. At that point, like if he gets no calls this offseason, he's like, wow, that's what the league thinks of me. He'll just retire.
I mean, it's like the thing I keep thinking about is the zoo that follows him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got a media thing that he has with Pat McAfee. Who knows whether or not another team would be okay with that. But he's also set himself up to be kind of like this guy who has thoughts on everything. And, the whole concept of football is like the one guy is not bigger than the team. It's the ultimate version of this because you have to rely on so many different players and so many different people. He's kind of set himself up to be that guy, and that's on him.
Yeah, definitely.
I just kind of wish he had really ran with RFK Jr. as his vice president. Remember when Diana Rossini was putting that out there? She's like, possibility. He's talking about a run.
It's in the Enigma documentary.
Is it? He talks about it?
Oh, they're like taking walks together. It's there. Real quick, other news that...
By the way, what'd you call me? Go ahead.
Yeah, I know you're going to say that. Ian Rappaport's arch nemesis, Jordan Schultz, reported today that...
Debo news, yeah.
Yes, the Commanders and Texans have strong interest in Debo Samuel. And Matthew Berry, who's more of a fantasy guy, but he did have this at the Combine. He's saying that Debo Samuel is going to be traded within the next couple of days. He won't be released. He's going to be traded. It's going to happen in the next couple of days here. I'll believe it when I see it. I still don't believe that a team would be that desperate to trade for Debo Samuel. There have to be some kind of reconstruction with the contract. But we'll see. I mean, it makes sense. The Commanders, Adam Peters knows Debo Samuel, and obviously DeMeco Ryans and the Texans knows Debo Samuel. Other things that popped up today?
Real quick, just a reaction to that. Yesterday, John Lynch spoke, and he said...
2 days ago.
2 days ago. And he said, nothing of interest to us and on the Debo front about what they've been getting offers for. He said, nothing that's interesting to us as of now, which kind of thought it when he said it. And I'm like, well, that's what I'd say. If I was looking for value and you think you may not be able to trade him. If somebody said to us yesterday, 2 days ago, if they get a 7th-round pick for him, that'd be awesome. Maybe it was Tracy Sandler. Somebody said if they get a 7th rounder, they may be happy with that because otherwise you just have to cut him. Wouldn't be shocked if a team like Houston, who had so many injuries to the receiving core this year, are not going to re-sign Stephon Diggs, put a lot on Joe Mixon's shoulders, change their offensive coordinator, would not be opposed to adding a piece like that, a veteran piece to come be in place of where Stephon Diggs was for them this past season. Again, not offering you the same skill set, did not have, before Diggs went down, obviously wasn't even having as good of a year as he was, Debo Samuel.
Right.
But a coach that knows him, wouldn't shock me if there's a team that thought this is a better route for us pre-free agency or pre-draft to go this route, even if they've got to restructure and figure some money stuff out. Look at other teams receiving cores who believe themselves to be contenders. You want C.J. Stroud to have help. You want to make that offense more dynamic.
They've already got their deep threat guy in Nico Collins.
Yeah.
So
I could see that. And Nico Collins is a premier receiver in the league. He's not even just a deep threat guy anymore.
Yeah.
But losing Stephon Diggs put a lot more pressure on Nico. He got hurt a couple of times this year. Doesn't surprise me that they're interested a little bit on
Washington.
On Washington.
Well, they need receivers. They were playing with
Got
Zacchaeus,
McLaurin, who was great, but after that, it was a little.
Well, that's like Alamazuk Zacchaeus or whatever his name is.
Alameidus Zacchaeus.
Yeah. Not a lot of options there. Other wide receiver news, according to multiple beat reporters, there could be a trade between the Packers and Seahawks for DK Metcalf. The deal would include the Packers' first-round pick, 23rd overall, and one receiver that the Packers are willing to part with, Dontavian Wicks or Romeo Dobbs. I think that's a lot to give up DK Metcalf.
And one of your young receivers.
I'll believe that when I see it.
I think the first made sense. I'm kind of surprised it would be a first and like Dobbs or Wicks.
Well, I understand them want to get a receiver in return because then you just have Jackson Smith and Jigba. But I can't imagine a first-round pick and a player for a wide receiver. That doesn't happen often these days. And then lastly here, according to Diana Rossini from Scoop City, the Eagles are prepared to let Josh Sweat and Zach Bond and other free agents go in order to go all out for Myles Garrett. They obviously have to put money away for offensive players.
I don't like that at all.
Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown. They haven't put money towards any defensive players yet, but I could see them saying goodbye to Josh Sweat, who had an amazing Super Bowl, and Zach Bond.
Zach Bond got some defensive player of the year votes.
All just to go get Myles Garrett. We'll see.
You gotta make some tough decisions, especially after a Super Bowl win if you want to try to run it back, and they know that the way to run it back is to improve their defense and their defensive line even more. And again, if a player like that becomes available, you got to make a move. The issue here is, finances in having to give him a contract, but also you've got to give up, if you're the Eagles, it's got to be like, 3 firsts? 2 firsts and multiple twos?
I would say at least 2 first-round picks, but I listened to that podcast today. Diana Rossini's like, no, it would take a first and probably a second. I'm like, no way.
Well, because you have to pay him, too. That's the thing, is you're like, well, we'll give you this, but we're going to have to pay him, and he's not going to sign with you.
Yeah, but maybe you don't have to pay him right away. Because, the whole thing with Myles Garrett is, I'm not looking to get a new contract. He says that, but I'm sure that would help facilitate a trade as well.
I can't foresee
But if you're going to the Eagles, though, he's probably like, I don't give a damn. Just send me to the Eagles. I want to go there.
Yeah, I can't foresee the same situation as what happened with the Jets with, was it Hassan Reddick?
Yeah.
This year where they were like, yeah, we're working out a deal as soon as he gets here. He got there and he's like, we don't have a deal. He said, what's up? And then left the building for 3 months.
That was weird.
That was bizarre. So, that's what's going on with the Debo news. Apparently, the Texans and the Commanders have interest. Matthew Berry reporting that he thinks that he'll be traded in the next few days. And again, that can't go official, I don't believe, until March 12th.
Yeah.
But that would be an agreed-upon trade that would send Debo elsewhere, and probably a different contract for him would be my guess as well.
You would think.
You would think. We are going to catch up with Larry Krueger. We'll pick his brain about some of this stuff, what Aaron Rodgers' future is. Matt Stafford goes back to the Rams. He's going to stay there, which kind of a bummer. Would be nice to see DK Metcalf get traded out of the division, though.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with that. That'd be fine, but then I don't want to run into him in the playoffs with Jordan Love and the Packers. We will take a quick break. Larry Krueger at 5:30, and then he's coming up with Diners Nightly at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. Tim says today he's going to be breaking down Coco's on Diners Nightly.
Familiar with Coco's?
Yes.
I'm not.
Colors were very distinctive, if you remember.
Yeah. What were they?
Like that white and kind of bluish purple.
Yeah. Yep. Coco's.
Okay. The sound soiree.
Listen, if we have to listen to your crap about how you go and get the dial and the mailbag and everything, you're going to deal with Coco's and the color of their furniture, okay?
Not to be confused with Coco the monkey.
I didn't yuck your gum. I just said, okay, yeah, I'm a T-bone guy. When we come on back, the sound soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. Charles Barkley featured. Shedeur Sanders putting on a little primetime attitude, I thought, at the Combine when he spoke to the media. And you got to hear the celebration from the locker room of Steph Curry last night in his 56-point performance. That's all next. The greatest show in America rolls on the Sports Leader.
Gammy.
David Lombardi joined Murph and Marcus to weigh in on the impending departure of Debo Samuel after his trade request. For all things trade requests, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the disgruntled leader.
Hey, careful, man. There's a beverage here, huh?
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
It's a Sound Soiree for Friday, February 28th, 2025. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Larry Krueger is going to join us after we do the Sound Soiree, and then he's going to join you on KNBR for Niners Nightly coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. And he's got some Niner news with that Debo stuff out there, as reported by Matthew Berry. Getting into the news breaking game.
Jordan Schultz.
And Jordan Schultz is the winner.
Don't get into it with him.
Dude, Albert Breer, where is he?
He's with Sports Illustrated MMQB.
Yeah, Albert Breer tweeted out, because all these reporters are in Indianapolis for the Combine, and that Starbucks where the fight went down, or the altercation, I should say, the altercation between Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz.
Accosting.
Yeah, it was an altercation, I guess is what you'd say. Is inside the JW Marriott Hotel, where I guess most of these writers and reporters are staying. Do we know if Greg and Greg are staying there?
I believe so.
Is that the same hotel?
I mean, Greg Silver keeps making jokes about it, so I'm assuming they stayed at that hotel.
That's the couch that Greg Papa was sleeping on right outside that Starbucks.
Can you imagine, though, if like Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport just yelling at each other, and Greg's like, hey, please.
Keep it down.
I'm trying to get some sleep here.
Trying to catch a few Z's before my show.
Seriously, come on now.
Come on, can't we all just get along?
God, you guys fight worse than that Dirty Work show.
Talking Tell a bunch of nonsense in there as well. Well, Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated tweeted out a photo earlier as he's like walking into that Starbucks because everybody's just going there to get coffee. It's why they ran into each other, Schultz and Rappaport. And it's funny, the photo that he takes of the Starbucks, you can catch Mike Silver's head like walking into the Starbucks. I got to get myself a cappuccino. Gotta get my Joe on. Anyway,
Silver sounded much better today.
He tweeted out, I have to imagine that this is similar to the feeling of walking into the history of Bull Run or whatever it said. I was like, this is
Probably
hysterical.
apt.
They're treating it like it's like when Tom went to Gettysburg. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. He loved that.
Yeah, he did love that. Remember we were like, what side would you have been on, Tom? Same side as Tim. Take that for what it's worth.
Oh.
Nice, Tim. The Dirty Work Sound Soiree, Friday, February 28th, 2025. Steph Curry, 56 points. We spent a lot of time talking Steph today and the brilliance that is number 30. Here's the locker room. This is a video, but it's the audio from the locker room video celebrating Steph's performance last night.
Steph Curry, wow. That was up there. Yes, sir. Euro shot. That's big time, fellas. A lot of great contributions up and down the board. We're going to start winning all these close games now, all right? We got a feel for it, and you guys closed it tonight. We're going to keep doing that over and over again. But great start to the trip. Go get another. Yes, sir. Just 1, 2, 3. Just win them all. You'll win the first. Yes, sir.
You know what I keep thinking about is that comment from Steve Kerr. Was it a quote about a week ago? Maybe it was earlier this week. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. Anyway, it was recent where he said Steph Curry as a superstar, he's talking about him, but he said he's one of the greatest human beings I've ever met, or the greatest human I know. And it was really sort of touching in how he talked about him. But we talk about his legacy and him being the face of the game and what he means to the NBA and how he will leave the NBA in a better place than he found it, which is all anybody can ask for from a superstar. He's loyal to his team, loyal to his teammates. And somebody said something earlier, one of our callers, in talking about why it is that he's the face, and it is some of it self-inflicted, LeBron, and the nature of when you're already viewed as potentially the next all-time great, you're just going to be compared to the all-time greats until you reach it or prove that you can't reach it. And so LeBron will forever, in discussions after his career and throughout the rest of it, be compared to guys like Michael and Kobe because that is what they were the all-time greats, right? Skill-wise, I even thought he was more like Magic, probably. Magic wasn't the scorer per se, but the passer and whatnot. Steph was never viewed as a potential to be an all-time great, right? He came out of high school, wasn't even viewed that way when he got to the league. Worked to where he is and has embraced the role of being the steward that he is for the NBA and for the Warriors. But what that caller said was that none of his teammates have ever said anything bad about him. You don't hear anybody ever have anything bad to say about Steph.
No, who doesn't like Steph Curry?
That's kind of where it's at. It's just such a very unique thing for a guy who is that close with so many people, right? Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. Moses Moody, he was on the KNBR Morning Show. What's this? Set this up for me. Do you know what this quote is?
It's just him talking about Draymond's proclamation and their chances for a championship this season.
Definitely. This team is really similar, I think, to the championship team. But one big thing that I got from our run and just seeing the NBA is that it's possible. Like, situations happen. It's not always the team with the best record that wins, the team that's supposed to win that wins. Even the year we won, I don't know what the odds was that we'll win a championship in the beginning of the playoffs. Even in the finals, the odds were really bad. But it's life, you know. Different things happen, and you got to adjust, and it's about who's there in the end, and I think we can be.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
if they get hot, who knows?
And think about the confidence that instills in young guys when Draymond and Steph are looking around going, do you guys know what this looks like to us? How this feels to us? How special this is? And when you hear guys celebrate Steph in the locker room after that, I mean, it's great when the Giants, get a walk-off win and they shove the guy into the shopping cart or whatever it is, the laundry cart, and they cover him with all the crap in the fridge, or he gets his first big league hit or, first big league win. All that stuff is cool. But when guys who have won it, and in the NBA, it's a superstar-driven league. Baseball, you need a lot of things to happen right. Football, of course, a lot of stuff has to happen right. Basketball, you're on the court both ways. And when guys have done it as many times as they have, and they look around and they tell Brandon Pajemski and Moses Moody and publicly Draymond saying on national TV and then doubling down on his podcast, this is what it looks and feels like to me. If you're on that team and you're a young player, you're like, okay, all right, that's what this is. That instills a different level of confidence in these guys, and I think you're seeing it play through on the court. And you're seeing how Draymond's approached it, their attitudes about the offense, their attitudes about the defense, about the locker room culture. Sky's the limit, I think, for them. And I know their schedule is weak. I know they're an aging team. I said your window is this year and next year. You paid for a couple more out, but this year and next year are all you can really project. And right now, their shot's as good as I think they've had since the Kevin Durant years.
Just handle your business until you get to New York. I'll see how that game goes. And then there's Denver, Milwaukee. I will see how they play against the creme de la creme of the NBA.
Here's Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley was on the Steam Room.
This is their podcast with Ernie Johnson.
And he's talking about a story about how he almost went to the Lakers one time. Here's Chuck.
There's one trade. I got traded to the Lakers. True story. I get a call one morning from my agent. Hey, the Sixers finally pulled the trigger. I got traded to the Lakers. And I'm like, damn, thank you. About time. I can't wait. So I get my friends together. We go to Fridays on City Line Avenue, and we get blasted. We get blasted, Ernie. I say, hey, let's meet at 12. I'm out of hell. I'm out of purgatory. About 3 o'clock, my agent calls me. The Sixers pull out the deal. We got a game that night. I don't remember the game.
But you probably had 30.
I can't remember. I could fake and come up with some number. I run home, take a quick power nap, and I don't even know what happened in the game. I was so mad, number one. But that's the weirdest trade situation I ever been involved in.
I did not know that story.
Oh, my God.
It's a good one.
I like that jazz beat at the end there.
He said he went and got wasted thinking he was getting traded.
Fridays.
And then he had a game that night, so he had to go home and power nap and shower.
What, like Ruby Tuesdays or Outback Steakhouse?
Well, don't forget, he
nice
said
bloomin' onion.
Said he drinks Folgers. The other day, he was mad about Starbucks. He's like, no, well, don't spend money on the Starbucks. Those rich white people. They were like, what do you think? That's where rich white
What's that
people?
impression?
It's just my bad Chuck. I can't do a Chuck. I'm no Dieter Kurtenbach when it comes to Chuck.
Oh, dude, Dieter can do a great Chuck.
Hey, you guys are crazy.
There you go. That's not bad, Tim.
Not bad,
That's
Tim.
not a bad Chuck.
I can't even do an Ernie, but I can do a Chuck.
Oh, I can do Ernie.
Yeah, least suspecting guys do a Chuck.
Coming up on NBA tonight.
Not bad.
NBA on TNT.
We got to get moving because Larry Kruger's waiting in the wings. Shedeur Sanders, little Dion in him, little attitude today. He's at the combine.
Is it Shedeur or Shader?
It's Shedeur.
I know it is. I just love that Tim calls him Shader.
He said it in our ears again. He goes, Shader Sanders.
Well, here's the real thing. We don't know if this is the right audio. I'm praying that this is the right one, okay?
All right, let's see.
I don't know if Tim grew up with a lot of Shedeurs.
And it's Louis.
And it's Louis. That was ridiculous.
His name was Louis.
Tim thought one of his kids' names was
Louis Sanders.
Hand to the score table.
I'm Louis Anderson.
All right, let's hit this sound here. Here's Shedeur Sanders at the combine. He was asked about what he thinks about the criticism he's receiving from the media.
If you ain't trying to change the franchise or the culture, don't give me. So you should know history repeats itself over and over and over, and I've done it over and over and over, so it should be no question why an NFL franchise should pick me. You think I'm worried about what critics say or what people got to say? You know who my dad is? They hated on him too. So it's like it's almost normal. Without people hating, it's not normal for us. So we like diversity. We like everything that comes with the name. That's why we are who we are.
I like the confidence in the kid, but I will say this. I think you would agree with me on this, Scopes. For fellow Nepo babies, that's how we're perceived. Never say the phrase, do you know who my dad is?
I was going to say, was that Shedeur or was that Derek Papa?
I know. This is not a good phrase to say.
Can I offer you another one? If you're not going to participate in the combine, why are you at the combine?
To talk with the other coaches and GMs. I get that part of it, but like the whole, you know who my dad is? Don't make that part of your vocabulary.
I mean, I don't care. Say whatever you want to say. Dion said whatever he wanted to say. He's going to say whatever he does.
Right.
It's about, can you back it up? You can say whatever you want if you back it up.
That's true. That is true.
He didn't say anything wrong there, but yeah, the phrasing of that, whatever. I genuinely don't think he's bothered by it. They've had a lot of attention.
No, he's definitely not bothered.
He's had a lot of attention around him for some time. That's going to do it for your Sound Soiree. Larry Kruger with Niners Nightly at the top of the hour, and he joins us talking a little bird song. We threw well today next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 at 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Always a pleasure on Dirty Work on a Friday when we can catch up with our guy Larry Krueger. Niners Nightly, Diners Nightly. All things Diners, all things Niners. But he's got some Niners news to talk about. He joins us on the UMA guest line and up live on the KNBR YouTube and video stream. What's up, Larry? How are you, dude?
What's up, Larry?
What's going on, fellas? How you guys doing? How's your Friday?
It's Friday's man. Great. It feels good. Fridays always feel, especially when the sun's out. We got ska playing. It's been a good couple of days in the city. I know you were talking nice weather in the East Bay yesterday. And I know for you, dude, this has got to be. I mean, this is trying to figure out a nice working blue way to say this. Larry's loving this week for the combine, I imagine. Beautiful weather, and Larry gets to watch guys in their underwear, huh?
Yes, and somehow we'll make that sound all right.
Yeah, it does.
But yeah, no, it's been these are important days for the 49ers for sure, because let's be honest about it. I mean, they need a lot. You know, you don't win 6 games because, this thing went wrong. No, it wasn't one thing that went wrong. You have a total erosion of your roster talent-wise from all corners, and it needs replenishing in all corners, and they need to do a really, really good job this spring, and it starts by doing a really good job this week.
So, Larry, what are you looking forward to this weekend? Is there a particular skill group or a player that you're looking forward to for the Combine?
Well, I mean, I just think for the offensive lineman, it's who's pumped up and stiff and who's just like a huge guy that's their walk-around weight. You know, some guys just walk around, they're 325 pounds. Other guys are too weights to get to 310, and they're all pumped up and stiff. So you just kind of want to see how do they carry their weight, and also, the strength. To me, I mean, offensive lineman, it's all about, locking out your elbows, and so you better have some core strength. I better see 20 plus reps, 225 on the bench.
Do you ever truly learn anything about guys in the combine, Larry? As a guy who used to be a scout, like I asked Matt Mayoko that a couple of weeks ago. Like, what do you ever learn from the combine? He said, "Oh, nothing." But I mean, he's not a scout. He's there for other news and he's covering other things. What do you and what do people inside football when they're evaluating these guys really learn from the combine?
Well, it's a two-sided event. And the public event, you guys, everybody sees, right? But the private event is the part that's the most important part. The doctors poking and prodding and going over the medicals and the play and the questions and the interviews in the room with the teams and the feel that you get for the players. So, I mean, I think really what you're looking to do, you're not looking to discover a football player. You know who the football players are. You're just trying to find out of the guys who can play football, how many of them have clean scouting reports as far as their health, their athleticism. Some people have odd things. Guys have chronic conditions they don't know about. I think it was Garrison Hurst that showed up at the combine his final year at Georgia, and they discovered that he didn't have one of his ACLs. He had like torn it, like as a kid. He was like fully didn't have it attached. They looked at his knee, and the guy still had a hell of a career.
So I lost that years ago. So, I didn't bring it with me.
Yeah,
I've had the thing for years.
It was a bike accident. No, but I mean, so it's the medicals and the interviews. Those are the most important part, and then the constant backdrop to be able to see everybody work out at the same time, and then it's body types. I mean, there was a guy yesterday, a big defensive lineman, 2 days ago, Deion Walker for Kentucky, and he's big. I mean, he's a huge guy, but I mean, his body's out of shape. His legs are out of shape. I mean, he did terrible in the drills. He couldn't run, no agility. So, I mean, you see a guy like that, and you're like, oh, okay, this guy did it in college, but he's not going to be able to do it in the pros.
Is there anybody
there's just little telltales.
Is there anybody that stood out to you the most yesterday, Larry, with the defensive linemen doing their drills?
I mean, Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M was just absolutely, he plays this year at 285. He ran 4.59. He led them in pressures. Now, I know he didn't have a huge sack year, but he physically is amazing player.
Larry, what do you make of coaches not attending the combine? I know that Kyle, I'm sure he has in the past, but he hasn't in quite some time. And, I listened to John Middlecoff's podcast. It's a guy that you and I both know, and he kind of criticized him for not attending after the 6-11 season. What do you make of Kyle and other coaches not attending?
I mean, I got a lot of thoughts on it. I mean, do what you're comfortable doing. First, it's all televised, so you're seeing every minute of it. Every meeting, everything is televised. So, I kind of feel like Kyle's a bad liar. And so I don't want him in a situation where, people are asking him questions. I'd rather him stay home from that because he's not good at lying. He probably would give away more than he would glean. And he's going to be able to glean as much as he wants by watching it up close on TV. The NFL Network's doing an amazing job. And then the NFL televises all the interviews and everything. So he's getting all of it. And you don't have to risk him, speaking out of school. So whatever makes him comfortable, whatever he thinks is the best use of his time, I think it's, he can make that call.
Talking to Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly, coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. The Debo news that was reported today, Jordan Schultz put out a report saying that there is interest or increasing interest from the Washington Commanders and the Houston Texans. When John Lynch spoke the other day, he said it sounded like there was nothing that they had gotten offer-wise that they were intrigued in yet, but they were still in the middle of that process. I mean, I don't know if that's just public GM speak, maybe raise some value there if there are teams that are really desperate to add a guy like Debo. It seemed to me like maybe the more likely scenario at this point is that he would be cut. What do you think about this, and do you think he will be traded?
It's one of those things. I mean, some people go through life and every time someone tells them anything, they think that, they're lying to me. I'm always kind of thinking critically, but John Lynch told us, Tim Kawakami asked him this question. Hey, what Debo Samuel, what are you going to do? And he made it clear, we don't give away good players. And that's what he said about Debo. He could have said whatever he wanted to say, and that's what he wanted to say. That's what he did say, and he said it for a reason. So I've been going with that. I know Barrows, Graziano, others have said, hey, they're going to release him. I'm just going on what John said. John said, we don't give away good players. We think he's a good player. Houston's obviously interested. D'Amico admitted as much. Matthew Berry, who does the fantasy thing, he's out back in the D.C. area. He's pretty connected to the Commanders, and he says Debo's going to get traded within the next couple of days, not released. He's going to get traded, and it's going to happen in the next couple of days. I don't know if he's got a source there, but my guess is it's probably Debo to the Commanders.
Interesting.
I think it's probably going to happen.
I think so, too. What do you think the value? I was thinking Texans would maybe be a good fit considering they're thin in receivers. Stephon Diggs got hurt this year. Knows D'Amico. They're changing the offense a little bit. They got rid of their offensive coordinator, of course, but who knows? I mean, they seem like real potential landing spots. Does the value, I mean, you'd love these two teams to want him and want to pay for him. You thinking like a sixth? I mean, that would be awesome, I feel like, if you got that.
Well, you remember when the Niners got Anquan Bolden away from the Ravens. And that I remember at the time it was like, whoa, the Niners got Anquan Bolden for a 6th-round pick.
Yeah.
And I loved it at the time. And so, yeah, I think you're spot on that one, Coach. I think it's probably the 6th round. Now, it does make you wonder, though, when you look at the cap hit that you're going to have to take, would they be better off releasing him than getting a 6th-round pick? So when you look at the cap hit that they would take for trading him as opposed to releasing him, it makes you think that maybe it will be a higher compensation, maybe a 4th-round pick, maybe something that's a little bit more worthy of taking a bigger cap hit for.
Larry, what do you make of this free agency class? I came in on Monday thinking that it's not as good as in years past. Obviously, the Niners have to do a lot of work with signing Drake Greenlaw and deciding what they want to do with Talanoa Hufanga or Treverius Ward. But as far as just the free agents available this season, do you think it kind of it's not as sexy as in years past?
Yeah, I mean, every year is a little different, and you never know who's going to get, franchised in that.
Larry froze. Looked like his connection was a little choppy anyway, but then he froze up.
I'm going to assume he agrees with me.
Yeah, I have to assume he was going to agree with you. How about that interesting thought, though, about the Debo Samuel thing? Like, if, in fact, he's not traded, or not traded, if they decide to cut him, or go back and forth between that and the what the cap hit would be relative to the draft compensation. Larry, you froze up and cut out. We got you back.
Sorry about that. I probably need to reboot here. But,
all good.
And I'll reboot before the show. But can you hear me now?
Yep, we got you.
My Peacock froze on me a bit, yeah.
It will do that. It will do that on you. Now I'm forgetting the question. Basically, you're asking.
Oh, I was asking about just this free agency class, and is it as enticing as in years previous?
I mean, I would think this is not a vintage class, but as far as the 49ers are concerned, I think the interesting news of the week is that, one of the guys who knows them well is a scout who put out a note earlier this week that he expects the Niners to be active in the free agent market at wide receiver, corner, and offensive line. So this guy basically predicted the Niners would draft Isaac Guerendo about a month before the draft last year. So his name's Tony Pauline. He put that out yesterday that they really like the kid from UCLA, Olufemi Oladejo, but they also like free agents, corners, O-line, and wide receivers. Who's that going to be? Asante Samuel would be a great name. I mean, that name's been floated out. I think that would be a fantastic get. It'll be interesting to see because, with Saleh there, he did have, Sauce, and he may want a more dominating corner, than they have right now. And there's DJ Reed, but there's also Asante Samuel.
Krug, before we let you go, when are you going down to spring training, by the way?
We're going tomorrow.
Nice.
Oh, hell yeah. We're going tomorrow. We'll be there. I'll do Niners Nightly Monday night. Tuesday nights from the desert. Going to take in some Giants games. Going to play some golf. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
We may have to get a Giants check-in with you then early next week before we throw to Niners Nightly. We may have to get a little taste of what's going on down in Scottsdale. Boots on the ground with Larry Krueger as he takes off for spring training tomorrow. Did you see our guy Birdsong today? Pretty good pitching today for the Giants. I'll give you the box score,
man.
dude. You'll like
give me
this.
the box.
You're going to like the box score today. It's like the first time this spring so far we've seen all the starters in there in like the lineup and pitching wise. And lineup wise, you got a homer from Flores, a home run from Yaz, homer from Chapman, and a homer from Wade in the game. Like Fitzgerald got a knock today. You did have a strikeout.
Somewhere Farhan is smiling.
Somewhere Farhan is it's actually down in Los Angeles. That's where he's smiling. But check out what happened pitching wise today. Logan Webb started 3 innings, 3 hits, 4 Ks, 1 earned. It was a solo shot. Kyle Harrison, 2 innings, 2 hits, 3 Ks. Then you go Ryan Walker, 1 inning, 1 hit, 2 Ks. Birdsong, 2 innings, 2 hits, 3 strikeouts. Rodriguez gave up a run and a hit in the ninth. But they gave up a total of 9 hits. But those 4 guys over the first 8 innings, you got 3 starters in there. Robbie Ray threw well the other day. Landon Roop looked great yesterday. Hicks is hitting 100. Verlander looks good. I'm excited about the pitching, man. I really am.
The pitching is totally fine. To me, I like the pitching. I think potentially the pitching could be even a strength. It's more about the middle of the 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5, and I'm not really worried about 3, 4, 5 in the first week of the year. I'm worried about 3, 4, 5 in the lineup. After you played 6 weeks, 7 weeks, and there's been a couple injuries, and now you got a couple subs up there and a couple guys that shouldn't be up and that kind of thing. That's where I'm a little concerned. I'm hoping they can get a little bit more in the middle of that lineup before opening day.
I'm not quite as bullish on them as I am on the Warriors right now, but I'm excited. I'm looking forward to baseball season getting going, man. I am.
Warriors, Draymond Green said he's guaranteed a title.
Yeah.
And they look phenomenal, and they have yet to reintroduce Kuminga, and everything's one trade. I mean, I got to give Dunleavy his, man.
Yep,
I really got to give Dunleavy. He, to operate under those conditions, you got the owner right looking over your shoulder. His kids have a suggestion, and, you got Kerr. You got Kerr sitting there. Kerr's, got his thoughts. You got a million assistant coaches. You got volatile ego, maniac veterans. You got young guys. You got all kinds. They didn't know it. They had no direction before the trade deadline.
They picks to trade. Yeah,
They make one trade. They discovered that kid Post. I love watching him too. He reminds me of like a young Bill Lambier or something. I mean, he can shoot it. He's kind of fiery. I love watching them. I absolutely love watching them. I'll say Warriors in the conference finals. I feel very, very confident.
That's where I'm at. Today was my day. I said they're contenders. They're finding different ways to win. They're doing it. I mean, they had a leading score a couple nights ago with 16. They emptied the bench after 3. Steph goes off last night. I think they're contenders, and they're exciting in a way that even though they were great in 22, they're more exciting now and we'll see how far they can go. Larry, have a great show and a great weekend, man. Enjoy the flight out to Scottsdale.
Thanks, Larry.
Good to talk to you guys. Have a great weekend.
Great stuff there from Larry Krueger. That's going to almost do it for us on a Friday. We will take a quick break, come on back, put the show to bed to hand it over to Krug. It's Dirty Work, the greatest show in America. Just like that on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
Giants baseball returns to the airways right here on KNBR tomorrow versus the Dodgers and Sunday versus the Angels. Pregame starts at 11:50 a.m. Do not miss a single pitch, or else you will regret it forever and find it impossible to live with yourself.